Chapter 509, Impossible. Puppy was so shocked that his soul almost flew out when the Taoist chased after them. He had never thought the treasure Li Huowang gifted him would elicit such a reaction. The Taoist was holding the bronze coin sword as he chased after them. He was about to block off their escape when Puppy waved the scepter furiously. However, the Taoist was already prepared against the attack. A small paper doll made out of talisman papers flew out of the Taoist's sleeves and took the brunt of the attack. When Puppy waved the scepter, the paper doll fell to the ground. The Taoist only needed that small window of opportunity to attack. Before Puppy could wave it for the second time, the Taoist whipped his bronze coin sword toward them. Zhu Luan Toa Dian Ti Wu Shi, the Taoist chanted, and the red threads of the bronze coin sword extended, transforming the sword into a whip that slammed into Puppy's hand. The Taoist pulled the whip back, and Puppy's hands were torn open. One of Puppy's fingers, and the scepter flew into the air. Yeah! Puppy clutched his hand, which was almost severed from his wrist. His mind went blank. He had no idea what to do now. So it's only two little whelps. The Taoist smiled evilly and squinted. He shook his wrist, and the whip flew toward Puppy's head. I dead, Puppy thought as he stared at the bronze coin whip moving toward him. At the critical juncture, a hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the bronze coin whip. The sharp coins cut into the hand, but it only tore open the skin. Oh! The Taoist was surprised and looked at the youth holding onto his whip. The bronze coin sword was capable of cutting down evil beings. He was wary of the person who managed to stop his bronze coin sword with a bare hand. With a whoosh, the bronze coins in Lu Xiaocai's hands were pulled back. The Taoist changed the whip back into a sword. Brat, which sect do you come from? It was better to make sure of the enemy's background before acting. He was afraid that he would anger an extremely strong sect if he ended up beating up the two youths in front of him. The strayed one's tongue wouldn't be worth it then. My master is Li Huowang. You are dead if you touch us. Lu Xiaocai shouted, acting tough. He thought he was invincible to bladed objects after he had learned of the White Lotus sect's technique, but to think that attack managed to slice open his hand. In the end, Lu Xiaocai had no choice but to hope that he could scare the Taoist away using his master's name. Li Huowang. Never heard of him. Also, he never announced which sect he is from. I guess he and his master are some random cultivators. The Taoist thought. Puppy was certain that the Taoist was not afraid of Li Huowang, as the latter had yet to run away. Puppy panted and held his bloody hand before taking a few steps forward. He threatened the Taoist. We are from the White Lotus sect. Don't you dare touch us. We have a lot of people at the White Lotus sect. The Taoist revealed a wry smile. Oh, you are from the White Lotus sect. This makes it easier. The Taoist then whipped the bronze coin sword toward Puppy and Lu Xiaocai. Everyone in this world knew that the White Lotus sect no longer had any patrons and were a bunch of weaklings. They could only run around and hide like mice. They couldn't do anything grand as well, or the surveillance bureau would find them. Lu Xiaocai grabbed the whip with both hands and shouted at Puppy, "Can you stop talking?" Puppy turned around and ran away without even looking back. You motherfucker. Puppy, you coward with no balls. Xiaocai howled in anger as Puppy disappeared into the darkness. Ha! I thought the White Lotus sect preaches camaraderie. I thought all of you were sworn brothers upon entering the sect. Was that really your sworn brother? The Taoist taunted and continued his assault. Even though Lu Xiaocai learned a good technique, all it did was just increase the thickness of his skin. He could only suffer a one-sided beating against the Taoist. Soon, he was covered in cut wounds and was forced to curl up on the ground. The Taoist smiled when he saw the youth on the ground. Then, he waved his hand, and an inkwell appeared. It's time to end this. He dipped his fingers into the inkwell and covered the bronze coin sword in the ink. The black ink seeped down the sword like tar. Lu Xiaocai was afraid and knew there was no hope of escaping. He cried and begged for mercy. When the Taoist was ready to cut down Lu Xiaocai, something flashed in the darkness. A small needle wrapped in white thread flew toward the Taoist's face. The needle almost hit the Taoist's face when something burst out from his neck. A nascent soul with a beard appeared and bit the needles with its rotten teeth. You dare try to attack me from the dark? The Taoist roared, furious. He was visibly upset with Puppy's attack. The Taoist pointed at where the needle was shot out from, and the black robe flew upward. It streaked through the air, chasing after Puppy. The Taoist then glared at the trembling Lu Xiaocai. He raised the bronze coin sword, which was drenched in black ink, and brought it down toward Lu Xiaocai's neck. He decided to kill one before chasing the second. Yeah! The mud comes from chaos, and everything bursts into existence with the growth of the White Lotus. Heavenly Mater, help me! Lu Xiaozai shouted and begged for protection with a sense of humility that he never had before toward the Heavenly Mater. Just as the bronze coin sword tore through Lu Xiaozai's clothes, a brilliant white light burst out. The bronze coin sword's red thread was torn apart, and the sword exploded. The inked bronze coins flew everywhere. The Taoist was shocked, and he took a few steps backward. Impossible. The Heavenly Mater is supposed to be dead. Lu Xiaozai realized that he was still alive. His clothes were in tatters. When he stood up, a piece of cloth fell out from inside his clothes. The cloth spread open on the ground, and the cloth depicted a simple white lotus. The Taoist retreated upon seeing the lotus. No, this can't be. The Heavenly Mater should be dead. The White Lotus sect are just a bunch of abandoned ragtags. No matter how he tried to convince himself, however, he was retreating instinctively. By the time he was done shouting, his back was already pressed against the wall. Chapter 510 Alive. The Taoist in yellow robes looked at Lu Xiaozai kneeling on the ground and hesitated. Is he tricking me? In the end, he dared not risk his own life. He made a seal with his hands and phased through the walls of the courtyard. The black robe flew into the air to follow its master. Puppy realized that they had narrowly escaped death from the Taoist's hands. He gripped his bleeding hand and approached the stunned Lu Xiaozai. Hey, what did you do just now? Puppy said, giving Lu Xiaozai one kick to the knee. How did you scare him away? Lu Xiaozai wasn't sure either. He looked at the piece of cloth depicting a white lotus on the ground. I don't know. How could you not know? You must have done something that made his sword explode. Sword? Lu Xiaozai snapped out of it and immediately picked up the scattered bronze coins on the ground. You better get out of here. These are all mine. How dare you run away just now? Toei, are you blind? Didn't you see me reposition myself so that I can strike him? Puppy picked up the scepter and gave it a quick scrub before putting it away in his clothes. Bullshit. Since when were you that smart? You're just a coward with no balls. Coward? So what if I'm a coward? I cannot let my daughter live without a father. Ouch. My hand hurts. The two bickered while Lu Xiaozai was picking up the coins on the ground. They were almost done with it when they heard footsteps coming from the outer courtyard. Quick, we need to hide now, or they'll think that we are responsible for this mess. Both of them immediately hid behind the fake mountain. Dad, what's wrong? They heard noises inside. Both Lu Xiaozai and Puppy took advantage of that opportunity to quietly go back to where they came from. They were nervous, but thankfully, no one saw them because it was too late into the night. Soon, they returned to where the Lu family was staying. The Lu family was so tired after the performance that they didn't even bother removing their makeup as they ate at their table. They were all confused upon seeing Puppy and Lu Xiaozai's disheveled appearances. Did you guys fight a bear in the forest or something? Luo Zhuanhua's mouth was filled with food as she spoke. Without even waiting for Lu Xiaozai and Puppy to explain, a commotion erupted from the Zhang's family inner courtyard. Lu Zhuangyuan's ears perked up to listen to what was happening. Moments later, he smiled upon realizing what was going on. He sucked his greasy fingers and pulled his pants up. Hee, what a joyous day. We've got work to do again. Shangjing was so prosperous that there was a massive line outside the city gates. Naturally, everyone was waiting in line to enter the city. Li Huowang sat on the carriage and looked at the oppressive gate. He thought he would never return to Shangjing, but he was here again. Where is your letter of recommendation? Why have you come to Shangjing? Come down so we can inspect your carriage. The city guards shouted and questioned Li Huowang. However, they immediately shrunk back in fear when they saw Li Huowang's surveillance bureau identity plate. They stood still and greeted him politely. We greet the esteemed lord. Li Huowang ignored them and guided his horse carriage towards the imperial palace. Dad, where is First Mother? Did she really get kidnapped? But he was so kind, and he even treated your wounds. Li Sui, you have to remember what I'm about to say. No matter what others say, you must believe me. If someone is fighting me, you need to remember that I'll never lie to you. Do you understand? I understand. Dad, I will kill the bad guys and rescue First Mother. Yes, you must listen to me, and we will bring back your First Mother. And Second Mother, too. The carriage traveled slowly on the wide streets. Soon, they reached the palace's door. Li Huowang coughed and wasn't sure what to say to the guards when the heavy doors parted open slowly. Li Huowang instantly felt numerous gazes land on his back. I haven't even entered the palace, but everyone has already branded me Ji Lin's follower. Li Huowang held onto the reins and lowly entered the palace. His plain horse carriage was ignored by the consorts and officials. When the horse carriage reached the white jade stairs, Li Huowang finally disembarked. He climbed up the stairs and walked toward the palace. All of a sudden, he frowned. He touched his abdomen and found out that he had a painful scar. His recovery ability had strengthened to the point where his injuries would heal even if his abdomen was torn open. However, something had changed. His wound had healed as usual, but it left a scar. This was a first for Li Huowang. This was a wound from when he failed to defeat Shai Zi using the Changchang Ascension. It's probably related to Bahui, but I should focus on this matter for now. He was more than happy to have countless scars as long as he killed Shai Zi and retrieved Miao Miao. Surveillance Bureau, 7th Banner, Ergio. Surveillance Bureau, 7th Banner, Ergio. Surveillance Bureau, 7th Banner, Ergio. Li Huowang removed his hands from his abdomen at the eunuch's call. Then, he walked into the palace without hesitation. The palace was massive. It appeared to be the place where the emperor would call for a morning meeting every day, but it was surprisingly dark. A golden throne was floating in the darkness, and Li Huowang could only see the legs of the emperor even with his keen eyes. Ergio, have you decided to join me? Good, good. Haha. You did great coming to aid me when I need it rather when I'm already safe. I shall remember your courage for helping me during my time of need. Li Huowang frowned. It was Jilin's voice, but the tone of voice and the speech pattern had changed. Li Huowang stepped forward, and that was when the shrill voice of a eunuch pierced the darkness. Impudent! How dare you not kneel in front of our lord? No need for such formalities. From now on, Ergio does not need to kneel to me. With that, Li Huowang slowly approached Jilin. Once he was close enough, Li Huowang finally managed to catch a glimpse of Jilin's face behind the beaded veil, and he was surprised to see the changes in Jilin's face. Chapter 511, Jilin. The hall was dim, but Li Huowang's keen eyes allowed him to see the changes in Jilin's face and demeanor. Li Huowang could swear that he had seen a bold, confident, and pure Jilin during the Double Third Festival. At the time, Jilin was the epitome of an energetic child. However, Jilin had changed completely. He was hunched over like a snake lurking in the darkness. His gaze was gloomy, and his eyes radiated a sinister light. He was also exuding an extreme air of malice. Li Huowang couldn't even imagine what had happened to Jilin before his return to Shangjing. The left side of Jilin's face was drooping, but Jilin pushed them back up by him. The sight allowed Li Huowang to deduce a few things. After pondering for a moment, Li Huowang bowed to the great Liang Emperor sitting on the throne and asked, Your Majesty, have you consumed a spiritual sin? Li Huowang had captured the spiritual sin used to pay respects to the late emperor, so he naturally understood the effects of its pure malice on a mortal body. The effects were especially obvious on Jilin's face. Jilin's face was drooping, looking like a viscous liquid. It was the hallmark of anything possessed by a spiritual sin. Jilin neither confirmed nor denied Li Huowang's words. Instead, he gestured toward the throne behind him and asked, What? Must I inform Ergio of everything I do? Li Huowang immediately dismissed his previous speculation. The radical change was definitely not just because of a malicious spiritual sin. Perhaps the aura of a military family or something else was at play here. Under the influence of such things, Jilin had become what he was right now. Your Majesty, the spiritual sin is ominous. Stay in contact with it for too long, and you'll breed evil thoughts constantly. Since Li Huowang was going to be working under Jilin in the future, he found it necessary to give the latter a reminder. Evil? Who defines evil? What is evil? What is good? Jilin suddenly stood up from the throne. He then raised his right hand and waved his sleeve vigorously. I am the emperor. I never have to abide by any rules. I am the one who sets the rules. What I say is evil is evil. What I say is good is good. Li Huowang looked at the great Liang Emperor in front of him. According to his memories, Jilin's personality had changed completely. He was just like the old Bai Ling Miao and second deity. The current Jilin looked more like an emperor than before, even if he seemed like a complete tyrant. Jilin sat back down, his voice tinged with exhaustion as he asked, You think I've changed, right? I never wanted to change, but I had no choice. If I were still the Jilin from when you first met me, I would have died a long time ago. Li Huowang couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Jilin was still too young, and if he were living in Li Huowang's modern world, the former would still be a middle school student. Of course, Li Huowang's pity quickly disappeared. He didn't feel qualified to sympathize with Jilin, and he decided that he ought to take care of himself first. Your Majesty, I'm not good at anything else. You can find me in the future for any matters about killing people. Ergio is willing to clear all obstacles for your majesty's ascension to the throne. Jilin immediately clapped his hands in joy. Great. Haha. Ergio is so straightforward. Much better than those who beat around the bush. Come, confer him a title. A eunuch with a wrinkled face walked out from the darkness, carrying a golden whisk. 1. He sang in a sharp voice. By the decree of His Majesty Ergio shall be conferred left and right Jinwu Guards Cavalry Commander. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Huowang bowed to Jilin. Jilin said with a meaningful tone, Ergio, I am very pleased that you have come. Rest assured, I still have that fake jade cat. Everything in the palace is genuine. So fake things have become more precious, don't you think? Li Huowang gently nodded. Indeed. Since the official matter was over, it was time for Li Huowang to leave the palace. As he took a few steps down the white marble steps, someone shouted from behind, Commander Air, please wait. Li Huowang turned and saw a middle-aged man with a black beard running toward him. From the military cap on the middle-aged man's head, Li Huowang deduced him to be a middle-rank official. Congratulations, Commander Air. Although the title of Cavalry Commander is only 8th rank, the left and right Jinwu Guards are one of the 12 forbidden military guards. I have never seen His Majesty give an outsider so much importance. Commander Air, you will soar to the skies soon. Li Huowang listened quietly to the middle-aged man, who was a bit shorter than Li Huowang, blabbering on for a while. When the middle-aged man finally paused to catch his breath, Li Huowang asked in confusion, Who are you? My name is Dong Zhongshu. Hee. My rank is insignificant before Commander Air, so I'll be less conspicuous. I'm from Zhonghong. Zhonghongjia. Li Huowang subconsciously looked at the half-bodied Jin Shanjiao next to him. Jin Shanjiao was the first Zhonghongjia he had encountered in this world, and he didn't expect to encounter a second one. Oh, we can't talk about it. I've talked a lot. I'm just someone who spends some time by His Majesty's side. When His Majesty needs enlightenment, I can offer some advice. Dong Zhongshu finally revealed his goal for approaching Li Huowang. Commander Air, in the future, both you and I will be planning things around His Majesty. There are some things I think you should know about. How about we talk in the mansion tomorrow night? Li Huowang looked at the sky to the left, and then he said to Dong Zhongshu, It seems that His Majesty has unknowingly attracted many talents. Dong Zhongshu chuckled. Mastery of both civil and martial arts is to better serve the imperial family. Commander Air, I want to talk to you about that. I am also sure that you're unfamiliar with the majority of our people, so I'll introduce them to you tomorrow. All right, I'll see you by then. Upon Dong Zhongshu's departure, the quiet Zhuge Yuan said, Brotherly, don't get swayed by hearsay at this critical juncture. People from the great Liang Emperor's side will definitely be biased toward the Emperor. I suggest you find out for yourself how many forces are involved in this succession war. Find out who is strong and who is weak. Don't be blinded by the opinions of a mob. Yes, I know. I'll investigate things through the Surveillance Bureau. Besides, I also want to find out how many cards Shai Zi still has left under the encirclement of the Surveillance Bureau. Li Huowang headed toward the carriage down below. The Surveillance Bureau wasn't far from the palace. After just 1 hour, Li Huowang found himself in the grand hall with the screens. Why are there so few people? Has something happened? Li Huowang asked Nian while staring at the desired hall. 1. A stick with horsehair sticking out at one end, that eunuchs carry. Translator's thoughts. Oh. Jilin went crazy. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 512 Shangjing. Oh, it's another rebellion by the Dharma sect and the encirclement of the sitting Oblivion Dao. The people are all dispersed for their duties. Nian seemed a bit annoyed about the ongoing situation. Li Huowang felt his heart tighten. How is the encirclement of the sitting Oblivion Dao going? Go and see for yourself. I'm too busy right now. Li Huowang opened the thick book and looked at the wanted posters depicting the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao. There were phrases written in large blocks, and the phrases were all demanding for their execution. Li Huowang was relieved. The Surveillance Bureau was doing a really good job in dealing with the sitting Oblivion Dao. With the records in this booklet combined with the previous battle in the capital, Li Huowang estimated that the pawns, 1, had been mostly eradicated. Even without the 3 officials and 4 joys, the Surveillance Bureau had still profited a ton. All 4 Bei Fengs, 3 Dong Fengs, 2 Hong Zhongs, 1 Bai Ban, and 1 Fa Kai had perished. Moreover, one of the Shai Zis had died as well. The remaining Shai Zi would have to lead the sitting Oblivion Dao by themselves. Our surveillance bureau has truly put in a lot of effort to deal with the sitting Oblivion Dao, Li Huowang said to Nian behind the wooden cabinet while flipping through the pages. It's not just that. I heard that we also enlisted the help of some orthodox sects in addition to creating contracts with the surveillance bureaus of other countries. We spent a ton of money to persuade them to help us. Orthodox sects? Li Huowang asked, and he frowned upon recalling some unpleasant memories. Yeah, but it's hard to find members of the sitting Oblivion Dao right now. They've gone into complete hiding, and we haven't caught anyone in the past month. Li Huowang nodded silently. Shai Zi had threatened him, and he was in a bad spot himself. However, Shai Zi was in a spot, too. It seemed that his chance of winning wasn't too bad. The most difficult part here was the fact that Bai Ling Miao was in his hands. Winning was pointless if Bai Ling Miao ended up dying. Li Huowang closed the booklet in his hand and looked at Nian again. Why haven't I seen any wanted notices for the sitting Oblivion Dao Shai Zi? Oh, you know quite a bit. You even know about Shai Zi. Anyway, handling them is the responsibility of the Surveillance Bureau's chief. A Shai Zi is the head of the sitting Oblivion Dao. After all, ordinary people won't cut it. Chief. Li Huowang remembered the 3 pairs of hands with strangely long nails beneath the cloak. It wasn't surprising that the chief could handle a Shai Zi. However, even he himself, a Hongzhong from the sitting Oblivion Dao, had no idea where Shai Zi's true body was at the moment. Could they really find Shai Zi? Hang on, what if the sitting Oblivion Dao members of the Great Qi are still here? Had they conspired to ambush the chief? The thought alone sent a chill down Li Huowang's spine. Brotherly, rest assured, they are not twisted ones. After all, they are people of Great Qi. They can't stay in Great Liang for too long, Zhuge Yuan replied. Li Huowang breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, the chief of the Surveillance Bureau knew that the sitting Oblivion Dao of the Great Qi was coming, so he had to have prepared countermeasures. By the way, Brother Nian, there's been a lot of commotion in the capital recently. Do you have any inside information from the Surveillance Bureau? The indifferent-looking Nian suddenly looked solemn, and his voice sounded distant for some reason as he said, Ergio, you know the rules of the Surveillance Bureau. We never participate in the struggle for power in the imperial family. If you want to find inside information, don't come to the Surveillance Bureau. You won't be able to find anything at all. There's none, even in the 4 repositories. Since we're acquainted, though, I'll give you my 2 cents. You're the 7th banner, but you have no official position. In the Bureau, your status isn't really that high. In other words, the Bureau won't intervene if you insist on getting involved. However, if something untoward was to happen to you, the Bureau wouldn't come and collect your corpse. The Bureau wouldn't assist you, too, if you somehow got abducted and are being tortured. In other words, I want you to think properly about it. The coronation of the new emperor is a major event. Does the Bureau really not care about it? Why would the Bureau care about it? The Surveillance Bureau does have some matters to discuss with the emperor, but the emperor's position isn't stable yet. Let them fight it out. The winner will become emperor. This kind of sight is common throughout history, and the Bureau has long gotten accustomed to them. Also, you don't have to worry. The civil and military officials aren't blind. A few people will die at most. The foundation of the country will not be shaken, and someone will step in if something actually goes wrong. The Surveillance Bureau was even more indifferent to the succession war than Li Huowang had imagined. They only cared about when the most devious and strongest king would appear and how many Gus would die during the breeding process. They didn't even want to take a look at what was going on. Thank you for the advice, Brother Nian, Li Huowang said. Since he couldn't gather relevant information here, he didn't linger and made his way back to his house. Li Huowang sat on a stool beneath the short tree in the courtyard of the house that Ji Xiang had given to him. He silently pondered over the information he had gathered in the capital so far. Li Huowang reaffirmed his objectives. His goal was to rescue Bai Ling Miao and assist the Surveillance Bureau in eliminating Shai Zi if possible. After the first time, there would definitely be a second time. A problem had to be destroyed at its roots for it to be eradicated. Only the dead posed no threat to himself. However, achieving these 2 goals was extremely difficult. He didn't know where Shai Zi's true body was located, and he also had no idea where Bai Ling Miao was being held captive. In fact, he didn't even know how to start looking for her. Li Huowang's gaze grew more resolute as he thought about it. He clenched his fists and thought, I'm still too weak. I can't afford to stop cultivating. This isn't just about Zhuge Yuan's revival. This also concerns my beloved ones in this chaotic world. I don't even know if there are still any spies from the sitting Oblivion Dao here in the capital, or if they have been eradicated. I'll stick to Shai Zi's plan for now and accumulate resources while waiting for an opportunity to strike. There are definitely people here who are nursing a grudge against Shai Zi. Both the imperial family of Great Liang and the Surveillance Bureau harbored deep hatred toward him. But how can I sow discord among them to achieve my goals? Boss Hong Zhong, you need to be careful. Boss Shai Zi knows your identity. Push him into a corner, and he might reveal your strayed one status and your affiliation with the sitting Oblivion Dao to the world. Things will become interesting by then. I'm not from the sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huowang roared. Ha ha. Surely, you jest, Boss Hong Zhong. Li Huowang stood up abruptly and glared at the sitting Oblivion Dao illusion. The next moment, he clenched his fist and struck the illusion's face. The illusion of the sitting Oblivion Dao sat on the ground in a daze. After a while, he realized what had just happened and exclaimed, "Ha ha, I'm alive. I'm alive." Li Sui's tentacles reached over and wrapped around him, but they passed through his figure. "Ha ha, you're dead again. The Taoist has bamboozled you." The monk exclaimed and laughed heartily at the sitting Oblivion Dao illusion's dismay. 1. Tiao Zis, Bing Zis, Wan Zis. Chapter 5:13 Indoor. The illusion of a sitting Oblivion Dao member's face flashed with a hint of annoyance at the monk's ridicule. He got up slowly and pretended to brush away the dust on himself before rubbing his left cheek. "Boss Hong Zhong, you're capable now. If you want to beat me up, then make me real. I'm already dead, so what can I do if you want to bully me? Can you kill me twice? Believe it or not, I was genuinely concerned about you just now. After all, we're in the same boat. If you die, we're all done for." The illusion of a sitting Oblivion Dao member said, walking up to Li Huowang. He stared quietly at Li Huowang with the 2 holes in his face. "Maybe we shouldn't worry about Shai Zi for now. Let's deal with the immediate trouble first, such as your problem of cultivating the truth, but not lies. You have to address that issue sooner rather than later, or you'll go mad before you can even deal with Boss Shai Zi." Li Huowang was quiet. The illusion added, "I don't think it's difficult. Boss Hong Zhong, our sitting Oblivion Dao's cultivation method of lies is clearly in your mind. Why do you insist on not cultivating it?" Bang! Li Huowang's fist struck the illusion's face. His head jerked violently to the side as blood burst out of his nose and splattered into the air. Then, Li Huowang kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying away. "Li Huowang, are you crazy? I was serious." The clinking of metal against metal echoed as Li Huowang opened his bag of torture tools. The instruments gleamed with a crimson cold light as Li Huowang held the illusion by the head. Finally, the illusion stopped talking. He looked reluctant expression, but he ran away from Li Huowang. "Brotherly, what he said does make sense. Why not listen to him?" Zhuge Yuan asked. "Brother Zhuge, have you already forgotten about who told us that we should cultivate lies when cultivating truth?" "Shai Zi." "Yes, exactly. It's a Shai Zi. I'm a strayed one. Why do you think he told me that? When I obtained this Hong Zhong's past, the thoughts of the sitting Oblivion Dao members had become clearer to me more than ever. We must always be wary of their influence on us when dealing with them. Thus, I believe he was lying. It is enough to cultivate the truth. There is no need to cultivate lies." Li Huowang exclaimed, and his voice sounded unusually firm. "What if?" "No, there are no what-ifs. I am convinced that I'm right. For the sake of cultivating lies, the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao committed countless heinous crimes. Wouldn't I become like them if I were to cultivate lies? Shai Zi is trying to deceive me, and I absolutely will not fall for it." Li Huowang stared at Zhuge Yuan with a determined expression. "If I were to cultivate lies, I wouldn't be Li Huowang anymore. I would become a Hong Zhong of the sitting Oblivion Dao. And when I say he's lying, he's definitely lying." "Oh." Zhuge Yuan nodded. He seemed to have understood what Li Huowang was trying to say. Li Huowang's words just now were his response to Shai Zi's suggestion to cultivate the truth along with lies. And his response was unmistakable. "Are you suspecting that Shai Zi is using your strayed one ability to make you go mad by making you cultivate lies along with truth? Since you believe that's the case, you've decided to tackle the root of the issue." Li Huowang shook his head forcefully and explained, "No. Whether the sitting Oblivion Dao cultivates lies but not truth doesn't really matter. The point is, why would I have issues cultivating just the truth? He's definitely lying. We need not dwell on this matter any further. He has lied to us. Brotherly, I understand. I have to say that this strayed one method of yours might actually work." Zhuge Yuan nodded and stepped back to join the other illusions. The sitting Oblivion Dao member leaned in and whispered to Zhuge Yuan. Zhuge Yuan waved his fan and smiled before shaking his head. Li Huowang watched them from a distance. He felt somewhat weary, so he headed toward the bedroom on the second floor. The burdens on Li Huowang's shoulders had gotten a bit heavy and were taking a toll on him both physically and mentally. Moreover, he had just transformed an illusion into reality twice in quick succession, so it wasn't strange that he was tired. Tonight, Li Huowang needed a good night's sleep. Li Sui silently followed Li Huowang as he walked past her. When Li Huowang closed his eyes and lay on the bed, Li Sui followed suit and snuggled close to him. Li Sui could hear the familiar sound of Li Huowang's heartbeat. Li Sui always liked sleeping close to her father, as it made her feel like she was back inside him once again. Li Sui recalled something just then and nudged Li Huowang with her head. "Dad, can I help you? I really want to help you." Li Sui's concern brought a rare sense of warmth to Li Huowang's heart. He patted her head gently without opening his eyes. "I understand, but you can't help with what's to come. Just stay put and don't get into trouble. That's good enough for me." Li Sui felt a sense of frustration for the first time. She knew she was strong, as even second mom had praised her. How come Dad is convinced that I can't do anything? Li Huowang slept soundly that night, perhaps due to the accumulated fatigue throughout the journey. He woke up on the afternoon of the next day. How long was I asleep for? 13 hours? 14 hours? No, this world only has 22 hours in a day. I shouldn't have slept for so long. Li Huowang was about to get up when Li Sui rushed toward him and said excitedly, "Dad, I did many things last night. I cleaned the floor. I cleaned the entire house. I even filled the water jar." "Good job, well done," Li Huowang said, sitting up on the bed. He grabbed his Taoist robes and bronze coin veil from the stool. After putting them on, he still felt like something was missing. His bag of torture tools was missing. "Did you take it with you?" Li Huowang asked, staring at Li Sui. There was no way a thief would steal those bloody tools. "Yes, I washed off the blood on the tools, and I also noticed that some of them had dulled, so I sharpened them with a whetstone." Li Sui then took out many different torture tools from inside of her. The tools seemed to shine brightly, as if they were brand new. Li Sui presented them like treasures before Li Huowang. Li Huowang nodded. He took the bag and hung it back on his belt. Then, he patted Li Sui as if rewarding her. "Dad, did I do well?" "Yes. Really well. You're so damned filial." Li Huowang responded and glared fiercely at the sitting Oblivion Dao illusion that had spoken in his stead. The illusion shrank back and darted out of the room. Chapter 514, Own People. In light of last night's incident, there were some changes in the relationship between Li Huowang and the illusions. In the past, nothing could threaten them except for Li Huowang's suicide. However, things had changed drastically. Li Huowang could now give them fleshly bodies temporarily, and it was all thanks to his cultivation of the truth. Li Huowang could beat them up and inflict excruciating pain on them. Li Huowang stared deeply at the illusion of a sitting Oblivion Dao member before turning to Li Sui. He then reached out and tore a piece of dead skin from his scabbed wound and threw it out the window. Li Sui barked and jumped out of the window to chase after the dead skin. When she returned to the house with the dead skin in her mouth, she found that Li Huowang was missing. She also found a note left on the table. "Protect our home. It's dangerous outside, so don't wander around. I'll bring you something delicious upon my return." Li Huowang had gone to a secluded place outside the city to cultivate truth. He had seen and experienced many things so far, so he knew just how powerful the cultivation method that only strayed ones could cultivate. The ability to make use of the heavenly Tao's strength was extraordinary and could be compared to the Siming's existence itself. Li Huowang had to master this ability as soon as possible so he could resurrect Zhuge Yuan and protect himself. Li Huowang didn't stay outside the city for long. He returned as soon as it got dark. He had an appointment today with a strategist named Dong Zhongshu from Zhonghungjia. Li Huowang was sitting in a purple sedan chair in Shangjing. He had a frown as he looked outside through the ajar window. The capital had a curfew, but there were still many other sedan chairs on the deserted streets. The patrolling guards seemed oblivious as they marched neatly past the sedan chairs. These sedan chairs seemed to be like wooden boats that drifted with the current in darkness. They appeared to have an unspoken agreement, as they kept a considerable distance from each other. From afar, only a white or red lantern bobbed in the darkness, which made the streets appear a bit eerie. Dong Zhongshu had invited him. But who had invited these people? At first, Li Huowang thought that he would soon arrive at Zhonghungjia's mansion. When his sedan chair passed a tall stone arch bridge, he saw a sedan chair floating on the pitch-black river. Red threads were squirming from the sedan chair. What does this mean? Did someone die? Who killed them? The next moment, he found the answer to his question. Swoosh. 3 straight scimitars pierced the flimsy sedan wall, as well as Li Huowang. Half an hour later, a damaged sedan chair slowly came to a halt at a certain mansion. There were stone lions on both sides of the mansion's gate. A servant holding a lantern bowed respectfully and said, "My lord, please alight." A foot emerged from the sedan chair and pressed down on the ground, leaving behind a crimson footprint. The other foot followed, and it carried with it a tremendous power that shattered the ground. A cold light then flashed, and a stone lion next to the gate was split into 2 along with a huge chunk of the wall. The wall collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dong Zhongshu was enjoying the moon with his wife and concubines when he noticed the commotion and saw Ergio through the smoke. "Commander Air, come here. We've been waiting for you." There were several other people seated before their own short table. It seemed that they were Dong Zhongshu's aforementioned people. "What's the meaning of this?" Li Huowang roared. He charged at Dong Zhongshu with a sword in hand, but a thin monk and a chubby monk stood in his way. He. "Commander Air, calm down. You boasted about being in charge of the dirty work before His Majesty, so don't you think it's necessary for me to test your skills? Besides, those people weren't sent by us. They were dispatched by the other well-informed princes." Dong Zhongshu chuckled and pointed at the last remaining short table. "Come, Commander Air, your seat is over there. Go to your seat, and I will introduce you to the other comrades. He's the son of the current Prime Minister. Situ Bowen is the most favored son of the Prime Minister. He's already helping with official affairs. He has yet to enter the court as an official, but he already has many connections in the court." Situ Bowen was a short and chubby man. His chest was exposed, and a flower was tucked behind his ear. He didn't even lift his head as he sipped on the wine from his leather cup. This is the calligraphy master, Gong Sunyan. He has a myriad of students throughout the world. His unique style is unparalleled, and everyone respects him. Gong Sunyan was an old man with a white beard. His wine cup was trembling as he took a sip of his wine before casting a look of dissatisfaction at Li Huowang. "And this is my junior, who is also from Zonghong. Not long ago, the 2 of us cooperated to foil the conspiracy of the 3rd prince and the princess." The beardless middle-aged man immediately clasped his hands toward Dong Zhongshu, but he didn't even glance at Li Huowang. Li Huowang took a mental note of the people who were rude to him even as he listened to Dong Zhongshu's introductions. Once the introductions were over, Dong Zhongshu coughed lightly and spat to his left. A beautiful girl, who had been kneeling on the side for quite a while now, immediately opened her mouth to catch Dong Zhongshu's spit. Li Huowang quietly went to his seat and didn't pay attention to whatever Dong Zhongshu was saying. He couldn't figure out how Ji Lin had been able to stay in his position, even though he had a bunch of ragtags as supporters. "You're one of us from now on, so don't be angry, okay? Anyway, let me offer you a toast." Everyone present saw Li Huowang sitting like a statue with no intention of lifting his wine cup. "I just want to ask, where are the workers and the killers?" Li Huowang asked, and his remark elicited laughter among the crowd. Dong Zhongshu smiled and asked, "Commander Air, the workers naturally have their own place to go. How can they stay with those whose jobs are to plan and strategize? Of course, I'm not saying that you're one of them. His Majesty favors you deeply, and you have a limitless future ahead of you. This is too bad. Looks like Ji Lin has yet to understand his current situation. He has devoured a spiritual sin, so how come he's still so dense? He's not going to become the king of Gus at this rate." "What's wrong, Commander Air? Are you still unhappy about what happened to you on your way here?" He. "You're being a bit petty as a man. Haven't I already apologized?" "All right. Since we're all under His Majesty, I'll apologize again to Commander Air today," Dong Zhongshu said. He raised his glass and emptied it, and then he showed the empty bottom to Li Huowang. "How's that? I don't think any of you have understood the current situation." Li Huowang smiled like a lunatic and pinched his temples with his hand. Then, he tapped the table heavily with his other index finger. Peng Longting's towering and armored figure suddenly appeared next to Dong Zhongshu. Her armored hands plunged into Dong Zhongshu's mouth before anyone could react. Then, Peng Longting forced open Dong Zhongshu's jaw with her left and right hand before tearing him apart into 2, as if he were a thin piece of paper. Chapter 515 Task. Dong Zhongshu's crimson blood and organs flew into the air. However, his heart was still beating as if Dong Zhongshu was still alive despite being torn into 2 halves. The headless Peng Longting leaned back and used her heavy armor to catch what was falling from the sky. Then, she clenched Dong Zhongshuo's lower jaw until it was reduced to powder. Peng Longting trembled uncontrollably. She craved slaughter, and she yearned to kill one living person after another. It had been a while since she wanted to kill, and she finally got to kill today. Bang! A spiked meteor hammer slammed heavily against Peng Longting's heavy armor, eliciting a dull thump. Peng Longting was thrilled, and she wasted no time, rushing toward those trying to kill her. They seemed to be the servants of the Dong family, but to Peng Longting, they were just food to satisfy her craving for slaughter. The outcome seemed predetermined. A warrior with no fatal weaknesses was impossible to defeat. Initially, it seemed that the others wanted to send their own vassals to help. However, all fell silent when Li Huowang joined the fray, and they got to witness his strength. After some time, the bustling courtyard was silent. Li Huowang walked up to Peng Longting's towering figure. He looked down at the people below, who were supposed to be related to Jilin. They were all huddled behind their guards, and they were staring at the red-robed Taoist with fear and confusion in their eyes. Some had chosen to stay, while some quietly slipped away. Someone tried to kill me on my way here, and I managed to pry open some information through their mouths using some of my tools. Li Huowang said, patting his bag of torture tools. Guess what I discovered? Those who had perished all this while were nothing but pawns. None of the 9 vying for the throne had perished, and I realized that you guys and them have gotten it wrong. Very wrong. The changes this time aren't just political changes. Set aside the methods that you know are working, as vested interests and political exchanges are unnecessary here. There's also no need for schemes. What's needed is killing. We need to raise Gus. Except for the one on the throne, everyone must die. They must be annihilated. There was one more thing Li Huowang didn't say aloud, which was the late emperor's ironclad law in the imperial temple. It was a law that could not be modified. When someone threatens His Majesty's life, what do you think His Majesty wants us to do? It's not to think about who his allies are or whether they have any connections. Our goal is to kill them all. Li Huowang lifted one foot and stomped on a corpse's head on the ground. After a brief moment of silence, the beardless person from Zongheng, Jia, stood up with a pale face. He pointed a trembling finger at Li Huowang and roared, "My senior has made great contributions to His Majesty. He was an indispensable subject to His Majesty. How dare you kill him? His Majesty won't let you off. No, His Majesty won't bother me with such a small matter. What His Majesty wants is someone who can eliminate the obstacles to his ascension. Since your senior couldn't even deal with one opponent, he is of no value to His Majesty." Just then, Peng Longting vanished behind Li Huowang. Li Huowang walked forward and grabbed a roasted goose from the table. Then, he muttered, "Your Majesty, at this rate, you would waste that spiritual sin. You can't keep on hesitating. It's time to make a move. I am your sword, a very sharp sword. Don't let your sword go to waste." Li Huowang left the mansion under everyone's gaze. Li Huowang didn't know whether there were spies in the courtyard, but he was sure that his words would reach Jilin's ears. Sure enough, the next morning, Li Huowang received an imperial edict brought by an old eunuch. The Empress Dowager was about to leave the city to worship the Bodhisattva at the Putin Temple, and Princess Chongning was going to accompany her. His Majesty wants me to kill Princess Chongning under the gaze of the Empress Dowager. Is that it? Li Huowang asked the old eunuch. The old eunuch shook his head indifferently. Then, he began to tell a short story. Even children born in an ordinary family aren't equal to each other, much less children in the imperial family. The Empress Dowager gave birth to 3 sons and a daughter, but she favored the 4th prince. She has always been much less affectionate toward His Majesty since His Majesty was young. Before the late emperor ascended the throne, His Majesty was still young and was still living in Prince Heng's mansion. Every winter, he'd receive less money for charcoal than the other children, and His Majesty grew to hate winter thanks to that. Li Huowang nodded. He immediately understood what the other party was trying to say. It seemed that Jilin hadn't eaten the spiritual sin in vain, and he wanted Li Huowang to handle his elder sister and mother. The Empress Dowager couldn't vie for the throne. She believed her son, Jilin, had no chance to become emperor, so she pinned her hopes on another son. The old eunuch smiled meaningfully at Li Huowang. Then, he tapped Li Huowang with the golden whisk in his hand. "Princess Chong has excellent bodyguards. You've declared that you're a sharp sword, but I want to know whether you're fast as well." "Sir, a sharp sword is naturally fast. I don't like fame nor fortune, as it invites many troubles. I only hope that my friends who owe me favors will help me when I encounter trouble in the future. Oh, you're already talking about conditions when the deed has yet to be carried out? Finish this first, and then we can talk. Li Huowang stared at the old eunuch as the latter walked out of the courtyard before vanishing into thin air. Looks like Jilin's side isn't filled with just a ragtag bunch of garbage. There are a few powerful eunuchs in the palace. Li Huowang couldn't help but wonder about how he could make use of them against Shai Zi. Dad, why can't I understand what you're saying? Li Sui asked while gnawing on a roasted goose. You don't need to understand. Anyway, how is the food? Does it taste good? Yes. That's good. Once you're done eating, pour out the water in the jar, fill it with soil, and move it to the bedroom for me. Li Huowang rummaged through the carriage for a while before taking out an iron box. The box was sealed tightly, and even the tiny gaps were sealed with wax, as if the one who had sealed the box was afraid that what was inside the box might escape to the outside world. Chapter 516, Increase. Li Sui carried in the water jar filled with dirt. Li Huowang used a knife to open the wax seal before prying the box open. A small drop of mercury dripped out and landed on his red robes before dripping onto the ground, creating numerous tiny puddles of mercury. I never thought the lessons I learned from my science teacher would be so useful now. Mercury can evaporate at room temperature. If I hadn't sealed it in the box with wax, I would have needed to source more just to skin myself. Li Huowang took off his clothes and carried the box filled with mercury toward the big jar full of soil. Both the Empress Dowager and the princess stood at the top of the kingdom. The surveillance bureau was banned from working with them, but they were bound to have powerful bodyguards. He had to be meticulous in his approach if he wanted to kill them and leave with his life. An artifact made from the skin of a strayed one would be his insurance. Li Huowang handed the iron box to Li Sui before burying himself in the jar of dirt. Li Sui, you already know what to do, right? Yes, I know. Li Sui exclaimed excitedly. Then, she used her sharp claw to open up Li Huowang's skin starting from the crown of his head. Dad, am I really being helpful to you right now? Li Huowang nodded amidst the pain and said, yes, really helpful. Li Sui was so ecstatic, and her tentacles wriggled in midair. Li Huowang rarely complimented her, so it wasn't strange that she was so happy. Just then, Li Sui pried Li Huowang's skin open and was about to pour in the mercury when Li Huowang called out, wait. He took a moment to calm himself down before speaking softly toward the empty air. Mom, are you there? I might make some noises in a few, but don't worry about it. I'm just bungee jumping. Yes, I'll be bungee jumping for a very long time, but please don't be worried. After calming his mother down, Li Huowang turned around and nodded at Li Sui. Do it. He had done this so many times before, but he still couldn't get used to the extreme pain. He tried to be silent, but he still ended up screaming from the pain. He was panting by the end of it as he sprawled out on the bed. He could see the illusions whispering to each other and were clearly talking about him. Li Huowang had used the fiery scripture to heal his wounds, but the extreme pain was still tormenting him. This is too much. I really need to find a way to skin myself with as little pain as possible. Otherwise, my mind will eventually crumble at this rate. Dad, are you okay? How can I help you? Li Sui's tentacles touched the scabs on Li Huowang. Since it hurts so much, how about you don't do it again? Hee. It's painful, but it must be done. Just massage me, and it should help with the pain. Li Sui wrapped her sticky tentacles around Li Huowang and moved around. Eventually, Li Sui found herself clinging to Li Huowang as if she were a robe. Dad, does it hurt if I do this? Did I manage to stop the pain? No, it doesn't hurt anymore, Li Huowang whispered and suddenly felt exhausted. He tore off a piece of red cloth from his robes and covered his own eyes. His eyelids had been torn off as well, so he needed a blindfold. He slept soundly that night. When he woke up the next day, he found out that Li Sui was controlling his body to carry the heavy jar downstairs. Li Sui, Dad, did I wake you up? I want to put the jar back since we're no longer using it. No, you didn't wake me up. I also need to wake up early today, so the timing is perfect. Li Huowang and Li Sui then carried the water jar back to its original place before heading to the well in the courtyard to wash up. When Li Huowang saw his own reflection in the well, he realized that he didn't have to wash his face. Li Huowang looked at his own reflection and stared at the tentacles moving in and out of his body before coming up with an idea. Li Sui, can you enter my body? Dad, didn't you say that I might end up eating you up if I enter your body? No, you're not going to stay inside permanently. It's temporary. I just realized that since the Luo sect can use the nascent soul to speed up their cultivation, I should be able to do the same thing. There was no harm in having another hidden card against hidden enemies. He also had a ton of experience working with Li Sui. Oh, let me try. Li Huowang opened his mouth, and Li Sui's tentacles poured into his throat. Bun's skinny limbs also stuffed themselves down Li Huowang's throat. Li Huowang felt like he was being stretched out from the inside, and it was a bizarre feeling overall. The pain was bearable, but it was all because he was already in extreme pain. At this point, he couldn't even tell whether the pain was coming from the outside or from inside of him. Once Li Sui was done, Li Huowang looked down at his reflection once more. His skinless look was terrifying, but his deformed appearance right now looked downright monstrous. He appeared to be bloated, like someone who had forced themselves to wear a tight shirt. The only difference was that his body was the shirt, while Li Sui was that someone. Li Huowang's bulging blood vessels had been pervaded by Li Sui's black tentacles, and Li Huowang's flesh was shrouded by a black net of veins and tentacles. Li Huowang knew that he was staring at his own body, but he still couldn't help but feel repulsed by the sight. Li Huowang tried to take a few steps and said, "No need to stuff all of your tentacles inside. You can extend some of the useless ones outside." Some black tentacles burst out of Li Huowang like bamboo shoots after spring. The tentacles wriggled in midair. Li Huowang still appeared bloated, but at the very least, he was no longer that bloated. He no longer felt encumbered as well. Li Huowang swung his purple-tasseled sword, while Li Sui's tentacles wielded the bronze coin sword and some talismans. Their teamwork was great, as the two of them were once one. As time ticked by, Li Huowang realized that his plan was feasible. In addition to Li Sui's help, he'd be able to conceal his identity as well. Even Li Huowang could no longer recognize himself. So how could others recognize him? "Dad, you can no longer wear your red robe. We don't have to wear it. No need to wear such flashy clothes when we're going on an assassination. The last thing we want is getting recognized." Li Huowang took a simple gray blanket and cut some holes in it to transform it into a large robe that concealed his bloated figure. Chapter 517, Bodhisattva. Li Huowang was invisible as he stood at the top of the tree and observed the endless procession. Thousands of eunuchs, consorts, and guards formed a long line. He didn't even know where the line started and ended. According to the information provided by Jilin, his target was the Empress Dowager, and the princess would be in the middle of the procession. But Li Huowang knew now was not the right time to act, especially when he didn't know which carriage they were on. It would be bad if he startled them, and they ended up secluding themselves in the palace. It would be hard for him to kill them by them. Li Huowang deduced that he'd have the highest chance of success by assassinating the Empress Dowager and the princess rather than attempting to kill them in the open. Of course, he could always find them head-on later. "Sui Sui, let's go," Li Huowang said. The two of them were invisible when Li Sui's tentacles slithered out of Li Huowang and wrapped around the nearby branches. Li Sui exerted force, and Li Huowang's figure shot toward the treetop. Li Huowang followed the procession from afar. Shangjing was in chaos right now, so the Empress Dowager and the princess would never travel far away from Shangjing to pray to the Bodhisattva. Li Huowang soon saw a massive statue of the Bodhisattva holding a jade vase carved into the mountain walls. It was a grand sight amidst the cloud-covered mountain peaks. Li Huowang didn't recognize what Bodhisattva was because it was different from the one he knew. The Bodhisattva of the Liang Kingdom was a male instead. The male Bodhisattva statue was holding a jade vase in one hand, while the other hand made a seal. The statue's eyes were staring at the mortals with pity and mercy. "Let's go to the temple." Li Huowang quickened his pace and reached the grand temple at the base of the Bodhisattva statue. The temple was not a simple one, as it had such a massive Bodhisattva statue. The temple was so large that it had tens of mu of land. 1. The temple was filled with greenery, and its yellow walls, grayish-green roofs, thick scent of incense, and the grand bell toiling in the distance told everyone of its grandness. Devotees were swarming the temple place, and the incense sticks in their hands smothered the temple with a thick and unique scent. They held their palms together and raised them above their chest and head before kneeling on the ground to pray. The stone floor had many holes from the countless devotees praying through the ages. Clearly, the temple was an important place in the people's hearts. "Let's go." Li Huowang was still invisible as he leaped from rooftop to find a place to hide. Li Huowang wasn't afraid of the temple monks hunting him down. According to Jilin, the monks of the temple were just ordinary people. Even if the temple held secrets, they would never dare to involve themselves in the chaotic succession war of Shangjing. The monks were no fools either to be able to establish their temple so close to Shangjing. They knew not to interfere in the succession war, or they'd end up getting destroyed. Li Huowang finally found a suitable hiding place. Just then, the first batch of people in the procession finally reached the entrance of the temple. Rows of monks wearing yellow robes followed several abbots to welcome their royal guests at the entrance of the temple. Li Huowang held his breath and carefully observed what was happening. He finally managed to catch a glimpse of the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess for the very first time after the attractive consorts parted away like colorful fans. Pretty and attractive. That was Li Huowang's first thought when he saw them. As Jilin's elder sister, the eldest princess was extremely gorgeous, and her mother, the Empress Dowager, was even more gorgeous than her. The Empress Dowager had pale skin that revealed the slightest blush and thin lips that parted like rose petals. Age did not leave a single mark on her face. If it wasn't because of the difference in their attire, Li Huowang would have never been able to distinguish who was the Empress Dowager and who was the eldest princess. Under Li Huowang's gaze, the eldest princess whispered to the abbot. The guards behind her moved forward and chased away the other devotees before surrounding the entire temple. The place was now completely impenetrable. The Empress Dowager and the eldest princess entered the temple with the consorts surrounding them. They never stopped as they walked through the temple's ground. They climbed up the stone stairs and reached the tallest pagoda before kneeling on the cushions and praying to the large Bodhisattva statue carved from the mountain wall. The Bodhisattva statue looked at them without any emotions. "Dad, what are they doing?" Li Sui had never seen people praying before and didn't understand what was happening. "They are praying to the Bodhisattva. They are probably asking for forgiveness. I guess it's natural since they are asking one of their sons to kill the others. I doubt anyone would feel at peace for ordering that," Li Huowang explained to Li Sui. Li Huowang was patient, and he stood still like a statue for a long time. He knew that the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess would not return immediately after traveling so far away. They must be staying here tonight. Ding, dong. The bell tolled, and the monks sitting in a circle around the tallest pagoda started chanting their mantras. The grand scene unfolded as the sun sailed past Bodhisattva's head and sank behind it. At nightfall, Li Huowang finally felt that he had a chance to succeed. He used Li Sui's tentacles to scamper up the roof and make his way to the quarters of the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess. He moved extremely slowly, as he knew that the two would have quite a few bodyguards protecting them around the clock. Li Huowang managed to avoid the hidden bodyguards and reached the quarters in 2 hours. It was already late at night, but the quarters were still surrounded by numerous eunuchs and consorts. "Li Sui, we need to head left before going right past this point. We have to run away after killing them. Do not engage in battle unless necessary." Li Huowang raised his right arm and gripped his sword. He was about to move when the door on the left abruptly. Several muscular consorts were carrying a young monk wrapped in a blanket, and they were heading to the room on the right. "Stop! What are you doing? It's already so late." An old eunuch with his face painted white stopped the consorts. The eldest princess saw how tired the Empress Dowager was during the prayers earlier in the day, so she wanted to express her filial piety toward the Empress Dowager. 1 mu equals 667 square meters. Chapter 518 Kill. The old eunuch heard their answers and nodded. "Is that so? Wait here. I will report to the Empress Dowager first." With that, he opened the door slightly and entered the room. After some time, he brought out 2 handsome monks from inside the room. "Carry him in. The Empress Dowager is waiting." "Dad, what are they doing?" Li Sui's question stumped Li Huowang. How shameless are they to do something so devious beneath the gaze of the Bodhisattva? Do they not hold any respect toward it in their hearts? Li Huowang didn't respond to Li Sui's question and slowly made his way into the room. He crawled through the rafters, and his eyes twitched when he saw the fiery scene in the room. It was even more intense than what he saw in the righteous monastery. Li Huowang thought that the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess were feeling guilty for their actions that had spurred the princes into killing each other, but it seemed that he was mistaken. He took one look around the room and decided it was time to act. He jumped from the roof towards the large bed in the center of the room. To prevent the Empress Dowager, who was buried under a group of people, from escaping, Li Huowang crushed his left eyeball without hesitation. A strange light covered the bed, and everyone on it suddenly found themselves unable to move. Li Huowang swung the spine, sword downward. The space-time rift leading to the Qi Kingdom was about to tear the Empress Dowager in half when the entire bed suddenly moved left, avoiding the attack. Realizing that his chances of success were becoming increasingly thin, Li Huowang attacked relentlessly. He opened his mouth and spat his molars toward the Empress Dowager. A humanoid shadow appeared to block the attack. She used a white ribbon to block the molars, but failed to notice that Li Huowang had sent another attack behind the molars. Li Huowang's severed arm pierced the bodyguard's abdomen and plunged into the Empress Dowager's chest. Seeing that the Empress Dowager's eyes were becoming dull, Li Huowang immediately ran toward the exit. "We have to go and kill the eldest princess." Li Sui's tentacles burst forth from Li Huowang's stump and grabbed the severed arm before connecting the two once again. "Dad, you almost forgot your arm." Li Huowang reached the exit and saw that the eldest princess's door was already open. There was a horde of guards standing by to stop him. The guards, eunuchs, and consorts surrounded the eldest princess as she made a break for it. Li Huowang never thought that they would choose to run immediately rather than confront him head-on. Scram! Li Huowang swung his spine, sword toward the guards. Li Sui mimicked his movement using the bronze coin sword. To protect the eldest princess, the guards and the eunuchs ran fearlessly toward Li Huowang, but they were immediately cut in half. Li Huowang was getting closer to the eldest princess when the clear tolling of bells echoed in the air. A petite escort wearing a transparent veil was dancing as she made her way toward Li Huowang. The bells on her arms and feet emitted a hypnotic tune. Strands of gold burst out of her hair and wriggled in midair. Li Huowang fell into a daze. When he looked at the escort again, a strange surge of emotions came from the bottom of his heart. All of his love for Bai Lingmiao and Yang Na was suddenly concentrated on the escort. The escort approached Li Huowang and danced as the golden strands from her hair thrust into Li Huowang. Li Huowang was being penetrated, but he felt no pain. Instead, he was ecstatic. He felt like the golden strands were by Ling Miao and Yang Na's hands, and he felt like they were caressing him. The escort pried open her veil and pursed her lips to kiss him. The golden strands dug even deeper into Li Huowang as the escort's lips approached him. Li Huowang didn't notice the pill at the base of the escort's tongue. Just then, several tentacles with hooks burst out of Li Huowang's mouth and tore off the escort's face in a single brutal swing. The escort cried out in pain as the tentacles dragged her face into Li Huowang's throat. Li Huowang woke up from his stupor and stabbed his legs to wake up. The intense pain cleared his mind, and he cut down the escort before chasing the eldest princess. "I've never seen that technique before. That was dangerous." Li Huowang raised his guard up and prepared himself for unexpected attacks. If it hadn't been for Li Sui, the eldest princess would have escaped successfully under the lead of her powerful bodyguards. He saw two old eunuchs holding flying guillotines standing in his way. Li Huowang knew that he couldn't afford to waste his time dealing with these obstacles. "Li Sui ribs," Li Huowang exclaimed after having made up his mind. Li Sui immediately broke Li Huowang's lowermost ribs and handed them to him through his belly button. Li Huowang stabbed his ribs into his abdomen, and the eunuchs cried out in pain before collapsing to the ground. For black tentacles burst out of Li Huowang and sent him forward. Li Huowang then ran on the rooftops, chasing after the escaping eldest princess. More and more guards collapsed to the ground from the extreme pain as Li Huowang stabbed himself using his ribs. Meanwhile, he was getting closer and closer to the princess. Upon seeing that he was close enough, he pulled out the blunted ribs from his abdomen and exclaimed, "This isn't enough pain." Li Sui, skin. Li Sui's exposed tentacles stuck themselves to Li Huowang. Then, the hooks on the tentacles latched onto his scars and scabs. When Li Huowang stabbed himself with his ribs once again, Li Sui instantly skinned Li Huowang. Yeah. The terrible pain almost made Li Huowang collapse, but it was worth it. Everyone, including the eldest princess, fell to the ground and cried out in extreme agony. They had been incapacitated. Li Huowang let go of his ribs and wielded his spine sword to deliver the killing blow. Before he could do so, however, someone wearing a black veil stood before him. The black veil revealed nothing but a single outstretched arm. Li Huowang's heart sank when he saw the layers of scars on the arm, as well as the blood seeping out from beneath the veil. These must be from the Jing sect. Ordinary people can't possibly stand up after being subjected to such intense pain. Chapter 519, Eldest Princess. Clang, clang, clang. Li Huowang swung his spine, sword to deflect the 3 fingernails flying toward him. That attack confirmed his suspicions. The figure before him was from the Jing sect. "I thought you guys never meddled with society and single-mindedly chased after the most exquisite pain? Why are you meddling here?" Li Huowang asked. The black-veiled figure chuckled. Then, He knelt on the ground and took out a clay statue of the Jing Sect's deity before placing it close to his chest. You took the words out of my mouth. Why are you even here? As for myself, I'm just here to return a favor. Boom. An intense heat wave burst out of the black-veiled figure, and it made Li Huowang's veil flutter. Moments later, a burning man was standing before Li Huowang. Li Huowang frowned. His opponent was indeed from the Jing sect, and he was quite strong, too. Even though the Jing sect's techniques came with extreme downsides, they granted the users immense power. The techniques of the Jing sect were so powerful that it propelled them into becoming one of the strongest sects in TE world. Scram! Li Huowang roared, swinging the spine sword and sending out a rift in space-time toward the burning man. The man knew that he had to avoid that attack. He propelled himself into the air using his flames. Then, he opened his mouth and breathed fire toward Li Huowang. Li Huowang cut the flames apart using the spine sword and sent them to the Qi kingdom. Moments later, Li Huowang finally caught a glimpse of his opponent. The person on fire was humanoid, but Li Huowang was certain that a normal person didn't have two heads. It wasn't a nascent soul of the Luo sect. They were just normal heads. The flames had scorched the two heads, but Li Huowang could still make out how the dents in the heads. The heads looked like winter melons that had been stomped on. Li Huowang's opponent even had 4 arms and 3 legs. The humanoid figure before him seemed like he was made out of multiple people that had been sewn together. I can't waste my time with this bastard. I can kill him, but I'll fail in my mission if the eldest princess manages to survive. Li Huowang stared at the eldest princess being carried away by an old eunuch. Several ideas popped up in Li Huowang's mind as he looked around the burning temple. Eventually, he settled on one idea. Li Huowang turned left and ran inside one of the burning buildings. The burning man from the Jing sect chased after him. Black smoke covers the skies. Hang low upon the heavens. Gangbo Banyeli. Guda Luinghua. Mi Duo Luo Tian Cheng. The clay statue in the burning man's hands had become red from the high temperatures, but he didn't hesitate to shove it inside of him through his navel. In an instant, one of the golden Buddha statues melted. The gold plating melted and became like a tidal wave that swept across the burning building to block Li Huowang's escape route. Everything burned brightly, and even the air itself took on an orange hue from the extreme temperatures. Li Huowang's veil was reduced to ashes as well. The burning wave of gold was about to seal Li Huowang by covering him in gold when something unexpected happened. There was no one beneath the veil. Instead of a person, a skinned dog covered in black tentacles was there. Shit. Zhuge, Yuan, the Jing sect member who had been trying to stop Li Huowang, realized that he had been tricked. He ran out of the building along with the blazing molten gold. The fire followed Zhuge, and the building stopped burning. Li Sui was left all alone in the middle of the charred building. Strange. Why is it not happening as Dad had told me? Li Sui took out the human skin doll from its belly to examine it before stuffing it back. He then ran like a bloodhound to chase after Zhuge and Li Huowang. Li Huowang chased after the eldest princess by jumping from roof to roof while in his invisible state. He was fast approaching her. Faster. I need to be faster. Li Huowang's killing intent grew deeper. Just as he felt a wave of heat flying toward him, he swung his sword at the eldest princess. Li Huowang saw the space-time rift leading to the Qi kingdom getting closer and closer to the eldest princess when the latter abruptly twisted herself in a bizarre way. She kicked herself off the old eunuch's shoulder and dodged Li Huowang's attack. A long ribbon flowed out from her sleeves, and she hovered in midair. Li Huowang suddenly felt like he was staring at a gorgeous goddess that had descended on the mortal world. Li Huowang was unfamiliar with that technique, but he knew that the eldest princess still had more cards up her sleeves. Clearly, she had been hiding her cards by acting like she was weak. It turned out that she was more than capable of fending off an assassin. Swoosh! A wave of flames seared off the scabs on Li Huowang's back. The eldest princess and Zhuge flanked Li Huowang. The next moment, numerous bodyguards appeared and surrounded Li Huowang. The hunter was now the hunted. Who sent you here? The eldest princess stood at the top of a gazebo and looked down at him with pride. Her translucent ribbons floated around her like snakes. Li Huowang said nothing. He steeled himself for a bloody fight. He knew something like this would happen, as those involved in the succession war were all experts who had numerous cards up their sleeves. I will not punish you even though you've killed my mother. I will double your reward as long as you work for me. The eldest princess's voice was cold, much to the irritation of Li Huowang. No need. I am poor, but I am loyal. I will never betray my lord. Li Huowang immediately charged in the direction with the least amount of people. Zhuge, don't destroy his soul. I want to know his master's identity. Understood. Zhuge was still shrouded in fire when he chased after Li Huowang. Li Huowang reached one of the buildings when a shadow appeared and pounced on him. Dad, I didn't use the doll. Li Sui's tentacles sprouted out from his body again. Great. I can use it now. When the guards shrouded in killing intent surrounded him again with their weapons in hand, Li Huowang thrust his fingers into his own chest and tore it open, exposing his organs. 1. Meaning Feat 1. Chapter 520, Ao Jing Sect. Metal lungs. Li Huowang snarled and tore off his own lungs before slapping them onto the profound records on the ground. As he howled in pain, the crescent moon in the skies became shrouded by dark clouds. The shadow of the clouds produced an illusion on the Bodhisattva statue, making it seem like it was closing its eyes. Wood liver. The guards that surrounded Li Huowang all dropped to the ground as their bodies wriggled in pain. Their agonized screams sent shivers down everyone's spines. Zhuge saw what Li Huowang was doing and exclaimed, That's the 5 elements intercalation. The doll made from a strayed one's skin could extend one's life, but in Li Huowang's hands, it could be used to perform that powerful technique without dying. The blood-red bamboo slips transformed into wiggling maggots that burrowed into Li Huowang. Some of them even crawled on Li Sui's tentacles. Li Huowang sighed. The pain disappeared as his body became hollow. He stood up slowly and glared at the burning Zhuge. Come. The tables had turned. When Li Huowang took a step forward, the burning Zhuge took a step back. Soon, their steps became a slow jog. Soon, the two of them were running at full speed. Zhuge was frantically running away from Li Huowang while the latter chased after him. Zhuge saw the princess standing still, so he shouted, Be careful. He's using the secret technique of the Ao Jing Sect. He cannot be killed in a short period of time. He's covered in maggots, so don't get close to him until he's exhausted. Humph. The princess scoffed and raised her chin. Several shadows flew past her and ran toward Li Huowang. Li Huowang didn't even blink when the dark shadows made holes in him, as the holes were pervaded by maggots. Li Sui, come. Li Huowang gnashed his teeth and ran toward the princess while Li Sui drew 2 talismans and slapped them onto the 2 largest tentacles. The tentacles expanded and slammed the ground, propelling Li Huowang like an arrow toward the princess standing on a rooftop. The princess waved her sleeves, and the ribbons around her flew into the air, forming an intricate formation. Li Huowang didn't even bother to dodge. He slashed at the ribbons with the spine sword, and Li Sui threw the maggots at the princess with her tentacles. The princess finally grew serious when she saw the sword slicing her ribbons so easily, while the maggots flew past the gaps in her formation. How did he get so strong? She wrapped a ribbon on the 7-layered furnace behind her and pulled herself away. Li Huowang's maggots chased after her, but were blocked by a wave of burning molten gold. Princess, we need to buy time. He will die once the 5 elements intercalations ends. Zhuge explained. How annoying. In that case, block him for me while I go back to the palace. The princess was about to run away when Li Huowang blocked her. Leave? I've paid a huge price, and you actually want to leave just like that? Li Huowang clenched his teeth and tore his torso apart before running at the princess. His torso was like a gaping maw, while his ribs were the teeth. Boom. All of a sudden, his white ribs exploded into a cluster of maggots that rained down on the princess. Sensing danger, the princess's perfume pouch suddenly opened, and a multicolored cloud shot out to block the maggots. The bodyguards of the Empress Dowager also ran over and surrounded Li Huowang along with the princess's bodyguards. However, they weren't Li Huowang's match, as he was still in the middle of the 5 elements intercalation. All of them died one by one, and soon Li Huowang had the upper hand. Even the princess was wounded. They fought with their lives on the line. Imperial Preceptor, someone roared, forcing everyone to come to a halt and look in the same direction. An old man reclining on a black ox slowly entered the fray. He was wearing a simple bamboo hat with a fishing rod in hand. Li Huowang looked at the old man without letting his guard down. He was the same old man he had met in the palace not too long ago. Imperial Preceptor, save me, the princess cried out. She appeared very pitiful with her tattered clothes. The Imperial Preceptor's expression became sullen as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. He glanced alternatingly between the severely injured Li Huowang and the pitiful-looking princess before figuring out what was happening. He patted the black ox lightly, and the ox ran away from the battlefield. Imperial Preceptor, you once carried me in your arms when I was young. Li Huowang stared at the Imperial Preceptor leaving the battlefield and heard the latter's aged and exhausted voice. Sigh. All things change. It's better to make it quick. Just let it go. The black ox disappeared in the night. Li Huowang was about to continue his assault when he saw a glob of molten gold landing on the princess's face. Li Huowang was confused by Zhu Yi's betrayal, but he said nothing as he slashed at the princess. Zhu Yi's betrayal was the nail in the coffin. Under their combined assault, the injured princess eventually lost. The princess's clear irises reflected Li Huowang's silhouette as the latter walked up to her decapitated head and picked it up from the ground. It was only when the maggots had devoured her brain did Li Huowang threw the head away. Then, he looked at Zhu Yi, who was no longer burning. Zhu Yi greets the elder. Zhu Yi bowed to Li Huowang. Why are you calling me an elder right now and not earlier? Li Huowang asked the charred Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi said nothing and retreated. Li Huowang did not chase after Zhu Yi as he could feel extreme pain encroaching upon him. The 5 elements intercalation would soon be over. Li Sui, let's go. Li Huowang walked in the opposite direction. 15 minutes later, a hollowed-out Li Huowang sat underneath a large tree. He was dead. Moments later, a doll made out of human skin crawled out of his abdomen and expanded. Chapter 521, Zhu Yi. Go and investigate this thoroughly. That criminal and their family must be executed, and they must suffer a slow death. Jilin roared so loud that his voice echoed throughout the palace. None of the civil and military officials below uttered a word. They stood silently in a row as they held crescent-shaped boards and stared at the spotless ground. Are you deaf? Huh. My mother. And my sister. That criminal has ignored their noble statuses and killed them like their game. Ha. Am I in the kingdom of our Ji family or not? Am I in the territory of the great Liang? Jilin yelled, tossing the thick memorials away. The memorials landed on the heads of the officials. Finally, a chubby military officer stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, witness accounts state that murder was an evil cultivator. I don't care what kind of cultivator he is. I only want his head. I need to see his head within 3 days. The morning court ended amidst the oppressive atmosphere. Jilin walked through the palace toward his chambers with a furious look. All the eunuchs and palace maids were silent, afraid of incurring his wrath. When Jilin reached his chambers, the anger on his face disappeared instantly and was replaced by a bloodthirsty joy. Ergio, you did great. Your sword is indeed fast and sharp. Your sword is much better than those that are all bark and no bite. Tell me, what reward do you want? Li Huowang emerged from the giant golden sandalwood on the left and said, Your Majesty, I don't want titles or money. I just feel that Your Majesty is the destined ruler. Dressed in imperial robes, Jilin pushed his sagging left cheek with his hand. He circled around Li Huowang with his hands behind his back. He. You don't want titles or money. So, does that mean you want me to owe you a favor? Li Huowang did not reply. Since he had already demonstrated his value, the next step was to figure out how to use Jilin to deal with Shai Zi. Jilin patted Li Huowang's left shoulder. Then, he waved to the old eunuch holding a tray in the corner. Jilin picked up a golden token engraved with a dragon pattern from the tray and handed it to Li Huowang. This is a death pardon token. You can use this to atone for any heinous crimes you commit in the future. Li Huowang immediately discerned the implied meaning behind Jilin's words, and he felt like the weight of the golden token in his hands had increased significantly. The death pardon token was only going to be effective during the ruling of the same emperor who had handed it to the receiver. Otherwise, the death token would become like jewelry, only good for pawnshops. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jilin took a step forward and looked closely into Li Huowang's eyes. I know that this cannot compensate for your contributions. Rest assured, you will become my most distinguished aide once I've ascended the throne. Your Majesty, do you hate the sitting Oblivion Dao? Jilin was taken aback by Li Huowang's sudden question about the sitting Oblivion Dao. Your Majesty, do you hate the sitting Oblivion Dao? Li Huowang asked once again. Of course. My father died because of the sitting Oblivion Dao. They murdered him. Jilin spoke through gritted teeth. Li Huowang nodded, feeling reassured. He raised both hands and bowed to Jilin. Your Majesty, I understand. Who should I kill next? It was enough to start off like that. Those 2 heads probably weren't enough to ask for Jilin's help. There's no hurry. I need to see everyone's reaction first. This is a tricky matter as well. You're good at killing people, but you can't help me get more supporters. Anyway, you're free to go and rest. I'll inform you again when it's time to act. Soon, Li Huowang found himself outside the red walls of the palace under the lead of a group of imperial guards. On his way back, Li Huowang solemnly pondered over Ji Lin's reaction. He was considering the implications behind every minute change in his expression. In the past, Ji Lin was straightforward and had always said whatever came to his mind. Now, Li Huowang wasn't so sure whether he was still the same Ji Lin during that festival or not. The Emperor of Great Liang himself was at odds with the sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huowang was once convinced that the Emperor wouldn't refuse to help him against Shai Zi. After all, that decision made the most sense, both logically and emotionally. But now, Li Huowang doubted it. Why did Shai Zi specifically want Ji Lin to ascend the throne? What profit would he reap? Even if Ji Lin was willing to use the power of the Great Liang to deal with the sitting Oblivion Dao, Li Huowang dared not reveal everything to him until he was sure of everything. Could Ji Lin be a pawn of the sitting Oblivion Dao? Alarm bells rang in Li Huowang's mind. Brotherly, rest assured, Ji Lin is not a pawn of the sitting Oblivion Dao. The Surveillance Bureau is incompetent, but they're not incompetent enough for the sitting Oblivion Dao to replace such an important figure with their own under the Surveillance Bureau's gaze. Zhuge Yuan said. His words dispelled Li Huowang's worries. Li Huowang nodded thoughtfully and pondered over his next move. This was a difficult endeavor. For every possibility considered, he had to backtrack to think whether Shai Zi had already anticipated it or not. Dad, you're back? I made some steamed buns for you. Li Huowang had just entered the house when he was intercepted by Li Sui, who proudly displayed the results of her cooking. Li Huowang turned and saw lumps of dough in the pot. A few buns had been scorched black, and some hadn't risen at all. Li Huowang smiled wryly at the sight, but he still reached out and bit into one of the buns. Li Huowang knew that dealing with a powerful enemy like Shai Zi couldn't be rushed at all. However, how could he not feel anxious when Miao Miao was in Shai Zi's hands? Li Huowang patted Li Sui's white skull and felt a bit relieved. Dad, are they delicious? No, don't make them next time. Why not? I think the steamed buns I made are delicious. Just then, there was knocking on the door. Zhuge greets Grand Elder. Li Huowang immediately stopped chewing. He and Li Sui looked at the door together. The door's not locked. Come in, Li Huowang said indifferently, as though he wasn't surprised that the other party had followed him here. When Li Huowang saw Zhuge betraying the princess, he knew that he'd meet Zhuge again. The wooden courtyard door was pushed open by a man wearing a black veil and a wide coat. The man was covered thoroughly, and the only information Li Huowang could gather from the man was the pungent smell of charcoal emanating from him. Li Sui's keen nose also allowed her to reach the conclusion that the man before them was the same burning man from that battle not too long ago. Chapter 522, Ascension. Li Sui crouched, and her tentacles writhed as she growled at the newcomer. He's a guest, Li Huowang said to Li Sui before turning to look at the visitor. Please be seated. Li Huowang then pulled a long bench from the side of the table and dragged it toward the visitor. I dare not. Before the Grand Elder, there is no place for Zhuge, Zhuge said. He extended his charred hands and moved the bench aside. Since you know that I'm the Grand Elder, why did you oppose me? Li Huowang asked. I owed the princess a favor long ago, so even though I knew the Grand Elder's identity, I still had to protect her, as I couldn't go back on my word. Oh, then why did you end up betraying her? I've repaid the favor by going all out to stop you, so my duty was considered fulfilled by then, Zhuge said in a matter-of-factly way. I'm a disciple of Ao Jing, so I can't stand idly by upon seeing you facing difficulties, which was why I helped you deal with the princess. You're a really straightforward person. One thing leads to another, right? Li Huowang covered Li Sui's mouth, as she was still growling. Some say it's better to live life in ignorance, but I think it's better to be on top of things. How did you recognize me as the Grand Elder? What if I'm not from the Ao Jing sect? The fact that you managed to use the 5 elements intercalation and survive afterward means that you're undoubtedly the Grand Elder, Zhuge replied immediately before kowtowing to Li Huowang. Li Huowang smiled and observed Zhuge for a moment before asking, Do you want to continue chatting? I can chat with you all night. Why do you say that, Grand Elder? Why did you come here, then, if not for that? Li Huowang asked, raising his voice slightly. Zhuge pondered for a moment, and then he knelt before Li Huowang. Zhu Yi is willing to give everything in exchange for the Grand Elder's method of ascension. Li Huowang finally understood why Zhu Yi had decided to stick close to him. Li Huowang didn't immediately reject Zhu Yi's request, as he considered whether Zhu Yi could be useful against the Shai Zi or not. Do you know about the Shai Zi of the sitting Oblivion Dao? Although confused by the sudden change in the topic, Zhu Yi immediately answered, of course. The Shai Zi has caused a commotion in the capital not too long ago. Then, among the figures of the Jing sect, who do you think is strong enough to deal with a Shai Zi? Li Huowang asked, leaning forward slightly. Zhu Yi thought for a moment and replied, in terms of individual strength, the 3-5 Calamity Grand Elders should be able to handle a Shai Zi. 5 Calamity Grand Elders? Each time a member of the Jing sect ascends, they obtain a calamity. After ascending 3 times, they'll earn the title of Grand Elder. A 5 Calamity Grand Elder is someone who has ascended 5 times. Zhu Yi looked up at Li Huowang and was a little puzzled. Grand Elder, don't you know that already? Li Huowang didn't answer, as he was still stunned by the shocking revelation. That Sangchong Ascension actually has such an effect? The more you ascend, the stronger you become? Ascending 5 times means becoming even more powerful than a Shai Zi. It's not just that Sangchong Ascension. Other methods of ascension have that effect as well. We get closer to Ba Hui with each ascension, and we can better use its power for ourselves, Zhu Yi remarked. How about the person with the most ascensions in the Jing sect? How many calamities do they have? Legend has it that they have 10 calamities. 10 calamities? What's their name? The Sacrificial God. The Sacrificial God is eternal. The mother of all beings, the gateway of creation, is the basis of the heavens and the earth. From nothing to something, birthing the heavens and the earth. His words instantly brought Li Huowang back to a few years ago, to the statue sitting on the cross. According to his previous observations in the cross temple, the sacrificial god was the only mortal who had achieved sanctification of the flesh and had forcibly seized a portion of the heavenly Tao from Ba Hui. Achieving sanctification of the flesh after 10 calamities? Li Huowang's heart suddenly raced. That Sangchong Ascension really lived up to its name. Through ascending step by step, one could eventually become a god. This was brand new information to Li Huowang. What am I waiting for then? I just have to perform that Sangchong Ascension a few more times, and I'd be able to make quick work of Shai Zi. By then, my issue will be easily resolved. However, Li Huowang was suddenly reminded of the hardship he had to go through during his previous Sangchong Ascensions. Mom, I can't tell. I really can't tell. Impossible. I didn't kill them. I didn't destroy that village. Huowang, why? It was Yangna last time, so who will it be next? My own mother? What cruel thing do I have to do to Sun Shaoqin to attain the utmost physical and mental agony? No. No way. I won't do it. She's not fake. She's my mom. Zhu Yi noticed that the air around Li Huowang had distorted slightly, and he retreated into the courtyard in surprise. I'm fine. Li Huowang muttered as he grabbed his head. Brotherly, there must be another way. That Sangchong Ascension requires killing your close family and doing all sorts of despicable deeds. Ascending also gets harder the more you do it. If you keep doing it, what would be the difference between you and the evil Shai Zi? Li Huowang gradually calmed down under Zhuge Yuan's persuasion. Don't worry, I'm not going to do it again. I'll definitely find another way. Li Huowang looked up at Zhu Yi in the courtyard and calmly said, It's okay, come in. Let's keep chatting. What bizarre technique is the Grand Elder practicing? What were those bizarre changes? Zhu Yi pondered in confusion as he walked into the house. You've never seen a Shai Zi, so how can you say that a 5 Calamity Elder can defeat a Shai Zi? I've also tried that Sangchong Ascension. There haven't been many other changes aside from being more sensitive to pain and one's regenerative ability becoming even stronger. Li Huowang had calmed down, and he started doubting Zhu Yi's words. After all, talk was cheap, and no one could verify the authenticity of his words. Grand Elder, there's no need to be doubtful of me. Obtaining 5 calamities means you're no longer an ordinary person. Moreover, the sitting Oblivion Dao is not good at direct confrontation, so a 5 Calamity Elder is strong enough against their Shai Zi. But Shai Zi are extremely adept at deception, which makes sense, as they are leaders of the sitting Oblivion Dao. It's extremely difficult to find a Shai Zi if they want to remain hidden. That's why the sect has never really found a Shai Zi after all these years. The sect is also looking for a Shai Zi? What? Li Huowang asked, but he immediately figured out the answer himself. Right, The Jing sect is considered a famous Orthodox sect, so the Surveillance Bureau must have approached the sect. Chapter 523, Letter. When Li Huowang learned from Zhuge that the Surveillance Bureau had invited the Jing sect to deal with the sitting Oblivion Dao together, he realized that he might be looking in the wrong place for a solution. If the Jing sect truly had a way to deal with the Shai Zi, that Shai Zi wouldn't have threatened him. Li Huowang sighed lightly while sitting on the bench. He then turned to Zhuge and said, "All right, you can go. We've settled our unfinished business at the time. From now on, we'll go our separate ways." Zhuge was momentarily stunned, and then he sounded nervous as he said, "Grand Elder, what about the secrets to Ascension?" "There are no secrets," Li Huowang exclaimed, sounding irritated upon recalling something. "Do you know how excruciating and desolate it is to reach extreme physical and mental agony? Yet, you masochists are actually chasing after it desperately." Li Huowang's outburst made Zhuge retreat slowly into the courtyard. He glanced at Li Huowang sitting on the bench inside the house. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Grand Elder, did you encounter any issues today? As the esteemed Grand Elder of the Jing sect, please do not hesitate to give me any instructions if there's anything that I can help you with." Li Huowang shook his head and waved his hand impatiently. "You can't help. If you could, I would have already employed you." Zhuge said no more and turned around to leave the courtyard. As he gripped the wooden door latch, a voice echoed from within his broad cloak. "Elder, forgive me for being presumptuous. All worldly troubles are meaningless before the pain of ascension. And as disciples of the Jing sect, I believe we should focus only on the right path." Li Huowang couldn't be bothered to argue with the masochistic lunatic. He turned around and ignored Zhuge. "Grand Elder, are you not done yet?" Li Huowang exclaimed, turning around with his sword in hand. To his surprise, he saw Zhuge bend down to pick up a folded beige envelope from the ground. "Grand Elder, this seems to be a letter for you." "A letter?" Li Huowang walked over with his suspicions and reached out to retrieve it and examine the contents. "I'll take my leave since you have your personal matters. I'll send someone to report to you if there's anything important from the temple. After all, you are the esteemed Grand Elder of the Jing sect." Li Huowang paid no attention to Zhuge's words as his eyes were fixed on the letter. "By Ling Miao? How did she manage to write a letter to me after being kidnapped by that Shai Zi?" Li Huowang's fingers trembled slightly as he opened the envelope and pulled out the letter. "Senior Li, are you okay? I'm really sorry for the fact that I haven't made any contact with you for so long. I wanted to contact you a long time ago, but they wouldn't allow me until now. I can't write who they are, as they might change it. They've been good to me, and they haven't been mistreating me at all. You must be searching all over for me, but don't worry, Senior Li. I'll be back soon. It's not going to take 2 years like you said. By the way, the persimmon cakes here are really sweet. I'll send you some of them. From your wife, Bai Ling Miao." 2 years? 2 years? How did Bai Ling Miao know about that promise? Li Huowang's pupils constricted as he recalled Yang Na standing before him behind a wire iron fence. "Yang Na, wait. Give me 3 years. No, 2 years. Just give me 2 more years. That's right. Bai Ling Miao left me back then. So the Yang Na at the time must have been the reflection of Bai Ling Miao from this world when she was taken away." Li Huowang paced around the room. His emotions were tumultuous as he gripped the letter. This letter was of great significance. Perhaps this means that Shai Zi hadn't kidnapped Bai Ling Miao. He must have been lying to me all this while. It was an uplifting conjecture. Just as Li Huowang's imagination was about to go wild, a beggar stuck his head into the courtyard through the doorway. "Boss Hongzhong." "Ah, I'm really sorry," said the beggar with an apologetic look. "I almost forgot about the persimmon cakes while delivering the letter." The beggar carried the bamboo basket inside with his dirty hands, and he was panting as he walked into the courtyard. After putting down the basket, he walked toward Li Sui and said, "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. You must be Boss Hongzhong's dog, right? I've long heard of you." Li Huowang looked at the envelope in his hand, and then at the beggar chatting away with Li Sui. His heart quickly cooled down. What's going on? Does Shai Zi think I've been making too many moves lately, so he's decided to send a letter to warn me? Maybe Shai Zi has deceived me. Maybe Bai Ling Miao isn't by his side. Thump. Li Huowang reached and pressed the beggar's neck against the wall. He didn't ask for the man's name. He took out a dagger to lift the man's face. After flipping through a few faces, Li Huowang finally saw Yuan, one squinting at him. "What are you doing here?" Li Huowang gritted his teeth. "Oh, what else can I do? I'm just here to deliver a letter. I didn't steal any of the persimmon cakes. They only sent these few pieces. Don't worry, it's okay if you don't tell the truth. I'll make you tell the truth. I'm skilled in both Ao Jing and Sitting Oblivion Dao. You choose, Li Huowang said as he opened his bag of torture tools. Amidst the clattering of metal, Li Huowang suddenly noticed that the man's mocking smile seemed a bit off. He released the man's throat, and he collapsed to the ground. The Jiuwan before Li Huowang was dead. Officers, we're just a theater troupe. There's nothing to investigate here. See, these are costumes. Hee hee. Lu Yuan said to the city guards. However, the guards only glanced at him once. They tossed the travel pass at Lu Yuan's face before rummaging through the carriage. Lu Yuan quickly caught the travel pass with both hands. The travel pass had to stay safe. Without it, it would be difficult to navigate through Great Liang. More importantly, it was a gift from the young Taoist. It was going to be problematic if he ended up losing it. He tucked the travel pass back into his pocket before leading the others through the thick city gates. The unfolding scene was overwhelming to all of them. They had finally arrived at Shangjing, the largest city in the world. They marveled at the towering wooden buildings that lined the streets, and the distinct architectural styles of the buildings here were especially shocking to them. 1. 9 characters in Mahjong. Chapter 524, Shangjing. Everyone was dazzled. Rare items that were seldom seen in bustling markets were commonplace here. Puppy bought a well-crafted red rattle drum from a stall. He burst into laughter after swinging it around a few times. You're already so old, but you're still having fun playing with a toy? How embarrassing, Lu Xiaozai said with his arms crossed in contempt. Why do you even care? At least, I'm better off than you. Those women in those brothels had almost sucked your soul away. You drool all over the place, probably thinking of them. Puppy retorted as he tucked the drum into his arms. Lu Xiaozai wanted to retort, but Lu Yuan said, We've already arrived, so let's go and find a place to stay before anything else. Lu Yuan felt like he hadn't done much except look around, yet found that 2 hours had already passed. He saw that Puppy didn't respond, so he led the group to find an inn. After a while of searching around, they entered the smallest inn they could find. Although it was an extremely small inn, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise when he inquired about the prices. It was too expensive. 16 bowls of plain noodles. After the waiter left with a disdainful look, Lu Yuan cleared his throat and said, Actually, noodles aren't bad. It's been a while since we've had noodles, so let's have something different. Lu Xiaozai wasn't paying any attention to the noodles. His brows furrowed, and he approached Puppy. What now? We've arrived in the Shangjing capital, but it's so huge. How do we find master and mistress? Puppy picked up 2 chopsticks from the bamboo tube and put them in his mouth. Why the hurry? Impatience won't get you anywhere. Do you understand? Let's finish the noodles first. I Chow am so smart. Can't I think of a solution? You're smart. If you were smart, there wouldn't be any fools in the world. Lu Xiaozai didn't ask any further questions. He reached into his pocket and took out a bronze coin sword's broken hilt tied with hemp rope. Then, he filled them impatiently one by one. The plain noodles soon arrived. They were the cheapest meal, but they were still a delicacy for these weary travelers. While the entire Lu family troupe slurped down their noodles, several people dressed in silk and satin walked into the inn. They stopped to chat with a middle-aged man from the inn. Oh, Innkeeper Wu, nice to meet you. Ha ha, old Wang. How's your theater troupe doing these days? Oh my, isn't this our Mr. Zhao? Why do you look so gloomy? Did your pharmacy go bust? Lu Yuan looked over excitedly. After a while, he abandoned his noodles and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He then shook off the dust on his clothes and moved closer to where the conversation was happening. What's your dad up to? Puppy asked Lu Xiaozai. What else can he do? The old man went to buy his own coffin. Lu Xiaozai replied impatiently. Laughter soon erupted from where Lu Yuan had gone. Where's this? This is Shangjing. Do you think that you're qualified to buy a theater here just because you're surnamed Ji? Even if you have money, there's no guarantee that you can buy one. With just this meager amount of silver, you still dare to dream of buying a theater troupe in Shangjing. Ha! Even the tips my family's troupe gets in one night is worth more than this. Lu Yuan returned with an ugly look. He sat back at his previous seat and began eating his noodles without a word. After swallowing the noodles, he stood up firmly and said, Let's go. We'll find another inn. We're not staying no matter how cheap this place is. Oh, look at the actors from the lowly 9 classes. They actually have some backbone. You bitch. Lu Xiaozai cursed and lifted the broken hilt of a bronze coin sword in his hand. However, Lu Jiren moved immediately and hugged him to stop him. Xiaocai, don't kick up a fuss. Lu Jiren let him go as soon as they were out of the inn. Lu Xiaocai kicked Lu Jiren away and exclaimed, I can't care less about all this. I'm not some damned actor. I can use supernatural powers. Puppy, let's go and find Master. Puppy whispered a few words to Lu Jiren before running toward Lu Xiaocai. Hey, slow down. Why are you moving so fast? Do you even know where Senior Li is right now? Puppy's words made Lu Xiaocai stop disgruntledly on the stone bridge. Lu Xiaocai stared at the boats in the distance with disdain and said, Look at them. They have supernatural powers right before them, but these idiots aren't even trying to learn them. They only think about those lowly theater troops every day. They're so arrogant to their own people, but they can't even lift a finger to fight back against outsiders. Hee, weren't you planning to kill your dad? Why are you so resentful toward him for being so weak? Of course, I'm going to kill him. Do you really think that I'm just boasting? I'll go back now and kill that damned old man. All right. Are you going to find Senior Li or not? Did you come all this way just for a stroll? Lu Xiaocai turned around and asked, You have a method to find Master, right? Where is it? Just follow me, Xiaocai. Be polite. Your master is my senior, so you should call me Senior Uncle. Lu Xiaocai followed Puppy as they wandered through the bustling capital. Puppy headed straight to the entrance of an inn and restaurant. He soon found the people he was looking for. It was a group of beggars eating leftovers. Puppy held up a sling of bronze coins and tossed it up and down in his hand as he walked around the beggars. When their eyes were all drawn to the coins, Puppy chuckled and said, I'm looking for someone. Whoever finds them will receive this as their reward. This is your method? Shoo, don't interrupt. Puppy waved the coin in front of the beggars. I'm looking for 2 people. A male Taoist with red Taoist robes and 2 swords on his back. The other is a woman with a skin so fair that her skin has the same color as a dead pig. I know. 6 days ago, Little Grapefruit said he was delivering a letter to someone in the south of the city. That person seemed to be wearing red Taoist robes. Oh, then where's Little Grapefruit? Is he here? Where did he deliver the letter to? He didn't come back after delivering the letter. The city south is occupied by other beggars. I dare not go find him. A grubby hand reached for the sling of coins, but the sling was retracted. What can I do with your outdated information? I asked you where they are right now. When you see them, bring me to them, and then this sling will be yours. Under the influence of money, the beggars dispersed and began their search. Let's go back, Xiaocai. All we have to do now is to wait, Puppy said smugly. Can we really find Master just like that? Lu Xiaocai asked, sounding doubtful. Chapter 525, Old Ox. In the face of Lu Xiaocai's doubt, Puppy confidently responded, You shouldn't even ask that. It's just some coins. A beggar can turn their life around with that much money. So those beggars will definitely go all out to find Senior Li. Those beggars are more familiar with the Shangjing capital than anyone else. They can find people much faster than we can. Yang Xiaohai used to be a beggar, and he taught me that method. He said many people use this method to find others. So after all this isn't a method you thought of, Lu Xiaocai replied with a look of disdain. This is my method. The 2 talked as they walked together. After a while, Lu Xiaocai revealed a puzzled look and asked, We still don't know whether Master is in Shangjing or not. Anyway, what are we going to do once we find him? Once we find him? Puppy rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, If he's fine, that's great. We can all go back to Cowheart Village together. If he's sick, we'll tie him back with the chain we brought with us and wait for him to wake up. If he has encountered any issues, Xiaoman has instructed us to notify Cowheart Village immediately, and they will come over to help. If he's dead, we'll bring his corpse back and give him a grand burial on Cowheart Mountain. We still have the shroud we bought for him. It couldn't be refunded, so I decided to put it away. My master is still alive. There's no way he's dead. Lu Xiaocai replied firmly. Just in case. I don't want him to die, either. Wait, Xiaocai, isn't that your family's troop up ahead? Puppy's words made Lu Xiaocai look down the street. Puppy was right. His family members were indeed up ahead. Lu Xiaocai saw his father's worried face. The 3 carriages were parked at the roadside, and they seemed unsure of where to go next. What's wrong with the old man? Lu Xiaocai asked his elder brother, Lu Jiren. Lu Jiren also had a troubled expression as he sighed deeply. Just now, our father learned from the storyteller that in this great Liang Empire, theater troupe performers are not allowed to study and take the imperial exams. Here, the descendants of theater troupe performers can only remain as performers for life. Study for the imperial exams? Are you stupid? There are supernatural powers for us to learn, but you want to study instead? Lu Xiaozai was exasperated. You milk-sucking scoundrel, what do you know? Lu Zhuangyuan exclaimed, and he scolded Lu Xiaozai with a red face. He waved 3 fingers vigorously in front of Lu Xiaozai's eyes and said, Our Lu family only has 3 male descendants. 3 eggs can't be put in one basket. Do you not understand that? I won't stop you if you want to learn supernatural powers. But you have to know that you're walking on a dangerous path. Look at the young Taoist. How many times has he gone through hell? Can you even become as powerful as him? You can go down that path, but the other members of the Lu family can't walk down on that path with you. Jiren taking over the Lu family troop is the stable path, while the children becoming scholars is one of our Lu family's way out. In case one path doesn't work out, there will be other paths to take. Lu Xiaozai was stunned. It was his first time hearing Lu Zhuangyuan's explanation. The latter had always just ordered him what to do or ought not to do without any explanations. He had always thought that Lu Zhuangyuan looked down on him from the bottom of his heart, which was the reason behind his opposition. However, he didn't expect that Lu Zhuangyuan still considered his path as one of the Lu family's way out, even though it was an extremely dangerous path. Lu Xiaozai's heart became filled with complicated emotions. Huh, where did this troop come from? Are they here to make trouble on my golden leopard's territory? Several men approached and eyed them. Have you paid your respects yet? If you haven't, then do it quickly. Get lost. Lu Xiaozai lifted his sword hilt, and the bronze coins flew up to form a sword. Just as Puppy thought that they would be scared off and scatter, those few rough-looking men burst into laughter instead. The leader swaggered up to Lu Xiaozai with a haughty expression on his face. I've seen plenty of bumpkins like you. Do you really think you know everything just because you've learned some supernatural power? Do you know where we are right now? We're by the Emperor's feet, and even a dragon will have to bow down before the Emperor. My brothers are guarding the gates of the Surveillance Bureau. Attack us, and believe me when I say that I'll call them and have you all thrown in jail. The words Surveillance Bureau made Puppy's face change. Senior Li had told him many things about the Surveillance Bureau. He subconsciously covered his chest, where he hid the scepter that Senior Li had given to him. He couldn't let the Surveillance Bureau discover it. Puppy walked up to Lu Xiaozai and whispered, Don't act rashly. They're just a bunch of street thugs. It's not worth it. Lu Xiaozai stood still, unsure whether to strike or not. What? Why are you making me wait? Hurry up and pay your respects. Just then, Lu Zhuangyuan walked up to the men with a smile tugging at his lips. He was holding a few silver coins in his hand and was fawning over them to send them away. Lu Xiaozai gripped the bronze coin sword tightly and slammed it heavily on the ground. Let's go? This place is too oppressive. He had come to learn supernatural powers, but to think he'd still get bullied by a few thugs in the capital. It was just too frustrating of an experience. Go? Where can we go? The wrinkled Lu Zhuangyuan took out his tobacco pipe and lit it. Where can't we go? If there's nowhere to go, we'll go back home. The theater performers back home can still take the imperial examinus. Buying a theater there is cheaper than staying here. It's gone? It's all gone. Lu Zhuangyuan sighed deeply. Fortunately, we made it out fast. The emperor of our hometown has even been dragged out and beheaded. I heard that even Si Qi was destroyed. Duh. Destroyed. Lu Xiaozai repeated with shock. He didn't really care about his hometown, but he was still surprised to learn that he could no longer go back to the place where he had spent about 10 years of his life. Can we really never go back there? Probably not within 10 years. I heard that even Ho Shu is in chaos. Who knows when this damned world will become peaceful again, Lu Zhuangyuan said, tapping his worn-out pipe on his head before putting it away. Kid, let's go. We'll find an inn to rest. This place is too expensive, and I don't know if we can find cheap lodging here. Lu Zhuangyuan had experienced many hardships throughout his life, and like an old ox, he remained quiet as he endured yet another hardship with his iron plow. Chapter 526 Method. No, Brother Zhuge, you don't understand Shai Zi. That letter is a warning to me. Anything related to him is definitely bad. It's bad. Li Sui opened her mouth, revealing her sharp teeth and 3 tentacles. Then, she yawned and stretched her arms and nails to stretch. Afterward, she leaned on the 8 Immortals table and rested her slender head on her arms before staring at Li Huowang, talking to someone invisible. Dad is talking to those invisible people again. I used to be able to see them, but I can't see them anymore. I really want to know what they're talking about. I cannot understand what they're discussing just by listening to Dad. Li Huowang frowned and massaged his temples. He paced back and forth for a while, then continued, Brother Zhuge, let's stop here. Arguing like this is just a waste of energy. All right, if Bai Ling Miao is fine, and she'll eventually come back here by herself, then we don't need to do anything, right? We just have to wait, and the situation will resolve itself. Of course, that's good, but does that even make sense? I've never had any luck in this damned place. What if Bai Ling Miao is really in the hands of that Shai Zi? If I just sit and wait here, she'll end up dead. I can't afford that gamble. Moreover, this is not just for Bai Ling Miao, but for ourselves, too. Since Shai Zi has already made a move against me, he'll keep attacking us until we fight back. The content of that letter doesn't mean anything at all. Perhaps the letter was really written by Bai Ling Miao, but don't forget that they're the sitting Oblivion Dao. I've seen this kind of scam too many times, even within my memories as Hong Zhong. Perhaps Bai Ling Miao has been imprisoned, but she hasn't realized it yet. I'm not kidding. The sitting Oblivion Dao can trap someone without using any force. They could do it just by talking to that person. They can make someone stay in one place willingly until they die. The room went silent just then, and there weren't any noises except for Li Huowang's rapid breathing. The two contrasting possibilities made Li Huowang feel extremely anxious. He also hoped that Bai Ling Miao was fine and that he didn't need to get involved in these troubles so they could just return to Cowheart Village and live a peaceful life. However, he really did not dare to gamble. After pacing around a few laps, his tone softened as he whispered to the empty window, "You're right. I'm feeling impatient. However, this is a lose-lose situation, so you can't blame me for being impatient. We don't even know the location of our enemy nor their goal, and they're holding Bai Ling Miao as a hostage. I really. Li Huowang trailed off, and his worried eyes suddenly lit up. He turned to the empty window and asked, "Brother Zhuge, is that true?" This is a problem. I need to find an opportunity to test it. But it's okay. It's a small matter. Hello, is Commander Air at home?" Li Huowang smiled with joy at the voice outside the wooden door. "Speak of the devil, Brother Zhuge. The opportunity has come. I'm here. The door isn't locked. Come in." The courtyard door was pushed open, and a eunuch walked in alone. His face was covered with a white powder, and a golden duster was in his hands. Li Huowang recognized him. He was the same eunuch who had been delivering messages to Jilin. The old eunuch coughed and walked up to Li Huowang. Then, he cleared his throat and raised his chin. "Ergio, receive the imperial decree." Before Li Huowang could react, he pulled out a roll of yellow silk and handed it to Li Huowang. Then, he decisively turned around to leave. Li Huowang was puzzled as he opened the embroidered decree. Li Sui also came over and looked at it. After a while, Li Sui stopped looking. There were many words written on it, many of which she recognized, but she couldn't understand what they meant when placed together. "Dad, what does it say?" "It tells me not to enter the palace and let Jilin come out himself." Once Li Huowang's words fell, the yellow silk in his hand quickly ignited and burned into nothing. "Is there another fight?" Li Sui excitedly raised her ear halfway and said, "Dad, I'll help you peel your skin." "No, I have to wait for the other layers to regenerate. I only have one layer of skin left now. I'll run out of skin if we peel that layer." "Oh, I see. Shall we go now?" "Don't be impatient. There are some things I need to deal with first." Li Huowang walked into the house and picked up a pickle jar in the corner. He didn't know how to pickle vegetables, but what was pickled inside was his corpse. The corpse was hollow, but it was still the corpse of a strayed one. Li Huowang believed that it would eventually come in handy. Li Huowang carried the pickle jar and walked to a hidden cellar under the bed. He opened it and placed the jar inside. Then, he stood up and picked up another pickle jar from the corner. The pickle jar also contained the corpse of a strayed one, but this one had 5 organs without a head. The headless corpse belonged to the strayed one pretending to be Hong Zhong to deceive the surveillance bureau. Things were busier back then, and he had to bury it somewhere after pickling it. In the end, he had forgotten it. If it weren't for the fact that he had been reminded of it by his recent handling of corpses, Li Huowang would have forgotten where he had buried it. Li Huowang glanced at the 2 big jars in the cellar before closing the door and walking away. "Let's go see what Jilin is going to make us do this time." The meeting point was in a gambling den. After Li Huowang won 318 taels, he was invited to the cellar in the backyard. Surrounded by a group of eunuchs, Li Huowang saw Jilin once again. He didn't look great. Half of his left ear was missing, and his face was wounded. The wound was deep enough to expose his bones. "Your Majesty, what happened to your face?" Jilin was stroking the fake jade cat as he revealed a sinister smile and said, "It's nothing serious. I dispatched people to kill someone else. Naturally, That person will seek revenge on me. It's only fair. It's just that I didn't expect the palace to be so dirty. Seems like it needs a cleaning. Li Huowang was shocked. Jilin couldn't die right now, so he suggested, Your Majesty, do you need me to protect you whenever I'm not out running errands? No need. There are still some capable people around me. I can take care of myself. You just focus on what you're good at. Jilin waved his hand to motion for a eunuch to bring over a painting scroll. Chapter 527, Prince Ren Mansion. Li Huowang accepted the scroll and saw that it depicted a highly detailed map of a complex of buildings. The layout of each room and their names were labeled clearly. There were 3 words written in red underneath, Prince Ren Mansion. Prince Ren Mansion? Li Huowang frowned and looked up at Jilin. Prince Ren is my second brother. Take it slowly. It's rumored that there are many evil cultivators among his followers. Back then, his followers were the ones responsible for the deaths of my mother and my sister. Li Huowang instantly understood what he needed to do next. He said nothing else and bowed to Jilin before leaving with the scroll. Ergio, do your best. Help me ascend the throne, and I will not let you down. Shangjing was vast, but it wasn't that difficult to find Prince Ren Mansion. It's strange that the mansion is not built in the prince's fiefdom, but in the capital. Li Huowang thought to himself. He was kneeling on a roof as he silently gazed at the large plaque in the distance. Li Huowang muttered to himself once again, Yes, indeed. Perhaps the imperial family has always been planning to raise a Gu. As Li Huowang spoke, his colored phantom merged slowly into the tiles. His invisible body began to move stealthily towards Prince Ren Mansion. The towering walls posed no obstacle to Li Huowang, as Li Sui's tentacles effortlessly scaled the wall. Li Huowang sensed several hidden sentries behind the wall. Instead of leaving quietly, he approached one of them. After some time, Li Huowang stood on a roof beam and looked down at the eunuch who lay motionless by the window. This person was one of Prince Ren Mansion's hidden sentries. He had been fixedly staring outwards through a small hole in the window. He's just the test subject. Li Huowang mentally thought to Zhuge Yuan in his mind, as he grasped the hilt of his spine sword. Swoosh! Li Huowang sliced his sword downward from the beam, and a silent wave of great Qi history swept across. This time, instead of cutting the man into 3 pieces as usual, the piece of history engulfed him completely. Wait, it didn't completely engulf him. Half of his hand has been left behind in Great Liang. Brotherly, slash out once more so we can see whether that man is still alive in Great Qi or not, Zhuge Yuan said with a solemn face, which was a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. It made sense, as this would determine whether Li Huowang could stand toe-to-toe against a Shai Zi. Li Sui, I'll strike again later. Remember to stick your eyeballs in to see if the man is still alive in Great Qi. Make to pull them out in time so they won't get left behind. Dad, I know, don't worry. After his instructions to Li Sui, Li Huowang once again carefully gripped the spine sword's hilt and swung it forcefully. As the invisible gap between Great Qi and Great Liang appeared, a black shadow emerged from Li Huowang's body and flew into it with a lingering afterimage. Just before the gap vanished, Li Sui pulled out her eyeballs entwined with tentacles. Dad, the man is still there. He's alive. He's clutching his severed hand and yelling something out the window. Excellent. Li Huowang clenched his fist in excitement. This means that not only can this sword kill people, but it can also safely transport them to Great Qi. It's not just others. If used properly, I might even be able to send myself to Great Qi. If that's the case, Zhuge Yuan's plan can be implemented. Li Huowang was eager to try it out and go to Great Qi right away, but he forcibly suppressed this urge. Since I'm already here, I should just deal with Prince Ren first. We cannot afford to delay things here. We need Jilin's help to deal with Shai Zi, so it doesn't matter even if we find him early. We can't deal with him without Jilin's help. Li Huowang thought as he put away the spine sword and made his way to his destination along the rafters. Thanks to Jilin's map, Li Huowang wouldn't get lost in this maze-like mansion. He headed straight for Prince Ren's quarters. However, he found nothing when he arrived. Of course, Prince Ren was nowhere to be seen. It's already so late, but he's still awake? Where is he? Li Huowang reopened the map and studied it carefully. He put it away again and felt his way toward the east. He searched several places successively, but found nothing. In the end, he found Prince Ren by following the bustling noises within the estate. The grand stage adorned with lanterns was filled with tropes, taking turns to perform. Every single performance involved over 100 performers, and every single performer could easily become a star outside. They were far better than the Liu family troupe by many times. These troops were all for one person's enjoyment. It was Li Huowang's first time seeing Prince Ren's face. He was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and pale lips. If it weren't for the dragon robes he was wearing, Li Huowang wouldn't have thought he was someone vying for the throne with Jilin. Prince Ren's eyes were squinted as he lay on a plump woman. His fingers were adorned with sharp nail guards decorated with gold and jade, and he was tapping his knee to the music. Li Huowang was crouched on a tree branch, and he swept his gaze across everyone. He didn't know what the so-called evil cultivators were like. However, none of them looked evil. Should I just make a move now? No, this place is too open. There are so many people around as well, so I could get easily ambushed. I can't afford to make the same mistake twice. Perhaps Prince Ren, like the eldest princess, is also pretending to be weak. This might be a part of his scheme. Li Huowang squatted silently, waiting for an opportunity to move. An hour passed just like that. When it was the second section of the night, Li Huowang assumed that Prince Ren wanted to watch the performance all night, but the performance eventually stopped. Prince Ren sat inside a grand sedan that was being lifted by 12 people. A group of eunuchs surrounded the sedan as the procession headed toward Prince Ren's quarters. Li Huowang followed the sedan, but found nothing unusual. Li Huowang didn't believe that anyone daring to vie for the throne would be this careless, especially after the recent death of the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess. The incongruity made Li Huowang become even warier. The crowd outside gradually dispersed as Prince Ren called it a night. Li Huowang sensed an opportunity and cautiously followed inside. Li Huowang was surprised to hear singing inside Prince Ren's quarters. Li Huowang followed the singing and found Prince Ren sprawled out on his bed. A woman stood before him and was singing a song. The woman's makeup made it clear to Li Huowang that she was an opera performer, but she wasn't wearing anything else aside from her makeup. Chapter 528, Slice. Li Huowang stared at the unfolding scene from the rafters. Then, he retrieved 2 eyeballs wrapped with Li Sui's tentacles. This Prince Ren is really playful. Prince Ren's face lacked vitality, but it wasn't apparent because he was wearing makeup. He was now on the bed together with the opera performer, who was singing and moving at the same time. Li Huowang's right hand turned slightly pale from excessive force as he listened to their vulgar words sung with a cadence. He would cover Li Sui's ears if he could find them. Li Huowang was ready. He was ready to strike the moment his target was at their most relaxed state. Hey, I see your heart, my dear. As the singing became more and more intense, thick, killing intent began to pervade Li Huowang's eyes. He exerted force and flew downward with his sword in hand. An afterimage of the spine's sword in his hand was left as it made a beeline toward Prince Ren on the bed. The space-time rift that represented the great Qi streaked across the air, which emitted a shrill cry as the rift traveled across it. Just then, a transparent mosquito net made with thin metal wires suddenly appeared before Li Huowang. Clearly, the mosquito net was Prince Ren's countermeasure against an assassin. Unfortunately, it was useless against the rift, and it was cleanly severed. The opera performer on the bed reacted faster than Prince Ren. Her face turned pale from the shock. "Master," she sang with a mournful tone and pushed Prince Ren off the bed with all her strength. However, Li Huowang had also taken this into account and had deliberately extended the rift. The opera performer and the fallen Prince Ren were severed in 2 by the rift. Their blood spurted all over the ground, staining it. It's over just like that? Isn't it too easy? Li Huowang thought he had succeeded, but a palm-sized yellow leather figure emerged from Prince Ren's hair. It dared not expand here and rushed outside for safety. This Prince Ren still has that thing on him. Li Huowang gnashed his teeth and pulled out his sword before chasing after it. As Li Huowang's weapon was about to hit the fleeing Prince Ren, a large group of shadow puppets emerged from under the bed and grabbed Li Huowang's shadow, immobilizing him. Li Sui's tentacles swiftly swung and extinguished the candles on both sides, which made the shadow puppets disappear. Li Huowang regained his freedom. However, the palm-sized Prince Ren had finally expanded to a human size. However, his figure was still as thin as a sheet of paper. White smoke spread rapidly from the wooden windows, accompanied by the rapid beating of gongs. The white smoke concealed Prince Ren's thin figure. Die! Li Huowang swung his spine sword toward where Prince Ren disappeared, and the crack cut through the white smoke. To Li Huowang's disappointment, there was no sign of Prince Ren amidst the smoke. There was only a strange-looking person with a giant gold ingot in hand. The strange-looking person was wearing a white mask with a black beard as well. The large official hat with bronze coins on the man's head swayed back and forth. His legs seemed jointless as he jumped toward Li Huowang along with the rhythmic beats of the gongs. Li Huowang immediately recognized the other party's identity upon seeing the 2 bronze coins in the eyes of the mask. Jumping god of wealth, huh? Li Huowang gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the spine sword before charging at the masked god of wealth. Since the surprise attack had failed, he could only mount a direct confrontation. He had to eliminate Prince Ren before reinforcements from the Prince Ren mansion arrived. As the two approached each other, Li Sui acted first. A tentacle drilled out from the left side of Li Huowang's neck and wrapped around the bronze coin sword on his back, slashing toward the god of wealth. Brotherly, put that sword away. The entire sword is made out of bronze coins. Zhuge Yuan was halfway through his reminder while the bronze coins swooshed out with the red thread. It quickly elongated like a whip and lashed towards the opponent. When the bronze coins collided with the giant gold ingot, the coins on the sword trembled and broke free from Li Sui's control. The scattered coins all flew toward the giant gold ingot as if it were a magnet. The god of wealth forcefully lifted the gold ingot, and those bronze coins reassembled into a sword that flew toward Li Huowang. Li Huowang had been using his bronze coin sword for a long time now, but it no longer belonged to him. Swoosh! Li Huowang swung his spine sword, sending the bronze coin sword to the great Qi. The next moment, alarm suddenly rang in Li Huowang's mind. He whipped around and raised the spine sword above his head. Clang! The floor beneath Li Huowang's feet exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Sui's 8 tentacles pierced the ground, but Li Huowang could barely withstand the immense weight. A huge silver mace, which seemed to be made out of broken silver, was pressing down on the spine sword with the weight of a mountain. Li Sui, take the sword. The black tentacles wrapped around the spine sword's hilt. At the same time, Li Huowang drew the purple tasseled sword and slashed it toward his own left hand. His arm shattered and became a claw. Then, he wasted no time and attempted to grab his enemy. The enemy retreated in response, and Li Huowang took advantage of that opportunity to take the spine sword back from Li Sui before widening the distance between him and his opponent. Li Huowang looked at the ambusher. He was wearing an identical mask to the man who previously portrayed the jumping god of wealth. However, their clothes were markedly different from each other. This man was 8 feet tall and was riding a golden leopard dressed in bronze coin armor. 4 yellow banners with the word wealth were sticking out of his back. Martial god of wealth. Scholar god of wealth. Li Huowang scanned the 2 enemies shrouded in white smoke. The 2 gods of wealth began to orbit him as the urgent and piercing beats of gongs pervaded the surroundings. This can't go on like this. Prince Ren would have already escaped by the time I'm done with these 2. Li Huowang thought, feeling anxious as many ideas flashed through his mind. When he saw more shadows in the white smoke, Li Huowang made up his mind. He gripped the spine sword tightly and swung it forcefully. He carved open a rift large enough for a human being to use. Li Sui, charge it. Li Huowang swiftly arrived at the edge of the crack. The great Qi was within arm's reach, and he could already see it. Li Huowang had decided to use the great Qi as a shelter to escape the people of Great Liang's encirclement. Li Sui took out 2 talismans and stuck them on Li Huowang's legs. Li Huowang then ran as fast as he could toward the rift, but he still seemed a bit too slow. Chapter 529, Great Qi. The rift wasn't stationary. It was moving at the same speed as Sword Qi. If Li Huowang wanted to enter it, he had to be faster than it, but he was just a tad bit too slow. I can go faster. I can definitely go faster. Li Huowang's speed increased explosively, and he plunged headfirst into the narrowing rift. He jumped to the left as soon as he arrived in the Great Qi. The rift behind him tore his cloak to shreds before disappearing. Li Huowang breathed a sigh of relief. He finally had the time to look around at his surroundings. He was in a prince's bedroom in Great Liang, and it seemed no different in Great Qi. The house was very large and spacious. However, the broken tiles above, the weeds by the house, and the dust all over the furniture indicated that the glory of this place had already passed. It seems like this place has been abandoned for a long time. Li Huowang's voice echoed in the house as he stood up. Dad, where are we? Li Sui's eyeballs emerged from Li Huowang's belly button, and they looked around the dilapidated surroundings. Who cares where this is? We haven't finished our business yet. Li Huowang gripped his sword tightly and rushed toward where Prince Ren had fled. The inside was in ruins, but the outside wasn't much better. It seemed like everything here had been abandoned completely. He searched up and down in Great Qi for a while before taking out the spine sword once again. It had to be said that this weapon crafted using a twisted one was really practical. It could be used for both killing enemies and saving lives. Li Huowang was really happy that he didn't end up burying the sword back then. We should have escaped the encirclement. Let's go back and take a look, Li Huowang said. He exerted force to slash out a rift that led to Great Liang. Upon arrival, Li Huowang found himself standing on a roof. Li Huowang's higher vantage point allowed him to see Prince Ren's sedan chair being carried to the east. We caught up. Li Huowang's legs had the pasted talismans, and he leaped forward like an eagle toward the sedan chair. Just as Li Huowang was about to succeed, a woman with a black cloth covering her face appeared on his back through an unknown means. She raised the obsidian dagger in her hand and was about to stab Li Huowang in the neck, but Li Sui's tentacles stopped her in time. When Li Huowang saw a large Wu, one character written on the black cloth covering her face, his pupils shrank in shock. No, she's a member of the Dharma Sect. Prince Ren actually has connections with the Dharma Sect. This matter was much more serious than the succession war. It wasn't something that could be handled by just defeating a few evil cultivators. After all, the Dharma Sect worshipped God Yuan, which was believed to be a god of natural disasters. More importantly, the Dharma Sect was widely considered to be an evil cult. Li Huowang made a decision in midair and kicked the woman away. Instead of using the momentum to chase after Prince Ren, he plummeted toward the roof on the left. Dad, the sedan chair is leaving. Aren't we going to chase after it? Li Sui looked at the sedan chair rapidly shrinking into the distance. There's no need to chase anymore. In this game of raising Gus, Prince Ren has already crossed the line. We just need to report this to the Surveillance Bureau. Someone vying for the throne in Great Liang actually had helpers from the Dharma Sect. It was difficult to imagine what consequences would arise if they really ascended to the throne. A rebellious group like the Dharma Sect could not participate in the succession war. The Surveillance Bureau would remain indifferent to other matters, but they would definitely not stand idly by on this issue. Since the Surveillance Bureau would definitely intervene, Li Huowang felt that he didn't need to spend too much effort or place his life on the line to confront Prince Ren. Moreover, the martial god of wealth and the scholar god of wealth weren't exactly easy opponents to handle. Soon, Li Huowang heard the familiar beats of gongs and realized that he was about to be surrounded once again. Knowing that, he decisively created a rift that led to the great Qi and dove into it. The dilapidated courtyard was full of fallen leaves, while spider webs grew between the tree branches and the rafters. It was so quiet here that there wasn't even a breeze. Li Huowang raised his head to look at the half-moon covered by dark clouds. He found it difficult to get used to the sudden transition from extreme movement to extreme stillness. Let's go. Li Huowang quickly identified his bearings and walked in the direction of the Surveillance Bureau. He just had to find the Surveillance Bureau here and return to the Great Liang to report his findings. The issue would be considered finished by then. He was willing to do anything for this task, but he wasn't foolish enough to ignore external help when it was available. Dad, you threw my sword here. Shouldn't we pick it up? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Li Huowang turned back toward the direction where he had fought the scholar god of wealth earlier. Brother Zhuge, what place is this in Great Qi? Li Huowang asked Zhuge Yuan, who was in midair. We should be in the cold palace, too, Zhuge Yuan answered solemnly. This cold palace is indeed too cold. How come there isn't anyone here? Did something happen in Great Qi? Zhuge Yuan tightened his grip on his folding fan and contemplated silently. With no one stopping him, Li Huowang soon found the bronze coin sword stuck in a broken water tank. He picked it up and placed it on his back before getting ready to return to the Great Liang. The next moment, Li Huowang opened his eyes wide, and the tip of his sword pointed at the dilapidated building in the distance. Who's there? Get out! Intermittent screams echoed in the distance. It was deep in the night, and Li Huowang was in the middle of a desolate ruins with absolutely no one else around. The intermittent which made the surroundings feel extremely eerie. Of course, Li Huowang was not buying it. He charged toward where the voice was coming from with his sword in hand. Li Huowang swung the spine sword repeatedly, sending massive chunks of walls to the Great Liang. Eventually, he found where the screams were coming from. The screams were coming from a eunuch on a mat. The eunuch was bald and was completely naked. His abdomen was swollen, and he clutched it strongly as he screamed. His bloated abdomen was covered with veins, which twitched occasionally. The edges of the eunuch's abdomen had cracked, leaking blood and amniotic fluid. What kind of evil spirit has caused this? Li Huowang thought. However, He instantly understood what this eunuch was up to upon recalling that he was in great Qi. Righteous monasteries Buddha could even allow a eunuch to give birth to a son. It seemed this eunuch was about to give birth. Li Huowang's eyes flashed in a light of understanding, and then he turned around to leave. The old eunuch noticed Li Huowang and screamed in distress, "Save me! Benefactor, save me! I'm having a difficult delivery." "Nonsense! Do you even have a hole down there? Who's having a difficult delivery?" Li Huowang replied and picked up his pace. The illusion of the monk stood in his path with a desperate look. "Taoist, please help him. Your refusal to lend a hand could lead to 2 deaths at once." "That's easy for you to say. Regardless of whether that eunuch is deceiving us or not, just think about what I can do. Do you really think that I can assist in childbirth? When did I learn to deliver babies, not to mention delivering a man's baby?" 1. Meaning which. 2. The term used can also refer to the residence of women in the imperial palace that has fallen out of favor. Chapter 530, Omen. In the desolate cold palace, Li Huowang looked at the monk's illusion with some dissatisfaction. Li Huowang wasn't a heartless person. However, he really had no time to deal with a pregnant old eunuch of unknown origin. After all, this was the Great Qi and not the Great Liang. Nobody knew if this guy was setting a trap. His priority was to return and inform the surveillance bureau about Prince Ren's collusion with the Dharma sect. "Let's go," Li Huowang said and turned to leave. He had only taken a few steps when a horrifying scream echoed from behind him. He saw the eunuch grip a dagger with one hand before thrusting it into his swollen belly. A mixture of amniotic fluid and blood sprayed out from the wound. It seemed that he intended to deliver the baby himself since Li Huowang wasn't going to help him. The monk's illusion couldn't sit still anymore at the gruesome scene. He scratched his head as he blocked Li Huowang again and said, "Taoist, please save him. Saving a life is more important than building many houses. Even if we don't save him, the baby in his belly isn't guilty of any crimes. Don't you think so? One is reborn as a human as a result of accumulated blessings throughout lifetimes. This is a precious life." Li Huowang sighed lightly and pressed his temple with one hand. "Fine. You have a kind heart. You are a living Bodhisattva. If you want to save him, do it yourself." The monk's illusion didn't immediately grasp what was happening, but he soon noticed the changes in his body. "I'm alive! I'm alive!" the monk exclaimed with joy. He patted his bald head and bounced around like a child. "Aren't you going to save him? I can't hold on much longer." "Oh, right. The monk regained his composure and hurried over to the eunuch. However, the monk seemed at a loss when faced with the bloody scene. He obviously had no idea how to deliver babies. The eunuch, who seemed on the verge of death, didn't care where this unexpected helper had come from. He propped himself up as sweat poured down his face. He opened his cracked lips, and his lips trembled as he pleaded, "Master, forget about me. Save the child. I can die, but I will not let my ancestors down as long as the Wang family will have a descendant." Okay. The monk nodded repeatedly and knelt down. He grasped the dagger sticking out of the eunuch's belly and pulled downward. "Aya!" The eunuch screamed in agony as blood and amniotic fluid sprayed out of the wound and drenched the monk. "Thank you, Master. May you achieve enlightenment soon." The eunuch trailed off, and his head tilted lifelessly to the side. His face lost all signs of vitality, but a satisfied smile was tugging at his sweaty lips. The monk was covered in filth, and he was still rummaging through the eunuch's stomach. Li Huowang couldn't take it anymore and walked over. The monk felt as though there was a treasure trove filled with blood-red objects before him, and his hands were moving incessantly within the treasure trove. Suddenly, he felt he had grabbed the ankle of the child. With a delighted expression, he pulled hard, but he ended up yanking out the eunuch's intestines. Li Huowang jumped into the fray, and his keen senses allowed him to detect the only thing moving in the treasure trove. He yanked out the object as if pulling out a radish from the soil. The monk's eyes widened in shock when what Li Huowang had yanked out. He took several steps backward and muttered, "What is that thing?" Li Huowang was holding a baby in his hand. No, it seemed like a baby, but it had the body of a cow or a sheep, and it was covered in short, damp fur. Its limbs had hooves at the end instead of 5 fingers. The monk wouldn't have been so frightened if it were just a calf born from the eunuch. What was most terrifying was that its head had a human face. The eunuch didn't give birth to a male infant who could carry on his lineage. Instead, he gave birth to a strange creature with a human face and the body of a cow. "What a mess!" Li Huowang exclaimed in disgust. He tossed the creature against the wall forcefully. Bang! The human-faced sheep hit the wall and fell to the ground. It surprisingly didn't die. Instead, it stood up with its hooves and spat out amniotic fluid in big mouthfuls. Li Huowang finally saw the appearance of this human-faced cow. It had the exact same face as the eunuch who gave birth to it. It had the same bald head and the same wrinkled face as the eunuch, but it seemed to embody the ugliness of the world. Li Huowang furrowed his brows and gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to eliminate this evil being. The human-faced cow opened its deformed mouth and cackled. Although its face was that of an old man, it had a baby's voice, which created an eerie combination. Ha ha! The moon will rise, the sun will dip, and the well water will overflow through the golden gate. The morning seeks to rise, the evening seeks to unite. It's difficult for the Panchi one to survive against the serpent. Kill the cows and sheep, and drink wine. Everyone, big or small, will be happy. Eat his mother. Everyone have a good time. Ha ha ha. After singing the nonsensical phrase, the human-faced cow went limp and collapsed to the ground. Its eyes rolled up, and it died just like that. Li Huowang couldn't understand what he had just witnessed. Why was everything in Great Qi so bizarre? What nonsense was it singing just now? Was it cursing me? Li Huowang sheathed his sword with a frown, and then he looked at the monk, who had returned to being an illusion. What did I tell you? You didn't listen and had to try it out. How was the good deed? Li Huowang didn't wait for the ashamed monk to reply. He prepared to leave this cold palace of Great Qi with Li Sui. Brotherly. Zhuge Yuan's words made Li Huowang stop. He turned toward Zhuge Yuan and was shocked to see that Zhuge Yuan's expression was tense with a hint of regret. Brother Zhuge, what's going on? Li Huowang asked. He sensed something off with Zhuge Yuan's emotions. I need you to do me a favor. Help me pass on a message to some friends in Great Qi. Of course. But, Brother Zhuge, can you tell me what exactly is going on? Li Huowang didn't think for a moment that Zhuge Yuan's current demeanor was all because he was so touched that he managed to return to Great Qi and that he couldn't wait to reminisce with some of his old friends. Zhuge Yuan wasn't that kind of person. Moreover, he had never seen Zhuge Yuan lose his composure. Zhuge Yuan had remained calm even in the face of Dou Lao and his own despairing death. 1. A creature similar to a dragon. Chapter 531 Zhuge Yuan. Li Huowang knew that the issue had to be serious, as Zhuge Yuan looked so distressed. What could be even worse than Dou Lao descending upon the mortal realm? Senior Zhuge, don't panic, said Li Huowang in an effort to console Zhuge Yuan. Tell me what's going on. I can't help you if you don't explain it to me. Zhuge Yuan closed his reddened eyes. He took a deep breath before pointing his fan at the deceased human cow hybrid on the ground. Juniorly, do you know what that is? Heir. Isn't that the son that the righteous monastery had implanted into that eunuch to give birth to? Wait, I actually don't know if they can indeed grant children to the eunuchs. Maybe they just deceive the eunuchs? The fake Hong Zhong's illusion interjected. Yeah, how could they be so unscrupulous? Wrong. You're very wrong. Did you not hear what it's saying? That was an omen. The Great Qi's dragon vein is about to be severed. Zhuge Yuan's words frightened Li Huowang. He didn't know what the human cow hybrid was, but he knew that the severing of a dragon vein was bad news. Juniorly, we don't have time now. We need to leave now. We can't use your techniques here yet. Li Huowang ran out of the abandoned palace without any hesitation. Dragon vein. Li Huowang recalled the tied-up bodies of the past emperors in the imperial palace of the Liang kingdom last time. Zhuge Yuan caught up to Li Huowang and explained. There would be an omen before every great disaster. A half-human and half-beast hybrid would be born, and they would tell an omen before passing away. Omens are mostly bad, and they almost always happen immediately. That means, did that thing say that the Great Qi's dragon vein would be severed? Senior Zhuge, what would happen if the dragon vein was severed? Li Huowang stomped the ground and leaped up the palace wall with ease with the help of Li Sui's tentacles. There should only be the Great Qi in the first place. The Great Liang never existed. Do you know why? It's because 1,000 years ago, the dragon vein of the Qi kingdom was severed once. If it's severed once again, the entire Qi kingdom might cease to exist. Li Huowang felt his blood run cold. The dragon vein was the anchor of a timeline. Now he knew why the Liang kingdom needed to have an emperor at all times, and why the authority of the imperial family had lasted so long amidst such a crazy world. But did the Liang kingdom really come into existence because the dragon vein was severed once? Or was Zhuge Yuan mistaken? Li Huowang's mind was in disarray as if he had learned something important, but only the superficial details. He felt like the details were being obfuscated by something. Juniorly, stop here. This is good enough. Li Huowang noticed that he had arrived in the capital city of the Qi Kingdom, Yu capital. It was night, so the streets were silent, too silent. Li Huowang felt like something had changed here, but he didn't know what had changed. Senior Zhuge, what should I do next? Materialize me. I need to have a physical body. Li Huowang didn't hesitate and did it. He pressed his temples, and Zhuge Yuan's figure flickered. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes started popping outward slightly. He was using a lot of force. Something's wrong. It wasn't this hard to materialize the old monk and Peng Longting. Li Huowang kneeled on the ground as blood dripped out of his nose. Juniorly, please hang on. The lives of everyone are at stake here. Zhuge Yuan clenched his fist and urged Li Huowang to continue. Don't worry. I can handle it. Li Huowang's brain bulged, and his head expanded by a huge margin. Zhuge Yuan's fleshly body materialized slowly. Zhuge Yuan did not waste any time when he saw Li Huowang's swaying figure. He immediately took the spine sword off Li Huowang's back. He tore off the talisman on the hilt, and the sword came back to life. The two Zhuge Yuans looked at each other before he spoke to the sword. There's an omen. The dragon vein is about to be severed. What? Is that true? However, Zhuge Yuan's spine sword did not hesitate. He raised his skeletal hand and drew a line on its own bloody body. Blood flowed down his organs and talismans to reach the tip of the sword. The blood that had dripped from the sword was somehow alive, and it burrowed into the ground. Zhuge Yuan wielded the spine sword and started writing, but no words appeared on the ground as all of the blood had been absorbed by the ground. Faster. My dad can't keep it up any longer. Li Sui shouted at Zhuge Yuan while supporting Li Huowang with her tentacles. Juniorly, hang on. I'm almost done. Zhuge Yuan leaped into the air and pointed the spine sword at the ground. His white robes billowed out in the wind as his figure gradually became transparent. The next moment, he let go of the sword and kicked it toward the ground. The spine sword slipped past Li Sui's tentacles and returned to Li Huowang's back. Taking advantage of the momentum, Zhuge Yuan flew and landed on a roof on the left side. He waved his right arm, and the roof tiles flew upwards, revealing the writing implements in the room. He waved his hand, and a brush flew into his hand. Then, he summoned a piece of paper and drew something on it. He drew an incomplete circle with a single opening before writing something inside the circle. When his hands faded into nothingness, the paper filled with words burned up, and when the tiles neatly landed on the roof, Zhuge Yuan finally disappeared. Zhuge Yuan sighed in relief when he saw the paper burning up and scattering into the air as ashes. I hope that it works. May the three ancient ones protect the dragon vein. Zhuge Yuan floated toward Li Huowang. Juniorly, thank. Zhuge Yuan stopped mid-sentence. Li Huowang was bleeding from all of his orifices and was unconscious in his daughter's tentacles. Chapter 532 Back. Li Huowang was having a splitting headache. Materializing a twisted one is still too much for me. If I want to materialize Zhuge Yuan to lend me a hand, I need to master the truth first. Knowing that they were at a critical juncture, Li Huowang sat up abruptly. He shook his head and opened his eyes. Sorry, Senior Zhuge, I fainted. I didn't see. Li Huowang stopped mid-sentence upon seeing doctors wearing white lab coats around him. He then looked around and saw that he was strapped to some sort of medical device. Moments later, Li Huowang finally realized that he had returned to the other side. I'm back. Li Huowang. Li Huowang. How many fingers am I holding up? 3 fingers were put up before him. 3. Good. It seems that increasing the voltage has truly managed to bring you back here. Under the instructions of the doctor, the nurses approached Li Huowang and undid his restraints. They also peeled off the 2 electrodes on his temples and his scalp. Eat this first. Li Huowang's pupils shrank at the pills and the cup of water before him. He slapped the pills away and asked, Who's been feeding me these pills? I don't want any of these. Li Sui picked up the spine sword and sent me back to the Liang kingdom. Do not trust the person that's near me. Li Huowang was clad in his blue and white striped patient robes, and he looked quite emaciated. A doctor wearing frameless glasses told the nurses to back down before carefully approaching Li Huowang. Li Huowang, don't be afraid. Have you forgotten me? It's me, your Dr. Yidonglai. Yidonglai. Li Huowang stared at the familiar face in front of him. He remembered a lot of things. I don't care who you are. I won't eat anything right now. You can feed whatever medicine you want once I get back to the other side. Li Huowang shouted so loudly that even the people outside the corridor could hear him. Some of them peeked through the door. All right, don't panic. Relax. I'm not feeding you any medicine and mean no harm to you. Yi Donglai took a step back and displayed his palms. Li Huowang sighed when Yi Donglai backed off. No matter who it was in the Qi kingdom, at least that person meant no harm. Seeing that his patient had calmed down, Yi Donglai brought out a stool and placed it beside Li Huowang. Come here and sit down. Don't do any sudden movements. Your muscles are too weak to support you right now. Glancing at Yi Donglai and the stool, Li Huowang reached for where his purple tasseled sword was supposed to be and slashed at the stool before taking it to sit down. Yi Donglai nodded and looked at the camera at the top left corner of the room. Please give me a copy of the footage later. With that, Yi Donglai looked at Li Huowang and said, based on what you've been talking about recently, I feel like you are encountering issues on the other side. Is something wrong there? Li Huowang kept quiet when he was being questioned by Yi Donglai. He knew that the doctor would not be able to help him deal with Shai Zi. Yi Donglai pushed his glasses. Li Huowang, is Shai Zi aiming for the dragon vein of the Liang kingdom? Li Huowang looked up in shock. How did the doctor know what was happening on the other side? He immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The dragon vein could affect the history of a timeline, and Shai Zi wanted Jilin to succeed to the throne. Is Shai Zi aiming for the dragon vein? Even though he didn't know what Shai Zi's true goal was, his fake memories as a sitting oblivion Dao were telling him that deceiving an entire history of a timeline was very alluring. If Zhuge Yuan was right, it meant that the Liang kingdom only appeared because the Qi kingdom's dragon vein was severed. Even Li Huowang had no idea what would happen if Shai Zi ended up achieving his goal. Seeing that Li Huowang was deep in his thoughts, Yi Donglai gestured for everyone to leave the room and close the doors. The room was quiet now that only he and Li Huowang were left inside. Yi Donglai grabbed a stool and sat in front of Li Huowang. Coming from my viewpoint as a doctor, I think it's best that you don't help the prince to become the emperor. In addition to the fact that it's not really a profitable trade for you, you also have to risk your life by killing the other princes. However, the Shai Zi capturing your Miao Miao is indeed a huge problem. Why don't we think of a solution together? Wait a minute. Li Huowang clutched his head in pain and stopped the doctor. It took him a few moments to catch his breath and calm himself down before he looked at Yi Donglai. Don't discuss this with me. You have nothing to do with it. What? Is it that uncomfortable to have reality and the hallucination mix with each other? It's fine. We can talk about something else. How about a trade? A trade? Li Huowang was curious as to what Yi Donglai was proposing. Yes, a trade. Do you understand the situation you are in right now? You are just like a living Bodhisattva. We can't throw you, nor can we lose you. The leaders of White Tower Hospital are having a headache dealing with you. Whenever they're having a headache, they'd always pressure us, the doctors. How about this? Can you work with me and become sane during the visits of the leaders? That way, I'll be able to prove that my treatment method is working. Yi Donglai stood up and helped Li Huowang stand up before moving to the window. They stared at the scenery outside. As your reward, I can do almost anything for you as long as it's within my authority. This is a win-win deal for both of us. Yi Donglai produced an unfamiliar smartphone and gave it to Li Huowang. Li Huowang touched the screen, and an anime wallpaper popped up. Li Huowang realized that it was his smartphone. I've updated the games. Why don't you play them? Li Huowang tapped into QQ and WeChat. He saw the red message bubbles with the letter +99 on them. He tapped further and stared at the messages. I can give you your phone, and I can even grant you a certain degree of freedom. You just have to work with me. You can go to the canteen, play video games on the computer, and even watch movies. Li Huowang felt a shiver down his spine at the remark, and he exclaimed, Stop fooling me. The other doctors tried to do the same thing as you did. You want me to interact with this world more frequently so that you can condition me to think that this place is reality while the other side is fake. Chapter 533, Doctor. Yi Donglai looked at him in exasperation and said, Li Huowang, I'm trying to help you here by following your logic. I thought you managed to cultivate the truth and turn this place into reality. Why are you still afraid if this side is real? I'm not afraid, Li Huowang exclaimed. He then realized that he was shouting, and he calmed down by taking deep breaths. After calming down, he slowly persuaded the doctor. I'm not afraid. It's just that there are still many things I need to do on the other side. I have to focus on that side first. Once I've cultivated it to a high enough level, I will be able to resolve everything quite easily. But what if Shai Zi is telling the truth? What if you are doomed when you cultivate on the truth and not the lies? Yi Donglai sighed and gestured helplessly. I will say it again. Stop talking about those things to me. You have no idea what I went through, and you don't have the right to talk about it. Why can't I? Do you really think that whatever is happening in that world is still a secret here? Are you surprised to find out that everyone here knows what's happening there? Are you worried about the possibility that this side and that side may not be too far away from each other and on the verge of overlapping? Or perhaps you're afraid of me inadvertently revealing your true thoughts by speaking with you. Li Huowang, ask yourself this question. Is that crazy world in your heart real or not? Bam! Li Huowang hurled the smartphone to the ground, shattering it. Li Huowang grabbed one of the sharp fragments and pounced on Yi Donglai. Before the doctor realized what was going on, the sharp fragment was already pressing against his jugular vein. I said, shut up. My muscles have atrophied, but I can still kill you quite easily. Li Huowang backed off only after seeing Yi Donglai trembling in fear. I will decide what is real and what is fake. I will do my best to solve the issue on the other side in 2 years, so stop looking for me. Once everything has died down, my illness will resolve itself. Li Huowang threw the metal piece as he staggered backward. Yi Donglai did not give up. Li Huowang, you have to understand that your mental illness will make you think both worlds are real. No matter what you choose, you will have to treat yourself. I'm not sick. Bam! The door was kicked open. Several nurses holding a bunch of tools charged in to suppress Li Huowang. Yi Donglai rubbed his neck and looked at Li Huowang with a complicated expression. If you think both worlds are real, why are you afraid that they'd overlap with each other? What are you so afraid of? Li Huowang, sitting on the stool, was surrounded by the nurses. The nurses glared at him, ready to act the moment he made a move. They surrounded him until the straitjacket arrived. They restrained Li Huowang once more despite his emaciated look. They carried him out of the room like a pig on a stick. Who caught me on the other side? Looks like the Qi Kingdom's people have no plans on killing me. Li Sui, is everything all right? Li Huowang mumbled. Li Huowang. Li Huowang. I finally found you. I knew you're here. Li Huowang heard someone calling his name. He looked toward the ward on the left and saw a disheveled man jumping up and down in joy. Who is that? Do you know him? Why does he know you? Yi Donglai was curious. Li Huowang stared at the man and identified him. That's Wang Wei. I think he used to be my doctor before. He did the same thing as you did. But why did he go crazy too? What? What did you say? Yi Donglai was shocked. This was news to him. Li Huowang, come here. I need to talk to you. Wang Wei shouted at Li Huowang, jumping up and down. Li Huowang closed his eyes and breathed deeply. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself staring at the dusty rafters in the ceiling. The sight told him that he was back. I should stay on this side before I'm done cultivating the truth. I'm not in danger on the other side, so it should be fine if I stay here for a while. The pain in his abdomen made him look down, and he saw Li Sui pulling his stomach open while stuffing dumplings into it. Li Huowang wasn't sure how long he had passed out, but based on his bloated stomach, he seemed to have been asleep for a while. He looked around the dingy room and asked Li Sui, Sui, where are we? Are we in the Great Liang or in the Great Qi? Dad, you're awake. What's the Great Liang and the Great Qi? Li Huowang went silent and looked at Zhuge Yuan instead. Junior Li, you're in the Great Qi, Zhuge Yuan said. Li Huowang nodded and struggled to get up. He felt dizzy, and he almost fell backward. Thankfully, Li Sui was there to catch him. I've rested for so long, but my injuries are still so serious. Looks like it will be a long time before I can materialize Zhuge Yuan again. Li Huowang shook his head and felt somewhat better. Senior Zhuge, who approached and fed me just now. Dad, it's me. I tried feeding you some buns, but you slapped it away. That's why I'm stuffing it into your stomach. Hearing her dejected voice, Li Huowang felt his heart go soft, and he hugged her. Sorry for scaring you. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I don't have any awareness of what's going on here while I'm on the other side. I can't tell who is good or evil. Li Sui wrapped her tentacles around Li Huowang. After consoling Li Sui, Li Huowang looked at Zhuge Yuan again. Senior Zhuge, are you done with everything? Do I need to do it again? However, Zhuge Yuan would never let Li Huowang manifest him again after seeing how bad the side effects were. No need. Everything is up to the heavens now. I'm already dead, and I've done my best as well. The rest is up to the people of the Great Qi. Then let's go back to the Liang Kingdom. Li Huowang unsheathed the spine sword. He was about to swing it when he recalled what Yi Donglai had told him. Wait, will the Liang Kingdom get affected if the dragon vein of the Qi Kingdom gets severed? No. In fact, it's a great thing for the Liang Kingdom. Li Huowang sighed and opened his mouth for Li Sui. Come in here. Chapter 534, Shangji Guankou. I'm awake. Li Huowang woke up in the darkness and looked around. He found himself lying in the courtyard of the house he owned in Shangjing. He sighed in relief because he didn't find himself in a hospital bed. He struggled to get up and shook his heavy head. His vision was still blurry. That day, he returned from the Qi kingdom back to the Liang kingdom and found himself in a hot kitchen. He immediately ran to the surveillance bureau and reported how Prince Ren was colluding with the Dharma sect. The surveillance bureau's reaction was according to his expectations. He learned from Tiangang that the mission related to Prince Ren had been accepted by someone else. Clearly, his mission from Jilin was as good as done. All he needed to do was to wait. Li Huowang took advantage of the downtime to rest and recover. He had injured himself badly, and the splitting headache was still refusing to go away. It seemed that forcefully materializing Zhuge Yuan had affected him both physically and spiritually. To make matters worse, he had also lost control over his primordial breath, causing him to wake up in the White Tower Hospital. He hated it. He hated not having control over himself. Li Huowang washed up and munched on the overcooked buns. Li Sui had made the bun. Even though she couldn't make fluffy buns without yeast, it was still considerably better than the burnt one she had made last time. Li Huowang enjoyed his breakfast while listening to Li Sui practicing with the talisman and chanting on the lower floor. After his breakfast, Li Huowang looked at Zhuge Yuan and asked, "Senior Zhuge, I have some questions. Would you mind answering it?" "Please ask away." Zhuge Yuan's calm demeanor had returned as if he had never panicked in the Qi kingdom not too long ago. Li Huowang thought about how to ask the question. "Senior Zhuge, there's a chance that Shai Zi is trying to take advantage of the succession war, despite being hunted down by the surveillance bureau. Is it because he wants to do something to the dragon vein?" Li Huowang had no choice but to consider this possibility, especially upon recalling the dragon vein's value and that doctor's words. As much as he hated Yi Donglai, he had to admit that the latter's questions were logical. If Yi Donglai's assumption was true, then Li Huowang couldn't help Jilin ascent to the throne. Zhuge Yuan did not answer immediately. He tapped his fan on his palm and fell into deep thoughts before giving an answer. "You are not wrong. But juniorly, you need to understand that the officials and surveillance bureau would definitely think of the possibility if even you can link the clues together. The dragon vein is important, and it's not as fragile as you think. It's actually the opposite. The reason the dragon vein is in the imperial temple isn't to protect it, but to protect the palace. In short, the emperor is the son of the dragon vein. Shai Zi cannot defeat the emperor in the palace. The dragon vein is that strong? Even Shai Zi can't defeat the emperor if the latter is under its influence." This was news to Li Huowang. That's true. How could the anchor of the history of a timeline be weak? "Senior Zhuge, since the dragon vein is so strong, how did the one in Great Qi get severed?" Zhuge Yuan's face fell when he heard that. He shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know? I've been dead for quite some time, and while I was alive, the Qi kingdom was still fine. There was no news about the dragon vein being severed. I have no idea what happened there after I died, too. There are too many possibilities." The room fell silent, and the two of them looked at each other. Zhuge Yuan broke the silence first. "Juniorly, there's no need to ponder over Shai Zi's thoughts. We should first think about how to counter him. If we want to fight him, we need to do what I told you." Now, Li Huowang could still recall Zhuge Yuan's words. He could find someone in the Great Qi who could track down Shai Zi. Now that the Omen has been read, who knows what would happen to the Qi kingdom? "If we don't act now, there might not even be a Qi kingdom next time," Zhuge Yuan said. If the Qi kingdom vanishes, then you'd have a hard time tracking down that Shai Zi." Li Huowang was flustered. He finally managed to come up with a decent plan against defeating Shai Zi, so he couldn't give up now. This was much more important than helping Jilin to succeed to the throne. "Senior Zhuge, what should I do?" "Go to the Great Qi and find Shangji Guankou. They have the method to find Shai Zi." Really, finding Shai Zi had always been a difficult task, but Zhuge Yuan made it sound easy. Li Huowang was suspicious of the method. "We are talking about Shai Zi here. Even the entirety of the surveillance bureau hadn't been able to Shai Zi. How can Shangji Guankou do that? If it were that easy, why was it that the surveillance bureau hadn't looked for Shangji Guankou even once?" Zhuge Yuan stared deeply at Li Huowang and replied, "Juniorly, that's because only the Great Qi has Shangji Guankou. They do not exist in the Great Liang." Li Huowang immediately understood. He took his weapons below his pillow and got ready to move out. "I see. Let's go then." "Wait, don't do it here. We should leave the city first. If we enter the Qi kingdom here, we will appear in the Yu capital, and we might kill someone accidentally. All right. Li Huowang wore his red Taoist robes and took his 2 weapons as he went downstairs. Senior Zhuge, what is Shangji Guankou? Is it a person or a sect? I can't tell you that. Why not? Li Huowang told Li Sui to wear her veil as he asked. To some, they are humans. To others, they are evil beings. But there are people who had seen Shangji Guankou as a temple. Is it that profound? Doesn't that mean they would request some sort of payment to find Shai Zi? Don't worry. I will deal with that. Even if I'm dead, my reputation in the Great Qi has not. I still have some connections. Zhuge Yuan became confident again. Li Huowang sat on his horse and urged it to exit the capital as soon as possible. But, Junior Li, even though Shangji Guankou can find Shai Zi, they cannot help you fight him. You need to deal with Shai Zi on your own. I understand. Li Huowang swore to kill Shai Zi on his own. He finally had a chance to defeat Shai Zi, and he had to take advantage of that opportunity no matter what. Chapter 535, Natural Disaster. Beat the drum and the gong, stop the gongs, and hear my song, hear me sing the 18 touches. Someone's singing came from the left side of an alley. Li Sui heard the voice and looked over, but Li Huowang frowned. He urged the horse to run faster so Li Sui wouldn't learn the inappropriate words. Touch the edges of my legs, and the skies are covered in clouds, touch the tip of my forehead, and feel how full it is. Lu Jiren sang on the stage with his white makeup as he gestured with both of his hands according to the lyrics. The men beneath the stage listened attentively and even looked at each other with a knowing gaze, snickering as they did so. Everyone cheered and showered the stage with bronze coins at the end of the show. The Lu family's performance wasn't from the Liang Kingdom, so none of the audience had heard of it before. They relished in the novelty of it. Encore! Encore! One more time. Do you have female performers? I want them to sing for us. Yeah, we want female performers. We will pay you more. While Lu Zhuangyuan was happily picking up the bronze coins, someone shouted, "What are you doing here?" Everyone saw that the shout had come from the city guards, so they ran away in a panic. Lu Zhuangyuan panicked and froze. Who granted you permission to perform here? And you're even performing a pink show. This is an outright offense to public decency. Are you blind? Did you not see the warning on the city gates? Lu Zhuangyuan lowered his head humbly. Officer, I don't know how to read. Please forgive us. I don't care whether you can read or not. We will seize all of the money you've earned here. Pick those coins up. Lu Zhuangyuan didn't want to part away with so much money, but there was nothing he could do. The officials were of higher rank than him. Soon, the city guards walked away happily with the money in hand, and the performers were left to pack up the stage with frowns. Halfway through, Lu Xiaozai and Puppy returned while bickering. Stupid, your method is useless. Those beggars searched for so long and didn't even manage to catch a glimpse of my master. Shut up. At least I'm doing something. What about you? Except for flapping your mouth, you are doing nothing to help. The two only stopped bickering when they saw the performers packing up. Troop leader Lu, what happened? We finally found a place to perform. Why are you packing up now? Puppy scratched the side of his face in confusion. After learning what had happened, Lu Xiaozai stomped the ground angrily and waved the bronze coin sword that he had stitched himself. The people of Shangjing are so cruel. I will go and cut them down. Lu Zhuangyuan sighed and massaged his lower back. It's fine. We already have enough issues, so stop giving me more. We don't need the money. We can't do that. We have to feed ourselves and the horses. Everything is so expensive in Shangjing. Even a single piece of bread costs 5 coins. Luo Wanhua grumbled with the bronze mirror in hand. Do you really think that I don't know how to manage my money? Lu Zhuangyuan chided and looked at Puppy. Sir Chao, did you manage to find the young Taoist? Lu Zhuangyuan couldn't wait to leave Shangjing after learning that he couldn't build his own theater here. He couldn't even earn money here. However, he didn't know what to tell the others if he returned without results. Puppy could say nothing but lie about how he was close to finding Li Huowang. However, Shangjing was so large, and there were too many people inside of it. It was like trying to find a needle in the haystack. Never mind. Let's report the situation back to Xiaoman using the pigeons. I've already asked the beggars, so they can't blame me for not trying to find Li Huowang. Puppy walked toward the nearest city god temple to find a scholar who could help write a letter for him. Unbeknownst to them, Li Huowang was out of the city. After traveling for a few more kilometers, Li Huowang found an isolated place to park the carriage. He prepared food and water for the horse before traveling to the Qi Kingdom. Upon sensing Li Sui inside of him, Li Huowang took a deep breath and gripped the spine sword tightly. Let's go. Li Huowang swung the sword. He stomped his feet onto the ground along with 6 tentacles before launching himself towards the crack in space. He was getting used to the movements. This time, he didn't even get his robes torn off. Li Huowang didn't even get to celebrate his small achievement when he was shocked to see what was happening in front of him. A massive cloud was heading towards him. Those are, he stared into the distance to identify it, locusts. The locusts covered the sun and crashed downwards like a black tsunami. Li Huowang put away the spine's sword and brought out the purple-tasseled sword. The killing intent around him scared the locusts away. However, some of them still managed to chew on his robes and head before flying away. The locusts flew around him, devouring anything in their path. When the sun revealed itself again, everything around Li Huowang turned barren. The plants have all been chewed off. Junior Li, this is a natural disaster. Natural disaster? But they are just locusts. To normal people, food is the most crucial part of their life. They don't care about the heavenly Daos because they can still live on without the heavenly Daos, but without food, they will quickly die from hunger. To them, a locust swarm is worse than a natural disaster. More importantly, more disasters would follow after the locusts. There would be a drought, war, and finally, a plague. The world would become desolate. What's happening with the Qi kingdom? Li Huowang said, staring at the Yu capital. He then looked at Zhuge Yuan and asked, Senior Zhuge, is there something you need me to do here? Tell me, and I will. Zhuge Yuan shook his head. Junior Li, you are not someone from the Qi kingdom. This is not your karma, and you don't need to interfere. You are also in a bad place. I love the people here, and I wish to protect them, but there's nothing I can do for them. Chapter 536, Great Qi. Junior Li, go east, Zhuge Yuan said after observing the mountains and rivers around them. Li Huowang nodded and walked east without deviating even an inch. He climbed past the hills and waded through the waters. The left is blocked, and the right is crooked. We cannot walk this path any further. Head west for 2 li. Li Huowang followed, but he needed clarification. Senior Zhuge, is Shangji Guankou not in a specific place? No, Shangji Guankou is alive. They're extremely good at moving and hiding. Thankfully, the feng shui around them would change every time they move. We just need to use the metal and water detection method to find traces of them amidst nature. Zhuge Yuan calculated something with his fingers while looking at the sky. Li Huowang nodded and said nothing as he continued walking. He felt more confident and calm with Zhuge Yuan guiding him, especially in a foreign place like the Great Qi. Under Zhuge Yuan's guidance, Li Huowang walked in circles until midnight. He only stopped when he saw a town with some lights in the distance while he was walking through a dried field with cracks in the ground. The town had a decent size, so it wouldn't be an issue for him to find an inn there. Li Huowang looked at Li Sui and then at Zhuge Yuan. Senior Zhuge, let's stop here for now and rest. Li Huowang then approached the town with Li Sui. Junior Li, rest well. According to my calculations, we'll catch up to them by tomorrow. Then that's good. I hope everything goes well. The Qi Kingdom's situation wasn't too bad, but Li Huowang felt a sense of foreboding for some reason. He wasn't sure whether his instinct warning him of imminent danger or if it was just a feeling because he hadn't met any danger so far. Still, he maintained his guard. Just as he got closer to the town, he caught a whiff of burning wood. Someone was guarding the entrance of the town, but Li Huowang frowned at how unprofessional the guards were. They were all drinking soup by a bonfire. The guards didn't even react when Li Huowang approached them. He entered the town but failed to find an inn. More specifically, no one had their doors opened. The streets were deserted. He sighed and decided to find a house that still had a light in it. He soon found one. The house had a small courtyard. Inside the courtyard was someone wearing a white towel on their head while cooking something on a small stove. The man had been adding firewood to the stove, and he turned around upon hearing Li Huowang's footsteps. Li Huowang saw that the man had pale skin and a fragrant scent. Li Huowang was immediately suspicious of the man. Do you need something, Taoist? That man stood up and looked at Li Huowang before staring at Li Sui behind him. Thankfully, Li Sui was wearing her veil. Li Huowang took one look at the man and raised his guard up further. The man's feet were bound. The man's feet were half the size of an ordinary human's feet. He was also wearing 3-inch shoes women usually wore. The man was reaching for something behind him when Li Huowang immediately unsheathed his sword and placed it on the man's neck. What are you doing? Junior Li, wait. Don't be so rash. This is the Qi Kingdom. You don't have any enemies here. This man is just an escort, Zhuge Yuan said, and then he proceeded to explain further. Li Huowang then learned that there were men selling their bodies as a profession in the Qi Kingdom. Men with bound feet were one of such people. Li Huowang sheathed his sword. The man slumped to the ground with his pants wet, and he kowtowed to Li Huowang. Please, the money is at the bottom of the chest. You can have it. Please spare me. Li Huowang looked at what the man had been reaching for behind him. It was a red handkerchief. I'm not here to rob you. I'm here to stay the night. Stand up. I will be staying at your house tonight. Take this. If it's too much, just think of it as my apology. Li Huowang dragged the man up and placed several broken pieces of silver into his hands. That's. The man stammered, but Li Huowang had already entered his home. The house was small and simple. It was surprisingly clean as well. There was an altar to the left with 2 painted clay pots. Li Huowang was immediately attracted to it. Staring at the long ears and 3-pointed mouth of the pots, Li Huowang turned around and looked at the man. What are you worshipping? The man smiled sheepishly. We worship Sir Rabbit. Everyone in my line of work prays to him. Ho, I knew it. It was already late at night, and Li Huowang didn't want to talk too much to the man. He needed to rest as well. He walked up the 2nd floor and used a drawer to block the stairways. Only then did he fall asleep on the bed. Li Sui huddled at his side like a dog and closed her eyes. But her ears twitched as she monitored her surroundings for danger. Time ticked by just like that. Li Huowang was still sleeping when he heard the sound of cracking firewood outside. Sunlight shone in through the window, and Li Huowang opened his eyes upon hearing footsteps outside. Li Sui was already taking a peek through the window gap. Dad, there are people outside. They all wear the same white towel, and they're whispering to each other. They're done talking. The man threw one more firewood into the stove and left with them. Li Huowang got out of bed and took his weapons. They probably left to report to the officials. Li Sui nodded and followed him down the stairs. The man with bound feet had left, but the fire in the stove was still going strong. What was he cooking for an entire night? Li Huowang walked out of the courtyard to leave the town. When he walked through the streets, he saw that everyone was cooking something. He frowned when he noticed it. Senior Zhuge, is this a tradition of the Qi Kingdom? I don't think so. Juniorly, what month is it? Is the Dragon Boat Festival around the corner? I remember that it would take an entire day and night to cook the dumplings. Li Huowang took a deep breath before shaking his head. No, the leaves wrapping the dumplings would be fragrant then, but I can't smell anything at all. Anyway, it doesn't matter as long as they don't hinder us. Li Huowang picked up his pace and walked to the entrance of the town. And that was when he saw rows of steaming stoves before him. What's going on here? The townspeople were carrying heavy stoves outside of the town. Chapter 537, Dharma Sect. Li Huowang was confused when someone called out to him. Taoist, Taoist. The man with his bound feet walked over to Li Huowang and smiled. You're leaving? How about staying for a few more nights? What are you doing? Li Sui asked. The men heard her and opened the pot lid. The steam escaped the pot, and a large stone, roughly the size of a watermelon, was sitting in the boiling water. We are cooking stone soup. This is a very nutritious meal. Not only could you stave off your hunger, you can even extend your lifespan. We just have to cook this stone until it becomes soft, and we can then ascend to the realm of the immortals after drinking it. We no longer need to suffer the pain of the mortal realm. Li Huowang frowned and looked at the man in front of him. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to give some advice. You think you can become immortal if you cook stone soup? Are you tricked by the sitting oblivion Tao? The man covered the lid and placed the pot back on the stove. Taoist, what's the sitting oblivion Tao? I've never heard of that before. Stop cooking it. The one who told you that was lying. You can't cook stones, and drinking boiled stone water won't turn you into an immortal. Li Huowang did what his conscience had told him to do and left. He had just taken several steps when he noticed several men approaching him with hostility in their faces. Li Huowang gripped the hilt of his sword when he saw that all of them were wearing the same white towel on their heads. A liar? Sir Arrogant Stone, who has descended upon the mortal realm, was the one who told us to cook these stones. Arrogant Stone? Li Huowang mumbled, trying to recall if he had ever heard of that name before. He was about to retort, but he realized that he had been surrounded by the townspeople. All of them had the same white towel on their heads. Li Huowang unsheathed his purple tasseled sword, and a killing intent burst out of him spread out. Scram! The townspeople retreated at Li Huowang's fierce display, but they didn't retreat far away. More and more people with white towels on their heads came out from the alleyways to join the others. Juniorly, we need to go now. I've been in the Great Qi for so long, and I've never heard of anyone with the moniker Arrogant Stone. Something's wrong with them. Li Huowang opened his mouth, and Li Sui entered his body without needing any instructions. Black tentacles sprouted out from his body and thrashed wildly, knocking the pots and stoves toward the people. The boiling water scalded the townspeople, and they cried out in pain. "Let's get out of here." Li Huowang's 2 feet and 4 tentacles stomped on the ground, propelling him away. He jumped out from their encirclement and ran toward the massive field up ahead. He was about to reach the field when he noticed a white figure approaching him. The 2 tentacles on his armpits moved, lashing out at the white figure. The white figure fell to the ground. Li Huowang noticed the character, which written on the white cloth covering the figure's face, and he immediately realized the identity of his opponents. He had seen the same figure in the Liang Kingdom, but they were wearing black in the Liang Kingdom. To think that they'd wear white here in the Qi Kingdom. There was no arrogant stone. It was just another name for God Yor. The people in the town belonged to the Dharma sect of the Qi Kingdom. To think that even the Qi Kingdom has the Dharma sect. The natural disaster has affected both places. Zhuge Yuan frowned. The white figure stood up, but Peng Longting plummeted toward them. Bam! The white figure was crushed, and a cloud of dust flew into the air. But rather than scaring the people away, they all went mad upon witnessing the death of one of them. They grabbed the stones that they were cooking and ran over to Li Huowang. "I can't get entangled with them." Li Sui slapped 2 talismans onto Li Huowang's legs, which increased his speed as he ran away like a ghost. He had just exited the town when he saw a massive group of refugees standing in the empty space in front of the town. They were skinny and wore rags, but no matter how dirty they were still wearing clean white towels on their heads. They were from the Dharma sect, too. Damn it. I should have known that the harder one's life was, the easier it would be for the evil sects to convince them to join their cause. The Dharma sect's influence in this world is likely greater than their influence in the Liang Kingdom. Brothers and sisters, attack. That Taoist in red robes has killed Wu Zhu. The refugees standing outside of the town heard the cries from within the town. They all turned and stared at Li Huowang at the same time. Li Huowang gritted his teeth when he felt their gazes. He gripped his purple tassel sword with his right, while he unsheathed the spine sword with his left. He smashed the spine sword on the ground. Li Sui's tentacles opened Li Huowang's bag of torture tools, and her tentacles all held polished torture tools except for one tentacle holding the bronze coin sword. Ayawa. The skinny refugees revealed their yellowing teeth as they ran at Li Huowang like zombies. Li Sui, do it. Li Huowang ran into the crowd without any hesitation. He swung the spine sword, and a large group of the refugees was cut down like rice stalks. Blood sprayed everywhere as only their lower half remained. Li Huowang jumped and crashed into the crowd. Blood and gore would paint the air every time he landed. Even though there were many people from the Dharma sect here, none of them could block even a single attack. The purple-tasseled sword was a weapon forged for the army. Rather than losing strength, he was becoming stronger as he killed the refugees. Li Huowang finally discovered the sword's true potential. It flourished in battles. Kill them all. Li Huowang's eyes grew bloodshot, and the world before him became veiled in red. Clang! The purple-tasseled sword swung down and broke a sickle as if it were made of clay. Li Huowang aimed for the next person who had blocked his escape, but he hesitated briefly at the astonishing sight. The woman was wearing a white towel on her head with a dead baby covered in flies in her arms. The sight convinced Li Huowang that the lady had gone mad. The lady looked at Li Huowang and immediately brought out a rusted sickle to thrust toward Li Huowang. The next moment, a large shadow plummeted, crushing the woman and the baby into a gory paste. Peng Longting then grabbed the nearest human being and used them as a weapon to slaughter everyone around her. A clearing was then made around Li Huowang in the blink of an eye. Chapter 538, Chibao. Phew. Chibao was sprawled out on the ground while carefully fanning the flames with her breath. She was cooking something in her broken bowl above the fire. Rumble. Her stomach rumbled, and she tied the strings of her pants tighter. Her name was Chibao, but she rarely filled her belly. It had been the same when was still living with her parents, and it remained the same even after she got married. The fire grew smaller, and she panicked. She looked around her and quickly grabbed a handful of human bones beside a bonfire to fuel the flames. Chibao sighed in relief when the flames got stronger. She then carefully removed the tile that she had used to substitute as the bowl lid. The boiling water had 3 cobblestones within it. She prodded the stones with her rusted knife and grinned in delight, which brightened up her dirty face. Chibao then covered the bowl and added more firewood. Afterward, She grabbed the nearby bundle of rags and rocked it in her arms. My son, the stones will soon go soft. Once it's soft, you can drink the stone soup, and your illness will be cured. You can even become an immortal. Chibao was so thrilled at the idea that she was chuckling while playing with her laughing son. Just then, the people sleeping around her suddenly woke up in agitation. An old man sleeping beside her woke up and stretched. His legs accidentally knocked over her bowl. My stone soup. Chibao cried out in despair. The Dharma sect members around her stirred and stood up one by one. Kill that Taoist in red robes. He killed our Lord Wu Zhu. Someone shouted, and everyone buzzed with agitation. Who killed our Wu Zhu? Without him talking to Sir Arrogant Stone, the stone soup might not going to work. Chibao forgot about her despair when she heard those words. She stopped collecting the cobblestones on the ground and placed her rusted knife into the bundle of rags that she had used to wrap her son. She stood up shakily and wanted to charge at the front lines, but she was too emaciated to do so. She was too weak to shove away the person in front of her. Let me go? Let me go? I can't see, Chibao shouted, but no one heard her. All of a sudden, the people moved to the side, revealing a path to her. At the end of the path was a Taoist in red robes. The Taoist was wearing a bronze coin veil and had black tentacles sprouting all over his body. Rather than feeling afraid, Chibao felt that she was under Sir Arrogant Stone's protection. She held her crying son and charged at the bizarre monster. You killed our Wu Zhu. How dare you destroy my stone soup? Chibao gritted her teeth and thrust her rusted knife toward the Taoist in red robes. In the next instant, she saw the sky become dark. She didn't know what happened afterward. Dad! Dad! Li Sui's voice snapped Li Huowang out of it. He had been staring at the meat paste in front of him. This was not the time to be distracted. He was still surrounded by the enemies. Li Huowang was soaked in sweat as he took a deep breath. He chased after Peng Longting, who was opening a path for him. Don't just stand and fight. Charge forward. Break through the people. However, Peng Longting ignored him and continued her onslaught. Go forward, or I will dematerialize you. I won't materialize you again if that happens. Peng Longting stood still and clenched her right hand. The grotesque noise of cracking bones echoed as she crushed the head of a refugee in her hand. The bones and flesh seeped out from the gaps in her fingers. Even though she didn't want to do so, she had no choice but to follow Li Huowang's orders under the latter's threat. She could only enjoy the sensation of killing with a physical body, so she had no choice but to rely on Li Huowang for now. The massive Peng Longting grabbed two men and forged a path of blood through the refugees. She swept across the townspeople and refugees alike as if she were a tornado. Peng Longting was in charge of the slaughter up ahead, so Li Huowang felt that the burden on him was much lighter. But he was not happy at all. He couldn't stop thinking about the woman holding a dead baby earlier. He looked around and saw their skinny bodies with an engorged abdomen. The red veil slowly lifted off his eyes. Peng Longting stomped on one of the refugees' stomachs and squeezed out the content of their stomach through their mouths. However, rather than food, the refugee vomited lumps of what looked like clay. It turned out that the refugees had been eating kaolinite. Those who consumed kaolinite wouldn't live for long. Li Huowang even saw a human's leg in the refugee's stomach. It seemed that they had been eating each other as well. Li Huowang knew that those who had joined the Dharma sect would commit all kinds of atrocities. It was definitely not a good thing to worship God Yuan, but did they have a choice? Sir Arrogant Stone, protect me. An old man with white hair raised his stick as he charged at Li Huowang. Li Sui's bronze coin whipped around the old man's neck and tore off his head. Li Huowang walked over the head and moved forward. He looked at their faces, and for some reason, he recalled his master, Dan Yangzi. All of them were just like Dan Yangzi, firm in their beliefs, but ignorant. And that was exactly how they were manipulated. Li Huowang discovered another truth of this cruel world when he saw the frenzy in the eyes of the decapitated heads. This crazy world had ground everything the people in this world had to dust, including their rationality. Thus, they could only place their hope on God Yuan. It didn't matter even if God Yuan forced them to become murderers. The people were innocent, but Li Huowang had no choice but to use their blood to forge a path to live. However, perhaps death was better for them. Dying meant emancipation from suffering, and it was much better than living life as a mindless zombie. Jin Shanjiao stared at the scene in front of him with eyes filled with sadness and anger. He cried at the sight of such injustice. Ark. That was the first time Li Huowang heard his voice ever since he became an illusion. All of a sudden, the ground beneath caved in, and his legs were stuck. He looked around and saw 3 mounds of earth rapidly approaching him. Li Huang knew that there had to be someone commanding so many sect members, but he never expected them to come here so soon. 1. Meaning eating till full. Chapter 539 Trapped. Tunneling. Li Huowang immediately swung his spine sword at one of the earth mounds. The earth mound disappeared along with a huge patch of soil. He destroyed the second earth mound, but the third one managed to reach him. He suddenly felt an intense pain radiating from his left leg, causing his left leg to collapse like a wet noodle. Something in the ground just took my femur. Li Huowang gritted his teeth and stabbed the purple-tasseled sword into the ground. A smelly, black blood spread out from the ground. Li Sui, Li Huowang shouted, and Li Sui immediately filled his left leg with her tentacles. There was no time to waste. Li Huowang ran through the soggy path of blood towards Peng Longting. He saw several earth mounds chasing after him and sensed that he was in danger. There are too many of them. I can't keep dragging on like this, or I'll get caught. I need to hide in the Liang Kingdom now. Li Huowang grabbed his spine sword. Zhuge Yuan suddenly stopped him. Junior Li, you can't. You must not let them know that you can travel to the Liang Kingdom. Someone in the Dharma sect might be able to divine when you'll come back here. You would never be able to hide in the Qi Kingdom by then. Li Huowang cursed and ran nonstop. He stepped on the bloody path as Li Sui's tentacles propelled him forward. After jumping several times, Li Huowang landed on Peng Longting's shoulders. He saw the endless sect members of the Dharma sect. He was already standing on Peng Longting, and he still couldn't see the end of the crowd. How many people are here? Did everyone in the Qi Kingdom join the Dharma sect? Li Huowang's instinct suddenly warned him of impending danger. He twisted himself as 3 rocks fell from the sky. They tore open his robes and made 3 holes in Peng Longting. He looked around and saw who did that. It was a lady that was dressed in strange attire. Her limbs and neck swayed in the air as her silver jewelry jingled. She stepped on the crowd as if she was walking on the ground. She ran towards Li Huowang with minimal effort. Li Huowang never fought much with the Dharma sect in the Liang Kingdom, but he noticed that the Dharma sect of the Qi Kingdom primarily used techniques related to earth and stone. Li Huowang observed the woman before he had a sudden realization. The woman was a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao, but the woman no longer had any features resembling the sitting Oblivion Dao. She no longer believes in Do Lao, but rather in arrogant stone. He realized how dire the situation was in the Qi Kingdom. To think that the Dharma sect could absorb the sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huowang didn't want to get dragged into a fight of attrition here because he didn't know how many more people from other sects were absorbed into the Dharma sect. But there were too many people for him to turn invisible. Li Huowang stared at the woman getting closer to him when he had an idea from seeing how Peng Longting was throwing the corpses around. Li Huowang sent 2 tentacles to wrap around Peng Longting's hands. Peng Longting understood what he wanted to do as well as she swung him around. She turned faster and faster, to the point where Li Huowang couldn't keep his eyes open. 3 more stones flew past and bore 3 holes in him. At the same time, Peng Longting released her grip and hurled Li Huowang far away. He felt the wind flying past his ears, and he got farther and farther away from the ground. He was so high up that he finally saw the edge of the Dharma sect crowd, but he soon fell down into the arms of the Dharma sect members. But he wasn't worried because he finally found a good way to use the illusions. He rematerialized Peng Longting, and she grabbed Li Huowang's tentacles again. After throwing him 3 times, Li Huowang finally landed in a place without a crowd. He found himself beside a small earth hill. Ignoring his headache, he projected his body image beneath the ground and became invisible. When the Dharma sect members ran over to find him, he was already halfway up the hill. "Dad, we won. We escaped their encirclement." Li Sui's tentacles wiggled with joy. "Did we?" Li Huowang looked down at the Dharma sect members wearing tattered clothes. He recalled the crazy woman who was crushed into a paste by Peng Longting. Even though they were from the Dharma sect, they were being used as cannon fodders. There's nothing to be happy about. No one won here. "Help! Help!" A familiar voice echoed. Li Huowang turned around and saw that Jin Shanjiao was pointing at the Dharma sect members. Li Huowang thought Jin Shanjiao would forever remain muted, so he never expected that Jin Shanjiao would start talking once again. Even though he had uttered only a single word, Li Huowang understood what he was trying to say. "Help? How do you want me to help them?" "How ambitious. You actually want to help the people. But do I look like the emperor of the Qi Kingdom in your eyes? Or the chief of the surveillance bureau? They're pitiful, right? But what about me? I'm worse than them. Who's pitying me instead? I can't even help myself. So how can I help them?" Jin Shanjiao lowered his trembling finger and went silent. Li Huowang sat down and pressed down on the scabs all over him. He was waiting for his headache to improve. He couldn't rush things now. His head was pounding after materializing Peng Longting so many times in quick succession. He would end up back in the hospital if he lost control of the primordial breath inside of him. I would suggest that you disappear if you were planning on staying by my side, just because of that. I'm not as selfless as Senior Zhuge. Li Huowang panted as he looked at Jin Shanjiao in the air. Zhuge Yuan said nothing. He had one of his hands behind his back as he stared at the crowd of Dharma's sect members moving around like ants. He was counting something with his other hand. Li Huowang rested for a while and suddenly felt better. He then stood up to leave and swore not to get involved with the members of the Dharma sect ever again. Just then, Li Huowang noticed Jin Shanjiao smiling at him. Why is he smiling? Li Huowang realized that Jin Shanjiao wasn't looking at him, but was looking at something behind him. He turned around and almost cursed out loud. A woman wearing tattered rags stood just a few meters away from her. She was skinny with a white towel on her head, and she was still holding her dead baby in her arms. There was another illusion in Li Huowang's illusion roster. Chapter 540, Guankou. Chibao held the baby in her hands as she swallowed her saliva. She stared at the Taoist in red robes munching on his rations while she pleaded, "Please, Sir Taoist, please give me some food. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I'm too hungry." Li Huowang took out another bun when he looked at the poor woman. He soaked the bun in his blood and threw it to her. Chibao's eyes lit up, and she pounced toward the bun. She wanted to eat it, but it was useless. Her hands phased through the bun again and again. She could not pick it up. Chibao looked up at Li Huowang with despair in her eyes and howled. "What are you doing? You don't want the bun anymore, so why don't you let me pick it up? A mere bun can save someone's life." "Oh, I've gotten used to being hungry, but I need to eat to produce breast milk. Without breast milk, my son will die. Please find it in your conscience to feed me." Chibao bit her finger open and placed it near her baby's mouth. Li Huowang sighed in frustration while staring at Chibao. He decided to ignore her as he looked east. It had been a while since he had new illusions. Li Huowang had completely forgotten that he still had the ability to spawn illusions. What's happening? Why did she become my illusion? Why was she the only one who became an illusion even though so many people had died in front of me? Neither he nor Zhuge Yuan knew the answer to that question. "Why don't you let me eat it, you villain?" Chibao roared. She grabbed her rusted knife and thrust it toward Li Huowang's left eye. Li Huowang stepped forward, and Chibao phased through him. He had tried communicating with her, but soon gave up after a few attempts. He told her many different things. Either she was dead, her baby was dead, or she had become an illusion. However, she refused to listen to any of his explanations. It seemed that Chibao was still a lunatic despite becoming an illusion. Li Huowang sympathized with her, but he could not help her until she acknowledged her condition. Thankfully, it was easy enough to keep her quiet. Li Huowang took out his last ration and threw it to her. She immediately became quiet and tried to eat it. Peng Longting, Jin Shanjiao, Zhuge Yuan, Monk, Chibao, Sitting Oblivion Dao, and Jiang Yingzi. Li Huowang tried to find something in common with them, as he believed he'd know the prerequisites to spawning illusions by learning that. Li Huowang soon discovered that his emotions were particularly tumultuous while these people were dying, and perhaps that was the reason they became his illusions. If he didn't want more illusions, he had to be a bit calmer in the future. However, Li Huowang soon dismissed the idea. Not all of his illusions were spawned the same. He didn't even know whether the old monk had actually died or not. Some of them didn't even have a close relationship with him, such as Chibao. She had never talked to him in real life, but she still became his illusion. Unless, there's more than one way to become my illusion. Li Huowang mumbled. Junior Li, this isn't the time to think about that. It's best to focus on locating Shangji Guankou. Great Qi is extremely unstable at the moment, so we need to go back as soon as possible. Li Huowang nodded. Indeed, Shai Zi was his biggest headache. He already had quite a few illusions, so having another one wouldn't really matter. He might be able to materialize all of them once he was done with his cultivation, and he could then allow them to live in peace. No. Jin Shanjiao's words interrupted Li Huowang's train of thought. Jin Shanjiao was smiling while staring at Li Huowang. Good. Jin Shanjiao said before dragging himself to Chibao and consoling her by tapping on her legs. Li Huowang said nothing as he ran in the direction that Zhuge Yuan had pointed out. The sun rose higher and higher, and Li Huowang was fast approaching Shangji Guankou. He started focusing more and more on his surroundings. The trees grew sparser, and he realized almost all of the tree bark had been stripped away. Li Huowang walked along a dry riverbank, and he reached the source of the river at nightfall. Li Huowang looked down and saw a deep pool of water. However, the drought had made the overall water level quite low. Li Huowang frowned. Am I staring at Shangji Guankou right now? No. We're in the middle of the hour of the rat. Shangji Guankou must be underwater right now. Once the hour of the rat passes, they'd move somewhere else. So there's a time constraint. Why does it sound like I'm refining pills? Li Huowang asked, but he dared not wait any longer. He picked up a large stone and jumped into the pool. The pool was very cold, to the point that his limbs were numb. It was completely dark, and Li Huowang felt something smooth gliding past his neck. He wasn't sure what it was, though. He took out a small piece of luminescent stone from within his robes. The glowing green stone illuminated the surroundings, and a few creatures in the dark water receded like a tide. Li Huowang plummeted to the bottom of the river, all thanks to the heavy stone in his arms. However, the river was deeper than he initially thought. Li Huowang turned to Zhuge Yuan, wanting to ask a question, but the latter guessed his question and said, "Juniorly, don't worry. Shangji Guankou is an isolationist. Evil beings cannot find them so easily, so there shouldn't be any danger here." Li Huowang relaxed as he sank to the bottom of the river. It was silent, and there weren't any noises except for Chibao's screams. I'm drowning. I'm going to drown." Chibao desperately tried to swim upward with her baby up above her head to try and get him to the surface first. Chapter 541 Secret. It had been 10 minutes since Li Huowang had started sinking in the cold river. His face had already become red from trying to hold his breath, and his lips were becoming purple from the lack of air. However, he was still sinking as if the river had infinite depth. Li Huowang cast a worried look at Li Sui with worry, but saw that she was enjoying it. She was swimming around with her swaying tentacles, as if she were a fish. "Juniorly, hold on. We're almost there." Zhuge Yuan looked around in the darkness. Li Huowang was just about to run out of air when a temple appeared in the dark. There! Li Sui grabbed Li Huowang and used her tentacles to swim toward the temple. When Li Huowang crashed into the temple disappeared and was replaced by a black rift. He threw the stone in his arms away and entered the rift. He swam up and popped out from the water. He panted and looked around to realize that there was air in the underwater cave. Cough, cough. Li Huowang coughed out water and pulled himself out of the water. He didn't even rest as he raised a stone and examined the cave. He saw nothing but gray walls. "Juniorly, turn around." He turned around and saw the ripples on the surface of the water where he had come from. The water reflected himself, but that's not my reflection. Li Huowang felt a shiver down his spine. His reflection looked similar to him. It wore the same red Taoist robes and the bronze coin veil, but the surface of the color looked strange. If he had to describe it, the reflection looked like painted pottery. "Throw a stone at it," Zhuge Yuan said. Li Huowang followed Zhuge Yuan's instructions, and a ripple appeared from where the stone landed. A cracking sound echoed, and his reflection's forehead cracked open. The cracks spread across the reflection, and a single eye popped out from the hole in the forehead. "Is that Shangji Guankou?" Li Huowang wasn't sure what he was looking at. Without waiting for him to speak, his reflection within the third eye spoke. "A secret for another secret." A secret to trade for another secret? Shangji Guankou required nothing else but more secrets. As long as Li Huowang had enough secrets, he could exchange them for any secrets, including Shai Zi's location. There was no reason for him to be that wary of the great Qi, so he immediately exclaimed, "I'm a strayed one." The cracks on Shangji Guankou healed slightly. "This is great." Li Huowang was thrilled. "I'm not from this world. I'm from another world." However, nothing happened. The cracks didn't heal. Shangji Guankou stared at Li Huowang as if he was a weird person. "Huh, that's not a secret." Li Huowang wanted to try once again when Zhuge Yuan raised his hand. "Juniorly, don't worry. Let me handle it," Zhuge Yuan said. Li Huowang looked at him with a complicated expression. "I already owe you a lot. If I still need to rely on you even though you're already dead, I fear that I won't be able to repay you in this lifetime." "Juniorly, no need to be so sentimental. We're sworn brothers, aren't we?" Li Huowang decided not to waste any more time and tried to materialize Zhuge Yuan again. "No need. You can just materialize my fan. I've used some of Peng Longting's blood to write some secrets on it." Zhuge Yuan passed the fan to Li Huowang. "Only the fan." Li Huowang was confused, but he decided to do it anyway. and he was stupefied to find that it took almost all of his strength to materialize just Zhuge Yuan's fan. Zhuge Yuan's fan fell to the ground, and he was covered in his own sweat as he picked it up. He looked at the fan, and a thought popped into his mind. What kind of secret was it that required so much of my energy? He opened the fan and looked at the first two words when Zhuge Yuan stopped him. Don't look at it. Li Huowang hurriedly looked away. Zhuge Yuan sighed in relief and said, Junior Li, I can't let you read it because the karma of the Simings would stick to you if you do so. Even the secrets of a Siming actually hold so much power? Li Huowang closed the fan and dared not to take a peek. He already had enough issues on his plate. He threw the fan into the water, and Shangji Guankou's cracks healed rapidly. Once the cracks had healed, everything became normal once again. Li Huowang's true reflection appeared in the water, but his reflection had a third eye for some reason. Junior Li, if you want to know Shai Zi's location, just take the eye out from your reflection and place it on your forehead. Is that the secret that Shangji Guankou had left for me? Li Huowang was thrilled upon realizing that he finally had a reasonable method to deal with Shai Zi. It wasn't good enough for him to be satisfied, but at least he now had a chance. Li Sui, let's go back. Li Huowang dove into the water once again. He could use the spine sword to return to the Liang kingdom, but he was currently underwater, so who knew where he'd pop out on the other side? What if he was somehow transported beneath the ground on the other side? Wouldn't that be a laughable death? Li Huowang entered the cold water once again. He took a deep breath this time and got ready to swim all the way up to the surface. While he was on his way to the surface, the cogs in his mind turned rapidly, thinking of a way to use the secret that Shangji Guankou had left behind for him. Now that I can find that Shai Zi, I just need to find someone to deal with him. They must also be stronger than him. I can go and look for the chief of the surveillance bureau, but would he even trust me if I tell him that I can find Shai Zi? Of course, there's the Imperial Preceptor, too. I remember him standing his ground against Shai Zi. Just then, something white floated past Li Huowang. What was that? Li Huowang grabbed his sword and saw the fan that he had thrown earlier into the water. To make matters worse, the fan was open. Translator's thoughts. The Chinese character for Shangji Guankou is Shangji Guankou. It doesn't refer to any mythological beings or folklore. I suppose it's just a name the author came up with. Chapter 542, Finding. Li Huowang suddenly felt cold, but it wasn't because of the frigid water. He felt cold, as he had realized that he was in extreme danger. The fan contained the secrets of the Siming, and just a mere glance at those secrets was enough to put him in danger. Li Huowang closed his eyes, but it was too late. He had already clapped his eyes on the first line of words on the fan, and his mind had captured those words clearly, even though the letters were dissolving in water. The Greater Siming has no future, no past. The heralds of the Simings come into existence as the Simings come into existence, and they get erased as the Simings are erased. Greater Siming? What is that? No, I can't remember it. I need to forget about it. Li Huowang clenched his fist and shouted in his heart. He took out a long needle from his pouch of torture tools before stabbing it into his fingernails and tearing them off. The pain from the wounds made him forget about what he had read. He broke the surface of the water and panted and lay down on the floor of the cave. Senior Zhuge, I've accidentally read the first line of words on the fan. Really? Zhuge Yuan's eyes went wide. However, he was confused when he looked at Li Huowang. Wait, how come their karma hasn't stuck to you if you've already read it? That's strange. Nothing. Li Huowang felt hope in his heart. Perhaps because I couldn't understand it? You wrote it in a way that was very confusing to me. Zhuge Yuan's worries went away as he sighed. Thank goodness. It was great that you did not heed my advice about reading more books. I didn't expect that your illiteracy would end up helping you inadvertently today. I guess you won't get their karma without understanding their secrets. Li Huowang was glad that he had no idea how to read classical texts. He recalled the first two words, Greater Siming. He didn't know what the full sentence meant, but he still knew what these two words meant. Greater Siming? Siming. But it's called Greater Siming. Is it stronger than Bahui? A normal Siming is already so strong, so what kind of being a Greater Siming is? Li Huowang couldn't even begin to imagine it. He couldn't even see Bahui's true form without his perception melding into one. So how was he supposed to perceive a Greater Siming? The Greater Siming has no future and past. Li Huowang felt that he was learning something taboo. He was about to decipher the next sentence when he realized what he was doing. No, I can't think about that. I cannot kill myself just like that. He stabbed his fingernails and gouged them out again. The intense pain distracted him from thinking about the contents of the fan. Li Huowang endured the pain and looked at Zhuge Yuan. It seems that I have no choice but to avoid reading classical texts throughout my life. Classical texts? What are those, Junior Li? Li Huowang shook his head and decided not to explain it. He then signaled at Li Sui to swim upward once again. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. This time, he made sure that the fan was gone before making a beeline for the surface. He spent a lot of energy before he finally crawled out of the deep water. He took his spine sword and was ready to go back when Li Sui asked, "Dad, what's that over there?" Li Huowang looked at where she was pointing with her tentacles. He saw 3 columns of black smoke rising in the distance. He didn't know what it was, but Chibao knew what it was. She held her baby tighter and looked at the smoke with fear on her face. "That's the signal for war. My dear, can you not go there? I'm afraid many people will die." Staring at the crazy Chibao, Li Huowang said nothing and swung his spine sword. A few days later, Li Huowang made his way to Shangjing. Even though he felt tired from the journey, he knew that it was worth it. He no longer felt as helpless as before. After all, Li Huowang was about to enter his home when he realized that the door was half open. A thief? He entered his home with his carriage and was surprised to find someone sitting in the living room. He was even more surprised when he discovered the identity of his visitor, Hongda. Li Huowang instinctively held his spine sword. Hongda's appearance here meant only one thing. However, Li Huowang was surprised that they still managed to track him down despite his concealment. However, Li Huowang knew that he couldn't fight them right now. He'd be burning bridges with the Surveillance Bureau if he were to do that. Wait, things are different now. I don't have a deep grudge with them. In fact, this is a chance. He came up with a plan as he smiled and greeted Hongda. "Oh, Brother Hong, long time no see. I thought you were no longer here." "The Surveillance Bureau is looking for you," Hongda said, standing up to return the greeting. Li Huowang feigned surprise. "Is this related to Prince Ren? Did he manage to escape the Surveillance Bureau's hunt?" Hongda smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, Prince Ren is dead. This is about you stealing Fo Yulu's ancient sword." The living room abruptly turned dark, and the same group of people that Li Huowang had fought before to obtain Zhuge Yuan's spine sword appeared by the door. Miniature golden Buddhas crawled out from every nook and cranny of the room to surround Li Huowang. The spine sword's previous owner, Fo Yulu, glared at Li Huowang with hatred. She pointed her black fingernails at him and roared, "How dare you deceive us with your illusions? We've checked, so we know that even the chief of the Surveillance Bureau isn't strong enough to make a twisted one come back to life." Hongda revealed his rusted knives in his robes, but Li Huowang didn't panic. Instead, he retorted, "That's just an excuse. I'm helping the emperor at the moment. Are you trying to reduce the emperor's influence by killing me because you've accepted the request of someone in the palace? Don't even try to twist the truth. You've stolen my weapon, and you're actually feigning ignorance." The woman was so angry at Li Huowang's attempt to twist the truth. Li Huowang pulled one of the stools and sat on it calmly. "I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that my death would benefit the princes. So tell me, who told you to come here and kill me?" Chapter 543 Deal. Everyone around Li Huowang hesitated at his words. While they were more than happy to help Jixiang deal with Li Huowang, it didn't mean that they were willing to dive into the muddy waters of politics. Fo Yulu was furious, but she didn't do anything in the end. The higher-ups of the Surveillance Bureau were cautious and had never gotten involved with the palace. There wasn't any punishment for getting involved with the palace. Their career would most likely stay stagnant afterward. It was a difficult pill to swallow for everyone here. Fo Yulu was no longer threatening him, but Li Huowang realized that they were still wary of him. However, Li Huowang now had the initiative. An hour later, they decided to disperse. "Don't you even dare think about running away. You'll be under surveillance from now on. I'm going to kill you on the day the prince becomes the emperor. Let's go." Fo Yulu stomped her way out of Li Huowang's residence. Hongda was about to leave as well. However, Li Huowang said, "Brother Hong, it's been a while since we saw each other, and you're leaving already? How about we have some drinks? My treat." Li Huowang understood that it was easy to force her to leave right now, but he still needed to find a way to deal with the problem permanently. A big table of food was placed in the first room of the Yanchuan Inn. Li Huowang filled the cups with wine. "Come, let me toast 3 cups to Brother Hong." Upon holding one of the cups, Li Huowang stared into the content of the cup and inwardly muttered, "This is water. This is water." After the drinks, Li Huowang ate some vegetables to wash the liquor down. "Brother Hong, don't just sit there. Come and eat as well. If it weren't for your recommendation, I wouldn't become a part of the surveillance bureau, after all. Hongda sighed. He was not an idiot. There was a reason Li Huowang had treated him to a meal. As someone stuck in the middle, he had the riskiest position. Of course, he preferred it if both parties stopped fighting each other. Fine. I will help you just this once and become your mediator. Return her sword to her, and I will try and convince them to not do anything to you. We can then consider this issue as resolved by then. Return the sword? Li Huowang touched the spine's sword and shook his head. He would never return such a good weapon. He also didn't want anyone desecrating Zhuge Yuan's corpse. Can you pass a message to her for me? We're all from the surveillance bureau, and I don't want to burn bridges, too. Tell her that I can't return her sword, but I can trade it for something of equal value. Hongda frowned and put down his chopsticks. Trade it for something of equal value? The sword is made from a twisted one's corpse. Do you know how valuable that sword is even when compared to the treasures in the vault? You can borrow it, but you have to return it. If you don't return it, then don't blame me for not taking care of you. The surveillance bureau already knows about the issue, so you cannot escape this. Li Huowang took another cup of wine and gave it to Hongda, a weapon made from a twisted one's corpse? How about I exchange it with a strayed one? A strayed one's corpse. Hongda reeled backward, and his expression returned to normal. He drank his wine calmly and asked, a strayed one? Dead or alive? Hearing that, Li Huowang knew that the deal was secured. Ho, let's eat first, or the food will get cold. Li Huowang relaxed and ate with relish. They ate and drank while probing each other. Finally, Hongda agreed to go back and pass Li Huowang's message. This was a grudge between Li Huowang and Fo Yulu. He couldn't make any decisions as he was just stuck in the middle. However, Li Huowang knew that it was considered resolved, and it was all because of Hongda's reaction. If one strayed one wasn't enough, then he could just add another one. The business talks were over, so the two chattered leisurely. They weren't really on extremely good terms, as they only worked together once, but under the influence of alcohol, the two became pretty friendly with each other. Ergio, how did you get involved with the imperial family? You should have asked me before getting involved with them. You're walking on a difficult path. Otherwise, everyone would be fighting for the same opportunity as yours. He's today's emperor, but he could die the next day. Promises will mean nothing once he's dead. You should have just focused on the surveillance bureau. Li Huowang smiled and said nothing. If Shai Zi hadn't forced him, he wouldn't have come back to Shangjing. It's too late for that. Having said that, what have you been up to recently? Oh, what else? There have been so many missions to do ever since the Dharma sect rose up. Thankfully, the rewards are pretty good, so I've been running here and there for the past few months. If it wasn't because of you, I would still be outside getting rid of the Dharma sect. Have they really grown so much? Can't the surveillance bureau just deal with them outright? Li Huowang asked nervously as he glanced at Chibao. Hongda ate a chunk of chicken and said in a stupor, it's probably fine now that Chi's surveillance bureau has decided to join us. We now have more people to work with. Chi's surveillance bureau has joined us. Li Huowang was surprised to hear that. Hee, you don't know that Chi has fallen. Li Huowang woke up from his stupor. He arrived at the Liang kingdom via Chi. It was a tiny place, but Li Huowang didn't expect it to fall. He recalled the abbess and the righteous monastery residing in Chi. How did it fall? Weren't they at peace? Who said that? They've been at war for a long time now. The Liang kingdom has been stable for the past few years while the other nations have been fighting each other for so long. We just don't know the details due to the distance. But why did the new imperial family get rid of the surveillance bureau? Aren't surveillance bureaus necessary? The surveillance bureau was there to deal with natural disasters. As long as they weren't idiots, they ought to know that a surveillance bureau was necessary. Without anyone dealing with natural disasters, a kingdom would fall like papier-mâché. Their strength didn't matter at all. Hongda shook his head and drank another cup of wine. I don't know anything about that. If I knew more about the details, I wouldn't be here right now. Anyway, times are tough, and everyone is at war with each other. Li Huowang felt restless after knowing that Chi had fallen and the new imperial family did not want the surveillance bureau. He felt a sense of foreboding at the revelation. He glanced at Chibao and saw that she was trying to eat a piece of the chicken. Are these changes related to the Qi kingdom somehow? I hope that whatever happened to the Qi kingdom won't happen to the Liang kingdom. Chapter 544, Transaction. Clink. Li Huowang and Hongda toasted before emptying the contents of their cup. The table was a mess after their meal, and Li Sui had contributed a lot to the mess. Li Sui ate with relish and to her heart's content. Ergio, do you know why I'm helping you? Hongda asked with a flushed face. Because we are brothers in the surveillance bureau. Li Huowang toasted him again. Hee. But we were also on good terms with Xinqi. What happened to him now? I actually knew that you were someone genuine and sincere after you saved us from the muddled one. I've decided to befriend you from that moment onward because it's very rare to find someone like you these days. Hong sighed and revealed a hint of sadness in his eyes. But since you've decided to get close to the imperial family, I fear that we will be meeting less and less. Once you've become successful, you better not forget about me, all right? Li Huowang looked at Hong Da's 10 emotions and 8 sufferings before answering. That might not be the case. Once I'm done here, I will still go back to the surveillance bureau. Why are you going back? Li Huowang looked at the tattered rags of Chibao. I have time to kill, and it would be a waste if I just left my techniques to rot. It'd be great to lend my power to the world. Li Huowang wasn't sure whether the events in the Qi kingdom would happen in the Liang kingdom. No matter what, he decided to deal with it on his own accord because he didn't feel safe letting anyone else do it. He didn't mind becoming a true surveillance bureau member if necessary. Ho, I had no idea that you were so kind. I thought youngsters like you loved power and money, so you helped the imperial family. Staring at the drunk Hong Da, Li Huowang decided it was time to ask something important. Brother Hong, is the chief inside the surveillance bureau right now? He wasn't asking out of curiosity. Now that he had the means to locate Shai Zi, he needed to find someone strong enough to defeat one. Of course, Li Huowang's first candidate was the chief of the surveillance bureau. Time was running out. The faster the Shai Zi was dealt with, the better it'd be for him. Hongda was already here, so he saw no harm in asking. Which chief? We have 2 now because the Qi Surveillance Bureau has decided to join us. Li Huowang was secretly happy to learn that. He now had another person to help him kill Shai Zi, the Liang Kingdom's chief. Why do you want to know their whereabouts? I haven't been here for long, so I don't know either. But you can ask Lu Zong Yuan if you want that information. Even if he's not in Shangjing, the Moon Gate, which he joined, has a ton of information. Li Huowang nodded. Of course, how could I forget him? Come, let me toast you another cup. The two chatted until it was late. While Li Huowang and Li Sui were on their way home, Li Huowang found himself thinking about the issues he was facing on the way back home. He looked at Zhuge Yuan and asked, Senior Zhuge, should I use Shangji Guankou to find where Miao Miao is? Is it better to save her first? I fear that I might not be able to find her even after killing Shai Zi. Zhuge Yuan shook his head. No, you have to kill Shai Zi, or you will not be able to save her. Even if you somehow manage to save her, you would still have to worry about Shai Zi taking her away again. You can't keep your guard up all the time. Also, Shai Zi already has his sights on you, and he's stronger than you. If you don't get rid of him now, you will never know peace. Sigh, you are right. Li Huowang pushed the door open and brought Li Sui into the house. Even though Hongda said he'd try, Fo Yulu and the others were clearly interested in the deal because they visited Li Huowang the next day. 10 years, said Fo Yulu. Hongda could only shake his head at Fo Yulu's decision. You mean I can only use the sword for 10 years in exchange for a strayed one's corpse? Are you crazy? Li Huowang frowned, patting the big jar next to him. What? Do you really think that a strayed one's corpse is enough to trade for a twisted one's corpse? A twisted one is even rarer than a strayed one. Also, don't forget that you stole that sword from me. You have no right to haggle with me. And why can't I haggle with you? 100 years. You fucker. Several thumb-sized golden Buddhas crawled out of Fo Yulu's robes. Lord Ji Xiang, we must not fight here. We are here to negotiate. We can talk it out. Hongda became the mediator and stood in between them. Both parties respected Hongda and never fought, even though it was tense. Under his mediation, they both compromised, and a deal was made. Li Huowang was going to borrow the spine sword for 20 years in exchange for a strayed one's corpse. Fo Yulu had used the surveillance bureau as the witness to make sure that Li Huowang would return the weapon. Back in the hall of screens of the surveillance bureau, Li Huowang stamped his thumb on the red ink before stamping on several papers. Fo Yulu smiled at the sight, and Li Huowang instantly realized that she had profited more from this deal than him. However, Li Huowang didn't really care. 20 years was more than enough time for him to complete his cultivation. He took his copy of the papers and thanked Hongda. Thanks, may we meet again soon. Hongda smiled bitterly and followed Fo Yulu out. Li Huowang was the only one left behind the screen. He took the spine sword from his back and inspected it. Good, now I can use it officially. No need to hide it any longer. He was about to remove the strips of cloth when he felt someone near him. Li Huowang swung his sword toward the left. However, 2 long fingernails clamped the tip of the sword, stopping it. Li Huowang frowned. How's everything? It was the old eunuch from the palace. He was Ji Lin's helper as well. The old eunuch let go of the sword and said, "Ah, you've become important to our lord. So how could you just disappear like that? We've been looking for you, but we haven't been able to find you at all until now. Ji Lin is looking for me." Chapter 545, East Gate. Li Huowang stood in the large hall and stared at the throne hidden in the shadow. He was thinking about how to answer Ji Lin. "Ergio, where have you been?" Ji Lin asked lazily, his voice rolling from the darkness. "There was some urgent business on my side." "Heh, you are working for me, and you dare say you were dealing with your own business? Prince Ren is dead. Who should I kill next?" Li Huowang changed the topic deliberately. Ji Lin used his 2 remaining fingers to tap the throne. "Fine. You are a straightforward person, so I will be one too. I have one last remaining sister. Go ahead and kill her." Last remaining sister? Li Huowang's eyes shrunk from shock. Ji Lin somehow sensed his surprise and chuckled. "Ergio, it's all thanks to you creating chaos in the palace. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have gotten this far. While you are a sharp sword, there's no reason for me not to have a few more sharp swords, so don't get cocky." His voice faltered, and someone stood out from behind the throne. There were some unfamiliar faces behind the throne. Li Huowang didn't recognize most of them, but he saw a familiar face holding a gold ingot. He was none other than Prince Ren's scholar god of wealth. He had defected to Ji Lin. Staring at Ji Lin in the darkness, Li Huowang felt pressure mounting in his heart. Ji Lin had changed too fast and had expanded his influence to the limits using the space that Li Huowang had made for him. "Ergio, do you accept? Say something, or do you have other private matters to attend to?" One of the eunuchs who had coins for eyes held the royal decree to Li Huowang. "I will take it." Li Huowang took the decree and left. Standing underneath the dark skies, he opened it and saw that it was information for his next target, Princess Onping. Ji Lin even gave him a picture, as if he was afraid that Li Huowang wouldn't know what she looked like. Princess Onping was just a budding lady. She was even younger than Yang Na. The mole above the right side of her lip made her look even prettier. However, Li Huowang dared not underestimate her. Out of the 9 of them, only 2 were remaining, and Princess Onping was one of them, so she definitely had some tricks up her sleeves. After coming out from the palace, Li Huowang bought a messenger pigeon and started rummaging through his body. He found a bamboo slip with the full moon carved onto it. He scraped it out of his body. It was used to communicate with Lu Zongyuan in the Moon Gate. Since he was good with information, he decided to ask Lu Zongyuan about the chief's whereabouts. He tied the bamboo slip onto the pigeon's legs. He then took his weapons and slowly made his way to Princess Onping's palace. "What are your plans with the princess?" Zhuge Yuan asked. "Nothing. I will drag for time. I might be able to help her reduce Ji Lin's authority, too. Ji Lin is growing too fast. I don't know if he would help me defeat Shai Zi like this." Zhuge Yuan nodded his head with satisfaction and stepped back. Li Huowang had never forgotten his original goal, which was to kill Shai Zi and save Bai Ling Miao. He didn't care who would become the emperor. He only needed time to deal with Shai Zi. Li Huowang entered her palace and felt relieved when he saw a substitute body of the princess. Luckily, she was quite smart, which gave Li Huowang an excuse to fool Ji Lin for some time by saying that he was trying to locate her true body. That was how he kept still in the princess's palace without doing anything. He even took care of some of the spies for her. On the 3rd day, Li Huowang received Lu Zongyuan's letter. "Brother Ergio, you want to find the chief? The surveillance bureau is not your house, and you don't have the qualifications to meet him, but you can wait at the East Gate on the 23rd day of the month. I've heard that he would bring a lot of people out of the city. It's up to you whether you can find him or not. I can only help you this much." Li Huowang kept the ladder and immediately jumped down from the tree. He took Li Sui toward the East Gate. The chief was much more important than some princesses. There were now 2 chiefs in the Liang Kingdom. Now that he can find where Shai Zi was, he only needed to convince the 2 chiefs. He soon reached the East Gate and waited anxiously beside a tea stall. According to Lu Zongyuan's report, the chief would bring a lot of people out of town. Li Huowang would definitely spot them easily due to the size of their party. Time slowly passed, and the sun slowly set. Li Huowang became nervous. Why is he still not here? Was Lu Zongyuan's information erroneous? Didn't they say that Moongate's information is very accurate? "Senior Li, is that you? We finally found you." Li Huowang had almost stabbed the person who had hugged his leg, but Puppy was saved by his familiar voice. It wasn't just Puppy, the entire Lu family was here as well, and it was all thanks to a beggar who told them Li Huowang's whereabouts. Lu Xiaozai didn't want to appear heartless and hug Li Huowang's other leg, but was kicked away instead. Why are you here? Li Huowang carried Puppy like a chick. Senior Li, we are here to find you. You've said that you treat Senior Bai's eyes, but it's been so long since you left that we got too worried. We were really anxious and depressed. Puppy surreptitiously wiped a ginger on his eyes to force out some tears. Go back home. Li Huowang pointed at the exit and urged. You're not supposed to be here. Shangjing is very dangerous at the moment. Yeah, Master, Shangjing is so dangerous. We got bullied here. You must avenge us, Master. Lu Xiaozai hugged Li Huowang's leg again. Chapter 546, Pursuit. Li Huowang found it annoying that these familiar people just had to appear before him today. He didn't expect that they'd come here and kick up a fuss at a critical juncture. All of a sudden, Li Huowang's expression changed when the sound of galloping hooves entered his ears. He turned and saw 12 sleek horses pulling a carriage the size of a small house. The horses were belching yellow smoke as they raced toward the east gate. From the tokens on the waists of the riders, Li Huowang could tell that the person he was looking for was inside of that carriage. Taoist, there's something I need to discuss with you. Are you familiar with anyone in Shangjing? Someone influential with power and authority. I truly don't want to bother you, but I need to buy a theater in Shangjing. I need some connection to buy one. I also need some money, but don't worry. You'll be the owner, and as for the sharing, Lu Yuan trailed off upon seeing Li Huowang's odd expression. He then bent down to pull his shameless son up to the ground. Li Huowang pinched Puppy, and his incessant talking transformed into a squeal. Then, he dared not talk anymore. When the carriage entered the east gate, Li Huowang let go of Puppy and grabbed the latter by the neck before saying, Listen to me. Go back to Cowheart Village immediately. No one is to come looking for me again. If you don't want to listen to me, then you and your wife can leave the village. Li Huowang gave the Lu family troop a cold glance. Everyone fell silent and dared not even breathe too loudly. The former Taoist was usually reasonable, but it seemed he was truly angry today. Li Sui, let's go, Li Huowang said. He rushed toward the dirt-scattered road and left behind the speechless group of people. What's wrong with Senior Li? Is he sick again? This shouldn't be. He never acted like this before. And what about Meow Meow? How come she disappeared when her eyes are already healed? Puppy muttered in surprise while massaging his neck. Maybe the Taoist has something urgent to attend to. So what should we do next? Say something. Lu Yuan puffed on his tobacco pipe. He's so ruthless toward his own. But since Senior Li has spoken, what else can we do? Let's go back home. The others were relieved at Puppy's words. In this place where even drinking water required money, they had had enough and wanted to leave as soon as possible. The Lu family troop and Puppy hastily bought dry rations and began to make their way back home. Meanwhile, the letter that Puppy had commissioned some wandering merchants to deliver had finally arrived at Cowheart Village. In the Bai family courtyard, everyone sat on stools and listened to Gao Zhijian stutter out the content of the letter. When they heard that Puppy hadn't found Li Huowang and Bai Lingmiao and Shangjing, their faces didn't look good. Chen Xiaoman especially was very anxious. It's been so long, but why is there no news at all? Could something have happened to Meow Meow? It's impossible. Li Huowang is so powerful. Who could defeat him? Maybe he's busy with something, and he'll come back soon. Zhao Wu softly comforted Chen Xiaoman, but it didn't have much effect. I'll go. Gao Zhijian stood up firmly. If Puppy can't even find him, how can you possibly find him? Senior Li is strong, so he must be fine. However, Gao Zhijian seemed to have made up his mind, and he walked toward his house. He didn't take much. He picked up his heavy armor, a halberd, some dried rations, and some money to buy more rations. When he finished packing, he turned around and saw Chen Xiaoman standing with a carriage at the entrance to his courtyard. Don't worry, I'm not here to persuade you. I know you're not stupid, just a bit slow-witted. There must be a reason behind your decision to go out there. I'll be in the village, and there are already 7 people who know divine incantations. Your troops are here as well, so the village is well protected. Gao Zhijian nodded silently, took the reins, and made his way toward the village. After walking a few steps, he turned back and stammered to Chen Xiaoman. I am the emperor. I can find them. I found them. They're right in front. Li Huowang looked at the clear carriage marks on the ground. The tentacles on his body allowed him to move at breakneck speeds. He had also pasted 2 talismans on his legs. Li Huowang moved so fast that his figure became blurry. Just as he was about to climb over a hill, Li Huowang twisted instinctively to dodge a flying Vajra one. Li Huowang pushed himself off the ground and took to the air before pulling out his surveillance bureau's identity token. Wait, I have an urgent matter to report to the chief of the surveillance bureau. The attack stopped, but Li Huowang was instantly surrounded the moment he landed on the ground. A black bird circling in the air landed on one of the people's shoulders. Li Huowang swept his gaze across them, but he felt like the chief wasn't among them. He pondered briefly before speaking slowly. May I know where's the chief of the surveillance bureau? I have an important matter to report, and it is about the sitting Oblivion Dao. Just talk to me. You're not qualified to see the chief, a gloomy-looking man said, stepping forward with his hands behind his back. The compass in his hand pointed straight at Li Huowang. A long braid was hanging from the back of his head all the way down to his calves. I have a method to locate Shai Zi. I'm here to ask the chief to make a move against that evil beast. Li Huowang had no intentions of hiding anything, and the chief of the surveillance bureau would surely hear his words. Ergio, true name Ji Zai, Grand Elder of the Ao Jing Sect, having ascended thrice, 7th banner of the surveillance bureau, commander of the left and right Jinwu guards, accompanied by a dog-faced evil spirit. 46 days ago, you snatched Ji Xiang Fo Yulu's ancient sword. You lived for a long time at the foot of Cowheart Mountain. Is that correct? Li Huowang felt a shiver down his spine despite the gloomy-looking man's casual tone of voice. The latter knew more than Li Huowang had imagined. Yes, that's right. But there's one thing missing. The irreconcilable conflict between me and the sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huowang roared with clenched fists. Li Huowang took a deep breath and then narrated what he had experienced in the Great Qi, including everything about Shangji Guankou. There was a saying about how one had to hide a tree in a forest, and Li Huowang was proving the legitimacy of that saying. Nonsense. I've lived for so long, but I've never heard of that so-called Shangji Guankou. The gloomy-looking man's words made Zhuge Yuan frown. Just because you haven't heard of it does not mean that it doesn't exist. These ignorant people are the reason why Shangji Guankou is becoming rare to come by. 1. A type of club with a spherical head. Chapter 547, Chief. Realizing that the people around him didn't immediately believe him, Li Huowang said, "Let me speak to the chief of the surveillance bureau. He'll know whether I'm speaking the truth or not the moment he sees my reflection." The man with the whip was about to point his index finger sternly toward Li Huowang, but his expression suddenly changed. He hesitated for a moment before taking 2 steps to the left, which created a path in the middle of the encirclement. Great. Li Huowang felt refreshed. The chief had definitely heard him. With his spirits lifted, he clenched his fists and walked down the path. He passed through a small forested area and soon saw a huge carriage parked by a stream. The horses pulling the carriage were grazing and drinking water. Greetings, Chief of the Surveillance Bureau. Li Huowang bowed to the carriage. The curtains lifted, and the chief appeared before him. This wasn't Li Huowang's first time seeing the chief, but he had only seen the latter from afar. Today, Li Huowang finally had a closer look at the highest authority of the Surveillance Bureau. Li Huowang noticed that the chief of the Surveillance Bureau's physique was taller and wider than an ordinary person. He appeared like he had been magnified by one. A large red Taoist robe obscured the chief's figure, which made him emit a mysterious air. At first, Li Huowang thought that the robe just had one color, but he realized that the robe's color was actually a gradient of red. Crimson words flowed seamlessly along with the gradient. Li Huowang's eyes were keen enough to see the strokes of the characters, but he couldn't read them at all. It was more bizarre than the women's script, and each stroke had its own style, resembling both a drawing and strokes. He dared not look too long at it, as though looking at it for too long would hollow out his soul. He composed himself as he looked at the withered grass on the ground. Moments later, he began to speak about the matter at hand. Reporting to the chief of the Surveillance Bureau, I have a way to find the hiding place of Shai Zi. Shai Zi is full of tricks, and I am truly incapable of dealing with them. I hope the chief will exterminate the Shai Zi for the people's sake. No need to explain. I heard what you said earlier. I just have one question. How did you discover the existence of Shangji Guankou? And how did you find them? Asked the chief of the Surveillance Bureau in a bizarre voice that sounded neither male, female, young, nor old. However, Li Huowang couldn't care less about the chief's voice, as he was focused on how he was supposed to answer. He couldn't say that Zhuge Yuan's illusion had told him about Shangji Guankou's existence, as he couldn't risk exposing his true identity. It was through a stroke of luck. I stumbled upon them, Li Huowang explained. A stroke of luck? Heh, are the youngsters nowadays unable to fabricate lies anymore? Li Huowang immediately felt several sharp gazes landing on him, and they were concentrated on the spine sword behind him. Is it really necessary for you to know that, Chief? Li Huowang said, I'm not lying. I really have a way to find Shai Zi. You seem very anxious. What, Chief? Li Huowang's voice raised a notch, and he sounded agitated as he said, the sitting Oblivion Dao dared to treat us, the Surveillance Bureau, as if we're nothing on that fateful day? I simply can't withstand the humiliation. In addition, many people have perished because of their machinations. Now that there's a chance for us to bring Shai Zi to justice, I'm naturally anxious to see that day. So you want to make use of me? Li Huowang's heart turned cold. The other party was too wary of him. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. I dare not make use of Chief. I just feel that we are on the same side of such a matter as big as killing Shai Zi. At least, you're straightforward. Well, I do want to kill Shai Zi. Li Huowang relaxed, thinking that the matter was settled, but the chief's following words made him feel anxious again. But I have something to attend to at the moment. I can't spare any time for that right now, and it will take a while until I'm done with my matters. I still need to wait. Li Huowang looked up at the chief. He stared at the darkness above the Taoist robe and said, Chief, what could be more important than killing Shai Zi? The chief's strange robes trembled slightly as if the chief was shaking his head. You don't understand. There are many things in this world that are more important than Shai Zi. Enough. Even if I tell you, you won't understand it. In the meantime, I need you to perform that stroke of luck once again. Find Shangji Guankou and help me obtain some secrets. Li Huowang really wanted to refuse, but agreeing to the chief's request meant that the chief would also help him deal with Shai Zi. A little wait wasn't that big of a big deal. Li Huowang also believed that he had gotten more than he had bargained. Li Huowang didn't know what thoughts the other party had. All he wanted was Shai Zi's life. Rest assured, by the time you're back with the secrets that I need from Shangji Guankou, I should be ready to make a move by then. Chief, I can help you find Shangji Guankou, but it's a secret in exchange for a secret. Do you have enough secrets to exchange with Shangji Guankou? Rest assured, I know much more than you do. You may withdraw now. It's time for you to wake up. Wait, Chief, how are you going to give those secrets? What, wake up? Just as the confused Li Huowang was trying to understand the meaning behind the chief's words, the scenery around him dispersed like smoke, including the horses, the stream, and the people. Li Huowang turned and saw a long line towards Shangjing's gates. Li Huowang stood in place, unable to comprehend what he had just experienced. It was a surreal experience. A myriad of transformations, changing forms, rising, and disappearing. It is a transformation and an illusion. Truly worthy of the great Liang's chief. What an amazing illusion technique, Zhuge Yuan said, staring at the deep tread marks of a carriage on the ground with a rare look of admiration on his face. Illusion technique? Li Huowang pondered. It turned out that everything he had experienced after stepping out of the city gates had all been an illusion. It was all fake. Li Huowang felt a chill in his heart. He had unknowingly been deceived. If the other party had ill intent toward him, he would have died without being able to resist. He wasn't one of the fighters on that fateful day, so he wasn't exactly sure about the chief's strength. However, he was finally sure of it now. The highest authority of the Surveillance Bureau had terrifying power. Brotherly, calm down. Since he has agreed to help you, he wouldn't change his mind so easily. Li Huowang nodded. Indeed, the chief is already on my side, so the stronger he is, the better it'll be for me. Li Huowang drew out the spine sword and said to a young and slim woman next to him with a beauty mark on her lips, let's not delay any longer. We'll go to the Great Qi and look for Shangji Guankou. All right, the young woman said, smiling sweetly. Chapter 548, Great Qi. Brotherly. Li Huowang had just lifted his sword and was about to use it when Zhuge Yuan's unusually solemn voice gave him pause. Don't look at me, and don't talk to me. There's something wrong with the woman by your side. You can't let her know that you have an illusion beside you. Li Huowang asked Zhuge Yuan in his mind. Brother Zhuge, what are you talking about? Isn't she Shangguan Yuting? Think about it again. During this period, where did you ever encounter Shangguan Yuting? She's fake, Zhuge Yuan said. The old monk and the sitting Oblivion Dao chimed in. Taoist, this woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere. There were no signs of her before. Hee, Boss Hongzhong, I really can't respect you if you're getting fooled so easily. Elder Heir, what's wrong? Aren't we supposed to go to the Great Qi? Shangguan Yuting asked, tilting her head in confusion. Her shiny hairpin swayed slightly as she looked at Li Huowang. Li Huowang caught a whiff of her familiar fragrance as she carefully scrutinized his familiar-looking confidant. He recalled everything clearly about this girl, especially when not reminded about it. However, when his other illusions prompted him, Li Huowang instantly realized the woman was full of flaws. Moreover, she had Princess Anping's face, but he hadn't found it strange until now. Is this the technique of the chief of the surveillance bureau? Being able to transform one person into another before someone's eyes without them noticing it? Li Huowang had never expected that he would one day feel lucky as a strayed one. If it hadn't been for his illusions, he would have fallen to the chief's techniques. He added another layer of caution against the young woman. Now what? Everything was going well, so why did the chief suddenly place her next to me? Li Sui, what's wrong with your father? Does he often daydream like this? Shangguan Yuting asked Li Sui softly. Li Huowang stepped forward and blocked Li Sui. He didn't think continuing to conceal the truth would benefit him, so he decided to be direct. Why are you doing this, chief? Do you not trust me at all? Shangguan Yuting seemed unashamed and calmly asked, Senior heir, what are you talking about? Didn't you say you need enough secrets to trade with Shangji Guankou? Shangguan Yuting pinched her dress and turned toward Li Huowang with a smile. I'm the secret. You? Yes, after all, elder heir may not have enough secrets to exchange, right? It'd be a pointless trip if I'm not there, Shangguan Yuting said in a matter-of-factly way. She made it sound like Li Huowang was overreacting. However, Li Huowang understood that if he hadn't seen through the young woman's identity, he would have no idea what she would have done. She would have been able to twist her words as she pleased, after all. If Li Huowang's strange behavior allowed her to deduce his true identity as a strayed one, the consequences would be disastrous. These people are all cunning old foxes. Dealing with them requires the utmost vigilance. Once distracted, we can fall easily into their traps. Elder heir, let's hurry to Great Qi. Let's finish the task for the chief as soon as possible, Shangguan Yuting urged. Li Huowang nodded silently and opened his mouth toward Li Sui. Shangguan Yuting was shocked upon seeing Li Sui burrowing into Li Huowang's body. Try to keep up. I won't wait for you. Li Huowang gripped his sword tightly. Elder heir, what are you saying? I'll be wherever you are. Look, I don't even leave footprints, Shangguan Yuting said. She walked past him without leaving a trace. Li Huowang could not figure out exactly what she was and how the chief managed to do something like this. Forget it. I'll consider it a deal with the chief. I'll help them exchange a secret for Shangji Guankou, and they'll help me deal with Shai Zi. Li Huowang did not hesitate. He gripped his sword, activated the talismans on his legs, and dashed into the darkness. The sky darkened the moment he entered the Great Qi. It was so dark that Li Huowang couldn't even see where he was right now. Why is it so dark in Great Qi? He was about to look up when Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, Don't look up. This darkness isn't because of the absence of light. It's because of a natural disaster. It's a solar eclipse. Li Huowang forced himself to stop looking up. He was just about to repeat the same mistake as last time and would have had to gouge out his eyes. Suddenly, a giant claw swiftly emerged from the left and swung toward Li Huowang. Swoosh! Li Huowang forcefully severed the giant claw, and a strange scream echoed in the darkness. The claw was then retracted. Li Huowang didn't let his guard down, as he could feel many eyes staring at him from the dark. The natural disaster had transformed the Great Qi into a world of evil spirits. The reason they weren't attacking was that Li Huowang had sufficiently intimidated them. Elder heir, what's going on with Great Qi? Should we go back to Great Liang and wait for the natural disaster to pass? Li Huowang gripped his spine sword as he stood still for a while, then spoke. There's no need. It won't hinder me from finding Shangji Guankou. These evil spirits are not worth mentioning. How long is this natural disaster going to last? I can't wait for it to end. Li Huowang gripped his sword and sprinted through the dark world. He cut down any evil spirits that dared to stand in his way. Rest was not optimal in this place, as there were dangers everywhere. Fortunately, Li Huowang could return to Great Liang for meals and to rest. Days ticked by, but the natural disaster remained strong. Li Huowang realized just then that this natural disaster in Great Qi was different from the recent natural disaster in Great Liang. More and more evil spirits appeared in the Great Qi, and they weren't weak. Die! Li Huowang's eyes were closed as he gripped his purple-tasseled sword and swung it forward. He felt a slippery feedback. He thrust his left hand into the creature's body and severed his own left hand without any hesitation. The next moment, the bone spikes burst out of the severed hand, killing the creature. Li Huowang breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the heavy sound of something collapsing in the darkness. He had no idea what he had just encountered. He had also realized that some evil spirits were forbidden to look at. Li Huowang looked at one of them once, and his 10 emotions and 8 sufferings became tumultuous, exacerbating his internal conflict. The world had become extremely bizarre, and it was all thanks to the natural disaster. Just as Li Huowang felt Li Sui picking up his severed hand with her tentacles, his expression stiffened. He sprawled out on the ground and pressed his ear to the ground. Chapter 549, Sun Yan. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy and chaotic footsteps pierced Li Huowang's ears through the earth. The myriad of footsteps made Li Huowang's expression become serious. It had been some time since he arrived in Great Qi, but he had never heard such a large commotion before. The wave of enemies this time couldn't be trifled with. I must bypass this commotion first, no matter what it is. Li Huowang closed his eyes, then stood up without hesitation and rushed in the completely opposite direction. Li Sui's tentacles emerged from her body and probed around rapidly like a white cane for the blind. Taoist, you can open your eyes now. There's nothing dirty around. Li Huowang slightly opened one eye when he heard the monk's words. He found himself inexplicably in a chaotic graveyard. Under the natural disaster, the entire graveyard looked anything but peaceful. Some things were crawling around aimlessly in the distance. Li Huowang ignored the terrifying environment, then immediately crouched down again and listened intently. When he felt that the sound had become almost inaudible, Li Huowang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't come to Great Qi with the intention of killing evil spirits. Since Great Qi was becoming increasingly dangerous, he needed to find Shangji Guankou and leave as quickly as possible. Li Huowang gathered his spirits and rushed toward the direction Zhuge Yuan had pointed out. He thought to himself, "Brother Zhuge, how far are we from Shangji Guankou? I'm afraid that we're running out of time." However, Li Huowang realized that Zhuge Yuan hadn't responded. After asking a few times in a row, Zhuge Yuan finally reacted. He had one hand behind his back while he silently looked around the chaotic graveyard. "Not far, almost there," Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice and silently observed the scattered corpses. Li Huowang seemed to understand what Zhuge Yuan was thinking. As a storyteller in the past, Zhuge Yuan had always been ready to share information about the Great Qi, and he had never been shy to advertise that he was from the Great Qi. Upon seeing that the Great Qi had been reduced to such a state, Li Huowang believed that Zhuge Yuan definitely wasn't in the best mood right now. More importantly, Li Huowang couldn't console him now, since the situation in Great Qi currently wasn't looking too optimistic. He didn't know what kind of more scary outcomes there would be in the future, but Li Huowang couldn't afford to consider such major issues, since he was too busy handling his own affairs. He had just prepared to continue on when a cold wind blew past, causing half of his body to lose sensation momentarily. Here again, Li Huowang took the bronze coin sword from Li Sui's tentacles and swung it toward the direction of the cold wind. It cut off a large chunk of darkness, revealing a piece of human skin floating in the air. The piece of human skin immediately opened in the air when it saw that Li Huowang could still move. It resembled a big bird as it swooped toward him. Just as Li Huowang tightened his grip on the sword hilt, prepared to cut the piece of human skin in half, it suddenly went limp and floated gently to the ground. Li Huowang was extremely puzzled. He used the bronze coin sword in his hand to pick up the piece of human skin. Why did it suddenly stop moving? When he saw that the piece of human skin was indeed dead, Li Huowang exerted some force with his wrist and split apart the skin on the bronze coin sword. The white human skin shifted from Li Huowang's sight, and a strange face was revealed. It was a woman's face with a red heart drawn on her brows. Her unblinking eyes made her appear extremely strange in the darkness. However, that alone wouldn't have frightened Li Huowang. Her face was coated with rouge, and it was split apart to reveal white paper with messy calligraphy underneath the skin. "Is it you?" The woman stared straight at Li Huowang, her voice delicate as she uttered this inexplicable question. Li Huowang wouldn't waste any time conversing with such things. He tightened his grip on the spine sword and swung it toward the strange face without any hesitation. "It's you. It's really you. Are you okay?" The large face shifted to the left, almost sticking to the crack while dodging the attack. A pale green glowing stone was hurled into the distance, and the green light illuminated the darkness, allowing Li Huowang to see the woman clearly as the green light illuminated the darkness. The only thing human about her was her face. She had a huge and sturdy 4-footed beast body, which was covered in dark brown fur. She had a fiery red mane. and her limbs had 3 claws. She also had a lion-like tail, which swayed from side to side as she moved. A piece of rusty armor engraved with green fangs hung around her chest with chains. It made her look even more ferocious and terrifying. What is this thing? Li Huowang's expression turned very ugly. Just from its appearance, it was clear that this thing was rather different from the ordinary evil spirits he had dealt with previously. What do you want? We can talk. However, the other party did not respond to Li Huowang's negotiation at all. What's going on? Could it be that she's just learning to speak and can't understand human speech? Just as Li Huowang was thinking this, the creature had already rushed up, with its 3 sharp claws whistling toward Li Huowang. Li Huowang's body flashed backward as he shifted 10 feet in an instant to avoid the attack. The corpse on the ground took the blow for him. Following that, Li Huowang witnessed a chilling scene. The semi-rotten middle-aged corpse aged rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye, and it eventually turned into an old man. Li Huowang swung his spine sword, but the opponent easily dodged the crack. Brotherly, be careful. This is a Nian. Nian. Yes, not one Nian one, but Su Nian too. Don't have any physical contact with her, or she'll take away your lifespan. Li Huowang found himself in a precarious situation as he was unable to touch or hurt it. Li Huowang had planned to retreat back to Great Liang using the crack, but Su Nian seemed to have seen through his moves. Every time he cut open a space-time rift in front of him, she'd rushed over immediately to disrupt him. Li Huowang could only keep retreating under the constant pressure, and his expression became increasingly solemn. In the end, he grabbed 2 ribs from his belly button and thrust them forcefully into his own chest. Su Nian held with her legs raised. Li Huowang unleashed his killing intent and roared. So you know what's pain too? Taking advantage of his opponent's pain, he pulled out a dagger and opened his Taoist robes. He picked out a bloody piece of human skin, which flew up and landed on the Su Nian's head. Blurry facial features flashed intermittently on the human skin. Su Nian shook her head but couldn't shake off the human skin. 1. The ROS for this is Wanyan. I found nothing about it. 2. The ROS for this is Xing'an. While the search came up empty, there is actually something called a Nian, beast, and a nominal age, Shui. The Nian beast is a mythological beast that barges into homes during the night of the New Year's to eat people. The nominal age is when a person is counted as 1 year old on the day of birth and becomes 1 year older each year on the day the Chinese New Year is celebrated. This means that, in China, nominal age is usually exaggerated by 1 to 2 years as compared with actual age. Translator's thoughts. The enigmatic Su Nian. Credits to Guzi de Lanqi Bazao. Chapter 550 Dragon. Li Huowang faced the trapped Su Nian. He took to the air with his 6 tentacles and legs. He raised the bronze coin sword up high and roared, "Die!" The next moment, the sharp tip of the sword pierced through the left eye socket on the human skin, and it easily emerged from the back of Su Nian's head. Li Huowang didn't forget the taboo mentioned by Zhuge Yuan. He pushed hard with both hands on the sword hilt and sent himself flying away before landing gracefully on the ground. However, Su Nian remained standing, even though the bronze coin sword was sticking out of her head. Li Huowang's expression became extremely ugly at the sight. Li Huowang found that his left foot had been pierced by a red spike at some point, and it had become old. Clearly, Su Nian was far more intelligent than he initially thought. She even knew how to exchange injuries for injuries, as well as set up traps to prevent him from using the spine sword to escape. What is this thing made of? A sword specifically made to combat evil has been inserted into its head, but it doesn't react at all. Li Huowang firmly took off the red Taoist robe on his body and threw it on the ground, then pulled out the flint from his pocket. Su Nian, pierced by the sword, stood still in place and did not charge at him. Instead, her face covered by the human skin looked to the left. Her huge beast body lowered slightly as a low, beastly growl came from under the human skin. Thump, thump, thump. All of a sudden, the familiar heavy and chaotic footsteps echoed once again, but they had gotten even closer. The noises sounded so close that they sounded ear-piercing to Li Huowang. He tilted his head slightly. In the chaotic darkness, he saw a hill-sized object moving towards him along with the footsteps. It had gotten very close now. With his excellent eyesight, Li Huowang managed to see the appearance of that thing clearly in the dark. Lanterns, dragon flags, round jade, rings, bells. There were various old and dusty decorations densely covering this towering wooden building before him. There were 4 pillars painted with red clouds and dragons, wrapped around with black and blue satin ribbons. Curtains made up of black clouds and dragon feathers hung between the pillars, which held the entire wooden structure together tightly. The heavy and chaotic footsteps came from beneath this wooden structure, with various tattered eunuch figures that resembled skeletons. Their heads were tightly wrapped in white cloth strips, and they pulled forward on the ropes, just like mules. Although everything on this wooden building was very dilapidated, filthy, and even decayed, Li Huowang still saw at a glance that this thing was the imperial chariot of the Emperor of Great Qi. He never thought that the noise he had just heard was actually the little zombie Emperor of Great Qi. Li Huowang sensed a strong gaze from the wooden building that was deadlocked on him. He glanced at Su Nian in the distance, then at the Emperor's chariot, which approached him with an overwhelming presence, and he cursed inwardly. This damned place. I've never had any luck here. There was no need for words. Li Huowang opened his mouth wide and spat out Li Sui. Then, he slashed the spine sword at her to send her back to the Great Liang. Immediately afterward, he raised the flint and swiped it at his own skin. Boom! Li Huowang burst into flames. He became a blazing torch that illuminated everything around him. Li Huowang glanced at Su Nian through the dancing flames before rushing toward the huge imperial chariot. Compared to the mysterious and unpredictable Su Nian, the Emperor seemed to be easier to deal with. He looked more flammable, too. Li Huowang heard other noises aside from footsteps as he got closer to the chariot. Long live my Emperor. Thanks to the Lord's kindness. Blessings to the Emperor. These words were repeatedly uttered mechanically by the wooden-like eunuchs while pulling the chariot along with them. The next moment, as Li Huowang raised his right hand, the eunuchs instantly caught fire and became living torches. Li Huowang's feet were injured, so he couldn't move that quickly. However, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Boom! Peng Longting smashed down heavily beside Li Huowang. The giant palm grabbed the ablaze Li Huowang and threw him towards the highest point of the imperial chariot. As Li Huowang crashed into it, the cloud-patterned curtains caught fire and burned to ashes. Li Huowang saw the little Emperor of Great Qi amidst the flames. He was a child that was only 6 or 7 years old. He was wearing a large dragon robe and sat on the even larger dragon throne, looking extremely out of place. Even more mismatched was his appearance. He had heard that the little Emperor of Great Qi was already dead and was a zombie, but he only saw a chubby child with innocent-looking eyes. In the next moment, this unusually normal child began to rise while the dragon robe under him rose higher and higher. When the dragon robe was fully lifted, the dragon vein stacked underneath was finally revealed. Who would have thought that this little Emperor of Great Qi was not alone and that he had already connected to the dragon vein while he was still alive? A fierce wind roared as the entire dragon vein coiled in the air. At the top, the little Emperor opened his chubby hands and clapped while he giggled with joy. A powerful aura pressed down, which even suppressed the flames on Li Huowang's body from surging upward. Swoosh! Li Huowang gripped the spine sword and slashed forcefully toward the sky. The crack flew over, but had no effect on that thing at all. Since acquiring the spine sword, it was the first time that he saw this gap that cut through 2 timelines had no damage at all. The body of the dragon vein suddenly shook. An afterimage flew across and struck Li Huowang heavily. He spat out blood as he was knocked out of the flaming imperial chariot. The flames on his body extinguished instantly, while everything around him blurred. Shangguan Yuting or Zhuge Yuan all became intermittently bright and dark. As he was about to fall to the ground from a great height, he suddenly closed his eyes and felt himself plunge into icy cold lake water. He struggled to swim to the surface, then opened his eyes again. He found that half of his body was buried in the soil. "Brother Zhuge, are you all right?" Li Huowang asked anxiously as he climbed out of the soil. Zhuge Yuan said something with urgency, but Li Huowang couldn't hear a thing. He saw Zhuge Yuan pointing towards the imperial chariot, and he turned his head to see the great Qi dragon vein. It was like a real dragon that charged down towards him with immense pressure. An angry roar caused the dragon vein to stop abruptly in midair as it started to coil and intertwine its head and tail together. Li Huowang turned towards the source of the sound. He saw that it actually came from Su Nian. Her hair bristled with anger at the appearance of the dragon vein. Li Huowang looked down at his injured leg. "Give it a try? I'll take advantage of their conflict and return to Great Liang first." He immediately took action, and he raised the spine sword to slash out a crack and dashed forward. The next moment, the The dragon vein swept down and instantly shattered the crack into fragments. It seemed that the dragon vein was strongly repulsed by the appearance of these rifts in the two timelines. It ignored Su Nian's provocation and headed straight for Li Huowang. The overlapping dragon vein moved extremely quickly and with great force, crushing half of Li Huowang's left shoulder in one fell swoop. Li Huowang stabbed the dragon vein from behind with his purple-tasseled sword, but this injury was not much different than a mosquito bite. This was the first time Li Huowang had faced such a powerful enemy, and he felt like even going all out was going to be useless against such a powerful foe. Chapter 5, 51 Year. Haha. Blood flowed down from the wound on his forehead. It flowed across his scar and into his mouth before overflowing and dripping down onto the ground from his charred chin. The blood slowly seeped deeper into the earth. Li Huowang was in a bad spot. Everything has been useless so far. His talismans, his spine sword capable of creating a rift in between timelines, the bronze coin sword capable of slaying evil beings, or even his purple-tasseled sword that could cut through steel like butter. All of it was useless. More importantly, even his techniques as a sitting Oblivion Dao and the Jing sect were useless. This was the first time Li Huowang had met such a troublesome opponent after coming to this crazy world. He finally understood why Zhuge Yuan told him that the sitting Oblivion Dao would not try to fight the dragon vein. He had one more technique, that Sangchong Ascension. It could work, but he had no idea where to find the utmost mental pain. The familiar sound of air ripping came again. He saw a massive shadow lashing out to his head. His body would disintegrate if he was hit by it. Bam! Peng Longting's large body appeared in front of Li Huowang and caught the shadow. The shadow was none other than the dragon veins made from the past emperors of the Qi kingdom. The emperors appeared to be glued together by nothing, but the impact suggested that the dragon vein was as strong as reinforced steel. Numerous dragon claws pierced into Peng Longting's chest, but she was not afraid. But no matter how strong she was, the dragon vein was leagues above her. The dragon vein compressed and expanded rapidly before batting Peng Longting away. Li Huowang took this chance to retreat out of the dragon vein's attack range. He was stuck in a grueling situation, but he did not give up. He was not alone, after all. A lion-like roar came from the other side, which distracted Dragon Vein from attacking Li Huowang. It was Su Nian. Now that they were both in danger, they had no choice but to work together to survive. The human-faced beast leaped onto the Dragon Vein and decapitated the heads of 4 emperors. The Qi Kingdom's emperor at the top of the Dragon Vein and opened his mouth, revealing a single front tooth as he cried out, "Yuan." As the veil on his head jingled, the dragon vein moved swiftly and wrapped around Su Nian like a snake. Su Nian continued to attack the emperors, but they were already old to begin with. Su Nian could not plunder any more lifespan from them. Su Nian was gradually getting squeezed into a tube when Li Huowang held his spine sword and catapulted himself to the dragon vein's head with Peng Longting's help. Even though Su Nian had tried to kill him just now, Li Huowang had to save her at all costs. Otherwise, the dragon vein would be able to focus all of its wrath on Li Huowang. When Li Huowang was close enough to see his own reflections in the young emperor's eyes, the dragon vein finally moved. Numerous heads of the past emperors blocked Li Huowang's vision. Li Huowang focused, causing Peng Longting's body to crash into the dragon vein and charging toward the young emperor. But several hands reached out and grabbed Peng Longting before tossing her to the ground. The dragon vein also attacked at the same time by launching its massive body toward Li Huowang. Li Huowang's legs were been injured, and he had to come up with something fast. Suddenly, the sitting Oblivion Dao's illusion materialized in front of Li Huowang. The sitting Oblivion Dao stared in shock and horror as he became the meat shield for Li Huowang. Li Huowang never expected his attacks to work, but thanks to his distraction, Su Nian managed to escape the dragon vein's coil. Li Huowang panted as he pushed away the sitting Oblivion Dao that had been reduced to meat paste as he checked his wounds. He shouted at Su Nian from afar, "You and me, we fight together or we both die. We don't have a deep grudge in between us, so there's no need to fight to the death." Su Nian removed the human face on her head and nodded at Li Huowang. "We kill the young one," Su Nian said, surprising Li Huowang. The dragon vein pounced on Li Huowang once more, and he had no choice but to retreat. "All right, you deal with the old one, and I will kill the young one," Li Huowang exclaimed. Su Nian nodded and stared at the dragon vein that was chasing Li Huowang. She raised her front paws and stomped the ground. Her red fur grew bright as it started growing. making her body look like a lion dance. The red furs spread out everywhere in the darkness as if they were looking for something. The darkness retreated with her standing in the middle of it. She maintained that state for almost half a day. Li Huowang shouted out of desperation and anger as he was being attacked by the dragon vein. "What are you doing? Stop spacing out." Li Huowang no longer looked like a human. Half of his face was torn away, one of his arms was broken, and a huge chunk of flesh on his abdomen was gone. If it hadn't been for the immortal Peng Longting tanking most of the attacks, he would have died. But that was his limit. Li Huowang's head was pounding, signaling that he could no longer maintain Peng Longting's materialization. He had just shouted when Sun Yin moved. Her movement was beyond bizarre. She was charging toward the dragon vein, but there was still an afterimage of her at the original location. But that was not all. Everywhere she moved, she would leave behind a red afterimage. The images linked together to form a single red line. Li Huowang didn't know what it was doing, but he knew that this was her ultimate move. Their survival depended on her attack. Li Huowang sheathed the spine sword on his back, and Peng Longting grabbed his injured figure. When the Sun Yin clashed with the dragon vein, Peng Longting threw Li Huowang toward the dragon vein. Two beasts, one yellow and one red, clashed together. Bizarre changes occurred in everything that collided with the red light. Li Huowang's wounds healed rapidly before decaying the next moment. However, Li Huowang wasn't the only one affected. The barren soil grew grass, and the stars in the skies started moving. The same phenomena affected even the dragon vein. The ancient bodies of the past emperors regained their youth. However, this was bad news to the dragon vein. Their bodies shivered as if they would separate at any time. Chapter 552 Death. The dragon vein resisted Sun Yin's profound attacks and struggled as it tried to coil Sun Yin's afterimages. Li Huowang almost reached the dragon vein, but it was already on guard. 10 dragon claws swiped toward Li Huowang, but their attacks phased through Li Huowang's illusion. Peng Longting suddenly appeared and threw the invisible Li Huowang toward the young emperor of the Qi kingdom. It was definitely a young emperor, as the baby had turned into a blob, becoming what looked like a fist-sized fetus. Li Huowang extended his hands and unsheathed his purple tassel sword to slash the young emperor. "Junior Li, you can't kill it like that. You have to sever his connection to the dragon vein first." Hearing Zhuge Yuan, Li Huowang moved his sword 3 inches to the side. With the sound of tearing flesh and spraying blood, the back of the young emperor was separated from the dragon vein. He then flicked the sword and stabbed the embryo in the chest. The ugly-looking embryo howled in pain and scratched at the blade to dislodge it, but ultimately, he lost his strength. His head went limp and stopped moving. Li Huowang still had the young emperor's corpse stuck to his sword as he fell downwards when the decapitated dragon vein started expanding its body. Thick blood, strange organs, messy scales, and dragon horns sprouted out from its body. The eyes of the past emperors glared at Li Huowang with eternal hatred. All of them revealed their dragon claws and charged at Li Huowang, or more accurately, the corpse of the young emperor on Li Huowang's sword. "Junior Li, be careful. The dragon Qi will revive the young emperor. Do not let them touch him. Throw him into the Liang kingdom." Li Huowang swung his sword, and the corpse of the young emperor fell into the red line made from Sun Yin's afterimages. He then swung the spine sword and transported the young emperor into the Liang kingdom along with part of the red line. Li Huowang was already very close to the ground when he finished doing that. He took a deep breath and imagined himself to be falling into a pool of water. He felt the cold water splashing past his skin, but rather than swimming upwards, he swam sideways and tried to escape as far as possible. He swam until he couldn't hold his breath any longer before surfacing. He felt his brain pounding and the water slowly becoming thicker until the pressure around him was barely tolerable. Bam! Li Huowang broke through the surface of the earth and spat out chunks of dirt. He ignored his wounds and turned to look at where the dragon vein was located. However, the ground trembled before he could see anything. Earthquake? Sand and stones flew everywhere in the darkness, and the sky changed. There was nothing Li Huowang could do due to his injury. All he could do was sprawl out on the ground and wait for the earthquake to pass. An unknown amount of time later, the earthquake stopped, and his wounds had scabbed over as well. He used his sword as a support and stood up before looking around. Wait, why is it so bright? Is the natural disaster gone? Li Huowang carefully looked up and saw that the darkness covering the skies was gone. However, he didn't even have the time to celebrate when he saw something wrong with the sun. Rather than being a normal ball of light, Some black spots had blotted out parts of the sun. Oh no, the heavenly dog has eaten the sun. The old monk's illusion used his right hand to cover his eyes as he looked at the strange phenomena. What's wrong with this world? Is it real? Li Huowang immediately realized the mistake that he had made. No, I can't doubt myself. I'm a strayed one. I cannot doubt myself or something bad will happen. Li Huowang slammed his fists on his head. After pounding his own head a few times, Li Huowang stopped, not because he wanted to, but because there was danger. Slam! A thick claw struck the ground and blew the cloud of dust away. Sun Yan's figure then emerged from the dust. Sun Yan was also heavily injured from the battle with the dragon vein. Most of her red fur was gone, and there were cracks on her face. Still, her injuries appeared better than Li Huowang's injuries. Li Huowang held his sword tightly and stared at the woman's broken face. You still want to fight me? Since you can understand me, you should also know that we don't have any grudges between us, right? Li Huowang showed no fear as he gritted his teeth. Sun Yan didn't respond. Instead, her face revealed a complicated expression as if she wanted to say something to him. However, Li Huowang wasn't going to wait for an answer as he stepped back slowly. Just as Sun Yan was about to disappear into the cloud of dust, a female voice filled with yearning came from within her. I wish to write to my loved one, but the mountains are vast and the seas are endless. How will I ever find him? 1. Had she realized that I'm a strayed one? Li Huowang immediately raised his weapons out of reflex. However, he soon realized that Sun Yan was gone for good, and he could have misheard her as well. She said loved one foot, right? Senior Zhuge, what was she talking about? Zhuge Yuan stared at where Sun Yan had disappeared before speaking in a hushed tone. Sun Yan copies the words of others, so it's probably nothing. Junior Li, you should probably go back and rest. You're heavily injured, after all. Li Huowang looked at him, and then at his own broken leg. How can I chase after the rift to go back to the Liang kingdom? It's best if I stay here and rest for a while. Li Huowang held his sword and wore his red robes again. Then, he found a boulder and leaned against it. Soon, the dust settled, and something unexpected appeared in front of him. What was once the plains was now a cliff. He was sitting at the edge of a cliff. What's happening? Li Huowang looked down at the chaotic scene beneath the cliff, and then looked up at the sun covered in black spots. His brain started hurting, and he felt like he was in a dream. Zhuge Yuan looked at the scene and shook his head. I don't know what's going on. Chapter 553, Departure. On a dirt path hidden by the dense trees, Li Sui was orbiting the same clearing, seemingly looking for something. The dirt path was covered in claw marks. Clearly, she had been looking for that something for a very long time now. She had been looking for Li Huowang, but she hadn't been able to find him. Li Sui got more and more anxious as time ticked by. She had gotten so used to living with Li Huowang that she became extremely anxious at the thought of losing him forever. Just as tears rolled down from the edges of her eyes, a rift appeared on her left, and a heavily injured Li Huowang popped out of the rift. Dad! Li Sui pounced at Li Huowang and licked the bottom of his chin with her tentacles. You're heavy, and I'm too injured to carry you. Get off me. Li Huowang used a lot of strength to push Li Sui away. Dad, why did you throw me away? I thought I'd lose you forever, Li Sui asked, circling around Li Huowang. I was afraid that you would burn while in my body, so I threw you to safety. It's all right. Everything's fine now, Li Huowang said, patting her head. Feeling safe again, Li Sui placed her white skull on Li Huowang's palm and rubbed against him. Dad, can we go back now? Not yet. We still haven't found Shangji Guankou. Let's go back and recover first. Li Huowang looked at the dense forest around him before staring at the sunset with a perfectly normal sun. He felt weird. The Great Qi was essentially in ruins, but the Great Liang was at peace. It was hard to believe that both sides were so close to each other. He had no idea what it meant to him, but he didn't care. There were too many unexplainable things here in this world, and there was no reason for him to find the answers to all of his questions. Now that he was back in the familiar Liang kingdom, his heart relaxed completely. At the same time, the accumulated fatigue finally struck him. Dad, are you all right? Li Sui extended her tentacles to hold him. Are you hungry? Thirsty? It's all right. I can survive this. Just take me to the side and let me rest. Li Huowang endured the pain as he looked down at the hole in his abdomen. He pushed his organs back into his torso before they could fall out of him. Li Sui's tentacles entered through the hole, and soon she completely disappeared as she filled Li Huowang's body with her tentacles. The wounds closed up too. Dad, are you feeling better now? Hearing her voice inside of him, Li Huowang patted one of the tentacles and said, Much better. On second thought, we don't have time to waste. We should back to the Qi Kingdom and find Shangji Guankou as soon as possible. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid that you will die there? Shangguan Yuting said, sounding worried as she stared at the heavily injured Li Huowang. No need. It's better to finish this quick. Li Huowang took out the spine sword again and unwrapped it. The Great Qi's natural disaster has finally passed, so we need to seize that opportunity. Who knows how long the peace would last over there? The opportunity would be wasted if we wait for too long, and the Great Qi disappears. Li Huowang took a deep breath and swung the spine sword. A space-time rift manifested in the distance, and he charged decisively into it. He had just entered the rift when a carriage ran past where Li Huowang had been moments ago. The carriage was heading toward Shangjing. The one driving the carriage looked at the dense paw prints on the ground before shouting into the carriage. We'll rest once we get back home. There are too many giant insects around here. A woman sounded dissatisfied as she remarked. That's not what you said earlier. Go slower. This carriage is bouncing so much that it's hurting my butt. Why are you so ungrateful? If it wasn't because of the gentleman pitying us, we wouldn't even have the chance to sit in one. He had just said that when the curtains opened up. A hand with a silver wristband grabbed the driver's ears. Say it again if you dare. You think you are the king of the house after I got married. Why? Ouch. Big sis. I'm still driving the carriage. Stop it. Everyone would laugh at us. Gao Zhijian sat in the carriage as he looked at the siblings bickering. Even though he appeared to be staring at them, he was actually thinking about what to do once he reached Shangjing. He actually didn't really want to think about his past, no matter how chaotic it was. He loved Cowheart Village. He wanted to live the rest of his life there, and it'd be great if he ended up marrying Xiaoman. However, he had also seen how steep the price Li Huowang had paid to defend them during their travels. He could never ignore Li Huowang now that the latter was in trouble. If Puppy couldn't find the two of them, Gao Zhijian had no other choice but to rely on the strength of an emperor. The emperor was the ruler of everything beneath the heavens. After all, Gao Zhijian wasn't entirely sure about his past either. His hazy memories could be fake, but he still needed to try his best. I'm an emperor. They should recognize me, right? Since I used to be an emperor, I'm technically part of the imperial family. I think it wouldn't be hard for them to find me, right? It should be fine even if I'm not an emperor. I have some memories as a general. Maybe I used to be a general? I should go and look for the army, then. Gao Zhijian's head throbbed with pain. His memories were too scrambled, as if they were haphazardly stitched together. When he snapped back to reality, he realized that the carriage had stopped. The siblings had disembarked as well. Dear sir, we are there. Thank you for your carriage. Our village is just at the front. Do you want to come and have a meal with us? The man driving the carriage asked Gao Zhijian courteously. Gao Zhijian shook his head and returned the greeting. He took the reins and started his journey on the dirt path again. He's such a good man, and he's big too. If I weren't married, I would choose him as my husband, the sister said with a sigh. The brother shook his head. Yeah, he definitely has the strength of 2 cows to work in the fields, but it's such a shame that he can't speak. Chapter 554, The Great Qi. Li Huowang followed Zhuge Yuan's guidance as they traversed the ruined Qi kingdom. He walked up several mountains just to find Shangji Guankou once again. They were currently on a mountain, or what was left of it. The mountain was split in half, and there was a ravine in the middle of the mountain. Rocky spikes grew from the walls of the ravines, making it look like 2 large rows of teeth. Li Huowang thought he was reaching his destination soon, but the feng shui of the entire Qi kingdom was in disarray due to the natural disaster. Zhuge Yuan needed some time to confirm Shangji Guankou's location. Thankfully, the journey here has been peaceful after the natural disaster had ended. He didn't encounter any dangers this time. Junior Li, let's rest a little. Shangji Guankou will only change locations once the time is right. We need to wait for 2 hours here. Li Huowang and Li Sui sat underneath a tree. He took out some rations and started eating it voraciously. Dad, I don't like this. I like meat. Stop complaining and eat what you have. We can't afford to be picky now. Li Huowang frowned and looked towards the left side of the forest. He had sensed movement. He grabbed his sword before he saw a young girl covered in dust stagger out of the woods. She was roughly 5 years old. Her dusty face had 2 streak marks made from her tears, and her nightdress was in tatters. She hobbled toward Li Huowang, grabbed his bag of torture tools, and started pulling him toward the forest. However, she lost her grip and fell to the ground. She sprawled out on the ground with her mouth opening and closing as if she were crying, but no voice came out of her mouth. Her voice had long left her, as she had been crying for such a long time. Li Huowang carried her and walked into the woods under her lead. The woods weren't large, and they soon reached the base of a mountain. The little girl escaped his hands and started pulling at a hand with a silver wristband buried underneath a boulder. Li Huowang understood what she wanted him to do. He looked around and saw that it was not just her house. The entire place used to be a village. When the mountain was split in half, it completely buried the village. The young girl was the only one alive. She ran to Li Huowang and pointed at the arm jutting out from underneath the boulder. She kept pulling at his red robes. Li Huowang's heart ached a lot. He suddenly lost the courage to look into her pleading eyes, even though he was fearless in battle. He wanted to avoid thinking about how many people had perished due to the natural disaster. However, the scene before him made him realize that the people of the Qi kingdom had truly been dealt a miserable fate. This was just a small corner of the kingdom. There were even more unthinkable scenes throughout the Qi kingdom. Li Huowang picked the girl up and whispered in his heart, "Zhuge Yuan, do you think you could still use your techniques? Can the great Qi be saved?" Zhuge Yuan had his back turned against Li Huowang. He sighed and said nothing. Li Huowang looked at the girl in his embrace. He gently placed her on the ground. He was determined to save her. When the little girl ran toward the arms sticking out of the boulder, Li Huowang held his spine sword and swung it at the little girl. A large rift enveloped her. "Juniorly, it's useless. She's someone from the great Qi. She cannot travel to the great Liang." Zhuge Yuan's words were like cold water splashing on Li Huowang's head. "What? Then how come I can enter the Qi kingdom?" Li Huowang couldn't tolerate leaving someone that young in this hell. "I've told you before. The great Qi is real, while the great Liang is fake. Those from the Liang kingdom can come here, but not the other way around." Li Huowang held the spine sword tightly. He swung it again and rescued the little girl from inside the rift. He took her back, but now he wasn't sure about what to do. Find a good family for her? Almost everyone is dead here. Who would want to have a deadweight following them? What if she followed me? But I'm heading back once I find Shangji Guankou. Hongzhong, it's useless. You can't save her. Just throw her away. She's not the only unfortunate person throughout the Qi kingdom, and you can't save them all. The sitting oblivion Dao member taunted. The old monk and Jin Shanjiao's illusions walked up to the sitting oblivion Dao member. What if I turned her into an illusion and made her stay by my side? Li Huowang thought, but even he was surprised by his own thoughts. No, I can't. What if she didn't become an illusion? I would have just killed her for nothing then. In the end, Zhuge Yuan proposed a solution. "Juniorly, follow my instructions and draw a talisman. I will notify my friend to take her away. She might survive by then." "You think your friend is still alive?" "They're still alive." "All right then." Li Huowang followed his instructions. He placed the talisman that was glowing with a gold light on the little girl. She immediately stopped moving as if she was a log. He then used the spine sword to shave out a cavity in the mountain and stuffed her in. After giving her some food and water, Li Huowang sighed and left. He still had his own issues to handle. 2 hours later, he found Shangji Guankou once again. This time, they were sitting in a small shrine dedicated to the Lord and Lady of the land. The shrine was in ruins, and the two statues had fused into a single statue with an abnormally large eye on its forehead. Li Huowang found what he had been looking for, but he wasn't happy at all. A secret for a secret. He heard the familiar voice. Li Huowang then looked at Shangguan Yuting. "Senior heir, you are really amazing. To think that you can find it in such a remote location. I wouldn't be able to do the same if I were in your shoes." Shangguan Yuting bowed to Li Huowang before walking up to Shangji Guankou. She stepped on an invisible stairway and entered Shangji Guankou's shadow. When Li Huowang thought everything had ended, the clay statue suddenly cracked, but an unexpected change occurred. A voice echoed from the shadow where Shangguan Yuting had melted into. Translator's thoughts. This is how Shangguan Yuting looks like. Pretty normal, which is kinda suspicious for an illusion. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 555, Shangguan Yuting. Li Huowang made a deal with Shangji Guankou before, so he knew something was wrong. Shangguan Yuting hadn't come here to make a deal with them. The surroundings shifted as a cold breeze flew out from the clay statue. The breeze seemed to contain indecipherable whispers as it flew upwards in a spiral. Li Huowang recognized what the words were. It was Shangji Guankou themselves. Li Huowang also saw that it was composed of secrets. Shangji Guankou wanted to escape, but the surveillance bureau would never let it happen. At some point, the skies had become like a mirror, reflecting the ground. Shangji Guankou floated upward to escape, but they collided against the reflected ground and sank into the shadow of the clay statue. The clay statue's shadow in the sky shrank and expanded numerous times. They are not exchanging secrets, but rather the surveillance bureau is trying to rob its secrets, Zhuge Yuan explained. His words had yet to finish echoing in the air when the shadow of the clay statue expanded, revealing a myriad of eyes. The space around them shifted, and Li Huowang felt he was somehow returning to the hospital. Realizing that something was wrong, he quickly retreated to avoid getting caught in the strange technique. He had suffered it once and did not want to suffer it again. He also had no intentions of helping Guankou. Guankou wasn't going to affect his plans, so there was no reason for him to do so. When Li Huowang left, the temple crumbled. Several illusory worlds flashed intermittently before Li Huowang, and he felt his head pounding just from staring at what was happening. He finally understood that the Surveillance Bureau never had any intentions to make a deal with Guankou. Instead, they were here to rob the secrets for themselves. Can they really just forcefully grab the secrets like that? Li Huowang asked Zhuge Yuan. Zhuge Yuan looked at the scene with hesitation before sighing. Li Huowang's question was answered without a word. A normal person might not even be able to touch Guankou, but the chief of the Surveillance Bureau can probably do it. He's a master of illusion techniques, after all. I also think he's an extremely special figure. He has a strange illusion technique capable of dragging unsuspecting people into illusions, and he could also project an illusion to someone's side without them noticing it. Senior Zhuge, what do you think about the chief? I fear that he's not using any regular illusion techniques. I fear that it's unspeakable. Unspeakable? Again? Not even a name? Zhuge Yuan looked at the chaos in front of him and shook his head. No, that is the name. Unspeakable. The true name cannot be spoken with our language, nor could we write it. So we call them unspeakable. Unspeakable? Li Huowang slowly ruminated on those words. I know only a little bit about them. When I was out on the seas, I once found a half-rotten bamboo slip and read about it from it. It was said that unspeakable was born from the void and lived on the boundary of life and death. If we want to meet them, we have to quite literally be either on the edge of death or crying on a grave to the verge of collapse. Only then would we catch a glimpse of them. It's incredibly hard to even catch a glimpse of them, much less learn something from them. The chief probably had an extraordinary fortuitous encounter long ago. Li Huowang looked at the flashing lights and hesitated. Is unspeakable a Siming? Which heavenly Tao does it control? I've never heard of something so bizarre. Zhuge Yuan shook his head. I've only managed to scrape a small bit of info from that bamboo slip. They are generally unknown. So the chief of the Surveillance Bureau obtained his position through his sheer strength. That's great. We now have a great chance at defeating Shai Zi. While Li Huowang was conversing with Zhuge Yuan, the sounds from afar slowly grew soft. A large shadow with unblinking eyes slowly extended from the broken temple. There were hundreds of eyes, and Li Huowang recognized them. The eyes looked the same as the eye on his forehead. The scene made his scalp go numb, but what happened afterward almost made him think that he was going crazy. Shangguan Yuting walked out from the shadow, as if she were walking up onto invisible stairs. But this time, she looked different. Her figure looked the same, but her head was covered in blinking eyes. Li Huowang thought that he was staring at a kaleidoscope of eyes, and he instinctively found it repulsive. Shangguan Yuting nodded with her head covered in the eyeballs. Her soft voice echoed from beneath the eyes. Senior Heir, I'm done here. Let's go back. Why do you need so many secrets? Are there really so many things you need to know? Li Huowang averted his gaze and took out his spine sword. Shangguan Yuting laughed, and her laughter sounded like chimes. You have to ask the chief to know the answer to that question. I'm just here to do my job. I don't care about the other details. Li Huowang nodded. He was done here, so there was no reason for him to stay in the Qi Kingdom. He carved open a rift and entered the Liang Kingdom again. The scenery peeled away, and Li Huowang found himself in the middle of a golden wheat field with workers busy harvesting the wheat. The sight was so surreal that Li Huowang thought he had traveled through time. Can you let the chief know that our mission is done? Li Huowang asked Shangguan Yuting with his back facing her. The chief of the Surveillance Bureau was the only thing left he needed to kill Shai Zi. Don't worry. Just head to Shangjing. I'll find a way to notify him. He will be back once he's finished with his business. Once I'm done with Shai Zi, I could probably go and look for Guankou again to find out where Bai Lingyao is located. Li Huowang hastened his steps as he walked into the village. He reached the village and bought a horse from a wealthy family. He didn't bring much money with him, but thankfully, he still had the jade pendant that he had taken from the Zephyr Temple. He didn't know how much the jade pendant he had taken from Xianyang was worth, but the people who had sold him the horse were more than eager to accept it. Unfortunately, Li Huowang was still suffering from severe injuries. His charred skin was showing signs of recovery, but it was only thanks to Li Sui inside of him that his body had yet to cave in. Li Huowang dragged his injured self onto the horse and rushed back to Shangjing. Translator's thoughts. Ah, there it is. The bizarreness is back. She looks like an amygdala from Bloodborne now. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 556, Return. Mom, I'm really fine. It's just that I don't have a lot of time to become coherent again. Don't worry. My situation will improve as time goes on. Li Huowang consoled his mother while he was strapped to the bed. Sun Xiaoqin shook her head and smiled. Mom isn't worried. Come, have an apple. Mom, I can't eat anything right now, Li Huowang said. The smile tugging at Sun Xiaoqin's lips disappeared. Li Huowang hurriedly explained, Mom, if I want to eat something next time, I will just shout when I'm hallucinating. You can feed me an apple, then. How about that? Sun Xiaoqin nodded and smiled. Whatever you want, my son. Li Huowang relaxed and started chatting with his mother when he saw Yi Donglai standing outside the door and staring at him through the small mirror. Seeing that Li Huowang had noticed him, Yi Donglai pushed his frameless glasses upward and entered the room. He first asked Sun Xiaoqin to leave the room before conversing with Li Huowang in a friendly tone. How is it? Did you find Bai Ling Yao? Li Huowang was silent. We have some good sunshine today. Want to go out and have a stroll? Yi Donglai opened Li Huowang's straps, but he didn't move. Yi Donglai raised his eyebrows inquisitively as he pushed the wheelchair near Li Huowang. Why aren't you moving? Li Huowang looked at him with a cold gaze. I'm on a horse. If I move carelessly, I'll fall. Yi Donglai nodded in understanding and pushed the wheelchair away. I talked to Wang Wei before I came here. Li Huowang was intrigued. Why was he admitted into the hospital? What kind of illness do you think it is if he were to be admitted here? But his documentation was incomplete, and he was admitted here through some connections. The director of the hospital has sent him away. While his symptoms were light, we somehow managed to come up with a treatment plan for you while I was conversing with him. I never tried it before, but we might as well try it since the regular treatments haven't been working on you. Li Huowang smiled. Sure, it might work. Both worlds were real, and he was stuck in both worlds. Does Yi Donglai really think that he can cure me? It'll be great if can cure me. It's not that simple. There is a ton of paperwork to do, but I think they're more than happy to approve the plan. They are all itching to cure you so that they can send you away. If you have nothing else, you can go back now. I finally have some time to rest. Yi Donglai turned serious as he stared at Li Huowang through his green-tinted glasses. I know you don't trust me, but I assure you that I'm a stubborn person. I am confident that I can cure any patient through my stubbornness and dedication. Even if I can't cure them completely, I'm confident that their symptoms will be reduced to the minimum. Since you are my patient, I will do everything in my power to cure you, no matter what. Thank you. You are a good doctor, but I don't think you'll be helpful to me. Don't waste your time. Li Huowang closed his eyes after saying that. In the darkness, he heard Yi Donglai's voice. Is that so? I don't believe it. Your illness is not as incurable as you would have thought. Rather, I found a pattern revolving around you. I know what to do to disrupt it. Li Huowang was then woken up by thunder. He found himself back on the horse. Tentacles sprouted out from his red robes to hold onto the reins tightly. It was raining. Li Huowang took out the straw hat and wore it. How long have we been traveling for? Li Huowang asked Li Sui. I don't know. You've never taught me to count time. Staring at the muddy road, Li Huowang bit his index finger and used his blood to draw a talisman before slapping it onto the horse's back. The tired horse was suddenly invigorated, and it ran twice as fast as its original speed. We should reach Shangjing soon. Li Huowang looked around and saw he recognized some of the scenery. The horse never stopped running. They finally arrived at Shangjing's massive wall late at night. There was a thunderstorm looming as lightning flashed everywhere. Li Huowang raised his identity plate high in the air and entered the city without issues. There was another lightning bolt. Li Huowang suddenly realized that something was weird. Why is the lightning hitting the same location again and again? He ran past the silent street before finally realizing which direction the lightning was striking. He immediately ran towards the lightning. The sky was dark, but a fire was burning bright in the city. It was Princess Omping's palace. Li Huowang ditched the horse, which was dying from fatigue, and ran into the palace with his sword. He saw a mound of heads in front of the burning palace. Oh, you must be Ergio, a Taoist chuckled as he walked out of the shadows. The Taoist was wearing a tattered Taoist robe with patches everywhere. He wasn't even wearing shoes, and his hair was tied with a red thread that had a moldy green bead. Li Huowang was not attracted to his weird look, but rather focused on the head that the Taoist was holding in his left hand. Erjia, why are you here only now? Our lord is disappointed in you. To think that you would take so much time just to deal with the weakest princess. I did it all by myself. The tattered Taoist placed Princess Anping's head on the top of the mound. Princess Anping's beautiful face was filled with despair. Her mouth was open as rainwater dripped into it. Clearly, Princess Anping's true body had been found, and she was dead. Now that Princess Anping was dead, no one else was eligible to become the emperor. In other words, it meant Jilin was now the emperor. Shai Zi's goal was achieved. The tattered Taoist swaggered past Li Huowang and sighed. Hiya. Some people really don't have the foresight to think for themselves. Our lord is more than happy to reward those who had decided to help him in his time of need, but he'd never waste his time on those who'd only come to his aid once the crisis is over. Li Huowang clenched his fist in the rain. No, I cannot let him ascend to the throne. Not while Shai Zi is still alive. The tattered Taoist was about to leave when Li Huowang grabbed his spine sword and swung it. The rift almost swallowed the Taoist's head, but his entire head had retracted into his robes, as if it were a tortoise returning to its shell. The tattered Taoist's head popped up, but his face was backward. You dare attack me? You killed Princess Anping, but no one else was here to witness it. I just have to kill you, and everyone will think that she's still alive. Jilin will never be able to ascend to the throne then. Li Huowang then pounced at the Taoist with Li Sui's tentacles in tow. Chapter 557, Emperor. The rain poured down incessantly. Li Huowang twitched uncontrollably as he kneeled on the ground and panted. His wounds had reopened, and he was covered in more wounds. Li Sui had to further expand within him. Princess Anping's murderer was indeed powerful. Where did Jilin find someone as strong as Dan Yangzi? The tattered Taoist's lightning attacks were lethal. Thankfully, Li Huowang had gotten even stronger as well. Peng Longting grabbed a bloody boulder and lifted it high in the sky before slamming it down on the dying Taoist. The Taoist was crushed, and his limbs scattered in all directions. However, Peng Longting was still hungry for more. She grabbed the same boulder and smashed it down again and again on the corpse. She did it a few times until a large crater appeared in front of her. There was no longer a body as the flesh and bones had scattered everywhere from the repeated impact. Enough! Enough! Li Huowang had just shouted when the boulder phased through her body and crashed onto the ground. She was a hallucination once more. Li Huowang stood up while breathing in ragged pants. He opened his mouth and spat Li Sui out. Sui, please be nice and help me. Li Huowang approached the mound of dead bodies and took Princess Anping's head. The black Tai Sui excels at parasitizing its victims. Can you control this head? Let me try. Li Sui extended her tentacles and entered the head. Soon Princess Anping's head stood up with tentacles beneath her neck. She could blink too. Is it like this? The beautiful face of Princess Anping was being held up by numerous tentacles as she smiled at Li Huowang. Li Huowang was actually thinking of using his own skin to make a doll with his techniques as a sitting Oblivion Dao member. Thankfully, the Black Tai Sui was really great at her job. Staring at her smile, Li Huowang nodded with approval. Good. Just show yourself in front of others, and they will think that Princess Anping is still alive. She has already perished, but let's help her anyway. Li Sui, I know you're tired, but we only need to wait just a bit longer until the chief is back. Li Huowang brought Li Sui into the palace and soon found Princess Anping's corpse. Li Huowang dug out her organs, and Li Sui entered the hollowed-out body to become Princess Anping. Li Sui washed the blood off her body and wore a dress with golden stitches. The wide dress allowed her to hide her tentacles beneath it. Her innerwear was pink, and she was sporting a pale blue earring as well. Her intricate hairstyle was held together by an elaborate hairpin. Li Sui truly looked like Princess Anping when she was still alive. The only thing amiss was the white ribbon around her neck, which was concealing the wound that had decapitated her head. All right, let's go. We can just run around the city, and the informants will know that Princess Anping is still alive. Li Huowang dragged Li Sui into the rain. It was a chaotic night, but when the rain washed over Shangjing and they woke up again the next morning, everything returned back to normal. The stench of blood had been washed away, and the civilians were out and about doing their own business. Gao Zhijian entered Shangjing in his carriage and stared at the dense rows of shops on both sides of the street. He thought that he'd recognize the place if he were the emperor, but he recognized nothing for some reason. Did I not venture out of the palace last time? He continued to drive the carriage on the main road. After some time, he saw the familiar red walls of the palace. His memories stirred. He remembered seeing the same color every time he was carried by someone when he was younger. He hopped off the carriage and calmed himself down as he slowly walked towards the palace. The guards naturally noticed a huge man like Gao Zhijian and frowned. Cold glances came from above the palace walls. Gao Zhijian stopped just a few meters away from the palace door. He stared at the guards stationed there. A few moments passed, and nothing happened. Strange. Do they not recognize me? I used to be an emperor. Even if it was in the past, they should still recognize me. Gao Zhijian took 2 steps forward and pointed at his face as he attempted to speak. This is the land of the emperor. Who dares to trespass? A sharp spear pointed at Gao Zhijian, causing him to panic. As someone who learned how to utilize the murderous aura, he also felt the murderous aura high above the palace wall. The person up there was beyond his level. This was a warning. One more step and Gao Zhijian would die. He immediately retreated back to his carriage and looked at the tall palace walls. He didn't know what to do. I should be the emperor, right? While he was thinking about that, someone brushed past him and entered through the side door of the palace. Compared to the treatment Gao Zhijian received, the guards didn't even look at the man as he entered the palace. Back in the palace, the man ran as fast as he could, giving the illusion that he was stepping on air. He ran into Ji Lin's bedchamber. He reached the outside and slowed down on purpose. Even though he slowed down, he was still hit by an inkstone. But the man dared not move because the one who hit him was Ji Lin himself. The man prostrated on the ground as his voice trembled with fear. My lord, Princess Onping is still missing. Drag him out and execute him. Ji Lin shouted with rage as he easily signed off on someone's death. My lord, spare me. The consorts and eunuchs in the bedchamber were silent. They were afraid that they would be next. However, one of the old eunuchs displayed not a hint of fear. He held a golden horsetail whisk as he approached the angry Ji Lin. My lord, don't worry. I've made a divination and have ascertained that Princess Onping is dead. Even the others got the same results. The beads on Ji Lin's crown shook violently as he exclaimed, I don't care about the divinations. I want to see her true body. What if she used an illusion technique? I want to see her corpse. I want to see her head. That is what I want, you useless bastards. Chapter 558, Luck. Ji Lin was fuming and pacing in the grand bedchamber. He was close to succeeding, but something had gone wrong. After some time, he waved his large sleeves and exclaimed, Everyone gets out. I don't care what you do, but find Princess Onping's head for me. Yes, my lord. My lord, please calm down. This won't take long. Anyone with eyes would know that luck is on your side. It would be bad if you got sick due to the stress. Ji Lin calmed down a little after hearing that. Wait, what about Ergio from the Jing sect? Any news from him? The guards saw him entering the city, but we cannot find him anywhere no matter what kind of divination we did. He's too unpredictable to use. Never mind then. I will just give him an official title without any real job in consideration of his contributions in the past. Ji Lin then got ready for the morning meeting. While he was changing, he suddenly had a different idea. Rather than the hall, he walked towards the imperial temple. This time he was alone. He entered the place and approached the coffin once more. With the sound of rumbling stones, the coffin lid slowly opened. Father, I've done what you've instructed me to do. I did all of it. Ji Lin looked at his father lying in the coffin emotionlessly. Ha, good. You are indeed my son. The old emperor laughed as the golden chains binding him rattled. My mother had decided to support the eldest prince, so I killed her. Ji Lin roared, interrupting the laughing emperor. The princes and princesses wanted to betray me, so I killed them, too. Father, you told me that I have to kill even my own family to become someone great. The old emperor in the coffin shuddered before speaking again. Ruthless. I knew I was right. However, this wasn't what Ji Lin wanted to hear. He kicked the tributes in front of the coffin and exclaimed, Why? I'm going to be the emperor soon, so I want to know why. Why am I killing all of my siblings? I've told you that once I become the emperor, I will not tolerate my children killing each other. I will be emperor soon, so I want to know why I should tell them not to kill each other. Ho. The old emperor laughed. Linner, why do you think all of the officials and ministers are obeying us? Do you really think that they obey us because we are grand? It's because we are the emperor. Ji Lin replied. You really think so? Do you think that we can obtain absolute loyalty from those preaching Confucianism or from the military just by using our name? They control everything here, including the palace guards. Do you know why they did not revolt and become emperors themselves? Jilin didn't know what to answer. He had never thought of that before. Because they don't dare to do so, they dared not let their own people kill each other. But we, the Ji family, dare to do so. When the Qi kingdom fell and the emperor's seat became empty, we, the Ji family, killed each other until only one of us remained. We were not a noble family, but there were still thousands of us. In order to become the emperor, we've killed our own mothers, grandchildren, grandparents, siblings, and even our own fathers. The sole remaining survivor from that bloodbath became the first emperor of the Liang kingdom. Our family spanned thousands of generations, but we will always only have a single branch in our family tree. The cowards are only going to serve us. Jilin stepped back from shock. He was visibly shaken by the answer he obtained. But why? Why us? Why must the Ji family kill each other? Because the heavens have selected us. We're the dragon's chosen ones. Only then can we shoulder the great Liang's luck. The old emperor roared. The dragon roar shook the coffin, and Jilin's scale surfaced momentarily before fading. After some time, the dragon's roar stopped, and the old emperor's tired voice could be heard. Since you will be ascending soon, let me tell you this. The world is not as peaceful as you think. In the past, humans were raised by the witch clan. We lived just like how pigs are raised. We were fed nothing but feces. However, some of our ancestors refused to continue living as livestock and escaped. Unfortunately, escaping wasn't enough because they'd soon be caught. We needed to find a safe place to live. Luck was needed to sustain it. The witch clan was relentless. They will do everything they can to enter our space and capture us so that they can rear us like pigs again. Our ancestors came up with a plan. They robbed part of the luck in the witch clan and used it to sustain our own safe lands. That ancestor was the first emperor. Jilin stood still and was confused by what he was hearing. It's fine even if you don't understand me. Just think about it upon your ascension. You have to remember that what I told you just now is the truth. If someone were to tell you something like Simings or immortal heaven, those are fake. They're used to fool people. Jilin walked out of the place, stumbling as he walked up the stairs. He was lost in his own thoughts. The skies turned dark and became bright again, but he was still lost in his own thoughts. If his father did not lie to him, that meant his descendants must do the same thing. They need to kill each other just like how he did. His family had to put up so much just to shoulder the luck of the Liang kingdom. He didn't want to do it. He even thought about letting others do so. But he had sacrificed so much. He had killed so much just to earn the right to ascend to the throne. He paid his price. He killed everyone until he was the sole remaining survivor out of the 9 siblings. He was this close to becoming the emperor. He would never let others take it just because his descendants had to kill each other next time too. Jilin only snapped out of it once the old eunuch draped the dragon robe on his body. My lord, let's go back and rest. You will only tire yourself out like this. Jilin nodded and turned to his bedchamber while recalling what his father looked like. If even the dead can be brought back to life, does that mean my father is immortal? Jilin sprawled out on his bed and started pondering over his next move. Just then, footsteps echoed from the door. What is it? Jilin asked with his eyes closed. My lord, we've found traces of Princess Onping on the outskirts of the city, and she's with Ergio. What? Jilin's eyes sprung wide open as he glared at the informant. It's him. I treated him so well, but to think that he still ended up betraying me just because of one single girl. Pass down my orders. Capture Ergio and his entire family. Once you've captured him, skin him alive and feed his flesh to the dogs. Chapter 559, Huangfu Tiangang. 5 li away from Shangjing, 2 figures could be seen running in the forest. They were none other than Li Huowang and Li Sui. There were many people chasing after them. Just then, a man wearing black clothes burst out of a tree and threw a demon-slaying circle covered in sutra toward Li Huowang and Li Sui. A dark light burst forth as the circle shrouded both Li Huowang and Li Sui. The next moment, their figures crumbled like rotten wood. Soon the people chasing after them caught up and saw the man holding both Li Huowang and Li Sui's heads. Wait, something is wrong. A Taoist used 2 leaves and wiped his eyes with them. He then tore off Li Huowang's face to reveal the face of someone else with a talisman stuck to it. It's an illusion. Chase after them. The group dispersed immediately and continued their pursuit. Halfway up a mountain, Li Huowang looked down at the people running around in the forest. To think that the techniques of the sitting oblivion Tao are actually so useful when it comes to buying time. Dad, how long should we get chased by them? Li Sui was lying on the ground with her arms and legs sprawled out. That's not up to us. It depends on when the chief returns. Li Huowang said nothing and tore off his collarbone before using it as an ingredient for his divination. His target was none other than the chief of the surveillance bureau. Li Huowang knew that it was impossible for him to be able to use divination to find the chief, but rather the chief would know that Li Huowang was using divination on him. Li Huowang intended to use it to remind the chief. Once he was done, he placed his collarbone back into his body and looked at Shangguan Yuting. Can you tell me where the chief is? Shangguan Yuting was calm, even though she had her entire head covered in her eyes. I don't know. He didn't tell me. He must have his own reasons for delaying it. Li Huowang couldn't even get angry at the illusion. He had no idea where Ji Lin had found so many capable people. They had seamless teamwork, and their divinations were scarily accurate as well. Of course, Li Huowang was not afraid because he had the spine sword in hand. Every time he was about to get surrounded, he'd use the sword to escape into the great Qi before popping up somewhere else. No matter how strong or how strange their techniques were, they would never be able to travel to another timeline. Still, the pursuit was taking a toll on Li Huowang. He took out a bun and gave it to Li Sui. Eat this. We need to move soon. I think there was one of them who possessed a compass that's scarily accurate. Li Sui sat up and ate the bun. Her cheeks puffed up as she chewed on it. Dad, I don't like buns. Can we find some meat in the forest? I saw there were many just now. Stop being picky. We are being chased right now. We can't waste time hunting, or we would let them know that we are in the area. Just eat this for now. Li Huowang rummaged through his sleeves and tore off a long strip of skin and scab. Li Sui chewed happily on the skin and scabs. Thanks, Dad. I really love eating these. They're more delicious than meat. Li Huowang felt weird seeing the young girl eating his scabs. He had been finding it strange Li Sui had taken over a human body. Li Sui had become too human-like for her to eat something like the scabs on a wound. I should make her abandon that body once this ordeal is over. Li Huowang reached out to pat her head when he was alerted by something, prompting him to grab his spine sword. Li Sui, we need to move now. Someone's here. Li Sui quickly shoved the scab into her mouth before jumping onto Li Huowang's back. When he heard rustling noises, Li Huowang immediately swung his sword ahead of him. Just as he was about to enter the rift, the skies abruptly went dark, and the rift that he had created with the spine sword shattered. It was cut in half. Who can do something like this in the Liang Kingdom? The moment he thought of that question, the answer revealed itself. It was none other than the imperial preceptor of the Liang Kingdom. Compared to how laid back he looked last time on his ox and fishing pole, he was now wearing robes that made him look regal. His constellation sword was in his hand as he slowly appeared from the forest. Ji Zai, what are you doing here? Li Huowang shielded Li Sui behind his back. I'm here to protect my lord. Have you come here to interfere? I've simply chosen who I think is more suitable to take the throne. You think you can fool me? Omping is dead. The evil being that you're rearing is just using her corpse. Huangfu Tiangang immediately saw through the farce. Our lord has won, so he's the emperor. Who do you think you are? You dare to try to stir up trouble in the kingdom? Those who try to fool our lord must die. Li Huowang immediately felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and he couldn't move even an inch. Staring at the imperial preceptor approaching him slowly with a sword in hand, Li Huowang hurriedly shouted, Wait, since you are so strong, can you not see the illusion made by the chief of the surveillance bureau next to me? This matter is related to the chief of the surveillance bureau. The air itself seemed to freeze, but Li Huowang knew that his plan was working, as Huangfu Tiangang's sword didn't fall down on his head. Li Huowang knew that even though the surveillance bureau and the imperial preceptor often worked together, they never really shared their plans with each other. Huangfu Tiangang made an unfamiliar seal with his other hand and pointed it to the ground. He then looked at Shangguan Yuting and greeted her for the first time. The imperial preceptor was shocked to see Shangguan Yuting's head covered in eyes. To think that they exist. Wait, is he thinking? Li Huowang then took this chance to explain Shai Zi's plot. However, the imperial preceptor revealed the same expression as the chief of the surveillance bureau. He remained calm despite hearing Shai Zi's scheme. Actually, he was more interested in the eyes covering Shangguan Yuting's head. Li Huowang frowned, seemingly thinking about something when he heard footsteps all around him. Ji Lin's subordinates were here. They surrounded Li Huowang, but none of them moved because Huangfu Tiangang was here as well. A fat man holding a gold ingot stepped forward and said, Imperial Preceptor, that man. Go back. Translator's thoughts. The fearsome Imperial Preceptor, Huangfu Tiangang. I thought this would be a good time to start showing the fan art for the more important characters of the next arc. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 560 Trade. None of them dared to disobey the orders of the Imperial Preceptor, even though they had received orders from Ji Lin. Yes, we obey. All of them dispersed. None of them dared to stay here for a moment longer. Seeing how much respect he commanded, Li Huowang's heart started pounding wildly against his chest. He was thinking about what he could do if the Imperial Preceptor actually wanted to kill him. If that were to happen, he would have to materialize Zhuge Yuan to even stand a chance against Huangfu Tiangang. Just then, Huangfu Tiangang put away his constellation sword in his sleeves and approached Li Huowang without a weapon. I'm afraid you would have to wait for a very long time till the chief is done with his errands. What if we did this instead? I help you deal with Shai Zi, and you give me the illusion. Both Li Huowang and Shangguan Yuting were shocked. They never thought Huangfu Tiangang could do that. That means the Imperial Preceptor wants to betray the chief? Are they secretly fighting against each other? What? You don't think I can't deal with Shai Zi and only the chief could? What a joke. Shai Zi is only good at running and hiding. As long as we can expose his location, I could kill him with a single hand. Li Huowang slowly thought about it and managed to glean some info. Firstly, rather than taking Shangguan Yuting directly, he offered a trade instead. That meant he didn't want to completely break the relationship he had with the Surveillance Bureau. Secondly, both the Imperial Preceptor and the chief were extremely interested in the secrets of Shangji Guankou. After weighing his options, Li Huowang looked at the Imperial Preceptor. The chief has helped me a lot. I don't think I feel right doing so. Huangfu Tiangang looked at him strangely. Are you that loyal to him? I remember that you don't even have an official position in the Bureau. Li Huowang pointed at Shangguan Yuting's eyes. There's so many of them. If you give some to me, I might feel better about doing it. If he had two secrets, he could find Shai Zi and Miao Miao at the same time. Since the Imperial Preceptor offered the trade, there was no reason for him to get some benefits. Hearing his words, Huangfu Tiangang understood what was going on. I see. Fine. I can't just let a soldier go hungry. The food doesn't belong to me in the first place. Huangfu Tiangang made a seal and chanted something. He walked around Shangguan Yuting before pointing at Li Huowang. One of her eyeballs shot out and entered Li Huowang's shadow. He then waved his robes, and Shangguan Yuting disappeared just like that. He was very satisfied with his haul and patted Li Huowang on the shoulder. Since you've taken what I've given, you should know what to say to the chief upon his return. Li Huowang nodded slowly. I understand. Li Huowang didn't really care what the chief would think about him the moment he saw that Shangguan Yuting had disappeared and that he wouldn't obtain the secrets from Shangji Guankou. Ji Lin was about to ascend to the throne, but Miao Miao was still missing. He was just too anxious to wait. I'm not bad. You are still teachable, at least. Huangfu Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. Imperial Preceptor, when are we hunting down Shai Zi? Li Huowang wanted it done as soon as possible. We can do it now. Hearing how confident he was, Li Huowang immediately ran down the mountain toward a river. He needed his reflection to use Shangji Guankou's secret. When he reached the river, he saw the Imperial Preceptor appear out of nowhere on his side. Imperial Preceptor, Shai Zi is evil, so how come he's not your top priority to hunt? Li Huowang had finally managed to ask one of the many burning questions in his mind. The Shai Zi who had plotted to rob the Sacred Mountain Ghost's eye is dead. What good is killing another? The sitting Oblivion Dao is like the grass of Qingqiu. You burn them, but they'll still grow back. It's fine as long as we wound them enough. There are even more pressing matters in this world. You mean they'll come back even after getting annihilated? He had never heard of it before. He didn't even know that despite his memories as Hongzhong, the sitting Oblivion Dao exists so long as liars exist. Li Huowang realized something and looked up at the sunny skies. This world was much more bizarre than he had thought. He still didn't know about a lot of things. A meandering small creek appeared in front of him. Li Huowang's breathing grew heavier, knowing that he was about to hunt down a Shai Zi. He looked into the water and saw his own reflection. The eye on his forehead was shifting in the water. Li Huowang took a deep breath and thought about Shai Zi's location. He then gently popped the eyeball on the forehead of his reflection. He felt cold water splashing on his body the next moment. The sounds around him disappeared. There was no flowing water, no bird chirping, and no heartbeat of the Imperial Preceptor. At the same time, Li Huowang saw that he was looking through another person's eyes. It was through the eyes of an eunuch. It was a younger eunuch. After placing the incense inside his stepfather's room, he carefully and respectfully exited the room. Li Huowang realized where Shai Zi was after he saw the grand palace. It was the palace of the Liang kingdom. The young eunuch was Shai Zi. Li Huowang opened his eyes, and his vision swam. The eunuch's vision and his vision had fused together. With two different perspectives, Li Huowang felt confused and nauseous, but he couldn't care less. Shai Zi is in the palace. He's one of the younger eunuchs preparing for the crowning ceremony. Haha, this is such a wondrous object. To think that it's so useful. Huangfu Tiangang was overjoyed. He unsheathed his constellation sword out from his sleeves. Go! He threw the sword into the air before kicking it. The sword flew towards the north. But it was not over. Huangfu Tiangang grabbed Li Huowang's collars before jumping onto a tree and leaping into the air. He somehow managed to catch up to the sword as he stood on it to fly in the air. He was carrying Li Huowang as they flew towards Shangjing. Li Huowang's vision was swimming, and he felt his head becoming heavier. His breathing became irregular as well. But the symptoms slowly lessened as he got used to it gradually. Both of them reached Shangjing soon enough. Imperial Preceptor, Shai Zi knows you are here. He's running away. He can't run. The Imperial Preceptor stomped on his sword, and it took to the air to eventually land in his hands. Then, he pointed the sword at the sky. A thunderous boom echoed throughout the kingdom. Lightning bolts struck several altars around the palace. The sutras written on pieces of purple paper inside the wooden bowls were set ablaze by the lightning strikes. Chapter 561, Lightning Attacks. 5 Heavenly Lightning, countless troops. Drive the thunder and lightning to illuminate the universe. There was a deafening roar of thunder, and 5 purple lightning descended from the sky and fiercely struck the rooftop of a palace. The magnificent palace was enveloped by purple thunder and soon turned into a pile of charcoal. He happened to be absent when they were in a full-scale battle with the sitting Oblivion Dao. This was the first time Li Huowang realized the true strength of the Imperial Preceptor from Great Liang. The pile of charcoal began to collapse under the weight of the roof tiles. A figure emerged from the falling debris and fled. It was a dying eunuch, and his charred face was filled with despair. When he reached the plaza with its crumbling tiles, the Great Liang Imperial Preceptor descended from the sky and blocked his path while holding the constellation sword. The eunuch stammered as he tried to say something. His figure twisted in a strange fashion as he dodged a rift that flew from behind. His face lit up when he saw Li Huowang, who had a grim expression and was holding the spine sword. So it's you. I was wondering what happened. You did a good job this time. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Li Huowang swept his sword across again, then turned to Huangfu Tiangang and said, Imperial Preceptor, don't believe the nonsense of the sitting Oblivion Dao. He's trying to sow discord between us. Huangfu Tiangang was unusually indifferent, and his gaze was fixed on Shai Zi. Do you really think that you can come and go in the Great Liang Palace as you please? You are going to die today. The eunuch peeled off his face, revealing a dice with constantly changing numbers. When it's time, it's time. People will die inevitably. Dying later or today is the same. But, I've already accomplished my task. Shai Zi looked at Li Huowang. Hongzhong, did you really think you found me? It was all me leading you to find me. Every step you took was within my calculations. Don't give me that. I'm specialized in killing the sitting Oblivion Dao. I've seen enough of these tricks. Who's Hongzhong? You can't fool me. Li Huowang charged forward with his sword. Instead of dodging, Shai Zi rushed towards Li Huowang and even bared his chest to meet the blade, which emerged from Shai Zi's back. As they were very close, Li Huowang could even smell the scent of charred flesh from Shai Zi. Die! Li Huowang pushed the hilt of the sword and forced Shai Zi backward. He bared his teeth and fiercely bit off a chunk of Shai Zi's face. Then, he exerted force with both hands to grab the hilt of the sword and lifted it upward to split Shai Zi's upper body in half. The panting Li Huowang looked down at the corpse on the ground with trembling hands. Just as he hadn't yet reacted to what had happened, a chilling voice sounded in his ear. Child, Dan Yangzi is back? As Li Huowang momentarily lost consciousness, the three-flowered Dan Yangzi appeared intermittently before him. No, this is fake. Shai Zi is still alive. He has attached himself to me. As Li Huowang realized this, he took out the purple-tasseled sword and started stabbing himself. Hongzhong, you play well. You're quite naughty. Li Huowang's mouth began to speak involuntarily. You want my body, huh? Fine. I'll let you have it. Li Huowang took out a hook from his bag of torture instruments. He hooked his own collarbone and yanked on it forcefully. Hongzhong, be gentle. You're hurting me. Compared to Li Huowang's methods of forcing out Shai Zi with pain, the methods of the great Liang Imperial Preceptor were obviously much more simple and violent. Clouds fly with urgency. Mysterious thunder dragon, pass rain. Immortal fire, urgently bestowed. Lightning to the rescue. Thunder rolled above Li Huowang's head. He didn't show any mercy as he intended to split Shai Zi in half. Shai Zi didn't dare to mess around upon seeing that Huangfu Tiangang was serious. The corpse that was cut in half and was on the ground suddenly stood up by itself and ran toward the east gate. The voice in Li Huowang's ear had disappeared completely as well. As the eunuch's two legs moved quickly, Shai Zi's head was cut in half, and they swayed up and down like fruits on a tree. Each side only had half a mouth left, and they began to speak one word alternately at a time. Ah, old fellow, you're really serious, huh? Don't forget that I have a share of the credit in you obtaining your current position. Huangfu Tiangang sensed Li Huowang looking over, and he casually replied, "It's like what he told you just now. It's all lies from the sitting oblivion Tao. Don't fall for it." He began to hold the constellation sword and perform a spell. Strong winds blew past, and thunder rolled in the sky. Snap! A purple lightning bolt struck Shai Zi, splitting his upper and lower body split in half. However, Shai Zi could still move. His two halves, one left and one right, bounced up and down. The great Liang Imperial Preceptor didn't pay attention to the left half and attacked the right half instead. Li Huowang saw what was going on and chased after the other half. He didn't want to let Shai Zi escape. "Hongzhong, you're here? I went to Fengyang Tower the other day, and their signature dishes there are truly exquisite. You must bring by Ling Miao to try them next time." Die! Li Huowang swung the spine sword forcefully, and a rift flew toward Shai Zi. Shai Zi's figure twisted, and he easily dodged the rift. "This isn't right, you know? Open a bit of a wider rift, and I can use it to escape to the Great Qi. If that happens, won't all your previous efforts be in vain?" Shai Zi's words had just come out of his mouth when he abruptly screamed in pain and fell to the ground. There was an intense pain radiating from his chest. "Hey, why are you using those crazy AO Jing tricks again? Isn't it going to hurt for you as well? I really don't like playing with people like you." Shai Zi trembled and stood up. He used his lone eye to look at Li Huowang, who was holding his ribs and had stabbed them into his chest. "What? Do you really think you can kill me? Even if I'm only half myself, you can't. How would I know if I don't try? And I don't need to kill you. I just need to stop you." Peng Longting's headless body materialized slowly beside Li Huowang. Right as things were about to break out, a dark gold arrow suddenly appeared on Shai Zi's head, which sent him flying away. Shai Zi landed heavily on the ground, and the fierce wind behind almost blew Li Huowang off his feet. 5 more arrows shot out from all directions and pinned Shai Zi to the ground. The audacity to do something like this in the palace in broad daylight. Do you really think that my Liang kingdom has no one to defend it? Chapter 562 Scheme. The audacity to do something like this in the palace in broad daylight. Do you really think that my Liang kingdom has no one to defend it? A rough voice sounded from Li Huowang's left. He turned and saw an elderly warrior clad in heavy armor on horseback. Li Huowang felt like the wind itself was moving with the elderly warrior. Undoubtedly, the elderly warrior was from a military family and not from a mid-tier family, like Peng Longting. His aura was perhaps the strongest among the great Liang's forces. He wasn't alone. 6 people in total were charging toward Shai Zi in all directions, and all of them were on horseback. It seemed that the commotion in the palace had attracted these monsters. Li Huowang suddenly found himself experiencing auditory hallucinations. He could hear agonized screams, and he could also smell the rusty stench of blood. He suddenly felt annoyed. When they gathered around Shai Zi, the oppressive aura that they carried pervaded the air. It was so thick that it was palpable. Li Huowang even felt like there was an invisible wall ahead of him. The smell of blood on them was much heavier than the smell of blood on Li Huowang. When you reach the Yama 1 temple, remember to say your grandpa Zhang was your murderer. A veteran general with 3 deep scars on his face raised his heavy mace with lingering afterimages, ready to smash the immobilized Shai Zi on the ground. Hold on. The heavy mace paused. The 6 veteran generals and Li Huowang looked toward the Imperial Preceptor. "Let me ask a few questions first before we kill him," Huangfu Tiangang said, walking over with his hands behind his back. Li Huowang's heart tensed as he heard that the Imperial Preceptor wanted to talk to Shai Zi. He knew too well the strengths and weaknesses of the sitting Oblivion Tao. Everyone knew that they weren't that great at fighting, but they excelled at manipulation and deceit. A conversation was a Shai Zi's home ground. Imperial Preceptor, it's better to kill Shai Zi quickly to prevent any further complications. I'm way more experienced than you. Do I really need you to lecture me? Huangfu Tiangang glared at Li Huowang before walking toward the trapped Shai Zi. The sitting Oblivion Dao illusion came to Li Huowang's side again and winked. Brother, don't you think something's fishy about this? What if that old man owes our boss a favor? He might be taking advantage of this opportunity to repay the favor. Li Huowang looked at him coldly. Even at this point, you still want to help Shai Zi trick me? Fine. Get ready to be tortured tonight. Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm just helping you think it through. You're misinterpreting my kindness as malice. Li Huowang couldn't be bothered to listen to his explanation. He turned to Zhuge Yuan and said, Brother Zhuge, can you take care of Shai Zi if I materialize you for a short while? Brotherly, we're almost at the goal. Stay patient. There's no need to risk exposing your strayed one identity. Come, let's go see what questions the Imperial Preceptor has for Shai Zi. With that, Zhuge Yuan followed Huangfu Tiangang toward Shai Zi. The Imperial Preceptor seemed to have sensed something. He glanced to his left before walking forward. Li Huowang's expression changed rapidly as he watched the two figures. Boss Hongzhong, this kid is definitely hiding something from you. The sitting Oblivion Dao illusion came to Li Huowang's side again. Shut up. What do you know? Is being tortured and dismembered not enough for you? Li Huowang tightened his grip on the spine sword and followed them toward Shai Zi. As Li Huowang finally arrived next to them, the Imperial Preceptor had already started his questioning. Tell me, why are you hiding in the palace? I've been watching you for a long time. I thought I could lure out the remaining sitting Oblivion Dao, but you've remained quiet all along. Shai Zi was calm despite being pinned to the ground. He even had the audacity to raise his chin at Li Huowang. You think you've been watching me, but I wanted you to watch me. I'm here to provide cover for others. I'm not the one doing the job this time, but it's someone else, Shai Zi said and blinked at Li Huowang. You better spit it out quickly. I have more important matters to attend to. The Imperial Preceptor's tone grew more serious. Why don't you guess how big of a scheme I have pulled off this time? Shai Zi showed no signs of fear even when faced with the weapons around him. Oh, I won't guess. The Imperial Preceptor had no intention of indulging him. He drew his constellation sword and prepared to strike Shai Zi. Hey, what's the hurry? You're so impatient. I'll talk. After years of hard work, it's all for this moment. Do you guys think that we, sitting Oblivion Dao, can't play with the dragon vein? We don't believe in such nonsense. Our goal is the Emperor of the Great Liang. Since we can't touch the dragon vein, we'll dig up the roots of the dragon vein. Do you really think that the Emperor of the Great Liang is a chosen one? Seriously? That kid named Jilin is a chosen one? Do you really think so? The Imperial Preceptor frowned as if recalling something. Isn't Jilin of royal blood? Impossible. You must be playing some shoddy trick. I've calculated his 8 characters, too, with Xuan Pin. He's of the Ji family bloodline. Ha. Shai Zi laughed hysterically. That's right, ha. He is of the Ji family bloodline. But I had Jilin's genitals replaced. He's actually a girl. And she's infertile. 3. The dragon vein of Great Liang has been severed at her section. Ha. Shai Zi laughed until he ran out of breath, and there was a thrilled gleam in his eyes. He looked like he had been waiting for this very day. Li Huowang's heart trembled at the revelation. This lunatic had actually given him the task of helping Jilin ascend to the throne, all for the sake of deceiving everyone. Which one of you wants to tell the Emperor this good news? Help me ask him how he feels about suddenly finding out that he's a girl after being a man for more than 10 years. Ha. Huangfu Tiangang looked coldly at Shai Zi, showing no surprise. So this is Shai Zi's scheme? If you think the Great Liang dragon vein is so easily severed, then you've miscalculated. We knew something like this was going to happen, so we've decided to hide some hidden dragons among the people. There's no more. We've cleaned them all up. What's their token? Is it a white round jade pendant? A white round jade pendant? Li Huowang felt like he had seen such a thing before. Those people are just ordinary people with no bodyguards around them. We don't even need to do anything against them. We just have to provoke them a little, and they'll seek death by themselves. Isn't that right, Hongzhong? Shai Zi asked. 1. King of Hell. 2. Birth date and time. 3. The term used was stone girl, which refers to a congenitally missing vagina. 4. Secret descendants hidden amongst the people. Chapter 563, Shai Zi. Those people are just ordinary people with no bodyguards around them. We don't even need to do anything against them. We just have to provoke them a little, and they'll seek death by themselves. Isn't that right, Hong Zhong? Shai Zi's words seemed directed at Li Huowang, but they were actually more like a reminder. A white round jade pendant. Li Huowang immediately recalled the jade pendant that he had stolen from his late senior Xianyang's residence inside the Zephyr Temple. He had used that jade pendant to trade for a horse not too long ago. Xianyang was actually of the royal bloodline of the Great Liang? Shock dawned on Li Huowang's face as he recalled the youth who had attempted to escape from Zephyr Temple, only to be fed to the Black Tai Sui by Dan Yangzi. He actually died because of the Sitting Oblivion Dao? The Sitting Oblivion Dao had already infiltrated Zephyr Temple while he was still there. Li Huowang knew that the sacred text Dan Yangzi had given to him was from the Sitting Oblivion Dao, but it seemed that was another member of the Sitting Oblivion Dao within the Zephyr Temple at the time. Who is it? Who did they impersonate? Xiaoman, Gao Zhijian, Bai Ling Miao, Yang Xiaohai. The faces of those people flashed rapidly through Li Huowang's mind. Pop. Li Huowang suddenly heard a noise reminiscent of a popping bubble, and his own face appeared in his own mind. He began to recall a few old memories, which had been sealed using the Sitting Oblivion Dao's methods. Was it me? Did I hint to Xianyang to escape? Was I the Sitting Oblivion Dao inside Zephyr Temple? Li Huowang's body began to twitch uncontrollably, and he clutched his head in agony. He suddenly recalled the preceding events, the period before he transmigrated to this world. He had pretended to encounter Dan Yangzi and pretended to be captured by him. It was all to deal with Xianyang, the hidden dragon of Great Liang. Even Taishang Laojun, who had given Dan Yangzi those sacred texts, was actually himself in a disguise. He was a Hong Zhong, and he had deceived everyone. No, this isn't right. Dolao Taiyin has tampered with my memories. These are my memories. I'm not a Hong Zhong. I'm Li Huowang. Don't let the Sitting Oblivion Dao deceive you. Li Huowang roared to himself. No matter how much he tried to suggest otherwise, his memories as a Hong Zhong became increasingly vivid in his head. Those memories of Hong Zhong began to accumulate more and more, and they gradually encroached on Li Huowang's own memories. When his memories as a Hong Zhong began to outnumber his memories as Li Huowang, he started to find it difficult to differentiate whether he was a Hong Zhong or Li Huowang. If this were any other time, Li Huowang's unusual reaction wouldn't have escaped the Imperial Preceptor's notice. However, Huangfu Tiangang's attention was on Shai Zi alone. He didn't notice what was going on with Li Huowang. Don't even think about deceiving me. Do you think you can disturb my mind with these lies alone? Do you think I don't have other tricks up my sleeve? A purple lightning bolt struck down, burning Shai Zi's remaining arm and leg to a crisp. He was on the brink of death, but Shai Zi became even more invigorated rather than the opposite. Ha! Lies. Tiangang, it seems you still don't understand the Sitting Oblivion Dao. Using lies to deceive people is just a trick used by the pawns within the Sitting Oblivion Dao. I am Shai Zi. I only use the truth to deceive people. It's all right, even if you don't believe it. Anyway, the dragon vein of Great Liang has been severed. The God Ewer has arrived, and all you have to do next is sit back and enjoy the show. He. One of the veteran generals nearby couldn't bear Shai Zi's arrogant act anymore. He raised his sword and pressed it against Shai Zi's half-charred neck. You scoundrel! What benefit do you get from severing the dragon vein of Great Liang? When the whole world falls into chaos, you'll die too. So be it. Do you really think that the leader of the Sitting Oblivion Dao is going to be afraid of that? Shai Zi curled up. He stretched his neck, tearing apart what remained of his head, which promptly rolled on the ground. Farewell, everyone. I'm leaving first. Oh, Hong Zhong, you don't need to burn paper money for me on Qingming Festival. 1. It's not our Sitting Oblivion Dao's custom. With that, the head in a pool of blood lost all signs of life. Wanna die? It's not that easy. I'll make your soul scatter into nothingness. Huangfu Tiangang pointed his constellation sword at the sky, and the sword quivered violently in midair. Purple lightning bolts struck down one after another, mercilessly scorching Shai Zi's corpse. After a dozen lightning bolts, Shai Zi's corpse had been reduced to basically meat scraps. The Imperial Preceptor's face twitched slightly, and he snorted in disdain while staring at the charred ground. Then, he turned around and started walking toward the palace. Sob, Boss Shai Zi, you've met such a tragic end. How am I supposed to live without you? Sob. The Sitting Oblivion Dao illusion lay on the scorched ground and cried inconsolably without tears. Monk, aren't you supposed to be a good person? Didn't you see my boss die? Hurry up and help him ascend to the other side. Zhuge Yuan's expression was solemn as he walked past the wailing illusion to reach Li Huowang. Brotherly, hold on. Things aren't over yet. Li Huowang was scratching his head in confusion. Who am I? Am I Hongzhong? Or am I Li Huowang? Regardless of who you are, do you really want the Great Liang to suffer the same fate as the Great Qi? Think about your Cowheart village. Think about your fellow disciples, your daughter Li Sui, and your Bai Lingyao. Do you really want them to end up like the denizens of the Great Qi? Zhuge Yuan's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured over Li Huowang's head, and they made him snap back to reality. Shai Zi's plan isn't flawless. Catch up with the Great Liang's imperial preceptor. There's still a way to connect Great Liang's roots. When Li Huowang felt his inner turmoil growing once more, he slapped himself and chased after the imperial preceptor of the Great Liang. He was nearby. He was at the main hall where Jilin had summoned Li Huowang long ago. Upon entering the hall, Li Huowang saw a group of eunuchs staggering away from Huangfu Tiangang. Meanwhile, Huangfu Tiangang himself was walking toward Jilin with a dark expression. Preceptor, how dare you? I am the emperor. How dare you defy me? Jilin's fierce face showed panic. After all, it was the imperial preceptor who challenged him. However, Huangfu Tiangang remained silent in the face of the questioning. He walked directly to the side of the throne and roughly pulled him down to the ground. Guards, protect the emperor. Jilin shouted desperately as he struggled to prop himself up on the golden bricks with his remaining 2 fingers. Just as he was about to stand up, the imperial preceptor lifted him up. Then, the imperial preceptor bit his fingertip and drew symbols on Jilin's body. Imperial preceptor, Huangfu Tiangang, how dare you? I am the emperor. I'm the one and only remaining member of the Ji family. How dare you disrespect me? Aren't you afraid there'll be no one left to bear the Great Liang's luck? The imperial preceptor was soon finished drawing, and he slapped Jilin in the face. The next moment, the red talismans on Jilin came alive. They slid rapidly across Jilin as if they were flying dragons. Soon, the talismans seemed to have noticed something, and they picked up the pace. A clear and distinct voice echoed from beneath Jilin's dragon robe. Oh dear, so you found out? How clever, how did you know that I'm the one who implanted this little girl's manhood? Something rolled out from beneath the dragon robe, and it rolled in Li Huowang's direction. Hongzhong, hey, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Come here and help me. Before it could roll far away, Huangfu Tiangang's large foot came down and crushed it to pieces. 1. Also known as Tomb Sweeping Day, where people burn incense amidst other customs. Chapter 564, Schemes Within Schemes. Jilin began to feel uneasy. He noticed something strange happening to his body. What's going on? Jilin trailed off as he froze. His voice was no longer that of a young man, but had transformed into a delicate young woman's voice. Multiple changes occurred one after another. Her skin softened, and his Adam's apple sank. More and more changes occurred until he finally became a bona fide woman. Huangfu Tiangang walked towards the exit with a grim expression but was stopped by Li Huowang, who was holding his head in pain. Imperial Preceptor, don't panic. There's still a solution. The root of Great Liang's dragon vein has yet to be severed. You don't even know what's happening. This matter concerns not just the dragon vein. You don't know anything at all. Huangfu Tiangang suppressed his anger and walked briskly towards the hall's exit. Li Huowang wanted to speak, but he hesitated. His thoughts were a bit sluggish as he looked at Zhuge Yuan. What method is it, Brother Zhuge? Zhuge Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening his eyes once again. The Great Qi. We can use the royal bloodline of the Great Qi to connect with the dragon vein of Great Liang, which will ensure that the dragon vein will remain linked. Brother Zhuge, what nonsense are you talking about? The bloodline of the Great Qi no longer exists. Have you already forgotten how I beheaded the final emperor of the Great Qi? He can't die. The Empress Dowager of the Great Qi had done everything possible to ensure her son's ascension to the throne. She even defied fate to refine him, the 100 souls layered body. You actually sent him to the Great Liang. We just have to find him, and Shai Zi's scheme will become meaningless. Really? That's great. Li Huowang clutched his head and was about to chase after the imperial preceptor when he came to a halt and muttered, Brother Zhuge, did you already know about Shai Zi's scheme? Brotherly, let's talk about that later. Hurry up and tell the Great Liang's imperial preceptor what I said to you. However, Li Huowang added, Brother Zhuge, we're in Great Liang, so is it really necessary for us to go and look for him right now? Or are you trying to change the subject? I've been feeling something amiss for a while now, but I thought I was just overthinking it. I mean, how can I doubt you? I was convinced that I was just overthinking it. After all, you're such a good person, Zhuge Yuan. We're even sworn brothers. Unfortunately, my doubts only grew since my memories as a Hongzhong were unlocked. Like how you told me to go to Great Qi to look for Shangji Guankou, which ended up in me stumbling upon the emperor of the Great Qi. Then I actually brought him to the Great Liang. Coincidentally, Shai Zi's scheme is to sever the Great Liang's roots. However, the emperor of the Great Qi can actually destroy that scheme? What kind of a coincidence is that? It feels like I'm dancing to someone else's palm. Zhuge Yuan sighed and admitted it. Indeed, I saw through Shai Zi's scheme earlier. Then why didn't you stop it? You could have mentioned it to me earlier. There had been 8 other contenders for the throne. We wouldn't have found ourselves in this situation if we had spared just 1 or maybe 2 of them. Because I wanted to save Great Qi, Zhuge Yuan roared. This was the first time that Zhuge Yuan raised his voice at Li Huowang, and his lips trembled ever so slightly as he added, "Do you know how many people are still alive in the Great Qi? Do you know how many are going to die once the Great Qi is annihilated thoroughly? Think about that little girl, the one crying noiselessly while tugging at your clothes. She's alive, and everyone there is alive. You have good friends, and you have people you care about. How about me? Do you really think that I don't have any beloved ones in the Great Qi? Yes, I did all this. When I said I wanted to leave a message for my good friend, I was talking about that Sun Yan. She's my good friend. She's my confidant. I made it so that she'll bring the Emperor of Great Qi with her. She helped you with the scene, and she ultimately found a way to bring the Great Qi Emperor to the Great Liang, just as Shai Zi was setting up his scheme. That little emperor can break Shai Zi's scheme and save Great Qi at the same time. Don't worry, the Great Liang will remain unharmed, even if the Emperor of the Great Qi establishes a connection with it. The current Great Qi is done for, but I want to give the survivors of the Great Qi a way out. Zhuge Yuan trailed off, and his voice sounded so low at the end of his sentence that Li Huowang barely heard him. After a while, Li Huowang smiled bitterly and asked, "Why? Why did you not tell me? Why did it have to be like this? Do you really think that I wouldn't have helped you if you had told me about it? Wrong. I would have risked my life to help you. You're the only one whom I truly trust in this crazy world, Zhuge Yuan. I truly consider you as my good friend." Zhuge Yuan was silent. Li Huowang could guess the answer. He approached Zhuge Yuan step by step, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. "Is it because you suspected that I was a Hongzhong? Or was it because you thought that I was a lunatic? Did you not say anything to me because you couldn't trust me?" "Yes." Zhuge Yuan's succinct reply made Li Huowang feel like his chest was struck by a sledgehammer. His emotional pain then transformed into extreme anger. "I'm a lunatic. I'm a Hongzhong. But what about you? You might not even be Zhuge Yuan. You're nothing but a mere illusion." Zhuge Yuan's figure flickered at Li Huowang's remark. However, Zhuge Yuan's gaze became even more resolute. "Does it matter whether I'm the real Zhuge Yuan or not? So what if I'm an illusion? Even if one is poor, they'll still be able to achieve something by persevering and never giving up on their ambitions." Li Huowang gnashed his teeth and swung his hand toward Zhuge Yuan's face. "Stop the nonsense. I've never really understood your nonsense. I've just been pretending all this while." "Brotherly." Zhuge Yuan took a step forward and looked seriously at Li Huowang's face. "Brotherly? Does it really matter who we are? So what if I am an illusion? So what if you are Hongzhong? What matters is our true intentions." "True intentions? Huh. True intentions." Li Huowang shook his head with a bitter smile. He staggered backward until he collided with a massive dragon pillar. After a moment of silence, he looked at Zhuge Yuan again. His voice was tinged with indifference as he asked, "Brother Zhuge, what if I really am a Hongzhong? I mean, there must be a reason behind your suspicions, right? If I'm a Hongzhong, do you really think that this Hongzhong of the sitting Oblivion Dao would help you foil Shai Zi's plan?" The spine sword on Li Huowang's back started moving on its own. The spine sword tore off the purple talisman on its head and used its bone-white fingers to carve some words into the stone tiles. After a brief pause, the spine sword slapped the words carved in the stone tiles, and the words took to the sky, leaving behind an afterimage as they made a beeline for the imperial preceptor of the Great Liang. Chapter 565, Zhuge Yuan. Li Huowang's eyes trembled slightly as he stood before the dragon pillar within the brightly lit palace hall. He glanced at the spine sword, which was moving by itself, before turning to Zhuge Yuan beside him. Li Huowang had suffered many injuries before, but none of them could compare to the pain he was feeling at the moment. So you had a backup plan all along. You never trusted me. Are you really the Zhuge Yuan who was willing to sacrifice even your life just to save me? Li Huowang roared. You want me to stay steadfast to my true intentions? But you've always treated me as a Hongzhong of the sitting oblivion Dao. How am I supposed to do that? Li Huowang's lips twitched slightly. He raised his fist and pounded his own head. Brotherly, I had no choice. There are so many lives in Great Qi, and I really couldn't risk everything for you. I can sacrifice my own life for you, but I can't sacrifice the lives of everyone in Great Qi for you. Li Huowang glared at Zhuge Yuan, and he was filled with rage as he rushed toward the ladder. Li Huowang clenched his right hand and swung it toward Zhuge Yuan's head, which became tangible as soon as his fist swept across it. Zhuge Yuan's head whipped upward upon getting hit by Li Huowang's fist, and he staggered backward as well. A large bruise appeared on Zhuge Yuan's face. When he found his footing again, he sighed lightly and said, I have always acted with a clear conscience, except for this time when I concealed the truth from you, my sworn brother, for the sake of the Great Qi. It was indeed ungentlemanly of me. I have made a mistake, and I must be punished for it. I am willing to atone for my sin with death. Li Huowang froze just then. Zhuge Yuan's figure started flickering. What? What are you talking about? I'm not done with you. You still owe me an explanation. You're not going anywhere. Li Huowang clutched his head again with an agonized look. Zhuge Yuan's figure stabilized almost immediately. Brotherly, illusions are only going to bring you harm as a strayed one. It's best to get rid of them as soon as possible. If you want the illusions around you to disappear, perhaps you may do so by eliminating their obsessions. Once their obsessions are eliminated, the illusions will naturally vanish, just like me and like Jiang, Zhuge Yuan said, his figure becoming extremely blurry. Li Huowang tried to solidify him again, but to no avail. Brotherly, if you can't distinguish whether you are Hongzhong or Li Huowang, you must go to where Li Huowang should be and gather more memories as Li Huowang. This might help suppress your memories as a Hongzhong. Brotherly, I once wanted to help you find out why Dolao Taiyin had decided to modify your past. But forgive me for my incompetence, as I couldn't figure out the reason why. It would be best for you to delay cultivating the truth until you've learned why. Zhuge Yuan's figure became almost completely transparent. Wait. You better wait for me. Li Huowang unconsciously bent slightly. Fresh blood dripped from his nose and landed on the floor. Zhuge Yuan carefully adjusted his robes and leaned forward. He cupped his fists together and bowed to Li Huowang. Brotherly, take care. Zhuge Yuan's figure vanished, and he left not even a single trace behind. Li Huowang put down his hands and stared blankly at where Zhuge Yuan had vanished. After a while, he started crying and cursing at the same time. Eventually, he stopped cursing and simply stood like a frozen statue. His indescribable face obfuscated his thoughts, making it impossible for anyone to decipher. After some time, Li Huowang suddenly moved. He turned and walked back toward the spine sword. The purple talisman on the sword had been reattached, and the peach patterns protruding from the sword, as well as the flesh and blood, had vanished. It had become nothing more than an ordinary spine sword. Li Huowang trembled, and he tore the purple talisman apart. However, the spine sword was quiet. It seemed that it had died along with the illusion of Zhuge Yuan. Loud footsteps entered Li Huowang's ears just then, and a group of people with the Surveillance Bureau's identity tokens hanging at their waists appeared. Each and every one of them had grim expressions, and they all had a variety of weapons in hand. Ergio! Ergio! Fo Yulu exclaimed with an ugly look. She led a group of people to surround Li Huowang before asking, What's going on? Where's the Imperial Preceptor? Why did His Majesty become a girl? Who killed the spy among the eunuchs? Li Huowang remained silent and shook his head indifferently. He bent down to pick up his sword, and then he pushed past the group of people to head out of the palace. The others wanted to block him, but Li Huowang swung his spine sword and dove into the space-time rift. Boom! A loud thunderclap startled Gao Zhijian, who was in the middle of eating a bowl of noodles in an inn. He walked out of the inn with the bowl of noodles in hand and saw dark clouds gathering over the great Liang Palace. He also saw multiple purple lightning bolts raining down on the palace. What's happening? Gao Zhijian had no idea, but there was something strange with the lightning bolts. Loud hoofbeats echoed, and soldiers carrying military banners rushed down the streets, hitting their bronze gongs with urgent looks. The Imperial Preceptor's orders are here. Daytime curfew in Shangjing. Daytime curfew in Shangjing. Those who are still outside after 2 incense sticks worth of time will be executed. Their words immediately caused a commotion. The people strolling down the streets acted like ants on a hot pan as they frantically ran away. The vendors on the streets abandoned their stalls and rushed home as fast as possible. Gao Zhijian didn't understand what was happening, but he followed the bandwagon and returned to the inn with a bowl of noodles in hand. The frightened waiter hurriedly locked the door and barricaded it with the tables before gossiping with the other anxious customers in low voices. What's going on? What's up with this sudden daytime curfew? Has Qing Qiu attacked us? No way. However, I saw lightning bolts descending upon the palace. Is His Majesty performing a ritual? Hey kid, do you want to die? How dare you say such things? It's fine, it's fine. Our Majesty doesn't punish people for their words. The people of Shangjing moved frantically, rushing to their homes in the proverbial blink of an eye. Before an incense stick's worth of time was over, the streets were already empty. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Gao Zhijian peered outside through a hole in the paper window. Is this daytime curfew related to Senior Li? Should I go out and take a look? He was rather hesitant at the idea. He'd most likely run into the soldiers of the Great Liang before he could find Senior Li if he were to go out there without any clues about the latter's whereabouts. Chapter 566, Curfew. The skies over Shangjing darkened slowly amidst the ongoing curfew. Gao Zhijian didn't see anyone else outside except for soldiers enforcing the curfew. Everyone, someone shouted. Gao Zhijian turned around in confusion and saw the innkeeper standing on the table. The innkeeper got everyone's attention by smacking the bottom of a bowl using a pair of chopsticks. The innkeeper grinned as he swept his gaze across everyone before saying, "Everyone, it seems that no one can go back today and have no choice but to stay here tonight. We have 3 rooms of the highest quality and 6 regular rooms available. I'd love to give it to you for free, but I'm certain that many of you will find it unfair if we're to give it to everyone via lottery. So I've decided to give the rooms to the highest bidder. However, I'm not trying to take advantage of you here. Those without a room can just sleep here in the hall. We're a well-respected establishment with competitive rates, so sleeping on the floor in this hall will only cost you 100. The crowd was in an uproar at the innkeeper's announcement. Seeing that it wasn't important, Gao Zhijian turned around and stared at the streets. This time, he saw something unexpected. There was an extremely pretty lady walking on the streets. Gao Zhijian had seen a lot of the world after traveling with Senior Li for so long, but he had never seen such a pretty young lady before. Why is she outside? The curfew's still ongoing. Is she not afraid of encountering the soldiers? Gao Zhijian was confused. Dad, where are you? Don't leave me alone, the young lady exclaimed. Wait, why is her voice so familiar? The young lady's beauty had astonished him, which made sense, but how come even her voice had astonished him as well? She sounded so familiar that Gao Zhijian felt disturbed. The young lady's voice grew softer and softer as she walked away. Ah, Gao Zhijian abruptly exclaimed. He had finally recalled the reason the young lady's voice sounded familiar. She had the same voice as that evil entity that Li Huowang had been rearing. The evil entity that always wore a veil and a straw robe. She's looking for her father? Her father must be Senior Li. Gao Zhijian pushed away the tables that were blocking the entrance and twisted the doorknob with enough strength to destroy it. Before the people inside the inn could react, Gao Zhijian ran out and chased after Li Sui. The streets were empty, so he found her in no time. Ah, it's you. Have you seen my dad? He was following someone with a white beard who was calling himself the Imperial Preceptor. They rode a sword and flew away, leaving me behind, Li Sui said. This was her first time talking to Gao Zhijian, but this wasn't her first time seeing Gao Zhijian, as she recognized him as someone from Cowheart Village. Your dad. Your dad is, Gao Zhijian stammered. Before he could finish his sentence, however, several horses appeared at the end of the street. The soldiers lightly kicked the bellies of their horses, urging them to charge at Gao Zhijian and Li Sui standing on the street. Gao Zhijian tensed up when he saw the soldiers raising their weapons. Then, he grabbed Li Sui and ran away. Gao Zhijian had a towering statue that allowed him to cover a ton of ground with his strides, but he was not as fast as a horse. The gap between them and the soldiers narrowed swiftly. Soon, the hoofbeats were just behind them. Hearing that, Gao Zhijian knew that he could not run anymore. Gao Zhijian made a split-second decision, throwing Li Sui into an alleyway before turning around and standing his ground. The soldiers never thought that Gao Zhijian would stand his ground. One of them couldn't swing their weapon, but their horse crashed against the sturdy-looking Gao Zhijian. Veins bulged all over Gao Zhijian as he howled and lifted the horse before throwing it and its rider onto a nearby roof. The other soldiers were shocked by Gao Zhijian's strength, and they dared not get too close to him. One of them took out a long tube from under his armor and pulled on the string at the bottom. Swoosh! Boom! A red firework painted the skies. Gao Zhijian unleashed his killing intent upon seeing the red firework before turning around and running into an alleyway. He grabbed Li Sui, who was hiding in the alleyway, before running toward another street. Gao Zhijian had barely taken 2 steps when a large-framed man holding 2 maces appeared before him. The man wore heavy armor, and he blocked Gao Zhijian the moment he noticed the latter's killing intent. "How dare you train in the techniques of the army? Who do you think you are? Die!" The large-framed man roared, raising his maces and charging at Gao Zhijian. Gao Zhijian wanted to retreat, but there was nowhere else to go. He had no choice but to fight head-on. Gao Zhijian caught one of the maces with his bare arms. However, the large-framed man took to the sky up and smashed the ground in front of Gao Zhijian. Moon pursuing meteor. Gao Zhijian staggered backward. He managed to stabilize himself in the blink of an eye, but he didn't manage to escape unscathed. His hands were bleeding. "Where's your weapon?" the large-framed man asked, staring arrogantly at Gao Zhijian. Gao Zhijian used his pants to wipe away the blood on his bloody hand. In the inn. Boom. The ground cracked as the large-framed man threw one of the heavy maces in front of Gao Zhijian. "Come, I don't want you to say that I, Ma Wu, had bullied you by fighting you with my weapons when you're unarmed." Ma Wu let go of his remaining mace and charged at Gao Zhijian with his bare fist. Li Sui stood between the two, but Gao Zhijian pushed her away. Ma Wu and Gao Zhijian then crashed into each other, their fists buried into each other's figures. Ma Wu was clearly trained on how to fight with his bare fist, but Gao Zhijian obviously didn't have any proper training. Soon, Gao Zhijian's face was full of bruises. Despite his injuries, he remained powerful and domineering. When Gao Zhijian thought he was going to lose, his body moved on itself, hooking Ma Wu's leg with his right leg, causing the latter to stumble. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Gao Zhijian swung his elbow toward Ma Wu's throat, but his elbow came to an abrupt halt just a few inches away from Ma Wu's throat. The two stopped and retreated. Gao Zhijian was injured, while Ma Wu was virtually unscathed, but the two of them knew that Gao Zhijian was the winner. "Good. You are a true man. You have the qualifications to learn the army's techniques." Ma Wu nodded and retrieved his weapons. "There is an ongoing curfew, so stay indoors. We have no idea what our superior is thinking, so you're lucky that you've encountered me. Otherwise, you would have died today." Gao Zhijian stood in front of Li Sui behind him and nodded. "Thanks. But your technique isn't as good as the Ma family's technique. If you want to join the army next time, come and find me. I will make sure that you'll get a good position beneath me," Ma Wu said. Then, he left with his maces. The other soldiers left after Ma Wu, and the streets were empty once again. Gao Zhijian looked around and sighed in relief before pulling Li Sui toward the inn. Chapter 567 Death. Li Huowang held the golden fries and examined them carefully. The crystalline salt glittered beneath the morning sunlight. He looked at it for a moment before dipping it in the tomato sauce and eating it. His eyes narrowed as he savored the explosion of flavor in his mouth. Afterward, he proceeded to take a few mouthfuls of the cold soda in his hand before chomping down on his burger. The cheese from the burger oozed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto his hospital gown. "Son, take it slow and easy. I can buy more if you want more," Sun Xiaoqin said, wiping away the cheese on Li Huowang's gown and eating it herself. She patted Li Huowang's head and stepped away to speak to the doctor. "Doctor, what's going on with my son? He suddenly has a great appetite, and he's no longer speaking nonsense. Is he recovering?" Sun Xiaoqin asked Yi Donglai, who was writing notes on his observation of Li Huowang. Yi Donglai frowned at Li Huowang, who was eating voraciously, and shook his head. "Miss Sun, please give the two of us some time alone. I have to observe him even further." "All right, I'm leaving now. Please take care of him. Treat him, and I will even kneel down to you and give you a pennant." 1. Hearing the door close behind him, Yi Donglai approached Li Huowang and sat down on a stool. "What's wrong with you? Did something happen on the other side?" Li Huowang ignored Yi Donglai. He finished his meal and grabbed the portable gaming console on the side to immerse himself in gaming. "Is Zhuge Yuan dead?" Bam! The gaming console broke into pieces as Li Huowang smashed it to the ground and grabbed Yi Donglai by the collar. He shook Yi Donglai violently and roared, "Do you want to die? I can tear apart the artery in your neck with just my teeth. Yi Donglai waved his hand at the guards, stopping them in their approach. Li Huowang, you're a kind person. You're not going to do something like that. Me? Kind. Li Huowang roared and smashed his forehead into Yi Donglai's face. Yi Donglai took out a napkin to wipe away the blood down his nose. Do you know how much I have suffered? I can't stand it anymore. Why is it always me? Why is my life so tough? I'm a human too. I'm not made out of steel. Not a single good thing has ever happened to me over there. I've suffered tragedies over and over again. I've had enough of it. Li Huowang roared. He staggered and placed a hand on the nearby wall before looking out of the window. I don't want to go back to that world anymore. I don't want to look at that chaotic world filled with despair. It's fake. Everything is fake. It's just a hallucination. I'd rather die than go back there. Yi Donglai, just tell them that I'm cured. I want to go back to school. I want to save Yang Na. Yi Donglai pushed up his glasses and shook his head. No, Li Huowang. You can't just avoid it. You need to go back. The Liang Kingdom's dragon vein is still incomplete. The life of everyone in the Great Qi is at stake here. Li Huowang turned around and glared at Yi Donglai. Are you crazy? Yi Donglai showed no fear as he approached Li Huowang. He looked out at the window and saw the other patients in the garden. Huowang, did you know that there are some mental illnesses whose roots are their avoidance of a certain issue? I think it's useless to avoid the issue. You need to face it head on. It's easier said than done. Li Huowang's eyes were red as he clutched his chest tightly, and his voice was trembling as he said, You have no idea what I went through. If you were in my shoes, you'd never say that. Never. What about Bai Lingmiao? You still don't know where she is, do you? Do you really not care about her? What about Li Sui? She's your daughter, isn't she? Look at how your mother is treating you and how you're treating Li Sui. Li Huowang snarled. He grabbed the railing and smashed his head into it. Li Huowang, you need to calm down. Yi Donglai and the guards exhausted a ton of their energy before they could finally wrap Li Huowang in a straitjacket. They placed him on the bed and injected him with a sedative. Yi Donglai stared at Li Huowang while wiping away the sweat on his forehead. Don't be discouraged. Shit happens. Life's always been like that. What's done is done. There's nothing much you can do about it other than endure it. If you ever face any difficulties on that side, feel free to talk it out with me. If there are some things you want to know, I can help you look it up on the internet. Li Huowang's mind buzzed as he stared at Yi Donglai, and he was slurring due to the effects of the sedative. Is this what you meant with what you said at the time? Do you really want to stand in my shoes? Do you really think that it's going to work? Instead of answering, Yi Donglai took a syringe of medicine and injected it into Li Huowang. You've been really stressed these days, and it's been 2 days since you last slept. Have a good rest first. As the ice-cold medicine pervaded his veins, Li Huowang's vision darkened until he eventually lost consciousness. When Li Huowang woke up once again, he realized that he was lying at the bottom of a well. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. It seemed that he had eaten something he couldn't recognize. Wells were uncommon in the modern world, so Li Huowang instantly realized that he had returned to the other side. However, he didn't stand up immediately but stared at the white circle above him. He was back, but he didn't want to come back. Li Huowang looked at his illusions. He saw Peng Longting, the old monk, the illusion of a sitting Oblivion Dao member, Qiu Chibao's illusion, and Jin Shanjiao's illusion. However, Zhuge Yuan was missing. Are you Ergio? I'm confused. Out of the 5 elements, you only have the fire and metal. Where are the other 3 elements? We will meet again, Ergio. I am Zhuge Yuan. If you encounter any issues, you can come find me on Xing Island in the Western Seas. I am lacking in many ways, but I will do my best to help you. It is important to know the hearts of people. I just want to do it, that's all. I forbid the appearance of the Simings today, because I want to save the Great Qi. Li Huowang shook his head and wiped away the tears dripping down his cheeks. After a while, he grabbed the rope and crawled out of the well. He wanted to scold and give Zhuge Yuan a good beating to vent out his frustrations, but he couldn't do that, as Zhuge Yuan was no more. Li Huowang could no longer revive him. 1. A pennant is something people give to express their gratitude, usually given to people who achieved exemplary results. Chapter 568, Locate. When Li Huowang crawled out of the well, he was surprised to see that the Great Qin's sun had gotten even worse. A huge chunk of the sun had been blotted out, and Li Huowang could only see the edge of it. Just then, Li Huowang's mouth opened uncontrollably, and he started coughing, which slowly transformed into the cries of a stork. God, you are... Li Huowang unsheathed his sword and swung it before launching himself into the space-time rift to return to the Liang Kingdom. On the other side, Li Huowang finally managed to fix his dislocated jaw. He was covered in cold sweat when he realized that the Great Qi was going through another natural disaster again. Li Huowang had no idea whether the natural disaster would kill the survivors or not, but there was a high chance that it would happen as the previous one had lasted for such a long time. Li Huowang could still remember what Zhuge Yuan had told him. He took a deep breath and punched the tree next to him. Then, he started moving toward where he had thrown the young emperor of the Qi kingdom. He needed to find him. Li Huowang rode his horse and reached the location where he had sent the Qi kingdom's young emperor through the rift. He had mentioned this location to Li Sui and had decided to forget about it. He examined every nook and cranny to find not even a single trace of the young emperor, which baffled Li Huowang. His senses were heightened, but he still couldn't find anything. That's strange. I stabbed him, and he was bleeding so much. There should be some blood here even if beasts had devoured him. Li Huowang increased the range of his search and found a set of faint footprints. The Qi kingdom's destruction was imminent, and Li Huowang had no time to waste. He followed the set of footprints, and his sharp senses allowed him to track down the footprints until they became clearer. Soon, Li Huowang found himself approaching the end of the footprints, and he gripped his sword tightly. Li Huowang found a figure hunching over before a bush, and the figure belonged to an old man with a bed of white hair. The old man stood there motionlessly like a statue, and his bizarre antics made Li Huowang immediately wary of the old man. Li Huowang swung his bronze-coined sword, which lashed out like a whip, cutting off a tuft of the old man's white hair. "Ah!" the old man exclaimed, falling to the ground in surprise. "He's alive." Li Huowang ran forward and realized that the old man was just a regular old man, who had pissed his pants upon getting the shock of his life, courtesy of Li Huowang. "Please spare me. Please." The old man didn't even look at Li Huowang's face as he kowtowed toward the ladder. "Get up." Li Huowang placed his sword against the old man's neck. "Did you pick up a baby around here recently?" "Huh, a baby? I'm here to catch ginseng." "What baby?" "Ginseng." The old man pointed at the ground, but Li Huowang saw nothing. All he saw was a small hole as well as a red thread tied to some bells. "Where's the ginseng?" "It ran away. I've been tracking it here for half a year. I could have sold it in the city if I had caught it," the old man exclaimed, and he soon began sobbing at his lost income. "What nonsense. Anyway, are you familiar with this region?" "Yes." The old man nodded vigorously as if Li Huowang would cut him down if he answered even a beat slower. "Is there anyone else here except for you?" "I don't know, but I do know that only those in my village will come into this region." "Did someone in his village pick up the young emperor of the Qi kingdom?" The young emperor of the Qi kingdom was a palm-sized figure with translucent skin, so Li Huowang believed that the emperor couldn't possibly walk away in that condition. "Bring me to your village," Li Huowang demanded. The old man dared not refuse him and brought Li Huowang out of the forest. Li Huowang found himself walking on a familiar path. He recalled that it was the same village where he had exchanged that jade pendant for a horse. He had just reached the village entrance when he saw a naked young child around 10 years of age hanging from a tree. The red streaks all over him proved that he had just been caned using a willow tree branch. The child was crying and howling in pain. Several villagers stood around the boy, and it looked like they weren't going to rescue him anytime soon. "Ah, that's my grandson. What's happening?" The old man panicked and ran over. He grabbed the large man, who was in the middle of hitting the young boy, and exclaimed, "Son, have you gone mad? Why are you hitting your own son so hard? I'm going to cane him to death and make another one. Do you not have any idea what he had done? 3 days ago, he pooped into our well." "What?" The old man grabbed the willow stick and caned his own grandson. Li Huowang swept his gaze across the people at the entrance of the village. He suddenly came up with an idea, and he jumped onto a tree branch, exclaiming, "Everyone, please listen to me. Not long ago, my sister had an early birth. We thought the baby was dead, so we buried it in the eastern side of the forest, but an immortal told me that my nephew was still alive. My sister sent me here to find him. I'll give 10 caddies of gold to those who'll help me find my nephew." Everyone went into a frenzy at Li Huowang's remark, and even the old man stopped caning his grandson. He turned to his son, and the two started whispering to each other. Li Huowang swiftly looked around to observe their emotions, as well as their 10 emotions and 8 sufferings. Rather than relying on rewards, he decided to use the sitting Oblivion Dao's methods to find the young emperor of the Qi kingdom. However, he was disappointed when he found nothing. The villagers hadn't found the young emperor in the forest. "Sigh, a child unattended in the forest will quickly be devoured by beasts." Yeah, how can we possibly find that child? The Taoist sure is quite attached to his earthly desires. To think that he still cares about his family, even though he's already cultivating. Hey, wasn't he the one who took the horse of the Song family? I've heard that it was a Taoist in red robes that took it. Li Huowang was disappointed. The villagers truly hadn't accidentally picked up the young emperor of the Qi kingdom. So maybe someone with a kind heart has taken the baby away. There are people who yearn for a child but can't pregnant. So I can't believe that there are people who'll throw their child away in such a ruthless way. Wait, I think something like that has happened before here, the old man said. However, the villagers retreated slowly from the old man as if they had enough of his story. Why won't you listen to my story? Anyway, it happened 30 years ago. Old Yin really found a bloody baby on the eastern side of the forest. The baby looked like a skinned monkey with a wound on his chest. We told him to leave the baby alone. But what if the baby became a ghost and possessed him in retaliation? 1. An old folklore that ginsengs can run away like a man since it resembles an energetic man. Chapter 569, The Young Emperor of Great Qi. 30 years ago. How could that be? Li Huowang thought that he had misheard the old man. He couldn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe, as the old man's description of the baby matched what he knew. It was too accurate to be called a mere coincidence. 30 years ago, a baby with a wound in its chest appeared. How could the baby appear 30 years ago rather than recently? If that was true, then the baby was sent to the Liang kingdom of 30 years ago rather than the present-time Liang kingdom. But how? What's going on here? How can a human being travel back in time? Wait. Li Huowang recalled the circumstances when he was fighting the young emperor. Zhuge Yuan's friend, Sun Yin, was there, too, and she had a bizarre ability that allowed her to steal the lifespan of others. But what if rather than sucking away lifespan, she was actually changing the time of her targets? Li Huowang recalled how his body had changed when he fought her and how the young emperor had regressed to a mere baby against her. It's the red illusions of the Sun Yin. Li Huowang immediately understood what was going on. When he sent the young emperor of the Qi kingdom through the space-time rift connected to the Liang kingdom, the rift was within the red line made out of the Sun Yin's illusions. Li Huowang jumped down the tree and landed in front of the old man. He grabbed the old man by the collar and shook the latter as he asked, "Does the baby really have a wound in its chest? Are you sure about it? And was it really 30 years ago?" If Li Huowang's assumption was correct, then the young emperor of the Qi kingdom was a middle-aged man today. Seeing that Li Huowang was eager to listen to his story, the old man nodded in excitement and exclaimed, "Yes, I was there, and I can still remember it." Old Yin was hesitating after hearing us out. He was ready to put the baby back into the forest when his wife ran out like a lunatic and snatched the baby away, refusing to let go of it. It was understandable, as she couldn't give birth. They fed the baby some porridge and treated his wounds. Afterward, the baby miraculously survived its injuries. What do you think? It was a bad omen, right? It was still alive despite having such a large hole in its chest. The villagers thought that the baby was an evil entity, but it was great news that the baby had survived. At the very least, the two elderly couple finally have someone who'd take care of them once they were old. But what do you think happened next? Stop beating around the bush and get to the point, Li Huowang exclaimed. He was clearly not in the mood to hype up the old man, as time wasn't on his side. Just then, a lady walked past with her baby in her arms. The baby was mentally challenged. "You're still telling that story? You've repeated that story so many times now. Chill. Why are you talking when it's not your place to talk?" The old man said, chasing the woman away before continuing. "She's right. The baby was mentally challenged. His mouth and eyes were skewed, and his mind seemed extremely slow, too. He can't seem to memorize anything, and when he was 3 years old, he still couldn't walk straight. When he was 6 years old, he still couldn't speak." Li Huowang looked around and didn't see anyone with such disability. "Where is that baby now? Why are you in such a rush? I haven't gotten to that point yet." When he grew up, he slowly became smarter and could finally recognize people. However, he suddenly kicked up a fuss and ran into the forest without coming back home. Those were some crazy days, I'm telling you. The old man sighed and patted his thighs, his eyes revealing a hint of fear. Something's wrong. Li Huowang had been staring at the old man's 10 emotions and 8 sufferings. The old man had been telling the truth up until now. He's lying. The emperor did not run into the forest on his own. Li Huowang pondered briefly over it before leaning closer to the old man and whispering, "Thank you. While I cannot give you 10 caddies of gold, I can still give you 1 or 2. Please follow me to where the money is." The old man was delighted. He had never seen someone obtaining money just from telling an old story. Gold is both valuable and heavy. I couldn't take it with me here, so please follow me to where I had stored it. Li Huowang led the old man out of the village. When they got to a quiet spot, Li Huowang immediately swung the spine sword and grabbed the old man before running into the rift. The old man panicked upon seeing the great cheese dark skies. Li Huowang didn't even give the old man a chance to speak as he placed the purple-tasseled sword against the old man's neck and exclaimed, "You lied to me. What are you hiding?" The sudden and terrifying changes to the environment shocked the old man so much to the point that he couldn't even understand what was going on, so the old man easily told Li Huowang the truth. It wasn't us. A Taoist had taken him away. I didn't dare tell the truth because I feared that the Taoist would come and find me. Li Huowang frowned. A Taoist? Just who had discovered his true identity as the Qi Kingdom's emperor. What did that Taoist look like? He was a man capable of flying. He's partially bald with leprosy on the scalp. Wait, partially bald and with leprosy on the scalp? Li Huowang's pupils constricted as an unbelievable thought came up in his mind. He turned to the old man and said, "Is he dressed in ragged clothes? Were his lower teeth very pronounced?" Yes, that's right." The old man nodded frantically. Li Huowang understood everything just then. The Taoist in question was none other than the late Dan Yangzi. Back in Zephyr Temple, he didn't take in many mentally challenged children, as he would have needed more people to take care of them. The only one that suited the old man's description was none other than Gao Zhijian. Li Huowang had always thought Gao Zhijian was very weird, and the latter had survived multiple fatal blows. Li Huowang could still remember Gao Zhijian stuttering, and there was also that time when he had almost claimed that he was an emperor but was stopped by his speech impediment. Li Huowang pieced together these puzzle pieces and reached the conclusion that Gao Zhijian was the emperor of the Qi Kingdom. Li Huowang was shocked. He had never thought that the young emperor of the Qi Kingdom had been traveling with him all this while. Of course, Li Huowang still had many burning questions, but he couldn't spare enough time to investigate whether it was the truth or not. He needed to find Gao Zhijian as soon as possible, as the Qi Kingdom would perish if the natural disaster were allowed to rage on for much longer. Li Huowang cleared his mind and brought the old man back to the Liang Kingdom before making haste to Cowheart Village. "Son, come, eat this egg porridge." What a good boy. Li Huowang looked at Chibao's illusion and recalled that he had forgotten something. Chapter 570, Emperor. "Dad, are you here?" Li Sui asked as she entered a kitchen covered in dust. A disappointed look marred her face upon seeing that there wasn't anyone in the kitchen. She was about to enter the next room when Gao Zhijian stopped her. Don't look for him like that." Li Sui scrunched up her nose in dissatisfaction and asked, "You speak too slow. Can I enter your body and listen to you from the inside?" Gao Zhijian shook his head and took Li Sui out onto the streets. The curfew was over, and the streets were starting to become bustling once again. Li Sui looked like a human being, but she wasn't a human being, so Shangjing was dangerous for her. With that in mind, Gao Zhijian had decided to send her back to Cowheart Village. Afterward, Gao Zhijian would come up with another plan to find Senior Li. Gao Zhijian was quite disappointed. He thought he could help Li Huowang with his identity, but he was wrong. In the end, he was nothing. He took the reins of the horse and carried Li Sui onto the carriage. Then, they started moving toward the city gates to head back to Cowheart Village. Gao Zhijian was still thinking about what he was supposed to do when a familiar figure blocked them. "Dad!" Li Sui exclaimed in excitement. She jumped down from the carriage and hugged Li Huowang tightly. She then nuzzled her head into his chest. Li Huowang stroked Li Sui's smooth hair and muttered, "Sorry. Many things happened, and I couldn't get to you soon enough." Li Sui looked up and smiled at him. "How did you find me, Dad?" "I used divination and followed the traces. If this happens again, you should just head back home rather than search for me without any leads." "Dad, where's our home?" "Our home is Cowheart Village," Li Huowang said. He then looked at Gao Zhijian. He was supposed to go back to Cowheart Village to find Gao Zhijian, but it turned out that the latter was already in Shangjing. It was such a wonderful stroke of fate that Li Huowang still couldn't quite believe it. Li Huowang held his horse's reins and approached Gao Zhijian before patting the latter's chest. Gao Zhijian smiled and asked where Bai Lingyao was. "Shai Zi is dead and she's fine for now. Once I'm done with your issues, I will go and find her." Li Huowang then entered the inn and got themselves the best room. Li Huowang didn't want to hide anything from Gao Zhijian, so he told him everything that happened, including how the emperor wanted their children to kill each other to succeed to the throne. Gao Zhijian was shocked upon realizing that his assumptions, all this while, were true. He also couldn't believe that there was a so-called Great Qi, and it turned out that he was the emperor of the Great Qi rather than the emperor of the Great Liang. Apparently, he had to become an emperor to save both worlds. Gao Zhijian's hands were shaking as he took off his shirt, revealing the scar on his chest that Li Huowang had made in the past. Li Huowang's story was so shocking that he couldn't quite believe it, but he was relieved to find that he wasn't crazy. His memories were real, and Senior Li had truly killed him once. Li Huowang placed the round jade pendant onto the table and slid it toward Gao Zhijian. He had used it to exchange for a horse, and he managed to get it back for Gao Zhijian. I don't know whether this is good for you or not, but it's your true identity. Li Huowang sighed with worry. Any normal person would have jumped with joy upon knowing that they'd soon become the emperor who'd rule above all, but Li Huowang had seen the royal family's evil behind the scenes. In other words, Li Huowang was deliberately pushing his friend into the lion's pit, but he had no choice. It was the only way to save both the Liang kingdom and the Qi kingdom. Gao Zhijian stared at the pendant for almost an hour before he picked it up and muttered, Senior Li, I am glad to help you. Gao Zhijian stood up and left the room with conviction. He had decided to become the emperor. Once he was the emperor, no one would dare to bully Xiaoman and the others. Xiaoman should be willing to marry me once I've become the emperor, right? Li Huowang and Li Sui followed after Gao Zhijian. They were ready to escort their friend to the throne. Gao Zhijian walked straight on the long road to reach the palace. He stood tall, and his expression had changed drastically as if his memories as an emperor had awakened. It's you again. You really want to die, huh? Prepare the ballistas. Gao Zhijian raised the pendant high up in the air, showing it toward the troops at the palace gates. A few moments later, the palace gates were opened. A group of eunuchs and consorts rushed out and surrounded Gao Zhijian. They groomed his hair and gave him the dragon's robe to wear. You found him? The imperial preceptor asked, frowning as he approached Li Huowang. Clearly, the imperial preceptor had used a secret method to verify Gao Zhijian's identity. Li Huowang didn't reply. He was unwittingly transfixed on his friend, who had just become an emperor. We had 9 descendants of the previous emperor, but you killed so many of them. If you hadn't killed them, we wouldn't have needed to find someone from the Qi kingdom to maintain the Liang kingdom's prosperity. Tell me, just what are you trying to do here? Huangfu Tiangang exclaimed, pointing his sword shrouded in purple lightning at Li Huowang. The imperial preceptor was about to do something to Li Huowang. However, Gao Zhijian noticed it and roared, What? What are you doing? The imperial preceptor saw Gao Zhijian wearing the dragon robe, and he lowered his arms in frustration. Then, he bowed to Gao Zhijian and said, Huangfu Tiangang greets the emperor. Gao Zhijian scoffed and waved his sleeve before he left for the palace under the guidance of the eunuchs and consorts. Li Huowang glanced at the imperial preceptor before bringing Li Sui inside the palace. More and more people joined the procession of consorts and eunuchs as they approached the palace. By the time they arrived at the main palace, the procession now had a few hundred people. Gao Zhijian himself was in a sedan. Gao Zhijian was being carried up the white jade stairs that led to the entrance of the main palace when a distressed roar echoed from above. I'm the emperor. It's me. Why can't I become the emperor? You said that the sole survivor of the 9 children would be the emperor. Liars. You lied to me. All of you are liars. Li Huowang looked up and saw the disheveled Jilin. She was holding a sword and was running at Gao Zhijian in despair. Li Huowang didn't even need to do anything. A group of old eunuchs charged out from the darkness and pinned Jilin to the ground. Jilin struggled like a maniac. Why? I sacrificed everything. I paid so much. I killed my mother and my siblings. I've become evil, so why can't I become the emperor? Gao Zhijian regarded her with a cold look before instructing the others to carry him into the main palace. Just like that, the procession continued, and no one spared Jilin even a glance. Just a few moments ago, these eunuchs and consorts were still treating Jilin as if she were the emperor. Li Huowang was the only one paying attention to Jilin. He stood by her side and helped her up before patting the dust off of her clothes. You said that you didn't want to become the emperor. You said that you only wanted to survive. Your dream has come true. You're no longer the emperor, and no one wants your life. You ought to be happy about this. Jilin pushed Li Huowang away and threw a tantrum. I threw away everything to become the emperor. I'd have nothing left without that identity. Li Huowang actually thought that Jilin was a decent person when he first met her during that festival, so he found her particularly pitiful in her current state. Li Huowang hugged her and patted her back lightly. If you don't know where to go, then visit me. I'm going to help you one more time. With that, Li Huowang turned and started walking toward the main palace. Before he could even reach the landing of the stairs, he caught a whiff of the distinct smell of blood behind him. Li Huowang came to a halt and turned around to find Ji Lin sprawled out on the ground, drenched in a pool of her own blood. Her vivid crimson blood formed a stark contrast to the white jade stairs as it dripped down, creating a crimson pool at the bottom of the stairs. Dad, she's dead. Yeah, she's dead. Chapter 571, Ascension. Hold the plate, we bow down and worship, praise be to the heavens, may everyone prosper. There was a grand altar in the palace of the Liang kingdom, and it was built to absorb and amplify the voices of the old eunuchs, allowing their voices to spread far and wide. Hundreds of officials were standing below the grand altar, and their hands holding bone plates were raised as they knelt toward Gao Zhijian on the east. The drummers around the altar displayed their perfect coordination to play a rhythm. Li Huowang and Li Sui were standing far away on a roof, and they were staring at Gao Zhijian's face hidden behind the veil of his crown. Dad, how much longer must we stand here? I'm hungry, Li Sui asked. She had no idea what was happening, so she decided to focus on her needs instead. Soon. Hold the plate, we bow down and worship, praise be to the earth, may everyone prosper. The eunuchs' feminine voices pervaded the plaza as they chanted in unison. The officials raised the bone plates in their hands once more and kneeled toward Gao Zhijian on the north. Hold the plate, we bow down and worship, praise be to the emperor, may everyone prosper. The scene of Gao Zhijian moving through the cardinal positions under the guidance of the eunuchs made Li Huowang feel weird. His friend, who traveled with him and went through life-or-death situations, was about to become the emperor. Regardless of how good their relationship was in the past, their relationship was bound to change today. Ji Lin was forced to turn ruthless in the palace, and Li Huowang didn't know how much would the simple Gao Zhijian change. He hoped that Gao Zhijian would maintain his character and not turn into someone despicable. He was thinking about this when he saw Gao Zhijian being escorted down the altar by the eunuchs. Li Huowang jumped down and asked the Imperial Preceptor, Lord Imperial Preceptor, is the ceremony over? It's not going to end so soon. After praying to the heavens, earth, and the emperor, he would still need to go and pray in the temple. The Imperial Preceptor coldly said, Ergio, I won't look into the transgression you've made in the past, but you must understand that the dragon vein will affect the entire kingdom. If something bad happens to the dragon vein, you'll get swept up in the resulting catastrophe as well for as long as you're still living in this world. Oh, Li Huowang nodded and followed Gao Zhijian to the temple. He was worried about Gao Zhijian, and he wanted to look out for the latter himself. Since it was an important ceremony, the Imperial Preceptor and the Chief of the Surveillance Bureau would send someone over to monitor everything. However, Gao Zhijian was one of his own, so Li Huowang would rather trust himself to do the job rather than trust others that they could do it. Li Huowang turned invisible and followed Gao Zhijian before reaching the entrance of the temple. The officials, eunuchs, and the consorts stopped outside. Only the old eunuchs brought Gao Zhijian inside the temple. No one stopped Li Huowang as he walked into the temple, but he could feel the gazes of many people boring down on him from the dark. Are you the new emperor of the Liang kingdom? What is your surname? A dissonant voice came from the coffin. Gao. Such a shame. To think that our Ji family would perish, haha. The previous emperor chuckled sadly. Based on his reaction, Li Huowang assumed that someone else had explained the matter to the previous emperor. Under the guidance of the eunuchs, Gao Zhijian personally placed the tributes to the dragon vein and lit up 3 incense sticks. He stuck those incense sticks on the incense burner before kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. When he had just finished the final kowtow, the Imperial Preceptor rushed forward and produced a jade-green scroll. He stood in front of Gao Zhijian and showed the dragon vein the content of the jade scroll. It was a profound jade scroll. The exterior was jade, but its interior was a slice of paper softer than tofu that somehow had information recorded on it. The thin paper fluttered in the air like the feathers of a phoenix or the scales of a dragon. Dense golden words flickered on the paper. The heavens call for the luck of the world. This is the decree of the emperor. The previous emperor has perished and has returned to the 5 elements. With the grace of the heavens, we beseech the current emperor to uphold the mission of the past emperors, to join their ranks, and to follow in their footsteps, the Imperial Preceptor recited. The roars of a dragon echoed from the depths of the coffin, and the roar resonated with the Imperial Preceptor's voice. A powerful pressure manifested from the coffin, and everyone found it difficult to breathe. They only felt better after prostrating on the ground. Li Huowang pulled Li Sui behind him when he felt something invisible emerge from the coffin to envelop Gao Zhijian. Gao Zhijian's skin broke open like dragon scales, and his blood covered every inch of his clothes. "Zhijian, are you okay?" Li Huowang exclaimed. He had just raised his right leg when two old eunuchs holding golden horsehair whisks kneeled in front of him. "Please rest easy. Our lord is currently shouldering the entire luck of the Liang kingdom. Nothing must go wrong here." The two old eunuchs were kneeling, but the tingling on Li Huowang's neck told him that he'd be decapitated if he were to take one more step. Realizing that this was part of the procedure, Li Huowang stopped worrying and observed the scene with Li Sui. Soon, Gao Zhijian's body started changing. He became similar to the emperors in the coffin as he sported dragon claws, whiskers, and horns. Gao Zhijian raised his claws and pulled something in the air. At the same time, everything came to a halt. The powerful presence from within the coffin vanished as well. Li Huowang found it strange. Gao Zhijian was far from becoming the dragon vein, but his aura had changed to resemble one. The ceremony was over, and Li Huowang didn't need anyone to tell him that. The Liang kingdom's luck was on Gao Zhijian's shoulders now, and he had truly become the emperor of the great Liang. "Senior Li, do you see this? The Qi kingdom is saved." Li Huowang gingerly stroked the spine sword and sighed. He suddenly remembered the little girl who had cried until her voice became hoarse. She's going to live at the very least. The old monk's illusion was even more excited than Li Huowang as he said, "Taoist, you did a good deed. This is a major good deed. You've saved so many people that you'd automatically become a Bodhisattva in your next life." Li Huowang couldn't care less about that. He was more concerned about the fact that Zhuge Yuan had deceived him. If one wants to be successful in politics, one must bring fresh changes to it first. One must follow the rules set by one's predecessors. One must be kind and gracious to start a new rule, Huangfu Tiangang said. He was still reciting sentences that were too difficult for Li Huowang to understand. However, Li Huowang deemed those words as unimportant, as the most important step was over. The remaining steps were simply for formality's sake. Taking one last look at Gao Zhijian's back, Li Huowang pulled Li Sui outside and said, "Sui Sui, it's time for us to leave." Chapter 572, Change. It was time to do his own things now that everything was over. There was no need to say goodbye to Gao Zhijian, as Li Huowang had never been such a sentimental individual. "Dad, I'm hungry," Li Sui said as they exited the temple. "I know. Let's go eat something before rescuing your mother." "Yay!" Li Sui nodded repeatedly in delight, and her black hair bobbed with every single nod. Despite her delicate demeanor, she was giving off a mischievous air. "Why are you still in that corpse? Come out now." "It's inauspicious," Li Huowang said. He reached out for Li Sui's head to try and take it away. "I don't want to." Several tentacles came out from Li Sui's clothes and grabbed Princess Onping's head. "Dad, I like this one. It's fun. The people aren't afraid of me while I'm wearing this." Realizing that Li Sui wasn't going to listen to him, Li Huowang retracted his hand. He was fine with it, too. He was just concerned that perhaps Li Sui would stubbornly refuse to let go of the corpse once it started rotting. If that happened, then Li Sui would look even more terrifying by then. But Princess Onping has been dead for so long, yet there are still no signs of decomposition. Can the black Tai Sui stop a corpse from rotting? Li Huowang stared at his daughter's jade-like face. "Ha!" A loud laughter caught his attention. Li Huowang turned and found the illusion of a sitting Oblivion Dao member laughing next to him. "What? Was our conversation that funny?" The sitting Oblivion Dao illusion laughed harder rather than replying. "Crazy bastard." Li Huowang ignored the illusion and walked toward the exit of the palace with Li Sui. However, the illusion was still laughing, and he laughed so loud that his voice echoed throughout Shangjing. Rumble. The sky suddenly changed, and the ground trembled violently. "Li Sui, grab me." Li Huowang stabbed the purple-tasseled sword into the ground to stabilize himself amidst the earthquake. Something felt familiar about it, and it was bad news. The earthquake lasted for an hour, and Li Huowang was relieved to find that the outcome wasn't so bad. At the very least, the palace didn't collapse, nor did he find himself at the edge of a cliff. "Ha ha ha ha!" An arrogant-sounding laughter rang out. Li Huowang realized that it was coming from the temple. "Ha ha ha ha!" Li Huowang, the officials, eunuchs, and the consorts were in disbelief as the temple collapsed with a loud bang. The next moment, a long chain of humans took to the sky. It was the Liang Kingdom's dragon vein, and the one at the head of the dragon was none other than Gao Zhijian. Gao Zhijian was laughing so arrogantly that his laughter sounded the same as the laughter of the illusion next to Li Huowang. What's happening? Li Huowang held his sword and ran toward the dragon vein. Ha ha! Do you really think that a Shai Zi is going to die so easily? Try and recall what's in Gao Zhijian's head. Ha ha ha! The illusion exclaimed as he laughed. Li Huowang combed through his memories, and his pupils constricted upon realizing what the illusion was talking about. 2 years ago, Gao Zhijian suffered a fatal wound after a metal dice pierced his head during his battle with Air Bing. Putting 2 and 2 together, Li Huowang soon deduced what was going on. Shai Zi was still alive. His death was just a show, and he was using that metal dice to control Gao Zhijian. Do you really think that the storyteller is smarter than a Shai Zi? What a joke. The storyteller has always been a chess piece on Shai Zi's board, and it remained true even after his death. Shai Zi knew that the storyteller would save the great Qi no matter what. Ha ha ha. Aya, this is so refreshing. I've waited so long for this sight. Shai Zi, you're amazing. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. The illusion faded away amidst his arrogant-sounding laughter. Meanwhile, Gao Zhijian wasn't even looking at Li Huowang. Rather, he was staring at the gray sky. Inyang Dolao. You old fart. Ha ha. You definitely didn't see this coming, did you? Do you really think that you can turn me into your twisted one? What a joke. I will choose my own fate. Now that I have the human race's luck, I really want to see what you can do with me. You just got lucky in the beginning, and do you really think that I can't do what you can do? Listen here. Change is coming, as I can change the heavens. Gao Zhijian rose slowly into the sky, dragging the past emperors in a golden chain. The roaring of dragons echoed from the past emperor's mouth, and Gao Zhijian's figure was undulating as if he were a real dragon. What's wrong? Scared? I've tricked you, and I've scolded you, but you can't do anything to me. You can't even manifest your true body. You must be frustrated, right? Ha ha ha. Stay frustrated. I hope you die from frustration. Don't worry. I've made sure to save the best part for last. As a sign of respect, I will steal your heavenly Tao away. Gao Zhijian, wake up, Li Huowang exclaimed. His figure had erupted into a mighty conflagration, and he ordered Peng Longting to throw him into the sky. However, the dragon vein extinguished his flames before he could even get close to it. A golden chain swept toward Li Huowang. He wanted to avoid the oncoming attack by projecting his illusion downward, but he found himself powerless before the dragon vein. The grotesque noise of cracking bones echoed as Li Huowang was swatted away by the golden chain. Li Sui extended her tentacles, catching Li Huowang right as he struck the ground. Dad, are you okay? Li Huowang spat out blood as he stood up. Go away. It's dangerous here. Dad. No, I want to help you. Li Sui exclaimed, disobeying him for the first time. Li Huowang wanted to say something when the sky darkened. He looked up and saw the dragon vein blotting out the sky before him. Gao Zhijian was just a few meters away from Li Huowang, and he was staring at Li Huowang with a twisted face. Chapter 573, Shai Zi. Hongzhong. Ha ha ha. Gao Zhijian smiled viciously as he stared at Li Huowang with his twisted face. He didn't even blink as he continued. This is all thanks to you. If it hadn't been for you, it would have been impossible for me to take over the great Qi's emperor body and the rare 100 souls layered body. If it hadn't been for you, the Ji family of the Liang Kingdom wouldn't have been annihilated. If it hadn't been for you, Zhuge Yuan wouldn't have followed our plan. Don't worry, I'm a good man. Since we did this together, we should enjoy the rewards together. Gao Zhijian plunged downward and extended his dragon claw toward Li Huowang to take the ladder with him to the sky. Li Huowang gulped a mouthful of his own saliva as he extended his left arm. Just as his left hand touched Gao Zhijian's hand, Li Huowang immediately chopped it off. The severed left hand shot toward Gao Zhijian's face. The bone spikes scraped Gao Zhijian's scaly face, producing sparks. Gao Zhijian's smile slowly disappeared as he said, Hongzhong, you're going too far here. I'm just trying to help you. How could you repay my kindness with hatred? Swoosh. A headless young woman hurled Li Huowang toward Gao Zhijian, and the latter spread his arms as if to welcome Li Huowang. The two clashed in midair. Gao Zhijian used his horns to stop Li Huowang's purple-tasseled sword. Gao Zhijian parried Li Huowang's sword attack and sent the sword flying upward, which made Li Huowang vulnerable to further attacks. A dragon claw wrapped with golden chains made a beeline for Li Huowang's chest. At the critical juncture, Li Huowang manifested Peng Longting's figure, and Peng Longting's large figure clad in heavy armor blocked the attack. Unfortunately, Gao Zhijian's claws pierced Peng Longting, tearing open a large hole in her chest. The dragon vein was like a stick that shot past Peng Longting's chest and approached Li Huowang at terrifying speeds. Li Huowang raised his sword once more, and Gao Zhijian raised his horns without hesitation before swinging his head into the sword. Gao Zhijian was confident in his move, as his horns were harder than Li Huowang's sword. I can't continue like this. Li Huowang was busy trying to figure out a solution when his instincts warned him of a danger. He quickly crushed his left eyeball. A strange light enveloped Gao Zhijian, slowing him down drastically. Li Huowang had just sighed in relief when the dragon vein flew toward him from behind. Li Huowang jumped up and barely dodged the attack, but a dragon claw descended upon him, grabbing him by the neck. Before Li Huowang could even struggle, several dragon claws came from all directions. They grabbed his limbs and raised him high up into the sky. Li Huowang's vision swam as 5 different forces tugged at him from 5 different directions. Just then, a grotesque cracking noise echoed as Li Huowang's joints were dislocated. However, this was just the beginning of his suffering as his muscles were slowly being torn apart beneath the tugging of the dragon claws. Ha! Hear me out, people of Shangjing. Look closely. I'll show you all how to do a proper dismemberment. Those with money, please come here and support me, while those without money can just cheer for me. Gao Zhijian shouted, and his voice echoed throughout Shangjing. Aya! Li Huowang roared. He struggled to get out of his predicament to no avail. Right as Li Huowang was about to be pulled apart, several white lotus the size of a house came from out of nowhere. They moved swiftly and surrounded the dragon vein. Someone was sitting on the lotuses, and their chanting soon filled the air. The azure sun rises, and the white sun rises too. The heavenly mater protects all. The red sun sets, and the violet sun sets as well. May peace befall everyone. The clouds rolled, and something unspeakable manifested. The dragon vein scales felt something, and they curled upward. Gao Zhijian ignored Li Huowang and attacked the people on the lotuses. This was Li Huowang's opportunity to escape. His temples throbbed painfully as he willed Peng Longting to appear. Peng Longting pried Li Huowang from the dragon claws, and he plummeted weakly toward the ground. As he fell, Li Huowang saw someone that wasn't supposed to be here, so he thought that he was seeing things. A young woman in white was floating like an immortal before him. Most importantly, she looked incredibly familiar. The young woman waved her hand, and a long silk scarf floated over and covered Li Huowang before pulling him lightly toward one of the lotus. An ointment with the consistency of pork lard was brushed on Li Huowang's wound. The pain instantly disappeared, and he felt so comfortable that he felt like he was sprawled out on a bed of cotton. When he snapped back to reality, Li Huowang realized that he was on by Ling Miao's lap. Miao Miao, Li Huowang asked hesitantly. He wasn't sure what was going on as he stared at the young woman before him. A white lotus motif was on by Ling Miao's forehead, and her face was devoid of emotions. Moreover, her eyes were covered with a long white piece of silk cloth. Miao Miao, it's really you. Li Huowang hugged her after becoming sure of her identity. Bai Ling Miao hesitated before hugging him back. Where were you all this while? I was so worried about you. Li Huowang exclaimed, hugging her tightly. Li Huowang had been missing Bai Ling Miao so much to the extent that he'd stuff her into his pockets if he could do so. Senior Li, didn't I send you a letter? Did you not receive it? Bai Ling Miao asked. Her voice was still soft, but there was no longer any warmth in it. Li Huowang's heart skipped a little, and he looked at Gao Zhijian. Roughly half of the lotuses in the air had vanished. Hong Zhong, what did I say? I told you that I didn't kidnap your woman. We're the sitting oblivion Dao. We don't do something like that, but we're supposed to deceive people, you know that, right? I just deceived you into thinking that I had kidnapped her. Don't be mad at me for that, okay? This was all you're doing. I did nothing here. Hee. Li Huowang glared at Gao Zhijian. Didn't you say that you'd only use the truth to trick others? Is that what you meant by truth? Ha. You actually believe the words of a sitting oblivion Dao member? Ha. Shai Zi laughed in midair. Chapter 574, Xuan Pin. Gao Zhijian laughed in the air and swirled around like a dragon. More and more lotuses appeared in the air as he laughed. Once the fighting starts, bring Li Sui away and wait for me at Cowheart Village. Li Huowang took out his bag of torture tools to open up his abdomen. However, Bai Ling Miao's cold hand grabbed his hand. Senior Li, you don't have to do that. I can help you now. White Lotus Sect, do you really think that you can stop me? Staring at the white lotus on her forehead and the lotuses around them, Li Huowang realized that many things had happened to Bai Lingmiao while she was missing. Even though he wanted to know more, he knew that now wasn't the time for questions. Do they listen to you? Li Huowang asked Bai Lingmiao. Yes, they do. Great. See if you can ask them to restrict Gao Zhijian for a small period of time. Li Huowang gripped his sword tightly as he looked at Gao Zhijian. He had done it once, so he could do it again. The members of the White Lotus sect revealed their dutis as well as their cheeks with sharp metal rods sticking out of them. Several tiny bronze gourds were hanging from their ear lobes as well. Ready, Bai Lingmiao shouted. Everyone took out a small knife with a jagged edge, and they used it to tap their forehead at the same time. The Tao comes from the heart, but the heart spreads lies. One must hold the true deity before the incense burner. May the true spirit guide us. We shall inform you today. So bring our orders to the 9 heavens. May our wishes all come true. The chanting noises pervaded the air, seemingly suppressing every other noise. Gao Zhijian coiled the dragon vein around him and ignored the lotuses as he glared at the White Lotus sect members with a taunting look. Heed my call, or show yourself. The disciples pray thrice for your help. May the gods come and help us, to protect and show us the path. Guide our mouth and guide us. When the chanting ended, they all pointed their knives at Gao Zhijian. Almost immediately, a face appeared on Gao Zhijian's face. His long body froze in midair as the smell of incense filled the air. To think that the White Lotus sect would call upon the gods to take over Gao Zhijian's body. Li Huowang truly didn't expect them to make such a move. Just then, Peng Longting grabbed Li Huowang and hurled him at Gao Zhijian. Just like what he had done in the Qi Kingdom, Li Huowang thrust his sword toward Gao Zhijian's back. His goal was to sever that connection just like last time. It seemed that his attack was going to succeed, as Gao Zhijian looked like he had no intentions of avoiding the attack. Just as Li Huowang's sword was about to enter Gao Zhijian's chest, the latter smiled and taunted. You actually want to kill me? You better think twice. Kill me, and the Liang Kingdom's dragon vein is done for. Li Huowang's sword moved away slightly, eliciting a peal of laughter from Gao Zhijian. However, Gao Zhijian moved, allowing Li Huowang to stab him. Hong Zhong, we're not soldiers, so we don't have to fight like this. We're members of the sitting Oblivion Tao. We fight with our brains. We're weak, and everyone knows that we're weak, so why should I fight you head on? Now that I've become the dragon vein itself, you can't even kill me even if I close my eyes and let you kill me. Hee. This is what it means to fight with our brains. Shai Zi taunted Li Huowang. Shai Zi was right. He could fight Li Huowang freely, but the latter couldn't do the same. He couldn't afford to hurt the dragon vein. Shai Zi reached out to grab Li Huowang when several fingers flew toward them from down below. Li Huowang looked down and saw a group of people in black robes standing on the rooftops. He could see Zhuge among the black-robed figures. The members of many different sects had come as well, and they had surrounded the palace. Rumble. The earth shook slightly. A large statue was running toward Gao Zhijian, and it was the Bodhisattva statue carved on the face of the mountain. It had come to life. The large Bodhisattva lowered his body and stared at Gao Zhijian with eyes larger than a house. However, Gao Zhijian merely laughed at the sight. Hee. Looks like the big shots are back. However, do you really think that you can trap me here? You can't fool me. I'm the sitting Oblivion Tao. Xuan Pin, you are too late. I've taken what I needed. Gao Zhijian opened his mouth and started swallowing his own tail. His mouth widened as he gobbled up the previous emperors. He devoured them as fast as he could until the entire dragon vein was gone. The world around Li Huowang became hazy. When he came to his senses, he noticed the illusions around him fading away. His vision swam once more, and he found himself falling to the ground with Bai Lingmiao. There weren't that many people. The rest were just illusions, except for the members of the Jing sect and the White Lotus sect. The chief was wearing the same red robes as he wore the last time Li Huowang saw him, and he was kneeling on the ground. He was in the middle of healing the Imperial Preceptor's injuries. The chief's 6 hands snatched the Imperial Preceptor's gaping chest wound, leaving behind nothing but a patch of gray. Shai Zi attacked me while I was doing the prayers. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have died for real. Huangfu Tiangang gnashed his teeth as blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. Stop talking for now. The chief took a piece of color from a corpse and placed it on the monochrome wound of the Imperial Preceptor. Li Huowang looked away from the chief and realized that Gao Zhijian and the dragon vein had vanished. Where did Shai Zi go? What is he going to do with the dragon vein? The cogs in Li Huowang's mind were just about to turn and think about it when Huangfu Tiangang grabbed his sword and swung it at Li Huowang. Li Huowang raised his sword to defend himself when his vision swam. The next moment, he found himself and the Imperial Preceptor sitting on a table while facing each other. Tiangang, do you really think that this is the time to start an internal strife? The chief said, sitting down before the table. He brought that man here. He's connected to everything that has happened so far. He's working with that Shai Zi. I have to get rid of him now, or we'll be in even more trouble next time. Huangfu Tiangang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Translator's thoughts. The almighty Xuan Pin, chief of Liang Kingdom's Surveillance Bureau. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 575, Twisted One. Li Huowang was furious at the Imperial Preceptor's remark. So you think I'm suspicious? What about you? You never noticed what was wrong with Ji Lin until it was too late, and the same goes for Gao Zhijian. Are you kind of useless here? Or was Shai Zi right when he said that you're his spy? Zhuge Yuan's plan was flawless. Gao Zhijian could save the Qi kingdom by becoming the emperor. If it wasn't for the Imperial Preceptor making those mistakes over and over again, things wouldn't have come to this point. Huangfu Tiangang was enraged. He shoved his hands into his robes and was about to do something when the chief wiped away the gray patch on Huangfu Tiangang's chest, revealing the same wound from earlier. Huangfu Tiangang felt drained as if his soul had been taken away. He pressed on his wound and stumbled back into his chair with an agonized look. Enough. That is the end of that issue. I will need both of you to keep quiet about this issue. I know that the two of you aren't working for that Shai Zi. This plan wasn't made by that Shai Zi alone. The Shai Zis from both the Liang Kingdom and the Qi Kingdom had a hand in this plan. It's not strange that the Imperial Preceptor failed to see through their scheme. The tense atmosphere was diffused so fast that Li Huowang didn't know what to say. This was indeed not the time to be fighting each other. Dealing with that Shai Zi from earlier was the top priority issue. The Dragon Vein was basically the kingdom's future. If Shai Zi ended up tampering it, the entire world would be in danger. What happened after my departure? The chief's layered voice rang out. Li Huowang looked at Huangfu Tiangang's ashen face and recounted the experience to the chief. More and more people joined in on the conversation, including Bai Ling Miao, Zhu Yi, and a skinny Taoist with a solemn expression. A defeating silence hung above everyone once Li Huowang was done. Li Huowang looked at the chief and saw the hazy darkness under the robes. He had a feeling that there was nothing in there. The chief suddenly stood up. Shai Zi has taken the Dragon Vein, so I will keep it short. I hope everyone understands what's happening here. We need to reclaim the Dragon Vein, so you're going to listen to my orders, right? The chief's words sounded like a question, but it was more like an order. Everyone needed a leader, and the chief's status and strength meant that he was more than qualified to be a leader. Chief, I don't mind listening to your orders, but can you tell me why Shai Zi has decided to take the Dragon Vein away? What is he going to do with it? I don't want to go in blind. Li Huowang had heard what Shai Zi had shouted to the skies earlier, but he couldn't understand it. The chief said nothing and stared deeply at Li Huowang. Then, he glanced at Bai Ling Miao and the Ao Jing sect members. He wants to get rid of the future where he'd inevitably become the Doulao's Twisted One. He wants to use the Liang Kingdom's luck to sever the bond between him and Doulao. The same layered voice from earlier echoed from beneath the red robes. What's a Twisted One? Li Huowang asked again. He wanted to know it, as everything in this world seemed to be covered in a layer of veil. Cause and effect. The Twisted Ones are the cause of the Simings. The skinny Taoist answered Li Huowang's question. Cause. That's right, cause. Only with a cause can a Siming have an effect. Without it, they'd cease to exist. What's a cause? Can you stop answering me in riddles? Explain it to me properly. Everything has a cause and effect, including the Simings. Their cause is the past, so the Twisted Ones are the past selves of the Simings. If the Simings controlling the heavenly Daos are large trees, then the Twisted Ones are their seeds. I am a Twisted One, meaning that my life will forever be entangled with the three ancient ones both in life and death. Li Huowang suddenly recalled Zhuge Yuan's words. Twisted Ones are the seeds of the Simings? Does that mean that both the seeds and trees exist at the same time? Does that mean the three ancient ones is Zhuge Yuan? Li Huowang trembled at the thought of it alone. No, wait. Zhuge Yuan was the Twisted One of the three ancient ones. Since you said that the Twisted Ones are the past of the Simings, does that mean that the three ancient ones ceased to exist the moment he died? Li Huowang asked, pointing at the rafters in shock. Hee. The world is large. Who told you that they only have one Twisted One? To prevent their demise, they'd choose multiple twisted ones, and some of them were even manipulated to stay under the control of the other Simings. Since twisted ones are the past of the Simings, they could be influenced by the other Simings. That's why Shai Zi wanted to sever the bond between him and Dou Lao to get rid of his twisted one status. I think that rather than Zhuge Yuan getting tricked by Shai Zi or acting in his own version of justice, his Siming, the three ancient ones, wanted to help Shai Zi instead. Ahem. The chief interrupted. He is the chief of Si Chi's surveillance bureau, Zhongbuoqiao. Everyone looked at the skinny Taoist. The skinny Taoist nodded and waved his whisk. I follow the path of the immortals. Nice to meet you all. Li Huowang was even more confused after hearing Zhang Buoqiao's explanation. He truly didn't expect that the twisted ones were the past of the Simings. What a crazy world. Li Huowang was truly stupefied to know that the powerful Simings controlling the heavenly Tao didn't have a past, and had to find one for themselves. Ridiculous. How can the twisted ones be the past of the Simings? Those words are a load of lies that the surveillance bureau has been using to deceive others, said one of the Ao Jing sect members. The Ao Jing sect member was wearing a large robe stained with blood, and the image of a bloody skeleton could be seen on his robe. The Simings were born the moment the universe took shape. They were born to hold the heavenly Taos. Hee. Zheng Buoqiao chuckled hoarsely. Of course, every Siming has a different way of finding their own twisted ones. They also have different names. Bahui chooses its Siming based on the Tsangchang Ascension. Those twisted ones chosen through that method are who you call elders. Li Huowang was shocked. I did that 3 times. Does that mean I'm Bahui's twisted one? Chapter 576, Plan. A fight was about to happen when Xuan Pin raised his hands, silencing everyone in the hall. Enough. Don't forget that the dragon vein of the Liang kingdom is still in the hands of that Shai Zi, the chief said sternly. Then, his voice softened as he added, do not panic. That Shai Zi has managed to escape, but I have a way of finding his whereabouts. Shangguan Yuting popped out from the imperial preceptor's robes and taunted Li Huowang briefly before melting into the chief's body. The imperial preceptor's mustache wriggled a bit, and he couldn't look the chief in the eyes. Zheng Buoqiao took over the conversation, saying, Xuan Pin can easily find that Shai Zi, and we can also easily kill him. However, it would be extremely difficult to kill Shai Zi without harming the emperor. He's our final emperor, and his death is equivalent to the death of the Liang kingdom. If the Liang kingdom falls, the other regions will quickly follow. Even the grass in Qingqiu has become yellow these days. Zheng Buoqiao looked at the Ao Jing sect and Bai Lingmiao. Also, it seems that only Bahui and the heavenly Mater want to help us. Sigh. There is a catastrophe ahead of us, but everyone is still focused on their own hidden agenda. Li Huowang suddenly came up with a thought. Can't we ask the military to help us? We have many soldiers, so it shouldn't be difficult for us to capture Shai Zi with their help. The Liang Kingdom's imperial preceptor snorted and said, You make it sound so easy, but we don't have the authority to do so. How are we going to do that? The military is the sword of the emperor. Not only has Shai Zi completed the succession ceremony to become the official emperor, but he's also become the dragon vein. And he's a sitting oblivion Dao, so he excels at deceiving people. Can you really say for sure that the military won't turn their swords on us if we involve them in this affair? Everyone's face fell at the imperial preceptor's remark. Shai Zi was technically the emperor of the Liang kingdom, as he had indeed completed the succession ceremony in front of the officials. They knew that Shai Zi was the fake emperor, but those working in the imperial family would sentence the surveillance bureau, the Ao Jing sect, and the White Lotus sect for treason the moment they heard them discussing killing Shai Zi. Li Huowang stared deeply at the imperial preceptor before coming up with another plan. Chief, there's a dice in Gao Zhijian's head. It should be Shai Zi's body or consciousness. Take control of the dragon vein, and I will think of a way to dig out the dice. Li Huowang told them what he knew since they were all going to do this together. Easier said than done. Splitting his head is one thing, but how are you going to make sure that he remains alive? Li Huowang hesitated before telling them. This should not be an issue. We can find a way to shove an artifact into his body that would resurrect him. For example, an artifact made from the skin of a strayed one? I saw Prince Ren using it once when I assassinated him. Li Huowang had actually given that artifact to Gao Zhijian, but he wasn't sure whether Shai Zi had discovered it yet or not. The chief was silent. Li Huowang was confused. He looked up and saw both him and the chief shrinking rapidly until they were the size of ants. Li Huowang looked up at the massive Bai Lingmiao and saw that she was listening to the others talking to each other. No one noticed that something was wrong. However, Li Huowang didn't panic, as he knew that these changes were the result of the chief's illusion techniques. "There are some things that I need to talk to you about face-to-face and by ourselves," said the chief. He had also become as small as an ant, just like Li Huowang. Li Huowang looked at the chief and found the latter familiar for some reason, but he couldn't quite understand why. "Who are you?" Li Huowang asked about the darkness hidden in the red robes. "I am Xuan Pin, the chief of the Liang Kingdom's Surveillance Bureau, but I can also be anyone. Who I am is not important. The important part here is that I need you to get past the danger later. This doesn't concern you alone. It concerns the late Zhuge Yuan as well." Li Huowang frowned and looked at the others. "Only me? Why can't we talk to each other?" "Because I need to use your status as a strayed one." Li Huowang felt his hair standing on its end. He felt naked before the chief. "You are cultivating the truth, right? I can help you use your status as a strayed one to deal with Shai Zi." Li Huowang managed to calm down his racing heart, but he still felt uneasy. "Why me? Is my method useless?" "Yes, it's useless, because our opponent is Shai Zi. The little trick won't fool him. We shouldn't follow the path he made for us, or we'll be forced to get into a passive state. We should just do our own thing while he does his own thing." Li Huowang slowly nodded. "What's your plan?" "Fight Shai Zi when you meet him again, but no matter what he says, you must think of it as the truth and make it come true. Leave the rest to me." "What?" Li Huowang was astonished. He didn't expect to hear such a reckless plan. "But I'm not strong enough yet. I don't think I can do that. I'm going to help you, so don't worry about it. Just do as I say." Li Huowang went silent, mulling over the plan. The chief wasn't in a rush and waited patiently for Li Huowang's answer. "All right, I will do it. But I need you to understand that this matter is related to the survival of the Liang Kingdom. I don't want it to end up like the Qi Kingdom." "Of course, we're both going to deal with Shai Zi, so we are on the same side," said the chief. The two then returned to their original size, but everyone didn't notice anything strange. "I've come up with a plan. All of you, prepare yourself. I will go and collect something first. We'll go after the Liang Kingdom's dragon vein in 2 hours," the chief said, and his figure abruptly scattered like sand. Since the chief had already come up with a plan, the rest left to prepare themselves for the oncoming war. Li Huowang pulled by Ling Miao out of the hall when someone pounced on him. He pulled the skirt up to reveal Li Sui's tentacles and dog skull. "She's not who you think she is. She's just Li Sui." "Oh." Bai Ling Miao nodded slightly. "Miao Miao, what's wrong with you?" Li Huowang asked, putting Li Sui down and holding Bai Ling Miao's arm. Translator's thoughts. For reference, this is how Li Sui look like right now. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 577, Heavenly Mater. Li Huowang carefully stepped down the white jade stairs while looking at Bai Ling Miao nervously. He slowly undid the white silk ribbon covering her eyes, revealing her white eyes. Her irises were no longer pink, and her eyes had become completely white. Bai Ling Miao looked just like a statue made out of white jade, especially with her white skin and hair. "Senior Li, I am fine. Do not worry. I will protect you from now on." Bai Ling Miao slowly snuggled into Li Huowang's embrace and smiled faintly. Li Huowang pushed her away gently and looked at her blinded eyes. "Miao Miao, tell me, when did you leave me? What happened? And who are they?" Li Huowang pointed at the White Lotus Sect members, who were meditating nearby. The White Lotus Sect members were of people of different ages and sexes, but all of them were wearing white overalls with a white lotus motif on their forehead. They were sitting at specific locations inside an incomprehensible formation. "We are the White Lotus Sect, and we made a different branch when we scattered. We have the surname Lian, while the branch with the saintess has the surname Bai," explained Lian Jibei, the person whom Li Huowang had met while hunting a spiritual sin. 1. Lian Jibei had a face of humility rather than the cheerfulness that Li Huowang had seen in her long ago. "White Lotus, saintess." Bai Ling Miao held Li Huowang's hands and explained, "Lian Jibei was the one who took me away when you were in the middle of your hysteria. Do you still remember it?" Li Huowang could still remember it. It was when Yang Na's father carried Yang Na away from the hospital. He could still remember how hard she cried on that day. The next moment, Li Huowang then watched as Yang Na's face overlapped with Bai Ling Miao's face, while Lian Jibei's face overlapped with the face of Yang Na's father. "I remember." Li Huowang sighed and nodded lightly. "But what's this about becoming the saintess?" "They said I've been chosen by the Heavenly Mater to become the saintess," Bai Ling Miao remarked, and she sounded excited as she said, "Senior Li, do you know that the Heavenly Mater actually exists? She's actually alive, too." Bai Ling Miao's voice became full of longing as she added, "The Heavenly Mater is an ancient Buddha that cannot be killed. She's waiting for me to finish living my life here before accepting me in the heavens." My parents were members of the White Lotus sect as well. Since they worshipped her throughout their entire lives, their spirit has returned to the side of the Heavenly Mater, as their fleshly body is no more. Li Huowang wanted to correct her, but he didn't say anything in the end. Bai Ling Miao had finally pulled herself out of despair. Was he really going to pull her back into the darkness? "Senior Li, did you know that the Heavenly Mater told me that my parents really missed me?" Li Huowang frowned, and his heart started to waver at Bai Ling Miao's words. Bai Ling Miao had regressed to her previous state before she was fed the black tai sui. If he pulled her out of her delusion, she could return to her previous self, which was in endless torment, just like him. "Ergio, you seem to not believe in the words of the saintess? I need to tell you that what she's saying is true. Thanks to the disturbances in the heavens, the Heavenly Mater is back. If not, how do you explain why the sect members' strength has improved so much? How will you explain the powers that the saintess received from the Heavenly Mater? The White Lotus sect is no longer the same sect that will easily get bullied by others. The descent of the Heavenly Mater means that spring has come for us as well." Lian Zhibei exclaimed, and the other members of the White Lotus sect shouted with her. Li Huowang stared at Lian Zhibei and found that she had become incredibly unfamiliar. He suspected that this was her true identity and that her previous identity was fabricated. "Senior Li, it's not what you think. The Heavenly Mater is really back. She wishes to turn everything back to normal, just like her own piece of heaven, the void home. There is no pain and suffering there." Bai Ling Miao stroked Li Huowang's forehead, and the scenery before Li Huowang abruptly peeled away. Using Bai Ling Miao as the medium, Li Huowang saw a dense layer of white ribbons. There was a colossal entity before him, but the entity's figure was wrapped tightly in white ribbons. Li Huowang couldn't see the entity's true body. Despite that, Li Huowang could still feel the unending pity and mercy radiating off the entity. The entity was none other than the Heavenly Mater, and Li Huowang could feel her emotions, too. He sensed that she was afraid of hurting him, so she covered herself with white ribbons. Mercy, love, and concern. Those were the emotions that Li Huowang could feel from the Heavenly Mater, but for some reason, those emotions were a bit different than he initially thought. Li Huowang was intrigued by the sight before him, and he stepped forward to take a closer look at the Heavenly Mater. However, Li Huowang was suddenly pulled back to where he was standing. He noticed the palace walls around him and realized that nothing had changed. It felt like he had just woken up from a dream. Bai Ling Miao supported Li Huowang as she asked, "Senior Li, did you sense it? Are you finally convinced that I'm telling you the truth?" Li Huowang looked at Bai Ling Miao and took a step backward in shock. So the Heavenly Mater has obtained the heavenly Tao related to mercy? The pure emotions that he felt from the Heavenly Mater were similar to the extreme pain that he felt from Baohui. The Heavenly Mater did exist, and she controlled the heavenly Tao related to mercy. At least, that was what Li Huowang knew at the moment. "Senior Li, what are you talking about? The Heavenly Mater is the Heavenly Mater." "I see," Li Huowang replied, shaking his head. Baohui ruled over pain, but the Heavenly Mater ruled over mercy, so she could be considered to be benevolent. At the very least, it was one of the better Simings out there, as it meant Bai Ling Miao was safe for now. Retrieving the dragon vein was a much more pressing matter that he had to attend to, so he was more concerned with it. Li Huowang was soon going to face a powerful enemy, so had no time to talk much about other matters. "Don't get too close during our fight against Shai Zi later, all right?" Li Huowang warned. However, Bai Ling Miao shook her head lightly and replied, "Senior Li, don't worry. I can help you using the techniques that I've learned from the Heavenly Mater. Didn't I help you just now? Also, this is the will of the Heavenly Mater. If Shai Zi succeeds in his plot, the Liang Kingdom will be reduced to ashes. The White Lotus sect is not going to let that happen." 1. Bai means white, and Lian means lotus. However, the Lian they used in the Ross is a different character with the same pronunciation Lin instead of then. Maybe using Lan would be too obvious and they might get captured. Translator's thoughts. I forgot to introduce you guys to the chief of Si Chi's surveillance bureau. Here's how he looks like. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 578, Drum. Li Huowang was perplexed. The Heavenly Mater has taken pity on the people? Wait, am I even dealing with the White Lotus sect, which was infamous for burying people alive? Li Huowang didn't know what happened to the Heavenly Mater. He put two to two together and came to the conclusion that the heavenly mater had another heavenly Tao before. All right, but you must know your limits. If anything goes wrong, you must run away from me. Don't get close to me, because things will become dangerous if you do so. Don't worry. We will protect the saintess. You don't have to worry about her. Lian Jibei huffed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Li Huowang ignored her and added, Your life is the top priority. Once we're done with the issue today, we can slowly figure out the rest. Li Huowang then hugged Bai Lingmiao. While he was enjoying Bai Lingmiao's warmth, Bai Lingmiao suddenly changed, revealing a gnarly smile. Her mouth grew wide, and a blood-red tongue emerged between her lips, wriggling in the air as if it would enter Li Huowang's ear in the next moment. Second mom. What? Li Huowang let go of Bai Lingmiao and saw Li Sui staring at them. No, second mom is gone. It's just mom. Bai Lingmiao kissed Li Huowang's cheek and gently hugged Li Sui. Sui, have you been obedient? Li Sui took off her head and extended her tentacles upwards. Mom, is my new head pretty? I love it. I like being a human, but my dad doesn't want me to keep it. Don't listen to him. What does he know? Just keep wearing it. You look much better now. I think so too. No one is afraid of me like this, and I can talk to people, too. Li Huowang sighed when he saw Bai Lingmiao taking care of Li Sui. Fortunately, Bai Lingmiao appeared to be normal. Bai Lingmiao's appearance had astonished him too, and he was planning on discussing that with Li Sui soon. Come with me. We'll meet at the east wall. The chief's voice suddenly rang next to Li Huowang's ear, making him flinch. He looked around and saw that the others were looking around as well. Clearly, the chief's voice had echoed in their ears as well. Li Sui, let's go, Li Huowang said, opening his mouth. Li Sui's dense tentacle wriggled out of Princess Onping's corpse and entered his body through his mouth. Chief, I thought you needed 2 hours? I don't think it has even been 2 hours, Li Huowang said, speaking to the air. Too late. Shai Zi is doing something. He's planning on destroying all of us as soon as possible instead of biding his time. The chief's voice echoed within Li Huowang's brain. Where's that Shai Zi? In the barracks. What? Li Huowang stiffened, and he felt cold. The next instant, Peng Longting materialized and threw him high into the air. As Li Huowang streaked across the air, he looked down at Shangjing. He could see everything in Shangjing from up here. He saw a massive group of people beyond the east wall of Shangjing. They looked like ants in the distance, and there was a massive centipede in the middle of the ants. Those aren't ants. Those are the military troops. And that's not a centipede. That's Shai Zi. Shai Zi had decided not to fight them head-on, and it was a decision that Li Huowang was supposed to have seen coming. Shai Zi had decided to use his identity to deceive the military. Li Huowang landed on the ground safely, and the chief appeared beside him without any warning. No time to waste. Let's talk while moving. Shai Zi intends to trick the entire Liang kingdom into believing that he's the new emperor. If everyone believes in him, we'll have to fight everyone. Shai Zi wanted to obtain the entire Liang kingdom in addition to the dragon vein. To make matters worse, Shai Zi was technically the newest emperor of the Liang kingdom, and Li Huowang couldn't do anything to convince everyone otherwise. Li Huowang gritted his teeth and started running. Are you sure your plan is going to work? It's all over if it doesn't work. I have my own plans. If you want to save the Liang kingdom, you should have to listen to me, the chief exclaimed, and he floated like a ghost next to Li Huowang. Fine. What should we do first? I have to know what's going to happen now, as things might get messy later. The emperor was leading an army from the outside to take over Shangjing. The civilians were terrified to hear the footsteps of the massive army outside. Gossip and rumors spread like wildfire, but it couldn't be helped, as everyone was unsure of what was happening. Li Huowang used Li Sui's tentacles to scale the city walls. The White Lotus Sect and the Jing Sect quickly arrived as well, while the rest of the surveillance bureau was starting to converge on the eastern wall. Even though they had many incredibly powerful people on their side, the bloodlust and killing intent of the huge army before them made everyone's heart beat wildly against their chest. There was a reason why the Liang Kingdom was the greatest nation in the world, and they didn't reach that position through diplomacy alone. Li Huowang and the others weren't sure of what to think upon seeing the golden banners of the army. If we were to fight them, we'd lose many people on both sides. Shai Zi doesn't care about winning at all. He just wants to get rid of as many people as possible. The outcome of this war is sitting on your shoulders, said the chief. Li Huowang made a sidelong glance at the chief, asking, There are so many strayed ones out there, so why have you chosen me? Are you thinking of using me for something else? The chief's plan was simple and easy, but Li Huowang couldn't help but be wary of it. After all, He had been backstabbed so many times by now. Regardless of what my plan is, we still have to deal with Shai Zi. Don't forget that you're technically part of the reason why we're here today. Li Huowang looked away to stare at Shai Zi sitting on the throne. If it wasn't for him, Zhuge Yuan would still be alive, and the world would still be at peace. You can use me on one condition. Shai Zi must die. BOM, BOM, BOM. Rhythmic, drumming noises pervaded the air, and everyone felt their heartbeats synchronizing with the beat, as if their heart were the drum itself. The Surveillance Bureau is working together with the White Lotus Sect to kill the Emperor. Kill them all. The army below the city wall slammed their weapon to the ground in unison as dense killing intent swept across Li Huowang and everyone else. Kill, kill, kill. The catapults launched 3-meter-tall cavalries clad in heavy black metal armor toward the city wall. One. No, you did not read that wrong. They literally launched heavily armored soldiers using the catapults. Translator's thoughts. Chapter 579, Prelude. The prelude to the war started outside the eastern walls of Shangjing. Shai Zi stood at the helm of the army to fight the Surveillance Bureau. Li Huowang looked at the cavalries wearing heavy black iron armor, blanketing the skies and crashing down toward them. He frowned and took a few steps back to reach the edge of the wall. Just as they crashed into the city wall, Li Huowang jumped backward and fell down the wall. Halfway down, Li Huowang swung his spine sword, and a space-time rift that led to the Qi Kingdom manifested. Peng Longting then materialized and grabbed Li Huowang. She used both of her hands to throw Li Huowang into the rift. At the same time, Li Huowang's 2 legs and Li Sui's 4 tentacles used Peng Longting as a wall to jump off of her. He disappeared into the rift in the blink of an eye. A few breaths later, Li Huowang looked around calmly in the Qi Kingdom. There was chaos throughout the Liang Kingdom due to the war, but the Qi Kingdom was calm. There wasn't even a survivor in sight, and Li Huowang couldn't see anything other than the ruins of a once peaceful city. However, the solar eclipse had passed. There were still black spots on the sun, but there weren't that many black spots anymore, and it seemed that the situation was starting to return to normalcy. The Qi Kingdom was in ruins, but the kingdom was in a better situation compared to when evil entities roamed the kingdom like last time. Taoist, look. You saved this world by connecting the emperor of the Qi Kingdom to the dragon vein of the Liang Kingdom. The people of the Qi Kingdom no longer have to worry and despair. Praise be to the Buddha. May the Buddha protect us. The old monk's illusion exclaimed with a grin while staring toward the east. The Buddha did not protect us. You should thank Zhuge Yuan. Li Huowang roared. Then, with a sword in hand, he walked past the ruins to reach the place where he had seen those golden banners in the Liang Kingdom. He didn't have the luxury of time to care about what was happening to the Qi Kingdom. He had to stop Shai Zi, or the Liang Kingdom would perish. It would be difficult for him to get close to Shai Zi in the Liang Kingdom, so he decided to travel to the Qi Kingdom and hope that upon his return to the Liang Kingdom, he'd be near Shai Zi. This approach was much easier than just running straight into an army. We're almost there. It should be around here, Li Huowang muttered. Just then, Shangguan Yuting emerged from his shadow and looked around before nodding. All right, the chief is ready. We will go back in 5 minutes. Li Huowang nodded and waited for the 5 minutes to pass. He could swear that this was the longest 5 minutes of his life so far. Will the chief's plan work? What if Shai Zi becomes? No? I can't think of that. I'm a strayed one. I cannot think about those things so easily. Now, Shangguan Yuting shouted. Li Huowang immediately swung his spine sword. A space-time rift manifested, and numerous limbs fell into the Qi Kingdom, tainting the Qi Kingdom's ground in a crimson hue. These limbs had come from the troops of the Liang Kingdom. The Qi Kingdom's side was empty, but the Liang Kingdom's side was packed to the brim with people. Li Huowang didn't hesitate and propelled himself into the rift using his 2 legs and Li Sui's tentacles. Upon appearing on the other side, Li Huowang was taken aback by the intensity of the fight. The rhythmic beats of war drums and the grotesque noises of slaughter echoed nonstop. The killing intent and bloodlust made Li Huowang's veins bulge. Oh, is that you, my left and right Jinmu guard? How come you've just arrived? Have you completed your mission? A voice echoed on Li Huowang's side. He turned and saw Shai Zi and Gao Zhijian's body beneath the golden dragon banner. Li Huowang looked at the army, glaring at him along with the other commanders and generals next to Shai Zi. However, Li Huowang wasn't nervous at all. He took a deep breath and said, "We should stop now. The chief wants me to deal with you, but I'm technically working under you, so the chief's plan is destined to fail." Li Huowang approached Shai Zi. The soldiers wanted to stop him, but Shai Zi told them not to do so. He allowed Li Huowang to approach him without fear. Come, you've been pretending to be someone else for such a long time now, so you must be tired. Let me toast you a cup, Gao Zhijian said, offering Li Huowang a cup of wine. How could it be hard? We're both from the sitting Oblivion Dao, boss Shai Zi. It's actually fun deceiving people, Li Huowang said, drinking the wine without any hesitation. The soldiers and commanders were confused, but their confusion was Li Huowang's goal. Haha, now really isn't the time for jokes, as we're facing such powerful enemies. Li Huowang chuckled as well and swept his hand across his face. A Hongzhong's face appeared on Li Huowang's face, and he laughed hysterically as he responded, Boss Shai Zi, how can this be a joke? I'm just following your orders. Shangguan Yuting appeared and walked toward Gao Zhijian. Gao Zhijian's face slowly changed into that of a Shai Zi. Li Huowang couldn't transform the dragon vein itself, but the chief's illusion techniques could easily trick the soldiers. Once the soldiers were no longer willing to obey Shai Zi, things would go swimmingly from then on. Hee, not bad. But do you really think that you can beat me with this little trick of yours? You've overestimated yourself. Gao Zhijian's dragon claw tore off the illusion on his face, and his face returned to normal. I'm a Hongzhong. If I'm not a Hongzhong, then what am I? You're from the sitting Oblivion Dao? You're a Shai Zi, Gao Zhijian exclaimed, pointing at Li Huowang. The chief appeared behind Li Huowang and made a seal with both hands before pressing it on Li Huowang's nape. Now the chief shouted. When the chief's seal touched Li Huowang, he felt something infiltrating him. They were clouds of primordial breath, and they slowly entered Li Huowang. Li Huowang could sense the subtle difference between each cloud of primordial breath. These clouds of primordial breath do not belong to the chief. These are the clouds of primordial breath that he has harvested from the strayed ones. A pair of withered hands holding a set of prayer beads clapped, and an aged, low chanting echoed from beneath the chief's red robes. The air shimmered, seemingly becoming illusory beneath the incessant chanting. Even the colors themselves seemed to bleed into the air as they escaped their original containers. The colors of the soldiers' armor and even the color of the earth itself were drained as the world became hazy. The line between the illusory world and the real world started to become blurry. Li Huowang realized that the clouds of primordial breath inside of him had become extremely easy to control. Huff puff. As Li Huowang breathed, the world seemed to contract and expand. I'm a Shai Zi. I'm a Shai Zi. I'm a Shai Zi, Li Huowang repeated. Veins bulged on his temples as his face slowly changed into that of a Shai Zi. The chanting did not stop as the chief stared at Gao Zhijian from within the darkness of his robes. Moments later, a voice joined the chanting. If he's a Shai Zi, and there's only one Shai Zi left in the Liang Kingdom, then you must be Gao Zhijian. You are not a Shai Zi. Shai Zi revealed confusion on his face at the remark. Gao Zhijian. Gao Zhijian hesitated. He was about to take a step forward when the ground before him abruptly caved in. Several dice rushed past the cavity and flew past his eyes. Gao Zhijian instantly calmed down upon seeing the dice. He chuckled and remarked, How devious of you, Xuan Pin, to think you'd use the strayed one's technique to erase me. Unfortunately, I've become the dragon vein, so your techniques are useless against me. However, I admit that you're pretty strong. How about you join me? You can have half of the heavenly Tao that we'll certainly obtain later. Chapter 580 Fuse. The chief said nothing in response to Shai Zi's words, but Li Huowang was different. Li Huowang grabbed his head with an agonized look and pointed at Shai Zi. Gao Zhijian, what are you doing? Gao Zhijian hesitated once again, but he recovered even faster this time. It's useless, sitting Oblivion Dao. I am the chosen one. Your tricks will not work on me, Gao Zhijian said. Then, he swept his gaze across the commanders and asked, Ma family, Chiu family, Shui family, and you family, did all of you come here to spectate? I hope you haven't forgotten your ancestors' pledge. Gao Zhijian's throne burst open, revealing the previous emperor tied to the tail of the dragon vein. Gao Zhijian then swung the bloody emperor in front of the commanders. The next moment, many different weapons wrapped in a dense killing intent flew toward Li Huowang and the chief. Scram! Li Huowang shouted. The projectiles flying toward him transformed abruptly, transforming into something else. No, it wasn't just the projectiles. Everything around him except the chief had transformed into something else. Li Huowang growled, and the surroundings were starting to transform. The chief saw that Shai Zi was trying to run away, so he flew over to the ladder to stop him. Do not get close to that man. Archers, fire! Fire! A dense blanket of arrows flew from a mountain not too far away. It blotted out the sky and cast a deadly shadow over Li Huowang as the rain of arrows plummeted toward him. However, the attack didn't harm Li Huowang at all. The poison-coated arrows twisted into raindrops the moment they made contact with Li Huowang. I can't keep this up. There are too many clouds of primordial breath. I can't control them all. I have to use them now. Li Huowang was bleeding from all of his orifices. He let out a roar, and a clearing appeared around him as the soldiers frantically ran away from him for fear of transforming into something else. Hee hee. How many times must I tell you that your tricks are not going to work on me? Shai Zi flew high up in the air, avoiding the chief. Just then, something appeared before Shai Zi. The man had leprosy and 3 heads of different ages, young, adult, and old. He was holding a bronze coin sword, and he was covered in black feathers. What is that thing? Gao Zhijian's slender figure twisted in midair, dodging the space-time rift that Li Huowang's spine sword had sent toward him. Shai Zi looked down and saw a familiar face. It turned out that the attack just now had come from Zhuge Yuan rather than Li Huowang. Zhuge Yuan swung the spine sword once more before flying toward Shai Zi. Juniorly, do not be afraid. I'm here to help. Li Huowang collapsed to the ground in pain, and his head throbbed painfully, but he smiled at the familiar voice. Li Sui's tentacles moved, helping Li Huowang up the ground. Li Huowang brandished his purple-tasseled sword and ran toward Shai Zi. The dragon vein had bizarre properties that allowed Gao Zhijian to fight toe-to-toe against Li Huowang, but it didn't matter how great Shai Zi was at dodging. He was still getting cornered by the chief, Dan Yangzi, Zhuge Yuan, and Li Huowang. Just as they were about to capture Gao Zhijian, a sharp sword pierced Li Huowang's chest. The next moment, a spear fashioned from the bloody horns of a dragon pierced Dan Yangzi, and his grotesque form dissipated from the attack. Gao Zhijian instantly felt the weight on him becoming lighter. This is impossible. How could someone get so close to me without me noticing them? Li Huowang spat a mouthful of blood and turned around. To his surprise, he saw soldiers wearing armor made from bloody dragon scales. The bloody scales weren't fake scales made from iron. The scales had come from the past emperors on the dragon vein. To make matters worse, even the soldiers' weapons were made from dragon bone. Haha, I knew you guys were going to attack me, so I prepared a countermeasure. Do you really think that I can't handle a crazy strayed one? Unfortunately for you all, I have multiple contingency plans. Several soldiers leaped out from the bushes, each of them donning an armor made from dragon scales. They surrounded Li Huowang, and they seemed unaffected by Li Huowang's ability that he had obtained from cultivating the truth. Are you crazy? The chief held upon realizing something horrible. How dare you scatter the luck of the dragon vein so recklessly? Does it really matter? The end of the world is coming, anyway. Might as well as make it come earlier. I'd prefer if the world ended sooner. That way, we'll be spared of the agonizing wait. Shai Zi then swept his claw across the past emperors. Large swathes of dragon scales fell from the sky, and cracks appeared in the clouds itself. It looked like the heavens had fractured. Kill them. The officials and the military are one. Kill them, and I will give you everything. Shai Zi exclaimed. The soldiers clad in dragon scale armor quickly moved to surround Li Huowang. He glanced at the chief, but he saw that the latter was busy fighting Shai Zi. The chief didn't have any time to spare for Li Huowang. Li Huowang looked around and saw Shangguan Yuting with her head covered in eyeballs. I need to do something. Li Huowang grabbed Shangguan Yuting and ate one of her eyeballs. I need to find a way to defeat Shai Zi. An eye manifested on Li Huowang's forehead, but he saw nothing. It made sense, as Shai Zi had already become the dragon vein after fusing with it. However, Li Huowang wasn't going to give up. He ignored Shangguan Yuting's cries of pain as he devoured the eyeballs on her head. Li Huowang's third eye started to shine even brighter as he ate more of Shangguan Yuting's eyeballs. Unfortunately, the soldiers weren't going to wait for Li Huowang to finish. One of the soldiers shouted, "Jing formation." The soldiers lined up in a formation before charging at Li Huowang. Swoosh! The air shrieked as a dragon horn made a beeline for Li Huowang. Before the dragon bone could hit him, however, a white ribbon descended and wrapped around the dragon horn, lifting it up. Li Huowang had barely managed to avoid getting hit by the attack. The soldiers looked up and saw white lotus lanterns in the air. Bai Ling Miao was standing at the helm of a group of White Lotus Sect disciples, and they had come here to protect Li Huowang. The disciples looked different from each other, and they were either topless or were wearing dudas embroidered with pearls. Their eyes were half closed, and their faces were solemn. The metal rods sticking out of their cheeks had talismans attached to them, and the disciples had tattoos depicting white donkeys. Chapter 581 Secret. When the commanders of the army saw the White Lotus sect disciples, their belief in their emperor's word strengthened. The rhythm of the war drums changed, and the soldiers in dragon-scale armor worked together to corner the cultists. Meanwhile, the archers on the distant mountain began to tighten the strings of their octagonal crossbows. At the next moment, a mighty fire ignited near the catapults. The Jing sect had made their move. The pressure on by Ling Miao had decreased sharply, but she still felt immense pressure as she stood before the lines of troops. The pressure was truly immense, as this issue concerned not just herself, but Li Huowang's survival as well. Bai Ling Miao glanced at Li Huowang, who seemed to be immersed in his own world. A fierce expression appeared on Bai Ling Miao's face as she shouted, "Spiritual communication." The disciples around her took out a jagged knife and thrust it into their foreheads. The next moment, they started chanting as crimson blood flowed down their faces. "Invoke the spirits, please manifest. I invite the spirits and wish to worship the generals of this altar. The revered masters of golden light. Suppress the 5 generals, take 5 steps, and turn once to reveal the wheel of characters, the great Bodhisattva Puan." The medium's eyes shot wide open. They seemed to have been possessed by the spirits as they charged at the towering soldiers with no signs of fear on their faces. In terms of skills, these spirit mediums were no match for the seasoned military troops. The mediums quickly found themselves riddled with holes of varying sizes. However, the mediums seemed unaffected. They stood before the towering soldiers, holding them back with their bodies. Bai Ling Miao made a lotus seal with her hands, and she smacked her head forcefully with the lotus seal. The lotus on her forehead became a twin lotus. Then she immediately started chatting. "The strong and weak fragrances shall combine and scatter. The east and the west diverge, but remain intertwined." Bai Ling Miao trembled, and her expression was part angry and part sorrowful. She looked rather bizarre as her shadow began to grow larger. However, the soldiers didn't care about her bizarre appearance at all. The ground burst open, and a soldier radiating an intense, killing intent jumped out of the fissure. He was holding a weapon made out of a dragon's horn as he rushed toward Bai Ling Miao. Just as Bai Ling Miao was about to get hit, she split apart, allowing her to dodge the attack. However, Bai Ling Miao's upper body was the only part of her that had split apart. Her lower body hadn't changed. One of Bai Ling Miao's 2 faces showed compassion and mercy, while the other showed cruelty and ferocity. Bom, bom, bom. For slender palms with black nails moved like whips, slapping the white drums around Bai Ling Miao's waist. As the drum beats intensified, a red veil manifested, covering the 2 faces. Behind the red veil, the second deity started singing. "The treasured foal grows wings in the 9 heavens, and the iron pagoda shines with the light of the 8 treasures. I smile once, my partner smiles twice, and the old immortal laughs 3 times for reasons unknown. I call upon the old immortal. You must come." A patch of fur grew out of the back of Bai Ling Miao's hand. The wolf teeth protruding from behind the red veil gnawed at the palms of the towering soldier, tearing them apart in the blink of an eye. While Bai Ling Miao and the spirit mediums were busy buying time, Li Huowang had already devoured the majority of Shangguan Yuting's head. The eyeball in the middle of his forehead was bloodshot, and it had become larger than his head. He had transformed into a terrifying monster, and the tentacles all over him made him look even more terrifying. Li Huowang's expression was frightening too, and he looked like he was having a hard time catching his breath. Unfortunately, Li Huowang still needed more. Not enough. Still not enough. Li Huowang's mouth split abruptly, opening up all the way to his ears. His eyes widened to the maximum as he leaned forward, sucking Shangguan Yuting's head into his mouth. Shangguan Yuting abruptly stopped moving, and she dissipated into nothingness. Li Huowang looked up, revealing an eyeball that had become swollen to the point that it looked like it would explode at any time soon. Li Huowang's scalp had become almost transparent, allowing others to peek at his skull. "I can see it." Li Huowang roared hysterically. His head swelled up, expanding by half its size before shrinking to the size of a walnut. Afterward, Li Huowang's head exploded with a bang as if it were a firework. At the same time, Shangji Guankou's hidden secrets became available to Li Huowang. He saw what was hidden beneath this world, and everything that was once shrouded in fog became extremely clear to him. He was a Hongzhong, and his past had changed completely when Dolao had gifted him with the identity of a Hongzhong. One's past wasn't just the past. Whenever a Siming changed someone's past, that someone's past would inevitably change as well. The Simings cared so much about the past because they were fighting for each other's future. Zheng Boqiao was right. Only with a cause would there be an effect. The Simings didn't actually exist completely, and they'd disappear the moment every single trace of their existence was gone. In the darkness, Li Huowang caught a glimpse of the secrets of the birth and the death of the Simings. He finally understood what the Simings were all about. At the same time, Li Huowang noticed that many heavenly entities had noticed his existence, but he couldn't care less about them at the moment. His attention was on the fact that he had found many valuable pieces of information through the secrets of the Shangji Guankou, including the secrets written on Zhuge Yuan's fan at the time. Li Huowang knelt down and looked up. "Is this part of your plan?" Li Huowang asked. He was staring at the stolen sacred mountain ghost's eye, and he saw his own reflection in the eye so colossal that it blotted out the skies. If he were to become Dolao's twisted one, then the current Dolao would be his future self. That was the eye's plan. Li Huowang just had to follow its plan, and the current crisis would be resolved. Shai Zi has deceived my future self, and I'm going to avenge myself, Li Huowang thought. It seemed to be the most logical course of action. When Li Huowang got close enough to the eye, his flesh cracked open by itself. The scars that had yet to vanish all split open like flower petals. Pain, intense pain. The excruciating pain brought Li Huowang back, pulling him away from the sacred mountain ghost's eye in the sky. Upon savoring the familiar feeling, Li Huowang smiled. I had no idea that I was so popular. I should have known of it earlier. When Dolao was in the middle of setting up its scheme, Bahui was setting up its trap as well. To be more precise, the two of them wanted to turn me into their twisted one the moment I obtained the profound records from the water bandits. Li Huowang felt like an eternity had passed. His brain matter, blood, and broken bones that were flying in all directions were falling slowly to the ground. The sudden change stunned everyone, including the spirit mediums and the soldiers. They all slowly stopped what they were doing to stare in disbelief at Li Huowang, who had suddenly lost his head but was still somehow muttering to himself. Moreover, Li Huowang's fleshly body seemed to be in the middle of being subjected to Ling Qiyuan. His flesh and skin were splitting open, revealing the wriggling black tentacles underneath. Li Sui was inside Li Huowang, so she reacted faster than anyone. Moreover, she knew quite a few things for sure, and one of them was the fact that a person would die upon losing their head. "Father, are you all right? Your head." "Shoo." Bai Lingyao hushed as her two bodies rushed over to the tentacles that had sprouted out of Li Huowang's broken mouth. "Sui Sui, listen to me. Don't say anything to your father," Bai Lingyao warned. Right then, Li Huowang made a move. His mouth was the only part of his face that was somewhat intact as he rushed toward Shai Zi, who was busy fighting the chief of the Great Liang Surveillance Bureau. Bai Lingyao's fangs closed forcefully as she chased after Li Huowang. The soldiers in dragon-scale armor attempted to block them, but Bai Lingmiao and the spirit mediums put their lives on the line to stop them. When the chief and Zhuge Yuan saw Li Huowang's current appearance, they seemed to have understood something, so they didn't say anything. However, Shai Zi was different. He roared, "Hongzhong, where did your head go?" Li Huowang roared, "Don't think you can fool me again, sitting oblivion Dao. Your head really isn't there. If you don't believe me, try and touch your head." 1. A form of slow execution by 1,000 cuts. Translator's thoughts. Saintess Bai Lingyao. Damn, she becomes a force to be reckoned with right now. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 582, Siming. Shai Zi said, "Your head really isn't there. If you don't believe me, try and touch your head." Li Huowang couldn't care less about Shai Zi's tempting words. He looked up at the sky and roared, "You want me to become your twisted one, huh? Fat chance. Since I'm the coveted one, then I can just find someone else. Why do I have to settle with you all? I am Li Huowang." Li Huowang shouted, pointing fiercely at the sky. "I am destined to become the Siming. The future Li Huowang is destined to come and help me right now." Li Huowang immediately felt the rapid depletion of his primordial breath, and it was all because he was currently cultivating his future Siming self. Since Dolao was backing him up, why not take a bigger risk? He was risking his life, anyway. Shai Zi looked bewildered. He had no idea what Li Huowang was up to. "What nonsense are you spouting, Hongzhong? Have you gone crazy?" Li Huowang could feel his memories as a Hongzhong rapidly eroding his own memories. But it seemed that Dou Lao didn't want to sit idly by. Unfortunately, his wounds from the past manifested all over him, and his flesh split open. The extreme pain made Li Huowang stagger backward. He could feel his mental and physical self splitting apart. He felt like he was on the verge of death. However, this torture was what stoked the flames of perseverance in Li Huowang's heart. He decided to persevere with his belief. His method had to be incredibly effective. Otherwise, why were they trying so hard to stop him? Cultivating a future Siming seemed impossible, but Li Huowang truly believed that it was possible. Li Huowang let out a peal of laughter filled with immense joy. After an unknown amount of time, he came to his senses, and he found himself in a vast white expanse. Feeling confused, Li Huowang looked around and saw the chief walking up to him to help him up. Li Huowang, are you sure you want to go down this path? You've already gotten involved with the effect of the Siming, but it doesn't mean that you have to become one. It didn't matter to Li Huowang whether the chief was real. He just replied, do I even have a choice? If I don't go down this path, am I supposed to become Dou Lao and Bahui's puppet? Anyway, do you know anything about my future self? Am I powerful? Which Siming will I command? Bewilderment, the chief answered. Oh, are you saying that I will be able to use the truth and lies like Dou Lao along with bewilderment? Li Huowang asked curiously. Yes, but the bewilderment in your heart will become even deeper the stronger you become. Those two are mutually reinforcing, after all, the chief explained. Then, he sounded serious as he said, let me ask you once more. Are you sure you want to go down this path? If you go down this path, everything you care about might become illusions. And what you once thought were mere illusions might become real. Hee. You speak as if I have a clear understanding of everything right now, Li Huowang replied in a self-deprecating manner. The chief nodded lightly at that, and took off his red robes, revealing a white robe underneath. It was Yi Donglai's white robe. Li Huowang, Yi Donglai asked, snapping his fingers in front of the young man, while holding a ballpoint pen in his other hand. The scenery peeled back before Li Huowang, and Yi Donglai transformed into the chief wearing the red Taoist robes. Li Huowang found himself standing in the middle of a battlefield thick with the smell of blood. After just a second, the chief's towering figure shrank as he became Yi Donglai again. The scent in the air changed from the smell of blood into the smell of hospital disinfectant. Li Huowang, are you sure you haven't forgotten what you have to do? Yi Donglai asked, bringing Li Huowang back to his senses. Li Huowang looked around and saw a spiral iron slide in the ward. The iron slide was long, and it almost reached the ceiling. Li Huowang lifted the covers and walked slowly toward the spiral slide under Yi Donglai's watchful gaze. The spiral slide became the dragon vein in Li Huowang's eyes. Then just as Gao Zhijian was about to fly away, the dragon vein became a spiral slide once again. Li Huowang scratched his head and dragged his feeble body up the slide. He was so weak that such a simple task proved exceptionally difficult for him. There were even times when he lost his grip and slid back down. When Sun Shaoqin saw what was going on, she had the urge to charge at Li Huowang and help him up the spiral slide. However, her husband held her back firmly, saying, Dr. E is in the middle of giving hypnotherapy for our son. You can't go in and disrupt the session. Just believe in Dr. Yi's words. Li Huowang heard his father's words and glanced at his parents. His mother transformed into the soldiers, while his father became Bai Ling Miao, who stood bravely in the soldiers' way. Eventually, Li Huowang made it to the top of the slide, but he found nothing there. Moments later, he looked up and saw a round energy-saving light fixture hanging from the ceiling. Li Huowang half squatted on the slide, and then he reached out to unscrew the cover of the energy-saving light. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I've become the dragon vein, and I will remain real wherever I am. You cannot control me. Gao Zhijian roared, his voice carrying a strong protest and unwillingness. Is this true, or is this fake? Li Huowang thought. His eyes revealed his confusion. He was having trouble distinguishing what was real. Li Huowang finally removed the cover of the energy-saving light fixture, and he pulled out an 18-sided die. He placed the cover back on and looked down at the die in his hand. A smile blossomed on his face. Yi Donglai approached Li Huowang from the other side of the slide. He reached out and took the 18-sided die from Li Huowang's hand, placing it into the pocket of his white coat. Let's go down, Yi Donglai said. He supported Li Huowang down the steps before bringing him back to the bed in the ward. Yi Donglai inquired, how do you feel about this treatment? Li Huowang turned and saw Gao Zhijian standing in the distance, scratching his head with a puzzled look. Shaking his head in confusion, Li Huowang responded, I can't say for sure, but it seems like the issue has been resolved, at least for the time being. Brotherly, did we manage to save the great Qi? Zhuge Yuan asked loudly as his figure dissipated slowly. I guess my illness can be considered cured now. Zhuge Yuan revealed a look of relief before disappearing into thin air. How are you feeling? Donglai asked. I feel like both sides are starting to overlap, Li Huowang said, looking down at his bony hands in confusion. Well, that is not strange at all, Donglai remarked. It means that my treatment method is effective. Anyway, remember to take your medicine on time. The medicine will allow you to rapidly recover to full health. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open. A group of doctors rushed in, and they stared in awe at Li Huowang. Sun Xiaoqin pushed them aside and burst into tears of joy. My son, you're cured. Goodness, your illness is finally cured. Chapter 583, Li Huowang. The morning sunlight shone into ward through the windows of the White Tower prison, warming up the cold room. Son, take it slow. Don't scald your tongue. Under Sun Xiaoqin's encouraging gaze, Li Huowang picked up the short spoon with half a scoop of porridge and fed himself with a trembling hand. It was an action that most people had long taken granted for, but Li Huowang found it incredibly difficult to perform at the moment. His muscles had atrophied due to the long-term bed rest. He had started rehab, but it wouldn't yield any results until months later. Let me feed you, son. Li Huowang shook his head gently and refused. No need. I want to move more by myself. Everything I do is going to be beneficial to my health. Bai Ling Miao withdrew her hand at Li Huowang's remark. Li Huowang ate slowly, a few mouthfuls at a time. Just then, his face distorted in pain, and he clutched his head. However, he ended up touching a hard and slightly smooth shell rather than his scalp or hair. What's this? Li Huowang muttered. He used his fingernails to scratch at the shell, removing some crisp, yellow crumbs. Seniorly, don't scratch it. It's very brittle, Bai Ling Miao warned. What is this? Li Huowang asked again sluggishly. The doctor said that these Phase 3 psychiatric drugs are going to have some side effects, but they're effective. Huowang, endure it a bit, okay? Once your condition has stabilized, we'll switch to drugs with less severe side effects. When the intense pain passed, Li Huowang tapped his head with his fingers, and he heard a hollow sound. Is this lotus root? Is this the result of the White Lotus Sect's techniques? Bai Ling Miao cautiously touched Li Huowang's crispy lotus root head. The white hair at her temples swayed gently as she shook her head and said, No, Qi's chief of the Surveillance Bureau is the one who did this to you. The supernatural powers of the Fangxian sect truly are strange. The Fangxian sect says that everything can be used as medicine. Bai Ling Miao's heart jumped into her throat when she saw Li Huowang missing his head. She was really worried that Li Huowang would realize that he had no head and die on the spot as a result. Fortunately, they were on the same side as the imperial court, so the Qi's chief intervened to help Li Huowang. How long will it take me to recover? I can't bear to live with this on my head for the rest of my life, Li Huowang asked while drinking porridge. The Taoist master said that your fate is different from ordinary people, but it will still take you 49 days to recover your fleshly body. All right, Li Huowang nodded gently. It's okay. It's been so long, and it's just 49 days. We can afford to wait that long. Yes, it's been so long. There's hope for your illness. Speaking of which, public medical services are indeed better than private ones. Those private doctors in the past couldn't even compare to our Dr. E. Just then, Sun Xiaoqin heard movement at the door of the ward. She picked up her small purse and welcomed Donglai. Oh my, Dr. E, thank you so much. You are truly Hua Tuo's one incarnation. Sun Xiaoqin took out a thick red packet, too, from her purse and stuffed it into Donglai's coat pocket. Sister Sun, what's the meaning of this? You can't do this. Our hospital has rules. There's no meaning behind it. It's just a token of appreciation. Keep it. You've been working so hard for my son, so you deserve it. Anyway, how old are you, Dr. E? Are you married yet? If not, shall I introduce you to a nice girl? Sun Xiaoqin's words were like a flurry of punches that caught Donglai off guard, and he found himself unable to respond properly, even though he could face Li Huowang without any hesitation. Mom, Li Huowang couldn't stand it anymore. I got it, I'll leave now. Once Sun Xiaoqin was out of the ward, Donglai smiled wryly at Li Huowang. He sat on the chair that Sun Xiaoqin had previously occupied, took out the red packet, and shook it toward the corner of the room where the camera was located before putting it into the pocket of Li Huowang's patient clothes. Give it back to your mom once you're discharged. I trust your character. You wouldn't use this money to gamble for some skins in a game, would you? Li Huowang opened the red packet and saw a stack of red notes inside. He counted them roughly and estimated the amount to be around 4,000. That's hard to say. I'm a delinquent back at school, and I'm not exactly the smartest student at the time. Yi Donglai adjusted the frameless glasses on his nose and stared deeply at Li Huowang's face. Actually, I'd be happy if you used that money to gamble for some skins in a game. It means that you have the desire of a normal person. When that day arrives, your illness can be considered to have been truly cured. Li Huowang put away the red packet, and his expression turned serious as he said, Your method is indeed effective, but can it really cure me completely? Of course, you need to have confidence in me. Don't think that you're the only one with that kind of illness. I've used that method on others before, and the results were great. I once had a patient who was convinced that he was a wooden stake. He didn't take medicine, sleep, or cooperate with our treatment. But I told him that even wood needs to sleep and take medicine. And to prove it, I showed him an anime involving trees. He watched a few episodes and believed that trees actually need to take medicine and sleep. With that, he started taking medicine and cooperating with us for his treatment. 3 months later, he was discharged. The last time I checked up on him, he was doing fine. He works as a delivery man and doesn't earn much, but he can make ends meet and return to society. Li Huowang nodded slowly, but there was still a hint of confusion on his face. He extended his right hand and clenched it before opening it again. The memories of Hongzhong, which Doulao had bestowed upon me, have completely disappeared. I've become Li Huowang once again. However, my memories of the profound records are still there, and the scars on myself are still there. I still have the elevated senses bestowed upon me by Bahui. Do you understand what I mean? Even if I become my own twisted one, the true Li Huowang is always entangled with Bahui's effect. The chief looked at Li Huowang silently for a long time. Then, he opened his mouth and spoke in his multi-layered voice. Bewilderment itself is a kind of pain. You should stay ignorant about some things for the time being. Li Huowang's face showed a hint of confusion. He couldn't quite understand what the chief was talking about. Very well, keep it up. The door was pushed open as the chief walked in, and the chief before Li Huowang dissipated rapidly like yellow sand dispersing into the air. 1. A famous Chinese physician from the late Eastern Han Dynasty, often known as the medical saint or divine physician. 2. A gift of money in Chinese customs. Chapter 584, Shangjing. Lu Zhuangyuan was holding his grandson, Lu Tongsheng, as he sat inside a sedan chair that traveled down the streets of Shangjing. Lu Zhuangyuan swept his gaze across the shops along the streets. The luxurious decorations inside the sedan chair told him that the sedan chair had to have been expensive to hire. Someone like him couldn't possibly afford to hire one. Delighted, Lu Zhuangyuan kissed his grandson's face. His white beard scratched the baby's face, making him cry. Tongsheng, my little ancestor. Look, our Lu family is about to make a fortune. I, Lu Zhuangyuan, have been dreaming about riding a sedan chair throughout my entire life, but I truly hadn't expected that one day I'd end up riding in one. Hee, so this is what riding a sedan chair feels like, Lu Zhuangyuan said, patting his bottom with a pleased look. Bleak. Lu Zhuangyuan frowned upon hearing someone vomiting outside the sedan chair. He pulled back the curtain and looked out to see Lu Jiren's head sticking out of the sedan chair. Lu Jiren was vomiting his breakfast, making it splatter on the ground. Lu Zhuangyuan winced in pain upon seeing the minced meat and white noodles that Lu Jiren had vomited out. What are you doing, Jiren? Look at the ground. Look at what you wasted. Do you not have any idea just how expensive the food that you just vomited? Lu Jiren's face was pale as he turned to his father and said, Father, the sedan swaying is making me feel nauseous. Can I get out of the sedan and just walk? You can't even recognize a blessing when it's right in front of you. So shut your trap. You better not vomit again, or I'll make you eat what you vomited. Lu Jiren nodded bitterly, and then he covered his mouth as he retreated into his sedan chair. Fortunately, Lu Jiren's torment didn't last long, as the sedan chairs carrying the Lu family members eventually came to a stop. Lu Zhuangyuan carried his grandson out of the sedan. A 3-story green building appeared before him. There were 3 large characters written on the prominent red plaque above it, Guangda Garden. Lu Zhuangyuan's eyes widened as he walked in slowly. He dared not blink as he swept his gaze across everything before him. The roof, walls, beams, and windows. He was dazzled by the exquisite reliefs, carvings, and paintings. There were even some parts that were gilded and silvered. Lu Zhuangyuan was completely overwhelmed. He had never seen such a beautiful place before. Lu Zhuangyuan fixed his gaze on the stage in the courtyard while an eunuch approached them and said cautiously, "Sir Lu, this is the theater that the emperor has bestowed upon you." This is mine." Lu Zhuangyuan stuttered, seemingly by Gao Zhijian. "Yes, are you satisfied with it? Otherwise, you can take a look at the other places throughout Shangjing until you're satisfied." Lu Zhuangyuan couldn't even hear the latter part of the eunuch's words. His eyes reddened, and he stuttered out a bunch of gibberish as he rushed toward the stage. He circled the pillars and inspected the stage. He touched the tiles over and over again. If there were no one else here, he would definitely stick out his tongue to lick the tiles. Father, stop this, will you?" Lu Jiren exclaimed, pulling the crazed Lu Zhuangyuan away with Lu Xiaocai's help. Lu Zhuangyuan still looked bewildered. Lu Xiaocai spat on his palm and slapped Lu Zhuangyuan several times across the latter's face. Lu Zhuangyuan finally came to his senses, and he looked at Lu Xiaocai in astonishment. "You dare hit me? Humph. Shame on you. Don't say that you're my father whenever you're outside." Lu Xiaocai replied with a look of disdain. "How dare you hit me?" Lu Zhuangyuan rolled up his sleeves and raised his tobacco pipe. In the end, he didn't start a fight with his youngest son, as a group of people surrounded them from all sides of the theater. The Feng family troupe pays respects to the master. A series of dull thuds echoed as a group of hundreds of people, comprised of men, women, and children, knelt down to Lu Zhuangyuan. "Oh, please don't do this. You're shortening my lifespan," Lu Zhuangyuan said in disbelief. He pushed his two sons away and tried to pull them up. "Sir Lu, please accept it. A theater isn't enough. You need a troupe as well. With them, the entire Guangde Garden will make a fortune every day." Lu Zhuangyuan resisted the idea at first, but upon realizing that the other party was sincere, he finally stood in front of them with a nervous expression. "The Feng family troupe pays respects to the master," the group shouted. Lu Zhuangyuan stood steadfast before them, and a tingling sensation spread all over him as he muttered, Friends. Can you please say that again?" Although they were a little confused, they saw the eunuch waving his hand gently under his whisk, so they shouted, "The Feng family troupe pays respects to the master." Lu Zhuangyuan laughed like a fool, and he felt like jumping for joy. Don't stop. "The Feng family troupe pays respects to the master." The Feng family troupe pays respects to the master. Lu Jiren remained calm as he watched from the sidelines. He was fine, as this theater belonged to his father. He'd have nothing to do with the theater until his father was dead. Of course, Lu Jiren was still extremely excited. The large-framed simpleton actually became the emperor. Lu Jiren still couldn't believe it, and he also couldn't believe that Gao Zhijian would bestow upon them such a boon. It was so unbelievable that Lu Jiren felt like he was dreaming. He turned to look at his brother Lu Xiaocai and saw the latter picking his nose with an impatient look. Lu Xiaocai felt Lu Jiren's gaze. He turned and flicked his snot in Lu Zhuangyuan's direction. "I'm leaving if there's nothing else." "Stay here and accompany that old lunatic," Lu Xiaocai said. Then, he turned around and walked toward the exit of the theater with the bronze coin sword on his back. "Hey, where are you going, Xiaocai?" "The others are preparing to enter the palace to see my master. Of course, I have to go and take a look. My master has become very powerful. Perhaps he can bestow upon me a great power," Lu Xiaocai said, running toward the palace gate. Lu Xiaocai ran as fast as he could until he finally caught up with the sedan chairs at the palace gate. It was a good thing that the sedans were slow-moving vehicles. "Hey, Lu Xiaocai, why are you here? You look like a wet dog," Puppy teased. He was draped in silk and was leaning out of the sedan chair. "Damn you. Anyway, only you guys are entering the palace?" Lu Xiaocai asked, looking at the other sedan chairs. He only saw Chun Xiaoman, Zhao Wu, Yang Xiaohao, and Puppy. "Why? Are we not allowed to enter the palace?" "I don't think you know, so I'm going to tell you this. Being able to enter the palace is a big deal. That simpleton wasn't looking for you, so you shouldn't cling to him in such a shameless way." "I'm not going to find him. I'm going to look for my master," Lu Xiaocai said. Then, he hopped into Puppy's sedan chair. "Hey, get off. This sedan chair can only fit one person. Don't be so stingy, all right? If it hadn't been for me saving you on that night, that Taoist would have killed you. You still owe me a favor. It was the other way around, so get lost." The sedan chairs swayed as they brought their passengers through the wide-open palace gates. Chapter 585, Palace. Puppy and Lu Xiaocai stopped arguing upon entering the palace gates. They peeked their heads out of the sedan chair, looking at the vermilion palace walls in awe. There seemed to be a solemn and oppressive force that made them hesitant to speak loudly, and when they came to a halt before a 3-story palace, they felt the urge to kneel down. "Are you sure Senior Gao lives here?" Yang Xiaohai asked Chun Xiaoman, who had just gotten off the sedan chair beside him. Chun Xiaoman shook her head silently, and then she took the lead, walking toward the palace. The others snapped out of their shock and followed after her. The unfamiliar environment made everyone restrained and obedient. They were uneasy as they traveled down the palace, but their anxiety instantly vanished upon seeing Gao Zhijian's familiar figure sitting on the dragon throne. Gao Zhijian was wearing dragon robes and was seated on a throne made entirely of pure gold, but he was still the same old Gao Zhijian in their eyes. A familiar, sincere smile tugged at Gao Zhijian's lips as he stood up from the dragon throne and welcomed them. "Hey, Zhijian, what's going on? How did you end up in the capital and even become the emperor?" Puppy asked. The faces of all the eunuchs in the palace changed instantly, and they cast hostile glances at Puppy. They found Puppy's words to be quite rude. Chun Xiaoman pushed Puppy aside with the scabbard in her hand, and she addressed the emperor directly. "Zhijian, are Senior Li and Miao Miao here? Your people told us that they're here." Gao Zhijian nodded, but he sounded hesitant as he said, "They're here." You're not stuttering anymore. That's great. Becoming the emperor is actually a cure to illnesses?" Puppy exclaimed in surprise. "The imperial physician gave me some medicine, which was quite helpful to me." Puppy was thrilled. "That's awesome. Can I borrow that imperial physician to see if he can cure the white patches on me?" "Puppy, are you done yet? Did you come all the way here just to chat?" Chun Xiaoman roared, and she almost drew her sword against Puppy. Puppy retreated a few steps and obediently shut his mouth in the face of Chun Xiaoman's fury. Chun Xiaoman took a deep breath, and then he turned to Gao Zhijian again before getting down to business. "Since Senior Li and Miao Miao are here, can you take us to see them? I can take you to see Junior Bai, but Senior Li, I can't take you to see him because he's not in a condition to see anyone." "What's wrong? Did he peel off his own skin again? What exactly happened?" Gao Zhijian hesitated. "I don't know how to explain it to you. It's complicated. You can just ask Senior Li himself once he has recovered." "Never mind. Then take me to see Miao Miao first," Chun Xiaoman said with a hint of anxiety in her voice. She wouldn't feel at ease until she saw with her own 2 eyes that they were still alive. Gao Zhijian nodded and was about to lead the others toward the imperial kitchen when 4 eunuchs appeared before him and knelt down on the floor. "Your Majesty," one of the 4 eunuchs said, "you are the true dragon emperor with the loftiest status in the world. We can handle these lowly tasks for you." Gao Zhijian scratched the back of his head, which made his imperial crown tilt slightly. "All right, you guys take Xiaoman to Junior Bai." The others were about to follow Chun Xiaoman, but Gao Zhijian stopped them and said, "Do you guys have anything you want? I'm the emperor, so I can give you anything you want." "Are you serious?" "Anything." Puppy's eyes lit up. "Anything. All right, then give me the throne." "How dare you?" the old eunuchs roared, almost scaring Puppy into wetting his pants. I was just joking," Puppy hurriedly exclaimed. "We often joked like this back then." Gao Zhijian waved his hand toward the old eunuchs before looking at Puppy with a complicated expression. "I can't do that. It's not necessarily a good thing to become the emperor. Choose something else." Puppy glanced cautiously at the old eunuchs before falling into deep contemplation. He leaned close to Gao Zhijian's ear and whispered softly into the latter's ear. Gao Zhijian nodded and agreed. Then, he looked at Zhao Wu and asked, "How about you?" Zhao Wu leaned on his crutch and stared in the direction where Chun Xiaoman had left. After a while, he looked back at Gao Zhijian with a complex expression and shook his head. "I don't want anything." Gao Zhijian didn't insist and turned to Yang Xiaohai. "Do you have anything you want?" Yang Xiaohai was a little nervous as he asked, "Senior Gao, can you really give me anything?" "Yes, anything." "Then, can you help me find my parents?" "Can you help me find them?" Yang Xiaohai exclaimed in excitement. Gao Zhijian hesitated briefly before beckoning an old eunuch over and asking him a few questions. The old eunuch walked up to Yang Xiaohai and sized the latter up before asking in a delicate voice, "What are your 8 characters of birth?" "What's that?" "Your date and time of birth." "Oh, I see." Yang Xiaohai's face lit up with understanding, and then he shook his head. "I don't know." The old eunuch's relaxed face twitched slightly. He reached out his eagle's claw-like hand and placed it on Yang Xiaohai's figure. Come with us. Gao Zhijian consoled Yang Shaohai with his gaze as the latter nervously followed the old eunuch. While Yang Shaohai was leaving the grand hall, Chun Xiaoman found Bai Ling Miao making porridge in the imperial kitchen. Miao Miao, Chun Xiaoman exclaimed. She couldn't hold back her tears as she pounced on Bai Ling Miao from behind and hugged her slender waist. Be careful, don't spill the porridge. Bai Ling Miao placed the bowl of porridge next to the stove before turning around to hug Chun Xiaoman. Sister Xiaoman, why are you here? Don't cry. I had something urgent to do, so I couldn't come back. I left a letter for Senior Li. I thought he'd tell you guys about it. Bai Ling Miao comforted Chun Xiaoman until she finally stopped crying. Next time, take me with you no matter where you go, okay? It's not safe for you to be with Senior Li all the time, Chun Xiaoman said. Don't say that, Sister Xiaoman. Senior Li's illness seems to be improving. Chun Xiaoman shook her head vigorously and said, No, you're so beautiful. What if something happens to you? This is final, all right. And I've mastered the divine martial arts of the White Lotus Sect, so I've become even more powerful than before. I can definitely protect you, Chun Xiaoman added. Bai Ling Miao smiled and said, I know. You know? How do you know? Give me a moment. I have to go and feed Senior Li first, and then I'll tell you what happened afterward. This bird's nest porridge will lose its effectiveness once it's cold. Bai Ling Miao let go of Chun Xiaoman and placed the bowl of porridge in a food box before walking out of the imperial kitchen. Then, I'll go with you. I want to see Senior Li too. No, you can't. Really. It's inconvenient for Senior Li to meet others right now. Anyway, I'll be back soon. Just wait for me here, Sister Xiaoman. Chapter 586, Gao Zhijian. Bai Ling Miao took the food box outside. Chun Xiaoman sighed at the sight. She had no idea why Miao Miao loved Senior Li so much. However, Chun Xiaoman soon recovered and returned to her cheerful self. As long as Miao Miao and Senior Li were fine, she'd be fine, too. She hoped that the two would live happily ever after. Miao Miao was fine, Senior Li was still alive, and Gao Zhijian even became the emperor of the Liang Kingdom. Everything had turned out to be fine. Chun Xiaoman felt like a stone weighing down on her chest had just been removed, allowing her to breathe properly, which cleared up her mind. Bird's nest kanji? I wonder what that tastes like, Chun Xiaoman said to herself while staring at the kanji in the pot. The next moment, she scooped some for herself and tasted it. It tastes like nothing. Very bland, too. Just then, someone entered the kitchen. It was Gao Zhijian, and he was alone. Chun Xiaoman became nervous when she saw Gao Zhijian walking toward her in his dragon robe. Gao Zhijian's dragon robe was so wide that it blocked the sunlight coming into the kitchen. Yuan Xiaoman took a moment to compose herself before tugging at his robes. Your robes suit you. What is it made of? Gold and cloth. You can wear gold. Chun Xiaoman was intrigued. Do you want something like this, Xiaoman? I can give it to you. No. Thanks, Chun Xiaoman said, shaking her head. It must be heavy wearing so much gold. XX Xiaoman. Gao Zhijian stuttered as he stared at the girl with black hair all over her. Gao Zhijian's gaze became complicated. He had no idea when he started liking her, and he also had no idea why he liked someone with long hair all over their figure. Regardless, it was a fact that he hadn't been able to forget her. Gao Zhijian clenched his calloused hands as his heart started beating wildly against his chest. Gao Zhijian opened his arms and hugged her. The eunuchs and the imperial preceptor have been telling me to choose an empress so that I can give birth to a son. My first thought was you, but Gao Zhijian trailed off. Then, he started sobbing as he hugged her even tighter. I can't choose you. Our children will eventually have to kill each other to decide the next emperor. I'm sure you will be devastated then, and I don't want you to feel that way because I like you. I don't want to make you feel any pain at all. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoman struggled to get out of Gao Zhijian's embrace. Why are you treating my words as thin air? Did I not tell you that I will not die even if I don't end up getting married? You've become the emperor of the Liang Kingdom, but my mind hasn't changed. My words are final, and I will keep my word. You have to stop doing this, or I will have to stop being friends with you, Chun Xiaoman exclaimed. Then, she stomped her way out of the kitchen. Chun Xiaoman ran for quite a while before she stopped and leaned against a wall. Her expression turned solemn as she slid down the wall and placed her head between her knees. After a while, she looked up with her bloodshot eyes. She took a deep breath to compose herself before running toward where Bai Ling Miao had disappeared. Meanwhile, there were 3 people relaxing in a distant gazebo, but they found themselves unable to relax due to what they had discovered. Zhao Wu looked at Puppy and asked, Hey, did Xiaoman just turn down an offer to become the empress? Doesn't that mean that she likes me? Huh. Puppy's expression turned ugly as if he had just eaten a fly. That's none of your business. Why? Lu Xiaocai chimed in just then, saying, I think it's your business. Hurry up and get married to Xiaoman. I'll help you hold the horses once you're married. Zhao Wu's mouth fluttered, but no words came out of his mouth. Just then, Gao Zhijian walked out of the kitchen. He stared at where Chun Xiaoman had disappeared before walking toward a distant gazebo. Shoo! Simpleton is coming over here. Quick! Pretend like you're doing something. We can't let him know that we've been following him. What? Gao Zhijian muttered upon seeing the three squatting down and looking at the same leaf on the ground. Are you guys doing? Ahem. Your house is so big, so we wanted to look around, but we ended up getting lost. Gao Zhijian nodded. Let me find a eunuch to guide you. You can walk around anywhere in the palace, but there are some restricted areas, so please forgive me for not allowing you to go into such places. A eunuch floated down from above the gazebo's pillars, and he kneeled in front of Gao Zhijian. Your Majesty, I'm available. I can guide them. Clearly, the eunuch had heard the trio's words earlier. Oh, ha. Then we would have to thank you for your help. Puppy chuckled to cover his embarrassment. The three then followed the eunuch on a tour of the palace. After just a few steps, Puppy took out some silver and shoved it into the eunuch's hands, despite the latter's reluctant look. Left all alone, Gao Zhijian stared at the ground, cutting a sorry figure. He sat on the stairs of the gazebo and looked at the neat brick path before him. 15 minutes later, Gao Zhijian's mouth opened as he said into the air before him, I will follow your suggestion. I will choose an empress to continue the lineage. Prepare the consort candidates. Gao Zhijian was the emperor of the Liang kingdom, and he needed children who would succeed him. The more children he had, the better it would be for the kingdom. At first, he had no intentions of willing anyone except for Chun Xiaoman. But he realized that his marriage affected not just himself, but the entire Liang kingdom as well. Understood. I heed your orders. The imperial preceptor appeared out of nowhere and bowed to Gao Zhijian before leaving. He had just turned around when he saw the chief of the surveillance bureau walking toward them in red robes. The two merely nodded as they walked past each other. Your Majesty, the chief said, sitting down next to Gao Zhijian. Surprisingly, he was still taller than Gao Zhijian despite being in a sitting position. As the emperor, you must focus on the pressing affairs of the nation. The people of the Liang kingdom barely survived the recent natural disasters. I've made a divination and found out that things are going to remain difficult for us next year. It's time for you to get familiar with an emperor's job. Gao Zhijian rubbed his face with his calloused hands before standing up. I understand. Xuan Pin, am I really cured? Is it true that Shai Zi cannot control me anymore? His job as the emperor could wait. This was more important. The fact that a Shai Zi could control him whenever they wished was too scary for Gao Zhijian. He'd still tremble in fear whenever he remembered how the Shai Zi had taken over his body and had ordered the army to kill his allies. The chief didn't nod nor shake his head as he said, I'm afraid we have to ask Li Huowang about that. He got rid of Shai Zi by himself. I actually don't know whether Shai Zi is dead or alive. Chapter 587, Jizai. The emperor listened to what the chief had to say as the two sat in the gazebo. The imperial preceptor and I have been using our divination non-stop, but we still cannot ascertain whether Shai Zi is dead or alive. Gao Zhijian walked slowly toward the palace while the chief followed him from behind. Let me see what happened on that day, Gao Zhijian said. The chief nodded. He then extended a frail finger covered in dry skin and his own shadow. Moments later, he hurled it toward the sky. The black shadow blotted out the skies. The chief and Gao Zhijian soon found themselves on a chaotic battlefield. Gao Zhijian saw Senior Li in the middle of the bloody battlefield. Li Huowang was facing Gao Zhijian, who was under Shai Zi's control. Li Huowang's head was left with nothing but his mouth, but he was still alive and standing for some reason. Gao Zhijian had a feeling that if Senior Li had a face, he'd look incredibly heroic. Senior Li scratched at the empty space where his head was supposed to be before he started approaching the dragon vein. Shai Zi wanted to run, but Senior Li was steadily closing the distance between them. His speed seemed irrelevant to the chase. Senior Li would become even faster the faster Shai Zi moved, and the same was true vice versa. Senior Li wasn't moving step by step, but the distance between him and Shai Zi was getting shorter in fixed intervals. Soon, Senior Li reached the tail of the dragon vein. He grabbed the golden chains and climbed up. He was so slow in his climb that even an old man would look faster than him. Despite that, Shai Zi could not shake Senior Li off, no matter how hard he struggled. The past emperors extended their dragon claws and stabbed Li Huowang with their claws, but their figures abruptly froze like statues. Impossible. I'm the dragon vein. I'm real no matter where I go. You cannot control me. Shai Zi roared, and his voice revealed his unwillingness to perish here. Shai Zi was trying his best to attack Li Huowang, but the dragon vein had frozen up and could no longer move. I thought, the dragon vein, the luck of the Liang kingdom, are immune to such techniques, Gao Zhijian muttered. Even the chief had no idea what to say. Soon, Senior Li reached the top of the dragon vein. He looked left and right before grabbing Gao Zhijian's head. Then, he easily twisted Gao Zhijian's head off of his shoulders, but Shai Zi was still alive. Shai Zi was trying to trick Li Huowang into thinking that he was dead. However, Li Huowang seemed unaffected by the trick as he reached into Gao Zhijian's brain to pull something out. There, can you give me a closer look at that? Gao Zhijian said. The chief obliged, and Li Huowang soon appeared in front of them. However, Gao Zhijian was exasperated. Li Huowang had clearly reached into his head to take something out, but Li Huowang's hand was empty. Perhaps what he had pulled out at the time was so profound that my illusions cannot replicate it. Gao Zhijian pondered over it before asking, "Did you guys check my head again? Was there really nothing in there?" "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I swear with my life that there's nothing in your head anymore. Shai Zi is no longer there. Moreover, we've woven a restriction on your dragon robes to make sure that something like that will never happen again. It's a restriction created from the combined powers of me, the Imperial Preceptor, and Zheng Boqiao." However, Gao Zhijian didn't feel great even after the chief's reassurance. His eyes were unwittingly transfixed on Li Huowang, who looked up at the sun and grinned. The dragon vein collapsed to the ground. "Junior Li, has the great Qi been saved?" Zhuge Yuan asked. Li Huowang looked at Zhuge Yuan and said, "The great Qi is saved." Zhuge Yuan's face revealed a sense of liberation and relief before disappearing. Just then, Bai Ling Miao, the chief, the Imperial Preceptor, and the soldiers surrounded Li Huowang. However, Gao Zhijian wasn't sure whether they were there for the dragon vein or for Li Huowang. "Senior Li, are you okay?" Bai Ling Miao asked, staring nervously at Li Huowang. Bai Ling Miao's figure was split into two, but she was still more worried about Li Huowang rather than herself. "I'm fine. My illness has just been cured, so don't worry about me," Li Huowang said curtly. The next moment, radiant sunset-like light burst out of Li Huowang's body. The light flew upward and disappeared into the skies. "What is that?" "The thing that came out of Senior Li. I think that was the power of Doulao." I was right. He was being targeted by Doulao. Since Shai Zi had betrayed Enyang Doulao, I wanted him to fight Shai Zi first so that I could make use of Doulao's animosity toward Shai Zi, but to think that they'd make him move first. Who is it? Unspeakable. It's a special Siming. They taught me my illusion techniques. You should know that a normal Siming cannot manifest in the world, all thanks to the dragon vein's existence, but they are different. Even though they taught me my illusion techniques, they had never concerned themselves with my well-being or the well-being of others. 200 years ago, the Liang kingdom found itself on the brink of annihilation, and I swore to sacrifice everything in exchange for their help, but they did not even look at me. Gao Zhijian was confused at the chief's words, and it was all because the answer he had heard was different from what the dragon vein had told him. "I thought, there are no more Simings. Did they tell you that? Listen to them, then. Since they said that the Simings don't exist, then they don't exist." Gao Zhijian decided not to pursue it any further as he changed the subject, saying, "Senior Li should be feeling better by now. We can just go and ask him. I might understand it better if it's coming from him." The chief said nothing and followed Gao Zhijian toward where Li Huowang was located. Li Huowang was nearby, and Gao Zhijian could actually visit him any time he wished. They saw Bai Ling Miao exiting the room with a food box in hand. When Bai Ling Miao saw the chief standing next to Gao Zhijian, her eyes widened in shock as he asked, "What's happening? Why is there another one here?" "Another one? What's wrong?" Gao Zhijian exclaimed. The chief of the surveillance bureau entered the room while I was feeding Senior Li some kanji. At the remark, the chief made a seal with his 3 pairs of arms and charged at the heavily guarded door as fast as possible. He moved so quickly that he left a trail of afterimages. However, the chief heard Li Huowang talking to someone in the room. There really was someone else aside from Bai Ling Miao. The chief pushed the door open and saw Li Huowang staring at him with his lotus root head. Shockingly, no one else was in the room. "Who were you talking to?" Li Huowang frowned and tried his best to remember before answering. Ji Zai. Chapter 588, talk. Jizai was the name that Zhuge Yuan had given Li Huowang as a cover for his true identity. However, the name now belonged to the Simon controlling the heavenly Tao of bewilderment, which was Li Huowang's future. At first, Li Huowang didn't know that it was the name of his future self, but the name felt familiar to him. Li Huowang deduced that the person who had just disappeared like sand was either Jizai himself or a part of him. Li Huowang wasn't sure if he truly had a conversation with his future self, who was a Simon in the distant future. He could only guess whether that was the case or not. More importantly, Li Huowang had no idea what Jizai had told him before he left. "I think he's called Jizai," Li Huowang said. However, his answer confused even the chief of the surveillance bureau. Isn't Jizai his own fake name? Was he talking to himself? While they were both feeling confused, Gao Zhijian and Bai Lingmiao finally arrived at the room. The two sighed in relief upon seeing that Li Huowang was fine. They were worried about his safety upon realizing that the chief whom Bai Lingmiao had seen was fake. "Men, send some troops and guard this room. Check the identity of anyone who approaches this room," Gao Zhijian shouted. Several eunuchs appeared out of nowhere and kneeled before him. "You don't have to mobilize so many people just to do something like that. I'm fine. Let everyone do what they're supposed to do. You don't have to keep worrying about me." Li Huowang pulled the blanket back up and laid down on the bed. "Senior Li, that chief was fake," Bai Lingmiao exclaimed, walking toward Li Huowang with a food box in hand. "I know." Li Huowang patted her hands lightly and said, "Don't worry. Even though I'm heavily injured, I can still fend for myself. Those daring enough to assassinate me might end up dying themselves." Li Huowang was confident. After all, he was Jizai's twisted one at the moment. Gao Zhijian nodded in agreement. Li Huowang was strong enough to fight Shai Zi, so who could be his match? "Senior Li, who was that?" Gao Zhijian asked. "It was a friend. Don't worry, it doesn't concern you," Li Huowang replied. Then, he sized up Gao Zhijian and nodded in approval. "Not bad. Gao Zhijian, that dragon robe looks great on you." Li Huowang didn't bother explaining, as he didn't want the others to worry about him becoming his own twisted one. In addition, Li Huowang himself didn't know when he would become Jizai. It could be a year, 10 years, or perhaps he'd become Jizai once he was dead, but he didn't really care. He knew that something like this would happen way before he executed the plan to defeat Shai Zi. Gao Zhijian scratched his head and looked at Senior Li. The latter still looked the same as always, but something was slightly different about him. Li Huowang's personality had become much more relaxed. Xuan Pin said nothing. Gao Zhijian glanced at the chief and recalled why he had decided to visit Li Huowang. "Senior Li, is Shai Zi really gone? Will he come back and control me again?" Li Huowang recalled the 18-sided dice that Yi Donglai had taken away. "He's gone," Li Huowang said with a nod. "Don't worry. He will never return." Gao Zhijian sighed in relief. He had faith in Senior Li, and since Senior Li had said so, Shai Zi would definitely never come back. "Zhijian, prepare a carriage for me to return to Cowheart Village. My wounds are almost healed." Gao Zhijian shook his head. Li Huowang only had his mouth left, so there was no way his wounds were almost healed. "No, there are doctors here, and they can take better care of you. Your wounds are too serious. You need to rest here." "It's okay. Why should I rest here? Do you really think that I'll die with this level of injury?" Li Huowang asked, standing up. Gao Zhijian ran up and carefully shielded Li Huowang's lotus root head, seemingly afraid that Li Huowang would stumble to the floor and smash it open. Li Huowang wanted to leave, but Bai Lingmiao dragged him back into the room. "Senior Li, please stay here. I beg you. We can just go back once your wounds are fully healed. You're too injured to travel right now," Bai Lingmiao begged. Li Huowang relented and said, "All right, but at least let me walk around. I need some fresh air." Gao Zhijian was willing to let Senior Li do whatever he wanted to do as long as the latter wasn't risking his life doing it. They talked for a bit before Gao Zhijian asked out of curiosity, "Senior Li, Senior Bai told me that your illness is finally cured. Is it true?" "Yes, it's cured." Li Huowang nodded. "I never thought that it'd be cured just like that." Gao Zhijian was genuinely happy for Li Huowang. Senior Li was a great person, but his illness was the worst among those from Zephyr Temple. The fact that he was finally cured meant that he could finally live a normal life. Moreover, Gao Zhijian was the emperor of the Liang Kingdom, which meant he could fulfill any of Li Huowang's wishes. "Zhijian, how does it feel being the emperor?" Li Huowang asked. "Great." Gao Zhijian smiled. "It feels great. I can eat a ton of good food, even food that I had never seen before. Once your wounds are healed and you can finally eat proper food again, I will let the chefs prepare some of those great dishes for you. Also, I'm going to have many wives, 100 wives. That many? You better not tell Puppy, or he'll die from jealousy. No, I have to tell him. Gao Zhijian grinned. I have to brag my wives to him. The air in the room mellowed out, and everyone chatted like they were back in Zephyr Temple. In the end, Xuan Pin had to remind Gao Zhijian of his duties. Gao Zhijian left the room promptly. He had too many things to learn as the new emperor, so he had no time to waste. He had just walked out of the room when Xuan Pin said, I can't see through him anymore. Your Majesty, please be careful of him. Gao Zhijian looked at Xuan Pin with displeasure. Why? He's seniorly. He's not going to harm me. I'm not talking about that, Your Majesty. All I'm saying is that it's difficult to deduce the hearts of other people. You have to understand that Shai Zi had become the dragon vein, but he still managed to defeat him. In other words, he can definitely deal with you quite easily. Can you really sleep peacefully despite knowing that? Also, he has a relationship with the saintess of the White Lotus Sect. Of course, I've already removed the White Lotus Sect from our bounty list, as they've assisted us greatly. However, you must ponder whether interacting with them is worth the risk. Of course, the decision is still up to you. You are the emperor, after all. I'm just the chief of the surveillance bureau. This is out of my jurisdiction, but I still felt obligated to warn you for the sake of the Liang Kingdom. Gao Zhijian's face fell as he started walking away. The job of the emperor is hard, but it can be easy. If you have something you don't understand, just go ahead and ask the Dragon Vein. They can teach you everything, from how to control the officials, how to handle national affairs, to handling the sects and factions scattered throughout the palace. Gao Zhijian remained silent as he listened to Xuan Pin's words. Translator's thoughts. I laughed at this fan art. It's too stupid. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 589, Mental Hospital. Li Huowang was sitting in a wheelchair with his mother pushing him out of the room. His thin arms, the size of chicken legs, were cuffed to the wheelchair. Despite his condition, Li Huowang was surprised that they didn't make him wear a straitjacket. It seemed that they were convinced that he was cured. Li Huowang glanced at the 4 guards around him and said, I'm just going out for some fresh air. Do I really need this many guards? It's fine, let them be. They're here under the orders of the higher-ups. Little Lu's job is already hard, so don't make it harder for him. Li Huowang smiled at his mother's words. Clearly, his mother was doing well here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given the people here any nicknames. Huowang, it's raining outside, so let's just stay inside. We can still stroll inside the hospital. All right. With that, Li Huowang was pushed around the hospital. After several turns, Li Huowang found himself in a larger room. A group of people wearing the same blue and white hospital gown were staring at the television on the wall. Li Huowang wasn't a doctor, but he was quite knowledgeable about mental illness, as he himself had been diagnosed with a mental illness. He swept his gaze across the other patients and deduced their illness. Those with a penchant for talking nonsense, or those lucid but had a penchant for talking nonstop, were a part of the so-called mental breakdown group. The majority of the patients here had no one to take care of them at home and were sent to the hospital by their relatives, while a big chunk of the rest were those who were caught having an episode on the streets. Li Huowang deduced that those withdrawn and silent were most likely diagnosed with depression. Those who were easily excited and incredibly anxious most likely had hypomania, while those with glazed eyes had probably just taken their medicine. Li Huowang looked around and noticed that some were close to a complete recovery. He judged that they could have anorexia, bulimia, or perhaps they were just pretending that they were about to recover. Unfortunately, Li Huowang wouldn't know unless he asked them. Perhaps some of them were like him and had been locked up against their will. However, those allowed to watch television were patients with milder symptoms. There were many types of mental disorders out there. Too many for Li Huowang to know, as he was just a layman. Just then, Li Huowang saw the patients turning around at the same time to stare at him. They looked like they were having more fun staring at his face than staring at the television. Li Huowang was confused. Why are they looking at me? A guard, nicknamed Little Lu, answered. Li Huowang, you're famous here. It's not just them. Your name has spread throughout the 15 sections of the prison. I'm that famous. Yes, but your fame is actually not going up anymore. However, when news about your daring rescue went viral, your name went on the most searched term on the internet for several days. Why do you think the higher-ups are paying so much attention to you? Li Huowang finally had a faint understanding of what kind of status he had in the people's hearts. Then, he saw the patients distancing themselves from him, staying at least 10 meters away from him. Mom, let's stop here. I want to watch TV. I haven't watched TV in a long time. Li Huowang looked at the afternoon news. It was boring, but Li Huowang found the experience to be quite refreshing. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is the 23rd day of the last month of the lunar calendar. Only 7 more days to the new year. Today is the day to pray to the stove god, Yuan, while tomorrow is a good day to clean up the house. Is it going to be the new year soon? Li Huowang felt like he had just traveled back in time. He didn't expect that so much time had already passed. Yes, and you'd have lived another year by then. What do you want to eat? I'll go and make anything for you. I've heard that there's a popular game coming out soon. I'll give you some money so you can buy that game once you are discharged. Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. You're only 18. You're an adult according to the law, but you're barely a young man. Just like that, Li Huowang spent quite a lot of time amidst his mother's nagging and the cheery tune of the news. Li Huowang loved this peace and quiet, and he wanted it to last until he died of old age. Beneath this peace and quiet, Li Huowang felt like everything he had experienced so far was all just a bad dream. Mom, where's Dr. E? Haven't seen him in a while. I heard that he no longer has time to come to work anymore. He's busy writing a thesis. He's a doctor. Why is he writing a thesis? I don't know anything about that. But Sister Ma, who is working in the kitchen, told me that a media outlet has interviewed him. I think he's going to appear on TV. Is that so? Then I have to congratulate him. Yes, Dr. E is a really responsible man. I heard that he's still single, even though he's already 30 years old. How nervous do you think his mother is right now? I'll definitely be nervous if you're still single despite being so old. Li Huowang felt like scratching his head out of awkwardness. Are middle-aged aunties these days so well-informed? How did she even know that Dr. E is single? Sister Sun, the times have changed. It's normal for people to remain single even in their 30s, one of the prison guards said. The guards relaxed a lot upon realizing that Li Huowang's condition was improving. They had let their guard down so much to the point that they started joking around Sun Shaoqin. I think you guys just want to play around. There's an advantage to marrying earlier. If you get married and have children earlier, your parents can help you raise those children. In other words, your wife will have an easier time recovering after birth. It's not that we don't want to get married, but we were already 20-something when we graduated. We have neither savings, cars, nor houses. Who'd want to marry us? We also work in the prison for half a month at a time. How can we even find a girlfriend when we're spending so much time here? In fact, most of the girls we were courting ran away once they discovered that they could only see us for 6 months throughout an entire year. But you guys have a stable job. There's no way you can't find a wife. If you think that your work here is what's hampering your search for a wife, then what about those working as gig workers? You might as well say that they'll be forever alone. Upon hearing that, another guard chimed in, but Sun Shaoqin didn't retreat even against 2 guards. In fact, she talked with even more vigor. Li Huowang felt his scalp going numb as he watched them argue with each other, and he couldn't help but look away. His gaze landed on the corridor to his left. 1. The stove god is a minor deity that reports to the heavenly palace about the conduct of a family throughout the year. Praying to it involves bribing it with sweets so that it will report only good news to the heavenly palace, and in turn the heavenly palace would reward the family for their good conduct. Good conduct involves not wasting food, cleaning up promptly, not overeating, sharing their food with their neighbors and the less fortunate, etc. Chapter 590, Trouble. Li Huowang had been talking peacefully while basking in the sunlight amidst the beautiful garden when he suddenly looked up. The cheerful atmosphere vanished in an instant. Li Sui noticed Li Huowang's strange behavior and asked, Father, Yuan, what's wrong? Bai Lingmiao carefully asked, Senior Li, is everything okay? They were inside one of the palace's gardens. It was winter solstice, but the eunuchs responsible for taking care of the garden used a secret technique to ensure that the flowers would remain blooming. The eunuchs and consorts trembled and knelt down from afar upon seeing Li Huowang. Li Huowang's entourage had been enjoying the beautiful scenery, but Li Huowang's abrupt change in demeanor and behavior made everyone feel nervous. Li Huowang looked down and replied, Nothing. I just think that the weather is great today. Everyone sighed in relief, especially Puppy. He really thought that something was about to go wrong. Senior Li, you scared us. We thought your illness had returned. I'm already cured. Wait, I heard that the Liu family followed you to Shangjing. Is that true? Li Huowang asked, changing the subject. Yes. Simpleton even gifted them a theater. Lu Yuan was so happy that his nose blew bubbles of snot. At first, Bai Lingmiao thought that the others would become uncomfortable staring at Li Huowang's head made out of lotus roots, but she was mistaken. Surprisingly, everyone accepted it quickly. It wasn't really that surprising to them, who had seen Li Huowang suffering severe injuries during their travels. Unfortunately, the eunuchs and consorts were different, and they couldn't quite get used to it. Is that so? That's great news. The dream that he had been working so hard for half of his life has finally been fulfilled, Li Huowang said. He extended his hand toward Li Sui and patted her head. Several tentacles plucked the nearby flowers, placing them on Li Huowang's head. However, Li Huowang took them away from his head and placed them on Li Sui's head instead. Since Li Huowang was fine, the innocent Li Sui happily sat on the former's lap without thinking too much about the bizarre situation. His theater is so large. I'm sure the Liu family's pink show will become popular with such a large theater. We have to go and support them. Are they still singing that? What a waste of a great theater. Huh? What's wrong with the pink show? Who doesn't like it? The group laughed and chatted as they walked around the garden. They discovered many things during their stroll, including the fact that the palace had a special greenhouse that they were using to grow vegetables, even during winter. Everyone was thrilled, and they plucked some vegetables for themselves. They were planning on using the vegetables to make dumpling fillings for the upcoming New Year's Eve. Fresh vegetables were rare during winter, and the vegetables belonged to Gao Zhijian, so they were more than happy to pluck them. They all believed that what belonged to Gao Zhijian belonged to them as well. After spending some more time in the garden, everyone to their quarters with smiles tugging at their lips. Li Huowang needed more rest, so they didn't want to disturb him. They followed him back to his residence before calling it a day. Once everyone had walked out of the residence, Bai Lingmiao pushed Li Huowang into his bedroom. Senior Li, are you really fine? Bai Lingmiao was technically blind, but the relic that she had consumed allowed her to see clearly. Earlier, Li Huowang had looked up not because of the weather, but because of something else. Don't worry. It's a small issue. Just as they were about to enter the bedroom, Li Huowang raised his hand and stopped her. Miao Miao, can you call Chief Xuan Pin for me? I need to discuss something with him. Bai Lingmiao was surprised, but she still nodded and said, all right, I will. When she left, she pulled Li Sui from Li Huowang's body. But she was reluctant because she missed Li Huowang. Mother, let me stay with father. I haven't seen him for so long, Li Sui begged. She looked like a pretty young woman right now, but she was still acting like a child. No. Your father's head is very fragile. What are we going to do if you end up breaking it by accident? You have to come with me outside. Bai Lingmiao replied sternly, frightening Li Sui. In the end, she relented and followed Bai Lingmiao out while staring at Bai Lingmiao. The room became incredibly quiet upon Bai Lingmiao and Li Sui's departure. Li Huowang closed his eyes amidst the silence. Eventually, his right hand started tapping on the fine leather armrest, while his left hand started tapping on his wheelchair made out of bamboo strips. Amidst the silence and darkness, the smell of disinfectant and flowers seemed to have been amplified. Li Huowang, you were looking for me. Li Huowang opened his eyes and saw Xuan Pin standing in front of him. Xuan Pin's large frame and big red robes occupied Li Huowang's entire field of view. Li Huowang stared deeply at Xuan Pin before asking, are there ropes that are still untied? Who told you that? Xuan Pin asked, taken aback by the revelation that Li Huowang knew about the ropes. No one. I sensed it myself, Li Huowang asked. He could remember someone's piercing gaze on him from the hospital's corridor. Xuan Pin nodded. Yes, but the surveillance bureau is going to deal with it. It's just a small matter, so don't worry about it, and focus on recovering. What's going on? Li Huowang asked once again. Anything related to the dragon vein was definitely not a small matter. Xuan Pin remained silent and turned around to leave instead of answering Li Huowang's question. You don't trust me? Li Huowang asked. Xuan Pin came to a halt. I helped you deal with Shai Zi, and you still don't trust me? Li Huowang added. If you were in my shoes, would you trust yourself? Li Huowang said nothing. Their common enemy was dead, but their relationship seemed like it would never progress to the point that they could fully trust each other. Come find me anytime, whenever you need help. I'm staying in the Liang Kingdom, so I definitely don't want it to fall. Xuan Pin's shadow beneath the robes stared deeply at Li Huowang. That's what you think, but what about the thoughts of the entity behind you? You're not yourself these days, too. Clearly, the plans of a Siming will never align with the plans of mortals. We're the Surveillance Bureau, and we intend to observe the heavens at all cost. Xuan Pin's large figure disappeared into thin air, and the room became quiet once again. Li Huowang became immersed in his own thoughts. Xuan Pin trusted him, but he had no trust in Li Huowang's future self. Since Xuan Pin had no trust in him, there was no reason for him to trust the former. Unfortunately, Xuan Pin was unwilling to talk about it, so he had no choice but to deal with it himself. After all, Huowang had never been someone who'd merely sit down upon realizing that trouble was knocking on his door. 1. We've decided to use father and mother for this world, while mom and dad on the other side. Chapter 591, Appear. 2 days later, Huowang finally opened his eyes once again. Sun Shaoqin wanted to wheel him into the bathroom, but he refused and washed himself. He was extremely weak, but he tried his best and ended up spending half a day just washing himself. Sun Shaoqin was waiting for him when he got out of the bathroom. Huowang's hands were quivering as he grabbed the chopsticks to eat the soup dumplings that Sun Shaoqin had made for him. Eat more. You have to eat more if you want to grow stronger. Anyway, what do you think about going for physiotherapy after all this? Does that sound good to you? MMHM. Huowang nodded with his cheeks stuffed with soup dumplings. He was too weak. He needed to recover to the extent that he could walk by himself as soon as possible. If he were to face off against a strayed one's version of himself, he'd probably die with just a flick of a finger. After breakfast, Huowang went for physiotherapy. He grabbed the rail firmly and exhausted himself just to move a tiny bit. It was a feat easily achievable by ordinary people, but it was exceedingly difficult for Huowang. Soon, he started sweating bullets, and he felt abnormally sore. Thankfully, he had long gotten used to such pain, so the thought of giving up never popped up in his mind. After several sessions, Huowang laid down on his bed while breathing in ragged pants. His limbs were twitching. This was a sign that he was recovering. Sun Shaoqin massaged his sore muscles to prevent the buildup of lactic acid. Otherwise, his muscles would become even more sore tomorrow. Sun Shaoqin had no issues massaging Huowang, as she had been doing so every day to ensure that Huowang's muscles wouldn't waste away at a fast rate. Don't give up, son. We'll work together for your treatment. Once you can be discharged, we'll transfer you to another hospital. To be honest, this place feels more like a prison than a hospital. Why won't we go back home? I still have to go to another hospital? Huowang asked with a frown. We can't go home so soon. Don't worry. Once you're completely cured, once the doctors are sure that you're cured, then you can go home. What a hassle. Ho ho ho. Sun Shaoqin thought of it otherwise. Her son's treatment was far more important to her than anything. She was happy, as she could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. She no longer had to grasp at straws, and she was no longer terrified by the idea that her son would remain ill for the rest of his life. Huowang's treatment was the reason Sun Shaoqin had been extremely frugal all this while. She saved as much money as she could for her son's treatment and for her son himself, afraid that no one would take care of his son once she and her husband were no longer of this world. By then, Huowang would surely become homeless and would be forced to scavenge for food among garbage. He could also end up dying from hypothermia during the bitter cold of the winter months. Fortunately, her son's prognosis was great. She no longer had to be that frugal, but she was still saving quite a bit of money for his wedding. Girls are pretty materialistic these days. I should save more money just in case. Thankfully, he's still young, so there's still plenty of time. Mom, you're massaging my neck, Huowang said. Sun Shaoqin snapped back to reality and let go of Huowang's neck. She then patted his cheeks gently and said, Be good and rest for now. I'll go and get some water to wipe away your sweat. And just like that, days passed by as Huowang continued with his physiotherapy. He still looked emaciated, but he no longer needed anyone's help to walk. He could finally carry a bowl with one hand as well. Huowang's actions were unremarkable these days, so everyone dropped their guard around him. At first, Huowang had 4 guards around him, but it dropped to 3 after a few days until only 2 guards were stationed around him. The hospital had many people to handle, and they couldn't afford to waste manpower just to keep tabs on Huowang. One afternoon, Huowang was sitting on a bench watching television with 2 guards standing behind him. Of course, his hands were still cuffed. The other patients were still avoiding him, and no one dared to sit near him. Huowang couldn't care less. He had no intentions of becoming friends with them. He once approached one of the patients, but the patient was reduced to tears in fear. Huowang stared at the romance drama, and he felt secondhand embarrassment from the absurd plot. What kind of show is this? Do they have nothing else to do? Can love even earn them money? I think you should watch some more drama. You brat, little Lu said. You can learn techniques from them. Techniques on wooing a girl. Huowang was not a criminal, so there was no reason for them to be alert all the time. Sun Shaoqin also gave them food from time to time, so the guards had a fairly amicable relationship with Huowang. You need to learn those from dramas? No wonder you haven't been able to find a girlfriend. Anyway, do you have a phone? Let me borrow it. I feel like playing games. Yeah, I have a phone in my dreams. Management doesn't even let us carry a keypad phone, little Lu said, staring at the TV. Li Huowang sighed and stood up before walking to the left corridor. Where are you going? Asked little Lu as he stood up immediately, along with the other guard. Where else? I'm going to the toilet. We'll go with you. The two guards escorted Li Huowang to the toilet. This wasn't Li Huowang's first time in the corridor's toilet. The guard stood outside while Li Huowang relieved himself slowly, as if he was waiting for something. Li Huowang, I think there's something wrong with your kidneys. Why else would you have to use the toilet for so long and every day at that? You should worry about yourself. For your information, I have a girlfriend. Fuck off. Li Huowang washed his hands and saw an old man carrying a trash bag entering the toilet. Li Huowang looked up at the mirror and saw that the old man was wearing a cap and a mask. Li Huowang turned around and was about to leave when he was struck by that bizarre sensation once again. His figure tensed up as he stared at the reflection of the old man cleaning the toilet. Sensing his gaze, the old man looked up and saw Li Huowang's eyes through the mirror, but he quickly lowered his head. It was brief, but Li Huowang recognized the old man through the latter's gaze. The old man was Wang Wei. Guys, I need some more time. I've got to dump. Hurry up. Do you have any tissues? Little Lu asked. He didn't seem to have sensed anything wrong, and it was all because Li Huowang's tone of voice didn't sound off at all. Moreover, Dr. Yi had told them that Li Huowang's episodes would always start with ramblings, so it wasn't that difficult to know that Li Huowang was in the middle of an episode. Li Huowang stared deeply at the door before walking slowly toward Wang Wei. What are you doing here? Li Huowang asked. Wang Wei was his previous doctor, and he could still remember the fact that Wang Wei had lost his mind for some reason. Wang Wei's right hand reached out and grabbed Li Huowang's wrist. His voice was low, but the trembling in his voice spoke volumes of his tumultuous emotions. I know. That side is real. I know it's real. Wang Wei's pupils were quivering violently, and he looked like a patient having a manic episode. Chapter 592, Wang Wei. Li Huowang was surprised by Wang Wei's statement, and he was even more surprised by Wang Wei's appearance. I think he really went crazy. He had no idea what happened to Wang Wei for him to change so much in such a short period of time. Li Huowang looked at the door and saw that the guards were still outside, so he whispered, Wang Wei, my illness has been cured. The other side is fake. I merely imagined it. We're done here. Don't come and look for me again, or else. Li Huowang shook Wang Wei off and turned around to leave, but he didn't expect Wang Wei to pester him. I have video evidence of you producing gold out of nowhere. Do you have any idea what's going to happen to you once I post it on the internet? Wang Wei said. Li Huowang came to a halt. He turned around and glared at Wang Wei. He walked up to Wang Wei and whispered into the latter's ears. You better think before you speak. I'm still a patient here, and if a mentally ill person commits a crime, it is not considered a crime. Li Huowang then snarled, revealing his white teeth. Wang Wei shivered, feeling like he was talking to a beast rather than to a man. Li Huowang was really going to kill him. However, his excitement was still higher than his fear. He pretended to be calm as he replied, I don't believe you. You can't kill me because you're not ill. You only have special powers. Wang Wei then retreated after saying that, afraid that Li Huowang would bite off his head. I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here to work with you earnestly. You've lost your mind. Li Huowang roared. Footsteps echoed from outside just then. We have to stop talking. We'll talk again once we get another chance. Little Lu asked as he entered the toilet with the other guard. They saw Li Huowang washing his hands, and an old man was mopping the floor. Why are you guys in such a hurry? I'm handcuffed, so I can't move fast. Li Huowang shook the water off of his hand and left without looking at Wang Wei. The guards looked at the old man in confusion before following Li Huowang out of the toilet. In the next few days, Li Huowang never visited that specific toilet, and Wang Wei didn't visit him at all. It seemed like nothing had happened between them. However, Li Huowang knew that it wasn't over yet. Wang Wei would definitely come and visit him, and he had to be prepared for that. Several days later, a festive atmosphere enveloped the hospital, and the patients were smiling more often. Soon, it would be the new year, and the hospital's food had become better than usual. Li Huowang even heard the guards talking about how the other hospitals would even set up stages, allowing patients to perform and showcase their talents. Unfortunately, the White Tower Hospital had no patients capable of performing, so they decided to just make some dumplings to eat during New Year's Eve as well as other traditional activities. Finally, it was New Year's Eve. Sun Xiaoqin was giggling in joy as she wrapped dumplings with Li Huowang. She laughed at Li Huowang's messy dumplings. Wrap them faster, so we can go watch the shows that are only aired during New Year's Eve. Do we really need to make so many dumplings? Li Huowang asked, shaking his handcuffed hands. Of course, we can't just make it for ourselves. We need to share them with the other patients. They've been leading a hard life all this time. Soon, they were done wrapping the dumplings, and Sun Xiaoqin took them to the kitchen. There were knives in the kitchen, so someone like Li Huowang was banned from even getting close to it. Little Lu led him to the common area to watch television. Perhaps it was because of the holiday, but Li Huowang only had one guard around him. Do you still need to work overtime despite it being a holiday today? You sure have it rough, Li Huowang said, sitting down on the bench. Little Lu was unhappy as well. He fished out a piece of candy from his pocket and ate it before replying. Sigh, what can I say? I'm just a paid prisoner at this point. I don't feel like working here anymore. Why was I so stupid to take up this job? Hey, look at the bright side. Even though you can't go home during the New Year's Eve, you still have overtime pay. Most people don't even get paid despite working overtime. Soon, it was 8 o'clock, and the show that Sun Xiaoqin had been waiting for today finally started. Sun Xiaoqin also served the dumplings. A group of patients and guards ate dumplings while complaining about the show. The festive air around the hospital seemed to reach its peak, making everyone feel like they were truly about to welcome another year. Just then, the bizarre sensation came back. Li Huowang said nothing and stood up. He told little Lu that the show was boring and that he wanted to go to sleep. Everyone was in the common area, so the wards were quiet. Even the corridors were desolate. Li Huowang glanced at the red light coming from the surveillance camera. Moments later, it disappeared, and the door to his room swung open. You're here. Li Huowang wasn't surprised to see Wang Wei here. Li Huowang saw Wang Wei, and he was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown as a disguise. You're really good at this. To think that you can infiltrate this place so easily, Li Huowang said. He knew that he had to deal with this matter tonight. Wang Wei merely threw a stack of paper onto Li Huowang's bed. It's Yi Donglai's thesis. I know what you've encountered over there. Li Huowang gave the documents a quick read and saw that the majority of what he had said to Yi Donglai was written on them. While Li Huowang was busy reading the documents, Wang Wei walked up to him with an agitated look. Since you can bring some gold from there to this side, you can also do the same for lifespan pills. I need you to bring over a pill for me right now. Li Huowang stared deeply at Wang Wei before saying, While you were still my doctor, I ended up getting abducted by a few men. They thought I could produce gold out of thin air, too. Did you tell them about me? Li Huowang could still remember how he was abducted by a strange group of people, which ended up in him becoming a vagrant living underneath a bridge. Li Huowang realized that those men couldn't have abducted him so easily without an insider's help, and he suspected Wang Wei of being that insider. Chapter 593, Self-Defense. Wang Wei was silent, but it was an answer in Li Huowang's eyes. You used them to test me, right? Li Huowang asked. Wang Wei took a deep breath, and his expression became serious as he said, Little Li, I was your doctor, so I'm familiar with you. I have a method that will allow you to make full use of your power. I can let you live like a king on both sides. Li Huowang shook his head and threw the thesis onto the bed. I'm sorry, but no, I can't do it. Are you scared that I might take advantage of you? You're the one who gets to decide what to take from the other side. I can't force you. Bring me a lifespan pill from there, and we'll continue talking. Li Huowang shook his head once more and explained, No, I'm saying that I've been cured, so I will never have those illusions again. What did you say? Wang Wei asked blankly when someone tackled him and pinned him to the ground. Wang Wei's hands were cuffed in the blink of an eye, and then he was forced to stand up. It was only then that he saw several scowling guards standing before him, along with a man wearing a white hospital robe. He recognized the latter, as he was none other than Li Huowang's current doctor, Yi Donglai. Dr. Wang, you're sick. You need treatment, Li Huowang said calmly. Li Huowang had told Yi Donglai about his meeting with Wang Wei. Since Wang Wei had made use of him, why couldn't he do the same? There was no reason not to capture Wang Wei, as the latter could kick up a fuss, which would delay Li Huowang's discharge from the hospital. Wang Wei struggled against the guards holding him down as he glared at Li Huowang. It's useless even if you lock me up. I'm just a pawn. Your potential is too big, and it cannot be kept a secret. The guards dragged Wang Wei outside, leaving Li Huowang and Yi Donglai alone in the room. Don't worry. His illness is quite severe, so he's not going to be able to bother you for a while. I'm worried about something else. Is it your illness? Don't worry, you've stabilized. Someone else has brought it up to you, but you did not relapse. Is that so? Do you really think that I'm fine? How would you explain Beifeng's words, then? Why do I feel that you've instigated it? Li Huowang asked Zhi while holding his head made out of lotus root. Zhi was quiet for a while before responding. It's because something happened, and we need your help. Help? How may I help you? Why are you acting as if I were your twisted one? Li Huowang asked. There's no reason to differentiate between ourselves. I am you, and you are me. We have the same heavenly Tao. Li Huowang rubbed his temples. Flesh had started growing on his lotus root head. The denouement has come. Can't I even live in peace? You chose this, and my choice is your choice, too, so you should not complain. Fine, Li Huowang said. He sighed in exasperation before asking, tell me what to do. The sitting oblivion Tao has been annihilated, so this is our golden opportunity. I need your help snatching away Yinyang Dolao's heavenly Tao of truth and falsehoods. Li Huowang was outraged. He found the suggestion so absurd that he almost laughed. You need my help doing that? I'm just an ordinary person. How can I snatch those away? How can I help you deal with a Siming with two heavenly Taos? Also, aren't you responsible for the heavenly Tao of bewilderment? Are your hands not full just taking care of your own heavenly Tao? Why do you need more heavenly Taos to the extent that you've actually considered robbing a Siming for it? I'm tired. I'm really tired. Can't I rest for a few years? Zhi replied. I'm not the one seeking trouble here. I am simply trying to protect myself. Don't forget that helping me equals helping yourself. If anything were to happen to me, what had happened would change. Protect? Li Huowang was shocked. He stared at Zhi and asked nervously, did something happen at Bayou Capital? No. Even if something had happened, how could that event be significant enough to harm you? A Siming. You'll know the answer if you think about the reason why the Surveillance Bureau wanted the Sacred Mountain Ghost Eye. You should also think about why Shai Zi even came up with such a complicated plan to obtain the Dragon Vein. Something major is happening, and they can feel it. How about you? Don't tell me that you don't feel anything. Li Huowang was confused, and he sat down silently, pondering everything that had happened to him. He had the feeling that something major was going down, but he thought that it was none of his business. He thought that even if the heavens ended up collapsing, someone would be there to hold it up. However, Li Huowang couldn't have imagined that his future self would be the figure who'd end up protecting everyone. Is it God you are? Li Huowang asked, recalling the ruined Qi kingdom and Chibao's illusion, whose head was covered with a white cloth. It was all God Yumer's fault, along with the sun-devouring heavenly dog in the Qi kingdom, which had devoured half of the sun. If it were just God Yuer, it would be easy to handle, Zhi said, and his words made Li Huowang feel afraid of what was to come. Who could it be other than God Yuer? Who are they? Where did they come from? And what do they want? I can't tell you that, as they'll immediately learn of your existence the moment you learn of their existence. In addition, even your future self did not tell your present self. Li Huowang was confused. He had no idea what Zhi was talking about. You want me to help you snatch Yinyang Dolao's heavenly Daos, but you haven't told me how to do that. What do I need to do? You can probably do it through Beifeng. Find Beifeng and the Dolao's twisted Dao. Kill them and leave the rest to me, said Xuan Pin. Moments later, his figure started to crumble like sand. What? You could have told me that earlier. The Surveillance Bureau has just captured Beifeng. They are never going to let me make contact with Beifeng. Zhi ignored Li Huowang and simply disappeared into nothingness. Frustrated, Li Huowang sprawled out on the bed. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep. He didn't want to do anything, but he understood that he had to do it. It was going to affect his future self and the future of the Liang Kingdom. Regardless of what was to come, becoming even stronger would not hurt him at all. Li Huowang knew that he could end up failing to save everyone, but he wanted to save his loved ones, at the very least. Zhi can't be trusted. I need to think of a way myself, Li Huowang muttered to himself. Almost no one knew what happened on this fateful night, as everyone was in the common area for New Year's Eve. In other words, they had no idea what had transpired in the ward. The higher-ups in the hospital were the only ones aware of what had transpired, and they ended up removing Li Huowang's restraints. Li Huowang could move freely now. Sun Shaoqin was happy, but for a different reason. Chapter 594, Transfer. Li Huowang continued with his physical therapy, and Sun Shaoqin cooked a variety of meals to fill Li Huowang's emaciated body with nutrients. Li Huowang built more and more muscles as time ticked by, and his recovery rate could actually be considered pretty fast. He no longer looked like a skeleton beneath his hospital gown, and his arms were slowly recovering their strength. While Li Huowang was happily eating his Yuan, on his bed, an unexpected visitor arrived. The bald head of the visitor reminded Li Huowang of a certain someone, a certain prison warden. "Madam Sun, your son's condition has stabilized, and he is now eligible for transfer to another hospital. Why don't you send him to a private hospital that is capable of treating him better? He'd be able to live a more comfortable life in a private hospital. Our facilities here are quite old, after all." Sun Xiaoqin stared at Li Huowang, who was busy eating his Yuan. "Let me call my husband and discuss it with him." Sun Xiaoqin walked to the corner of the room and fished out her phone to call her husband and discuss the matter with him. After a while, Sun Xiaoqin returned to Li Huowang's bedside and said, "All right, we will do as you say." This was a hospital, but it was more like a government-funded prison for vagrants with mental illnesses. Li Huowang was already cured, so there was no reason for him to stay in such a depressing place. The prison warden grinned at Sun Xiaoqin's remark. Li Huowang was finally leaving. He could still remember how he almost died from a heart attack when he saw Li Huowang climbing up an electric fence. If Li Huowang had ended up dying back then, the prison warden's future would have been ruined. Actually, he hadn't been able to sleep or eat well these days. He was so scared that something would go wrong with Li Huowang and that the public would blame him for it. "Madam Sun, I'm sure you know that we've never mistreated your son, right? Once you have any free time, can you say something nice to the reporters when they come and interview you? Don't worry about that. I'm going to praise this place with my entire life. Your doctors are miracle workers capable of healing any mental disorder." You don't have to do that. Just tell them the truth. "Anyway, I'll leave you alone now, Madam Sunday. I'll go ahead and do some paperwork," the prison warden said and left. Sun Xiaoqin turned to Li Huowang and said, "Eat slowly, my son. You'll be transferred soon, and it's good news. I'll go and have some brocade banners made for Dr. E." "We're leaving?" Li Huowang asked, but he was not surprised at all. He was no longer ill, so it was time for him to leave. Everything went swimmingly. Li Huowang had just finished his meal when they told him that he could finally leave. In fact, the prison was even more excited to let Li Huowang leave compared to Li Huowang himself. Li Huowang also didn't expect that his transfer to another hospital would be so grand. The patients of the hospital gathered to send him away, while those who couldn't attend the event peeked out of their windows to stare at Li Huowang's departing figure. Even the guards at the sentry tower were staring at him. Prison guard Lu was right. Li Huowang was indeed famous here. Some of the hospital's higher-ups had gathered to send Li Huowang off as well. They were grinning from ear to ear, and it made Li Huowang think that perhaps they had won the lottery. Just as Li Huowang was about to walk past Yi Donglai, the latter stopped him and said, "I said you're stable, but you're not completely stable yet. I'm sorry. I wanted to let you stay here a bit longer so I could observe you more, but they refused my suggestion. They wanted you to leave as soon as possible to ensure that you're not going to cause another issue here. But don't worry, I will be detailed in my report regarding your case. The doctor taking over my job as your doctor is my junior, so don't worry. Just focus on recovering. They should give you another assessment in 3 months. Pass that assessment, and you will be allowed to go back home. Of course, you will still be under observation." Li Huowang nodded quietly. "Don't forget to drink your medicine, and do not stop drinking them even after you're discharged," Yi Donglai instructed. He gave a few more instructions to Li Huowang when the latter asked a peculiar question. "Dr. E, where is Wang Wei being held? Which mental hospital is it?" "Why do you ask that?" Yi Donglai asked, massaging his nose bridge with a confused look. "I'm technically the reason he went crazy, so I feel like I should give him something nice to eat once I'm discharged. I also feel quite guilty. He's in the 6th public hospital. You don't have to worry about him. Just focus on studying and get into a good university." Li Huowang shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that would be too hard, Dr. E. Anyway, can you give me your phone number? I want to contact you if something happens." Yi Donglai nodded. He took out a pen and paper to jot down his phone number. "If there are any changes to your illness, call me." "I understand. Thank you. You are a good doctor." Li Huowang put away the slip of paper containing Yi Donglai's number and entered the bus that would take him and Sun Xiaoqin away from the hospital. The bus started moving, and the prison warden burst out laughing at the sight. He turned around and spread his arms wide, shouting, "Tell the inmates in the kitchen to cook extra meals for everyone tonight." The festive mood erupted in the hospital at the prison warden's remark. If they had fireworks, they would have set them off to celebrate Li Huowang's departure. Li Huowang's hand was cuffed to a chair as he looked out of the scenery outside the bus. After a while, He turned around and stared at his mother, asking, "Mom, where are we going?" "We're going to a private hospital called Kangning Hospital. I've done my research about it, and I learned that it's a good hospital." "Oh," Li Huowang nodded. There was nothing he could do about it, as he needed to get rid of his status as a lunatic. Regardless, Li Huowang was happy. His illness had been cured to the extent that he could be transferred to another hospital. He could still remember how Yang Na was carried away by her father. He could finally fulfill his promise to her. He really wanted to see her again and apologize to her. Li Huowang acknowledged that he had wronged her. The bus traveled for a long time, and Li Huowang ended up falling asleep in the middle of it. It was already dusk when Sun Xiaoqin woke him up. "Son, wake up. We're here." Li Huowang yawned and exited the bus. A building covered in green glass appeared in front of him. If it weren't for the red cross in the middle of the building, he would have thought that he was staring at an office building. The prison guards appeared and escorted Li Huowang into the hospital. They only left once Li Huowang had signed some documents. "Please follow me," a square-faced doctor said courteously to Li Huowang. There were 4 nurses standing behind him. Li Huowang looked around and whistled in awe at the main hall's grand interior. "We are indeed in a private hospital." Sun Xiaoqin was about to follow Li Huowang, but was stopped. "I'm sorry, but visitors are not allowed to follow our patients. There is a specific day when visitors are allowed, and you can only talk to him by then." 1. Balls of glutinous rice flour in a sweet broth. Delicious. Chapter 595, Mental Illness. "Huh, why can't I follow him? The public hospital even allowed me to do so. Why can't you do the same as them?" Sun Xiaoqin asked, visibly upset at the strange rule. "Even though we're a private hospital, we still have our rules. I'm just a doctor, so I can't do anything about it. If you're unsatisfied with our rules and policies, then you can transfer to another hospital." Sun Xiaoqin's brows furrowed, and her breathing became rougher as fury welled up inside of her. Li Huowang saw that and intervened to stop her from going berserk. Mom, it's okay. I'm already cured. You don't have to stay with me every day. You must be tired of taking care of me every day over the past few years, so you can rest now. Go to Dad's side." "I can't do that yet. You're so skinny. What if you get bullied by the other patients here?" "Mom, this isn't my first time in a mental hospital. Who'd dare to bully me?" Li Huowang persuaded. He even added a phone call to Li Jianxing, which was finally enough for Sun Xiaoqin to back down. "You're such, okay. Listen to the doctor, and don't do anything rash." "Okay, I'm going to do that." Sun Xiaoqin put her phone down and looked at Li Huowang, saying, "Son, you must not worry about telling the doctor if you're experiencing any discomfort. Tell the doctor if your room is too hot or too cold." "Mom, calm down. I'm already cured, so I'll be discharged soon." Sun Xiaoqin nodded and left to pay the hospital fees, while Li Huowang was pushed into the hospital by the doctor. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Cheng, and I'm a psychiatrist like Yidonglai. I was in the cohort 2 years later than Yidonglai, so I'm considered his junior. He told me the details of your case through a phone call." "Really? That's great," Li Huowang said calmly. "Since you know that I'm basically cured, can you uncuff me?" "Sorry, but I can't do that. I understand what's going on with you, but I'm afraid that the director will not. He has specifically instructed me to ensure that nothing would you. Also, I've heard that someone has pressured him to accept you. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have accepted you." Li Huowang looked down at his cuffs and asked, "Are you saying that I have to wear these until I'm discharged?" "Just endure it for now. I will talk to the director later. Anyway, we're here. Let's go in for your examination. I'm sure you're already familiar with it." Li Huowang nodded. "I know the procedure. Let's do it." To ensure that the hospital wouldn't accidentally admit patients with the tendency to harm others, the hospital would screen their patients before admitting them. Once the screening and admission procedures were done, Li Huowang finally managed to enter his own room. The room had nothing but a single bed. It seemed that his infamy had given him an unexpected boon, as the hospital had made sure that he'd be living by himself. The travel and the procedures had taken its toll on Li Huowang, and he sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep. The next morning, a nurse woke him up. He was given a few minutes to wash up before the nurse gave him a tour of the hospital. There wasn't anything particularly interesting, as the facilities of the hospital were mostly similar to the facilities in Li Huowang's previous hospital. After the tour, Li Huowang was called over to sit in a circle with the other patients. It was Li Huowang's first time experiencing something like this, so he couldn't help but find it surprising. It turned out that the hospital wanted the patients to talk to each other about their illnesses to cheer each other up. Although this was Li Huowang's first time participating in one, he had no qualms about doing it, as Wu Cheng had told him that this was the hospital's project to imitate overseas hospitals with more advanced technology. Li Huowang could only say that private hospitals had more leeway when it came to activities that their patients could do. Everyone sat on their stools in a circle, and the patients proceeded to take turns confessing their illnesses. I have schizophrenia. It's fairly light, so I can manage it with medication, a middle-aged woman said. Manic syndrome. My condition is improving, all thanks to the medicine, a bald man said with his fingers twitching intermittently. Depression, a young woman in a ponytail said. Her eyes were glazed over, and there were slash wounds on her wrists. Overall, she looked quite terrible. An old woman, who looked to be roughly 50 years old, said, Anxiety, but there was no reason for me to stay here. My daughter only insisted that I stay here until I'm all healed. Soon, it was Li Huowang's turn. Everyone cast a curious gaze at the new face. Me? I don't have one. I'm already cured. At that, the patients turned and whispered to each other while stealing glances at Li Huowang. Li Huowang was too lazy to explain his situation, so he stayed silent. Moreover, he wasn't going to stay here for a long time, so he was planning on taking it easy. He looked around and saw a chubby kid playing with his own fingers. Hey, what's your illness? The chubby kid ignored Li Huowang without looking up from his fingers. Don't waste your breath. He's autistic, and he's not going to respond to you. The man with manic syndrome said to Li Huowang. He's autistic? How did he get here then? He's not like us, Li Huowang asked, sounding surprised. Autism required early intervention, and as far as Li Huowang knew, this hospital wasn't the best place when it came to it. How else do you think he got here? His family saw him as an eyesore. They didn't want to take care of him, but it's illegal to abandon him on the streets, so they had no choice but to send him here, the man with manic syndrome explained. Then, he pointed at someone else and said, Do you see that fatty over there? The one with black spots on his face. Li Huowang followed the man's finger and asked, What's wrong with him? He's fine. It's just that his mind is incredibly slow. He has the same circumstances as this kid right here. Their parents don't want to take care of them, so they sent them here. Really unbelievable. What kind of parents would do something like that? This is a mental hospital, so only those with mental illnesses should be here. But look at that fatty and this kid. I think their family members are convinced that this place is a prison for crazy people. Yeah, and that mindset is the reason why people think that those with mental illnesses are dangerous people. Is that even legal? Li Huowang asked, scratching his chin. Unbeknownst to him, the young woman suffering from depression finally saw that he was handcuffed. This is a private hospital. There are no rules here when it comes to earning money. What? Do you really think that they can sue their own family? Actually, I understand them. It takes a ton of money, time, and effort to take care of someone with a disability. Just then, Wu Cheng walked over with a clipboard and a pen. He chose an empty stool and sat down before asking, How's the conversation going? The young woman suffering from depression abruptly jumped up and pointed at Li Huowang with a fearful look. She then let out a shrill roar. I know him. He was on TV. He barged into a university and killed many people. Chapter 596, Wu Cheng. Everyone in the circle jumped out of their seats and ran away from Li Huowang. No, it wasn't just them. Even the patients in the other circles ran away from Li Huowang upon hearing the young woman's remark. The atmosphere became tense, and the patients started panicking upon recognizing Li Huowang. When Li Huowang thought the situation would spiral out of control, Wu Cheng stood up and shouted, Everyone, calm down. It is true that Li Huowang had made many mistakes, but it was his illness fault. Wu Cheng then walked up to Li Huowang and patted the latter's shoulder. But his illness is finally under control, and he's also going to be discharged soon. You've seen the news, haven't you? Even a lunatic at his level can be treated, so what are you afraid of? Can your illness even hold a candle to his illness? Everyone, you must keep looking forward. I guarantee that as long as you follow our treatment regime and take your medicine on time, you'll recover just like him. You will be able to rejoin society. Wu Cheng's speech was effective, as the patients calmed down and sat back down. Li Huowang had to admit that Wu Cheng had a glib tongue. Would you like to say a few encouraging words to them, Li Huowang? You are their model patient, after all. Li Huowang shook his head without saying anything. He had no intention of doing something that would make him stand out here. The confession session continued, and nothing happened except for the patients stealing glances at Li Huowang. Li Huowang scratched his nose, realizing that he had stood out. It seemed that he would have to live like how he lived in the White Prison Tower. However, Li Huowang didn't really mind living that way as long as he'd get discharged. Come here. Since you don't know anyone here just yet, you will be assigned to this group. From now on, the members of the group must help each other out. All right, go ahead and introduce yourselves, Wu Cheng said. He wanted the patients to work together. My name is Zhang Shuier. It's nice to meet you, said the woman with anxiety. Seeing that no one was saying anything, the man with manic syndrome said, Wei surely. Li Huowang finally learned the names of his group members. The young woman suffering from depression was Zhao Ting, while the one with schizophrenia was Wang Wangshu. Under Wu Cheng's guidance and Li Huowang's astonished gaze, the autistic boy wrote his name on Wu Cheng's phone, who promptly showed it to everyone. Zhang Jinzhong. Dr. Wu, can this hospital even treat those with autism? Wu Cheng put the phone away and said, This isn't treatment. I'm simply assisting him in expressing himself. People like Jinzhong suffer from disorganized thoughts and fragmented perception. In their eyes, the previous second could be the present, but the next second could be an hour later. This doesn't mean that they don't want to interact with others at all. They simply needed assistance to do so, and they'd be able to express themselves with the right tools. Is that so? Li Huowang nodded and stared deeply at the autistic boy. He had to admit that they had it worse than him. Li Huowang's illness was curable, but the boy had to live a life with disorganized thoughts and fragmented perception. Under Wu Cheng's guidance, the patients started talking about their illnesses and opening their hearts up to others. They even played some games to break the ice, and the games made Li Huowang feel embarrassed, as he thought that they were too old to play such games. It was an old trick, but it was working. Once they were done playing, the others could finally talk casually to Li Huowang, even though they were secretly afraid of him. An entire morning passed just like that, and soon, it was time for lunch. Li Huowang's condition was stable, so he could go to the canteen by himself to eat. He no longer needed people to send his meals to him. Li Huowang had just stood up when Zhao Ting walked up to Li Huowang. She was crying as she said, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have shouted at you. Now, everyone knows of your true identity, and it's all my fault. I really am so useless. Seeing how Zhao Ting was clenching her fists with so much strength that her nails were digging into her own flesh, Li Huowang knew that Zhao Ting's condition was serious. People suffering from depression had a tendency to amplify their own guilt, even if the issue was trivial at most. At this rate, Zhao Ting's condition was only going to get worse. You're doing fine. No need to say sorry. You did the right thing by letting the others know about me so that they'll know how dangerous I am. Your shouting warned the others, so you did great. And you don't have to feel guilty at all, as you simply did the right thing, and you owe the others nothing. Is that so? Zhao Ting asked, her face softening a bit. Yes, so don't think about it, and eat your lunch. Take your medicine once you're done eating, and then take a nap. I think your medicine is wearing off right now. Li Huowang expended quite a bit of effort before he managed to send Zhao Ting away. When he turned around to leave, he saw Wu Cheng smiling at him, saying, Not bad. Do you spend a lot of time with patients like her? Sort of. Patients like her are easy pickings for bullies, so I help them from time to time, Li Huowang said, following the other patients to the canteen. Bullies? What kind of hospital would allow the existence of bullies? Do they not have surveillance cameras? What hospital is so backward that they don't have surveillance cameras? The bullying isn't that serious. It's something minor like taking a bite of the patient's meal, stealing a bag of snacks from them, and so on. They aren't serious enough to warrant the attention of the doctors. Even though everyone here is suffering from a mental illness, they can still be sorted into good apples and bad apples. I think some of them think that taking a bite of someone else's meal without being punished for it means that they're winning in life. They'll bully those with depression because those with depression often don't fight back. Ask them to bully those with manic syndrome or those suffering from schizophrenia. I guarantee you that they'd run with their tails tucked. Wu Cheng nodded and jotted down something in his notebook. Thanks. Even us doctors can't understand every single detail about our patients. I will let my superior know your thoughts. Wu Cheng and Li Huowang chit-chat until they reached the canteen. Li Huowang carried his metal tray with him to his seat. He picked up a tofu fried in scallion oil and was about to eat it when Wu Cheng's voice echoed from behind him. Once you're done eating, stay in your room and don't go anywhere. Your treatment is scheduled for this afternoon. Treatment? I'm already cured, so what is that treatment for? Li Huowang thought, looking confused. Donglai had told him that he only had to stay here for some time, and he'd eventually be discharged. Why do I need more treatment when I'm already cured? Chapter 597 Medicine. The patients were having their meal in the canteen. Li Huowang was there as well, but he had yet to touch his meal. I thought Donglai had already had a conversation with his junior. Did something go wrong? Staring at his meal, Li Huowang had lost his appetite as he recalled what Wu Qing told him. If it weren't for his sharp hearing, he would think that he had misheard Wu Qing. I should just eat first and see what he's up to, Li Huowang said, making quick work of his meal. Lunch was over, and Li Huowang soon found himself in his bed, waiting for Wu Qing's arrival. He wanted to see what Wu Qing was planning to do. If there was something wrong, then he'd call Yi Donglai for confirmation. Time passed slowly, and the door to Li Huowang's room only swung open when it already was 2:30 in the afternoon. Sorry, there was a meeting, so there's a bit of a delay, Wu Qing said, smoothing his hair with an apologetic face. There was a tablet in his hands. Don't worry. Are we starting now? What do I need to do? Don't be nervous. You don't have to do anything. It's just speech therapy, Wu Qing asked. He sat on a stool and told Li Huowang to lay himself down on the bed. Li Huowang complied. Do you miss the other side? Wu Qing asked. Wu Qing's words made Li Huowang's scalp go numb, and he unconsciously reached for his spine sword. No. Wu Qing nodded and tapped on the tablet. Good. Now close your eyes and relax. Good. Now, I want you to recall everything about your hallucination. I want you to remember how real it felt. Now, you've forgotten the reality. You cannot perceive it anymore. You've returned to Shangjing. Li Huowang clenched his fists and squirmed. He felt like his head was buzzing and was about to explode. Open your eyes. You're back in that world, and you're surrounded by your comrades. Li Huowang opened his eyes and swung his spine sword at Wu Qing. What are you doing to me? Wu Qing was visibly surprised by Li Huowang's outrage. He tapped on the tablet and said, Li Huowang, this won't do. You won't pass the assessment like this. Wu Qing, what is the meaning of this? Li Huowang stood up and glared at Wu Qing. Why are you doing the opposite thing? Because I needed to make sure that your illness has truly been cured. The fact that you've relapsed so easily means that you're still ill, Wu Qing said calmly. I'm cured. I don't need any treatment anymore. I've become normal once more. Wu Qing let out a regretful sigh and said, Li Huowang, you're shouting at me. I had a good discussion about this treatment method with Yi Donglai. Li Huowang gnashed his teeth, feeling annoyed. Give me your phone. I need to call Yi Donglai. I'm afraid not. You cannot talk to anyone else in the outside world except for your family members, and it can only be done once a week. It's one of the hospital's rules. As Li Huowang stared at Wu Qing, he realized that the latter had become very unfamiliar to him. It felt like Wu Qing had changed in the span of a single afternoon. Yi Donglai, your senior. My doctor. Can I call him? I'm sorry, but it is not allowed. Rules are rules. Sit down, and we'll continue. This is for your own good. No, I'm not going to do that. Li Huowang roared. I'm cured. Your treatment will only make it worse. I want to talk about the specifics of this treatment with Yi Donglai, and I will not let you do this treatment to me until then. I need to hear it from his own mouth, or I will not cooperate. Wu Qing shook his head and said, If you don't cooperate, your discharge date will be delayed indefinitely. With that, Wu Qing left with the tablet, leaving Li Huowang alone in the room. Li Huowang paced back and forth in the room, thinking about what was happening. All of a sudden, he found Wu Qing to be quite suspicious. They had been talking amiably to each other, but things had changed drastically in such a short period of time. There was something wrong here. Unless, monk, you're right. Wu Qing and Wang Wei are probably in cahoots. Li Huowang exclaimed, and he was certain of his assumption. Li Huowang suddenly felt like a beast was glaring at him, and it was due to the realization that Wang Wei wasn't alone. Someone was controlling Wang Wei from the shadows. What should I do? Killing intent flashed past Li Huowang's eyes as he brainstormed ideas to resolve this situation. No, I can't. If I kill someone again, I'm going to get myself imprisoned for life in a mental hospital. Li Huowang stared at the camera in one corner of the room. Soon, it was dinner time. Li Huowang had just sat down in the canteen when he realized that something was wrong. The workers in the canteen were staring warily at him. The man with manic syndrome saw that Li Huowang was sitting by himself, so he walked up to Li Huowang. Before he could get close, however, a nurse came and took him elsewhere to discuss something. Li Huowang guessed that the hospital's higher-ups had become wary of him. Unfortunately, this was bad news for Li Huowang. After dinner and 30 minutes later, it was time for Li Huowang to take his medicine. However, alarm bells started ringing in his head when he saw an unfamiliar red pill among his pills. He took the red pill and looked at it in the mirror. For some reason, he felt disgusted even though he was just staring at it. Li Huowang's back was turned to the camera when he put the pills in his mouth and drank a glass of water. The unfamiliar red pill was between his fingers. He went to the toilet and flushed it down. Li Huowang then went back to his bed and closed his eyes. He started thinking about how he was supposed to deal with Wu Cheng. Li Huowang knew that he had to do something about Wu Cheng. He was the doctor, after all, while Li Huowang was a mere patient. In other words, it would be too easy for Wu Cheng to screw over Li Huowang. Bam! The door to Li Huowang's room was shoved open, and 6 large-framed nurses charged into the room. Get up. Why did you throw your medicine away? You were supposed to take it. Chapter 598, Trap. Smack. One of the nurses swung his baton toward Li Huowang's arm. The attack was so powerful that Li Huowang's arm swelled just a few seconds after getting hit. But Li Huowang didn't react much to it. Li Huowang put his arms together and charged at one of the large-framed nurses. He collided with the nurse's chest, and the latter almost fainted from the pain. One of the nurses charged at Li Huowang and hugged him from behind. Before the nurse could do anything, his ring finger was twisted and bent by Li Huowang. Ayayua! The nurse let out a shrill cry in response to the extreme pain. Li Huowang was handcuffed, but it looked like he had the upper hand against 6 large-framed nurses. Taking advantage of the battle's brief pause, Li Huowang appeared behind one of the nurses and wrapped the chain links of his handcuffs around the latter's neck. Upon suppressing the nurse, Li Huowang decisively tore off a chunk of the nurse's skin on his neck, revealing an artery beneath it. Li Huowang glared at everyone with a bloody mouth. The gory scene shocked every single nurse in the room. They had never thought that Li Huowang could still fight so well, despite being in handcuffs. No one dared to move. They were here to earn some money for themselves, and none of them was willing to lose their life working for the hospital. Bring Wu Cheng here, or I will kill this man, Li Huowang said, placing his teeth on the nurse's pulsing artery. Stop. Don't be rash. I'll go and look for Dr. Wu. Don't do anything stupid. One of the nurses exclaimed and ran out of the room to look for Wu Cheng. Li Huowang didn't want to do this, but he had no choice. Since he couldn't go about it in a diplomatic way, then he could only use force. During the downtime, Li Huowang pondered carefully over his next course of action. What he had done tonight would spell endless trouble for him, but he had no choice. He had to do something, or he'd find himself in a trap. Frantic footsteps echoed from outside the room as Wu Cheng and a group of nurses soon made their way into Li Huowang's room. When Wu Cheng saw Li Huowang's scary and bloody appearance, he turned to his colleagues and whispered, I was right. The patient in room 16 isn't cured yet. He was simply in remission. A little prodding is enough for his illness to relapse, so he can't be considered cured. Li Huowang knew that there was no point in telling everyone that Wu Cheng was harming him rather than treating him. After all, he was just a patient, so no one would believe him. They would certainly believe Wu Cheng and think that Li Huowang was ill once again. In other words, Li Huowang needed to find someone to vouch for him. Wu Cheng, give me your phone. I need to call Yi Donglai. Li Huowang shouted. All right, I will give you a phone. Don't do anything rash. Wu Cheng took out a phone and unlocked it before walking over to Li Huowang. Li Huowang raised his guard up, afraid that Wu Cheng would do something to him. However, Wu Cheng couldn't do anything right now. He placed the phone in Li Huowang's arms before walking away. Li Huowang sighed and opened up the phone's contact list to look for Yi Donglai's number. When Li Huowang tapped on Yi Donglai's name on the screen, the phone's display abruptly went out, and a strong electrical current shot out from the metallic case of the phone, electrocuting both Li Huowang and the nurse. This is all a trap, and Wu Cheng doesn't want Yi Donglai to know the truth. Li Huowang tried to let go of the phone, but his fingers seemed like they were glued to it. He couldn't let go of it at all. Presented by an opportunity, the nurses behind Wu Cheng charged at Li Huowang. They used nets, military forks, and even sedatives to suppress Li Huowang. Li Huowang's expression went blank, and his consciousness dimmed as the yellow-colored sedatives coursed through him through his veins. The last thing he saw was Wu Cheng walking up to him with a smile. Jiang. Raise, you must have said something wrong, or the mother and son wouldn't have argued. Now the third aunt is crying alone in the room. Lu Yuan, clad in a silk brocade, was sitting on his chair and was listening to the performance on the stage with his eyes closed. His life had gotten significantly better, but he wasn't enjoying it for some reason. Lu Yuan abruptly sat up and roared. Wait, that's wrong. Why is your pitch so high at the end? What? That's how you've been singing that part? I don't care. I've become your boss, so you must follow me. The performers performed for 4 hours on the stage, and Lu Yuan for half of the time. When Lu Yuan left for lunch, the performers sighed in relief. Lu Yuan walked out of the theater with his youngest grandson in his arms. Since he was living a different life now, he no longer needed to be humble. He walked down the streets with his grandson in his arms, and with his chest puffed out. He was no longer a despicable performer. AI, this is the life of the immortals. Oh my dear, may you've died too young. If you hadn't died 2 years ago, you would have enjoyed this life with me. Lu Yuan entered the house, which was given to him as a gift, and he saw his eldest daughter-in-law sitting on a chair. The table beside her was filled with snacks and cakes, and there were 2 maids waiting on her. One of the maids was massaging her legs while the other was massaging her back. Lu Yuan frowned and said, "Who told you to hire maids? Don't you know how expensive they are? We're going to have lunch soon, so why are there so many snacks? Can you even finish these snacks by yourself? You're just wasting money here. Dad, the money we are earning is meant to be spent. I've never had a day in peace ever since I married into the Lu family. I've been traveling with you through the wilderness and prairies for so long, and we've finally gotten our lucky break. We can finally enjoy the money that we're earning, but you still want us to be so frugal." After giving birth to a son, Luo Wanhua became bolder and defiant. "Enjoy? You're wasting money instead of enjoying it. I want you to fire these maids." "Father Wan," Lu Jiren chimed in. "Stop arguing, all right? Come here, and let's eat." However, Lu Yuan was still complaining even amidst their lunch. After complaining about how there were too many dishes, he started complaining about how oily the food was. Once Lu Yuan had left, Luo Wanhua turned to her husband and grumbled, "What's wrong with father these days? Why has he been so annoying recently?" Lu Yuan stared at his father's back while eating his meal. He's been working hard throughout his entire life, and he suddenly doesn't have to work so hard anymore. I think he still can't get used to the feeling of doing nothing. Chapter 599, Face to Face. Lu Jiren knew what the theater meant to his father. His father had been talking about the same thing over and over again to him ever since he was an infant. It went so out of hand that rather than saying mother and father for his first word, the infant Lu Jiren said theater instead. Lu Yuan's lifelong goal was suddenly realized, and it was all thanks to someone gifting them a theater. At this point, Lu Yuan only had one thing he could do: fritter away time until his death. Listening to his explanation, Luo Wanhua scowled and said, I think your father is just being annoying. Who wouldn't enjoy life if given a vast supply of money? How about you tell him to start traveling again? Maybe he'll feel better moving around." Lu Jiren said nothing. He was too engrossed in his own thoughts, thinking about what he could make his father do. Otherwise, Lu Jiren was afraid that his father would go crazy one day. "Shower, come here. Don't eat too much rice. Here, eat some meat, too. It's going to fill you up as well," Luo Wanhua said to her daughter. Just then, someone familiar entered their house, and they were none other than Lu Xiaocai. Upon entering the dining hall, Lu Xiaocai didn't even greet his brother and sister-in-law before snatching his own niece's rice bowl. "Xiaocai, why are you here? Did you not bring your wife with you to follow the Taoist to Cowheart village for the sake of cultivating?" Lu Jiren asked, surprised by Lu Xiaocai's return. He could still remember how adamant Lu Xiaocai was when it came to learning a few techniques from the Taoist when they were leaving Shangjing. He had tried his best to convince Lu Xiaocai against it, but the latter hadn't listened to him at all. Lu Xiaocai drank a huge mouthful of the egg soup to wash down the meat in his mouth. Breathing in ragged pants, he turned to Lu Jiren and explained, "Master was abducted by a group of people. I've come here to ask Simpleton to rescue him." Who's strong enough to abduct the Taoist?" Lu Yuan asked, looking shocked while holding his smoke pipe. No one had any idea when he had returned, but it didn't matter at this point. You're not going to understand just how strong they were. The 6 of them formed an array, and one of them was even a half-immortal. There must have been a mastermind behind it. They had treasures that I'd never seen before, and my master was abducted just like that. I'm going to leave after this lunch. I have to find Gao Zhijian and ask him to send people to rescue Master." Lu Xiaocai exclaimed. He grabbed a few pieces of steamed chicken drenched in scallion oil and stuffed them directly into his mouth. "No, you can't go there," Lu Yuan exclaimed, and he waved his smoke pipe so fast that afterimages seemed to appear in the air. Even the Taoist couldn't deal with them. "So wouldn't that mean that you'll be seeking your own death?" However, his words fell on deaf ears. Lu Xiaocai slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What do you know? I'm his disciple. I must help Master now that he's in danger. I'm sure he's going to teach me a technique or two as a gesture of gratitude toward me. Moreover, I'm his one and only disciple." Once he becomes an immortal, he'll entrust everything to me. Anyway, stop belittling me as well. I've gotten way stronger after cultivating with Master. Just then, a loud commotion resembling hoofbeats echoed outside. Lu Xiaozai smiled and immediately grabbed a braised goose plate before running out of the house. I didn't expect Simpleton to organize a rescue team this quick. Brat! Lu Zhengyuan exclaimed anxiously. He jumped up to his feet and shouted, "Step outside that door, and you will no longer be family." Lu Xiaozai ran out of the door without any hesitation. Humph! Who cares about being a performer at the bottom of society? Once Master becomes an immortal, you people better not be expecting that I'll bring all of you with me to the heights of success. Li Huowang, someone asked repeatedly while snapping their fingers before Li Huowang. Soon, Li Huowang woke up, and he immediately realized that he was being restrained with a straitjacket. However, Li Huowang was not surprised at all. He knew this would happen. To make matters worse, they had even attached a steel nozzle to Li Huowang's mouth as if they were afraid of Li Huowang biting their necks apart. Have you calmed down? Can we finally talk? Wu Cheng asked, standing in front of Li Huowang with a tablet in hand. Li Huowang stared at Wu Cheng before saying, I know you're working with Wang Wei, but who's the person behind you too? Why does he need lifespan pills? Is he going to die soon and has decided to bet on me? Maybe he's testing me to see whether I can bring something even more dangerous from that side to this side. Wu Cheng didn't react to Li Huowang's words. Instead, he pressed one of his Bluetooth earphones and calmly said, Director, this is brand new. It's different from Yi Donglai's thesis. Yes, I understand. I will handle it. After talking to someone through the tablet in his hand, Wu Cheng finally stared at Li Huowang. Li Huowang, did you know that Yi Donglai was actually experimenting on you? At this rate, you'll inevitably become crazy. Wu Cheng pointed at himself and said, Trust me, do as I say, and you'll live a better life. Hee. So you've decided to show your true colors? Why should I trust you? How many times are you going to try and trick me? I shouldn't trust Yi Donglai but trust you guys instead. Li Huowang asked, chuckling. You have no choice but to listen to me. You are in our hands, and Yi Donglai is not here. The flickering red light coming from the camera abruptly disappeared. Wu Cheng then took out a taser and pressed it against Li Huowang. Bzzzt. A buzzing noise echoed. Li Huowang convulsed uncontrollably upon getting tossed, but he was still smiling as he said, Do you really think that you can force me to comply using that little thing? Are you looking down on me? The current became even stronger, but Li Huowang laughed even louder in response. He laughed and laughed until the taser ran out of battery. Come on, continue. Kill me if you dare, or I will skin you alive when I regain my freedom. Li Huowang knew that they wouldn't dare kill him, as they needed him to receive lifespan pills. Wu Cheng looked a bit angry, but he quickly calmed down. He tapped on the tablet, and a video was played in front of Li Huowang. The video depicted a subway station. A tired-looking young woman was playing with her phone with a sling bag across her chest. Li Huowang's pupils quivered upon seeing the young woman's jade earring. He could still remember that jade earring, as it was something he had given to her as a gift. Her name is Yang Na, am I right? I heard that she's your childhood friend. I know you're a lunatic and that you're immune to pain. However, what if the pain that you're supposed to take was inflicted on her instead? Li Huowang was silent. Wu Cheng smiled and continued, Cooperate with us. This is going to be better than Yi Donglai's crazed nonsense. You have an unprecedented ability, so it would be a shame to hide it. Also, you're not losing anything at all. In fact, you're going to earn a ton of profit. You won't be locked up here, and you can have money, including women, money, and fame. Just then, Li Huowang looked up, and he sounded unnaturally calm as he said, I don't want to talk to a chess pawn. I want to talk to the person behind you. Chapter 600, Consuming Medicine. The restrained Li Huowang was in a padded cell somewhere inside Kangning Hospital, and he was staring right into Wu Cheng's eyes. Wu Cheng chuckled at Li Huowang's words, asking, You want to talk to the boss? Sure, but you must agree to work with us, or you won't get to see him at all. Li Huowang seemed to be struggling deep inside, which hinted that he was clearly unwilling to work with Wu Cheng. However, he caught a glimpse of Yang Na on the tablet and sighed. Fine, I will cooperate with you. Let me talk to your boss. I can't let you all take the profits, after all. Wu Cheng nodded and tapped on the tablet. Soon, Li Huowang saw an old man wearing a suit. The old man's hair was short and white. He was sitting on a sofa and was wearing sunglasses, so Li Huowang had no idea whether the old man was staring at him or not. The boss wanted lifespan pills, and there was an old man before him. It wasn't that difficult for Li Huowang to deduce that the old man in the tablet was Wu Cheng's boss. Li Huowang, the old man said. The fact that he had said Li Huowang's name meant that he was quite familiar with Li Huowang. My name is Su Shou, but you can call me Sir Su. Li Huowang glared at the old man and memorized every single detail about the latter. He needed as much information as he could acquire to come up with a plan. The old man was the mastermind behind Wu Cheng and Wang Wei. If Li Huowang wanted to resolve this issue, then he had to attack it at the roots, which meant dealing with the old man. Li Huowang had no plans of working with them and had merely pretended like he was going to cooperate with them. Sir Su, can I ask you a question? Why have you decided to do this to me? What do you want? Li Huowang asked. Sir Su leaned forward and said, I have no reason to tell you that. The only thing that you need to do is to show me your value. I've seen you whip out gold from out of nowhere, but I know that technology has become mature enough that anyone can easily edit any footage to show whatever they want to show everyone. If you want to show me your value, then you need to whip out something. Really? Special? Li Huowang chuckled. It seemed that the old man still had no trust in him and was afraid that Li Huowang was just a lunatic. Despite that, he desperately wanted Li Huowang to bring lifespan pills from the other side to this side. Clearly, the old man was on the brink of death. Wu Cheng, I entrust everything to you. Call me once he has brought out the item, Sir Su said before unilaterally ending the call. Wu Cheng put the tablet down and took out a bottle of pills. He shook it and poured it into his hand before showing it to Li Huowang. I guess your decision to cooperate with us just isn't enough for you to start negotiating with the boss. If you want to negotiate with him, then you need to show us your value. Shall we start? Li Huowang glanced at the pills before staring at Wu Cheng. Are you sure these pills are going to work? Of course. They're very effective. Of course, there are some side effects. Anyway, forget everything that Donglai had taught you and go back to that side. Prove your worth and show us your supernatural power. Or maybe you're just an ordinary lunatic. The metal muzzle was taken off, and the pills were shoved into Li Huowang's mouth. Li Huowang ground the bitter pills in his mouth and consumed them with a mouthful of saliva. Upon swallowing the pills, Li Huowang's consciousness immediately started fading away as his brain slowed down. Eventually, his senses blurred, and when he came to his senses, Wu Cheng had become something else. A metal pen appeared in front of Li Huowang. It moved side to side, writing down Wu Cheng's words from the other side. When I say now, you have to close your eyes. Li Huowang closed his eyes, and everything faded away into darkness. For some reason, the strange pills were making Li Huowang feel like his true body was somewhere else rather than here. You've returned to that strange world. You've returned to the Liang Kingdom. Tell me, what do you see? Bizarre, fragmented scenes manifested in the darkness, and they pieced together by themselves until Li Huowang realized that he was inside a dark cave. There were sacrificial god motifs on the walls, and they depicted the sacrificial god sitting down on a distorted cross. Li Huowang immediately realized where he was the moment he saw the cross. He was being held captive in the Jing Sect's cross temple. He tried moving, but he couldn't move at all. He saw that he was being restrained in a massive array drawn by blood. More importantly, his legs and right arm had vanished, along with 3 fingers on his left hand. So, have you considered it? Someone asked. Li Huowang looked up and saw a familiar face. The face of the imperial preceptor, Huangfu Tiangang. So it's you? I should have seen that coming. There are only a few people capable of wielding lightning in this region, and who else would have such a high achievement at it? Li Huowang asked. He snarled at the familiar face before continuing. You are working with the twisted one of Doulao. How dare you say that you have no relations with the sitting Oblivion Dao? Huangfu Tiangang frowned upon seeing Li Huowang's change in demeanor. What are you talking about? The sitting Oblivion Dao has been eradicated. I am the imperial preceptor. I am responsible for the safety of the emperor of the Liang Kingdom. Scram! How dare you try to disrupt the friendship between me and Gao Zhijian? Do you really think that I'm going to believe your words right now? The emperor doesn't want to kill you, but the previous emperors have a different opinion of you. The fact that you made quick work of the dragon vein means that you're a threat. You'd be nothing but trouble for us, unless we can make us of you. Haha. Huangfu Tiangang, you can't even lie properly. You shouldn't join the sitting Oblivion Dao, as you'd ruin their reputation if you do so. Li Huowang chuckled and raised his remaining arm to search for the little saw in his bag of torture tools. He stabbed the little saw into his waist and remained unblinking despite the pain. You want lifespan pills? Fine, I will give you some. Li Huowang exclaimed. He had just raised his left arm when a lightning bolt flashed past him, severing some of his fingers. He only had one finger remaining on his left hand. Despite the powerful attack, Li Huowang didn't hesitate and jammed his remaining finger deep into his throat. Bleg! A thunderous boom echoed. Li Huowang opened his mouth and spat out the pills straight toward Wu Cheng's face. Wu Cheng flailed around in disgust before taking off his robes to wipe away Li Huowang's saliva on his face. When he was done wiping himself clean, he looked up and saw that Li Huowang's abdomen was bleeding. Somehow, Li Huowang was holding a little saw and was smiling ruthlessly at Wu Cheng. "Wait!" Wu Cheng exclaimed. His words had just fallen when Li Huowang pounced on him and bit his face hard. Error. Chapter 601, Intelligence. If he could bring over gold, it meant he could bring over other things as well. The moment Li Huowang's straitjacket was cut open, Wu Cheng lost all chances of winning. Of course, Li Huowang had no intentions of killing Wu Cheng. Otherwise, he would have slashed open Wu Cheng's neck instead of just biting his face. Wu Cheng's face was drenched in blood, and he was in so much pain that he felt like passing out. However, Li Huowang was meticulous enough to inflict pain that wouldn't make Wu Cheng faint. He couldn't let Wu Cheng faint, as he still had to interrogate the latter. Li Huowang stood before Wu Cheng, who was groaning on the ground. He picked up a pen and waved it in front of Wu Cheng, saying, "Where does Su Shou live?" Su Shou was the key here. He had to deal with Su Shou, or he'd end up facing infinite trouble in the future. Su Shou had to be handled with, or Yang Na would never be safe. Li Huowang didn't care even if he was sentenced to life in prison. He only cared about his beloved, and he would not let any harm come their way. The kneeling Wu Cheng merely groaned in response to Li Huowang's question. "All right, I don't know how to hypnotize, so I'll just show you another way to use a pen." Li Huowang kicked Wu Cheng to the ground and straddled him. Then, he inserted the pen into Wu Cheng's nostril. He slowly pushed it in slowly as Wu Cheng trembled like an aspen tree in trepidation. Wu Cheng immediately surrendered and exclaimed, "He's usually on his white cruise ship in Beihai port. Why is he living on a ship? Does he not have any houses?" Li Huowang asked. His hand was still moving, and Wu Cheng's nostril was already bleeding. It's all because he knows that things are going to become dangerous for him if something goes wrong. He plans to leave immediately once that happens, so he has only been living on his ship. I don't know if he has any houses here or overseas. Li Huowang's hand paused. He pulled the bloody pen out of Wu Cheng's nostril. He then started sawing off his handcuffs and shackles. Wu Cheng watched as sparks flew from the saw, and his expression changed from pain and fear to excitement. "It's actually real. You can really conjure things." Li Huowang glanced at Wu Cheng and said, "Huh, so you thought it was nonsense? Anyway, you better not move. Don't make me put this saw against your neck." After a while, Li Huowang was no longer shackled and in a handcuff. He then started taking off his blue and white patient gown. "Take off your clothes," Li Huowang exclaimed. Wu Cheng was caught off guard by Li Huowang's order, but he could only oblige. After all, he was facing a mentally ill individual armed with a dangerous weapon. The two exchanged clothes. Li Huowang put on the doctor's white coat, while Wu Cheng was forced to wear the bloody patient gown. Under Li Huowang's threat, Wu Cheng obediently put on the muzzle and the damaged straitjacket. Li Huowang took out Wu Cheng's phone and asked, "What's the pattern?" "Z pattern." Li Huowang unlocked the screen and found Yi Donglai's number in the contacts. However, he didn't press the call button and made Wu Cheng press it instead. This time, the phone didn't electrocute him. It actually went through. He listened anxiously to the ringing tone as he paced around the room. "Hello? Junior, do you need something? Have you started writing your new thesis?" "Dr. E. It's me," Li Huowang exclaimed. He breathed a sigh of relief when Yi Donglai answered the call. "Huh? Li Huowang? Why are you calling me using Junior Wu's personal phone? Where's Junior Wu?" Li Huowang glanced at Wu Cheng on the ground and quickly explained, "Dr. E, I'm in an urgent situation, so let me get straight to the point. Wu Cheng is in cahoots with Wang Wei, and they have a mastermind." Once Li Huowang was done with his explanation, Yi Donglai went silent, seemingly falling into deep thought. "Huowang, have you been taking your medication over the past few days? Why don't you trust me? Have you forgotten how you cured me? Why does it sound like you don't believe even yourself?" "I'm not crazy. I'm already cured." Okay, just don't cause trouble in Conning Hospital. I'll have someone pick you up and take you back to White Tower Prison." "No, it's too late. They're already targeting me. I'd end up like a pig for slaughter if I were to stay here without doing anything. I must do something. I must address this problem at its roots." Yi Donglai seemed to understand what Li Huowang was going to do next, and his voice trembled as he said, "Li Huowang, Don't go anywhere, and just wait there. If there really is a conspiracy here, then we can just call the police. It's too late. They're already targeting my family. I don't know what exactly they can do. So please help me, Dr. E. Call my parents and Yang Na. Tell them to hide. Tell them that someone wants to harm them. Li Huowang, don't go anywhere, all right? You can just go ahead and call them yourself. No. Li Huowang paused. Moments later, he said in a low voice, they think I'm crazy, Dr. E. You're the only one I can trust, so please help me. Li Huowang ended the call, but it immediately rang again. Yi Donglai was calling him. Li Huowang rejected the call, but Yi Donglai called once again. In the end, Li Huowang blocked Yi Donglai's number. Li Huowang stared at Wu Cheng, seemingly pondering over something. After a while, he fished out a bottle of medicine from the pocket of his white coat. Li Huowang poured out a handful of it and brought it closer to Wu Cheng's mouth. Take it. Wu Cheng gulped a mouthful of saliva and said, I can't take those pills. They're for the mentally ill. You should be the one to take them. What happens if someone not mentally ill were to take it? Their limbs will start trembling uncontrollably, and their thoughts will become sluggish. The patient's hormones will be affected as well, and they'd suffer some degree of memory loss. Great. That's exactly what I want. Li Huowang exclaimed. He opened Wu Cheng's muzzle and stuffed the pills into the latter's mouth. Soon, Wu Cheng's movements and demeanor changed. His face became like a blank canvas as saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. He looked not much different from the other patients. Li Huowang glanced at the surveillance camera and saw that there were no changes to it. He picked up the little saw on the ground and slashed at Wu Cheng. A terrifying and gory sight was soon made as Li Huowang made cuts on Wu Cheng's figure. Of course, the wounds were not fatal. Bang! The tightly closed door was pushed open from the inside, and a doctor, with some blood on his face and on his white coat, rushed out, shouting, Quick, bring a stretcher here. The patient is harming himself. He's already in hemorrhagic shock. The nurses and doctors rushed over to Li Huowang when they heard his cries for help. Upon entering the room, they were met with a bizarre scene. A muzzled patient was sprawled out on the ground, and their face was covered in blood. It was a gruesome scene, and the patient seemed like they were already dead. A deceased patient was a big deal in any hospital, so the group of nurses and doctors worked frantically to save the patient. Meanwhile, the doctor who had reported the self-harm inexplicably vanished without a trace.